Imagine if you were addicted to a game and played it for 10 years just to reach the final boss room. And now, upon arriving, you discover that it was a test. A test to determine if you are truly deserving of participating in that world. And now, you have become the barbarian you chose to complete this game. This is the story of our protagonist, a guy who has always been very weak and spent much of his time in the hospital. He has always been addicted to game, much like me. But he was getting frustrated because good games weren't being released as they used to. Finally, he stumbled upon a forum where a new game was being discussed. It was said that, unlike other games, this one forced the player to do 100% of all the work. Dungeon & Stone, an indie RPG with 2D graphics. Initially, the protagonist wasn't thrilled because the game was only available in English, but since it was free, he decided to give it a chance. When choosing a character, there were the classes human, dwarf, elf, barbarian, and furry. There was also a class with 3 question marks that the protagonist didn't know if it was an option to choose randomly or if it was a secret character. The protagonist ended up choosing anyone since he didn't expect to play this game much, and ended up picking the barbarian. Looking at the game, it seemed pretty crappy, but the protagonist got hooked to the point of not even realizing the hours passing. A complete addict. In this game, there are both unique classes and classes that are total garbage. You also have to ally with an NPC, and when you die, you have to start all over again. In the beginning, it was kind of cool, but then he just kept dying and dying, getting frustrated. But he didn't give up. He started playing in the hospital, then became a civil servant, even graduated from college, got a job, and throughout all this time, he always played Dungeon & Stone. Yet, he kept dying.
9 years passed.
And now, finally, he reached the final boss room. He made it to the Abyss Gate, of course. The protagonist was overjoyed with this achievement and celebrated a lot, even asking if anyone else had reached where he had, considering he sacrificed 9 long years of his life for it. Now comes the burning question: enter the boss room, yes or no? And when he selects yes, because obviously he's going to enter, right? The guy spent 9 years grinding, giving his life to the game. Is he really going to say no now? The game warns him that he might not come back, asking if he's sure he wants to enter. Of course, this just adds more intrigue, making it seem like the game is a bit threatening, you know? After selecting yes, the game starts loading, and the protagonist starts thinking about how the boss will be. Finally, the game notifies him that he has reached the abyss, that the tutorial is complete. The protagonist is dumbfounded that the game treats this as a tutorial and starts getting frustrated again because now the game is written in Korean. The protagonist really seems like the class he chose at the beginning, pissed off at everything. He truly looks like a barbarian. After the game does the user check, lights start emanating from his monitor, lights that covered him and made him feel a lot of pain, and he was completely engulfed by the monitor. His consciousness was fading away. Congratulations, young warriors! Today, all of you will leave this sacred place and become true warriors. It was at that moment he realized everything had changed. Torches instead of light bulbs. Wherever he looked, there were handsome, muscular barbarians. Moreover, there was an old man shouting for them to grab weapons that suited them best. Instantly, the protagonist starts questioning if this is the introduction of a game. His body seems fine, but rough hands, hard muscles, and tattoos. This movement, the gamer protagonist had truly become a barbarian, until suddenly, the old man starts speaking again, saying that those who are called should step forward. He begins by calling the third son of Van and Carrick. The young man approaches the old man and ends up choosing a weapon, a double-headed axe. With this, it is announced that he is now a warrior. The next to be called is the second daughter of Fenelin, Einar, and so, little by little, they chose their armaments. May the grace of Rafdonia be with you, young warriors! And only then did the protagonist understand that he is truly inside Dungeon & Stone, a barbarian, the class he had chosen, the class he was playing just a moment ago. That's what he has become. While he wonders how this happened, someone says it can't be true. Tarzan, completely scared, says they are in Dungeon & Stone. He just wants to know how they ended up there. This led the protagonist to understand that this guy is different from the other barbarians. It seems he wasn't the only one to enter this game. Who opened their mouth? Was it you? The protagonist, completely shocked, shouted that it wasn't him, even getting angry with the guy who actually yelled. And when the dude looks forward, so it was you. Tarzan quickly started asking if they are in Dungeon & Stone. Don't say anything more. The old man stepped right in front of him. The son of Kadra Orm has been possessed by the spirit of evil. Erase from your memories what this spirit said. Let's continue with the ceremony. With just that, the protagonist already understood a lot. Information number 1. People like him who entered the game are spirits of evil. Information 2. You'll die if someone finds out. And the third information is that his head could have been rolling on the ground right now. Fourth son of Senek, step forward. All this situation made the protagonist soil his pants, as one by one, the others were called. But the question here is, the protagonist protagonist doesn't know his own name. As more and more people were called, the protagonist came up with a plan. He must move 2 seconds after someone's name is called, and no one moves until Son of Jandel, Bjorn 1-2. 2 seconds had passed after the name was announced, until finally the protagonist decided to step forward. And we also discovered that his name is Bjorn, son of Jandel. And we have to agree, right folks? This game is on hard mode. The protagonist steps forward, faces the guy, both glaring at each other angrily. The old man instructs him to choose any weapon he wants. Man, this old guy here is really starting to look like the future villain. There are various weapons for him to choose from, and the chosen weapon, even the old man looks a bit suspicious when he sees it because it's literally a shield. This is the best option according to the protagonist. Meanwhile, outside, the computer was updating itself, increasing the overall level of the object by +24. The information was sent to the administrator. These are your current statistics. And so, according to the protagonist, when he first picked Barbarian, he chose the Great Sword because it was insane. However, there was a big problem. He kept dying like a piece of crap. Even the monsters were confused, and he just kept dying and dying. So, he tried two-handed axes, maces, hammers, anything he could, but in the end, it was always the same. He entered Berserker mode regardless of the weapon and died again. Then, one day, he was walking through the city when he spotted a shield. The shield is something else. Barbarians are a class with great vitality and strength, excellent for being a tank. In the beginning, it was challenging since he spent time learning skills because of the shield, but later on, the stronger monsters fell before him, and he was literally unharmed. In other words, this was a completely overpowered class. That explains why he chose the shield before. Now that the ceremony is over, the gates have opened, and the barbarians must go straight into the labyrinth. The city where the labyrinth is located is called Lapdonia, and with the leader's order, they headed inside, everyone running desperately together. However, whether they know where they're going is another question, right? Until suddenly, the guy who was leading everyone turns around out of nowhere and says he got lost. Everyone gets pissed, which leads the poor guy to resign from the temporary leader position. So Einar, the second daughter of Fnellen, takes over leadership. If you just look at her face, she seems like a normal waifu, but if you look at her whole body, she looks like a wardrobe. The protagonist just observes the situation until she announces that she got lost too. She looks downcast, and the protagonist starts thinking that it can't stay like this, but he also can't stand out too much. Then he pulls her aside. Where do you think he's going armed at this time of night? It's only then that she understands what the protagonist meant, and she rushes to tell everyone that she now knows the way to the labyrinth. Sometime later, they indeed found the entrance to the labyrinth, but the protagonist began to wonder if it's the right decision to enter now. He was seriously thinking about leaving the barbarian group. He had been sick his whole life in the other world and never picked fights, so can he really go in and kill monsters in there? Well, at the very least, he has to pay the game taxes since Dungeon and Stone has that system. In fact, after the age of 20, those who don't pay the taxes are literally killed. One way to earn money is by entering the labyrinths and fighting monsters. Another way is to have a humble job, working in bars, markets, etc. However, there's a small problem. He is a barbarian, and barbarians have a reputation for being wild and destructive. This is due to a game setting, but in return, they receive weapons right from the start of the game. The problem here is that the labyrinth opens only once a month, and now, literally, there are only 10 minutes left before it closes. He's kind of trapped until this time. Then, it's she who pulls him, telling him that they have to enter now as the portal is getting smaller. He just tells her to go ahead and he'll catch up. But before going, she thanks him. He says it's not necessary, but she says she wants to know how she can become as wise as him since she has never seen an intelligent barbarian like him and wants to be like him. Well, she pretty much has to be born again into another race, right? But as he doesn't want to be mean to her, he tells her to think and act normally. She happily thanks him, saying that if he comes back alive from the labyrinth, she will reward him. And hey, folks, could it be what I and you are thinking? Is there going to be some barbarity between them? However, what stuck in the protagonist's mind was coming back alive. Barbarians in this game are not afraid of death. They don't care about it. So, the protagonist asks if she's also afraid of dying. She thinks for a moment and asks if that isn't obvious. Of course, she's afraid, but they are natural warriors. If you don't know how to fight, bad luck. This kind of made him understand that he will have to go into the labyrinth. So, that's it. They'll see each other inside the labyrinth, or not. But being a barbarian, he learns to overcome fear. And now he's heading inside, right folks? You entered the first floor, Crystal Cove. Oh, and I'll let you know, the protagonist is not a crybaby, okay? He's a man of few words. Now inside the dungeon, he literally can't see anything. And when we talk about Dungeon and Stone, the protagonist is a veteran. That means he knows there should be crystals on the walls that illuminate at least some part of the past. So he realized he ended up being sent straight to the Dungeon of Darkness. And this was something that had never happened to him in his 9 years of playing the game. So the guy starts to walk and feeling the walls. Slowly, he moves, leaning on them. And just when he thinks he's going too slow, the guy fell into one of those bear traps. Man, that must hurt just a little bit. The guy almost bit himself in pain, but he had to stay silent since the enemy could be nearby. And guess what? The protagonist was not wrong, right? Look at the little devil lurking there. The worst part is that they are sneaky. They only come at you when you're weakened enough. The protagonist starts removing the trap, complaining that they should provide leather shoes, not sandals. But then he gets mad at himself for complaining and at the same time starts shouting for them to come at him. That's what he wants. He stands up even though he can't feel his leg because of the trap's poison. He gets even more pissed, calling the goblin for a fight. In fact, he starts getting desperate, insulting the goblin. And the worst part is that at that moment, the protagonist heard the creature's footsteps. What led him to understand that insulting the creature really works. So, he decides to pretend he's fleeing. He walks, the creature walks. He stops, and the creature stops too. Seeing this, the protagonist decides to change plans. He falls, and falls literally with everything, just to trick the goblin. The creature stays there from a distance, just watching. Did he really die? I was thinking, what is the creature going to do, you know? And the rascal starts throwing stones at the protagonist's head to see if he's alive. And obviously, this already gets our barbarian completely nervous. And I think this goblin throwing stones is smarter than the other barbarians lost trying to find the labyrinth, until the goblin gets closer and the protagonist makes a big mistake. He misses the blow, and even worse, he sees the goblin laughing, mocking him. Then, his blood boils, and his body even starts moving on its own. He hits the goblin. That must have completely blown the poor goblin away. And folks, this is the true strength of a barbarian. He is completely insane. The goblin had been lifeless for a while, but with bloodshot eyes, he continued pounding the goblin. By defeating this goblin, he gained +1 XP, and slowly the little creature's corpse began to disappear, just like in a game, leaving behind only a small crystal. This is used as currency here in Dungeon and Stone. It's a 9th grade magical gem, and its price is exactly that of a piece of bread. Now it's clearer than ever. This is truly a world with dungeons and monsters, a world with familiar landscapes and different game races, all things he knows very well. This is the game he played for 9 years, but if this is his new reality, he will only know if he dies. And with this trail of blood, it doesn't seem too far from happening. And I have to admit that chapter 4 of this work was just that. The guy crawling around, losing ketchup everywhere. He must have dragged himself for about 10 miles. I know there was a moment when he even saw a light at the end of the cave and started going crazy alone, probably because of the ketchup loss, right folks? And when he was almost giving up, he spotted a group which actually spotted him back. At this point, the protagonist was almost dying from hemorrhage, and as he's left with less than 2% of life, he gained 1 permanent sanity point. So, the protagonist is there trying to speak but can't because he's all broken, and the guy wants to know if he's a beginner. But it doesn't make sense for a beginner to have arrived before them there. The protagonist starts getting pissed, even wanting to punch those who are helping him. But the guy remains calm, even giving a little smile. But in reality, he turns around and asks if Urshan can heal the barbarian. The protagonist thinks, do they have a priestess in the team? Now I'm saved, right? But the darn Urshan simply refuses out of the blue. The guy who seems to be the leader of the group says he was already expecting that. But then he asks another member for a potion since he has many. The guy just asks if he doesn't have any more divine power, but he says they can sell the use of that power outside and give a potion to the barbarian. And here is the potion. The guy just warns that since it's not divine power, it's going to hurt a bit, and the protagonist just wants that potion before he dies. So, the guy pours the potion on his rotten foot, and due to the healing effect, the body begins to regenerate quickly, but along with that came the pain. The protagonist starts screaming in pain, but not long after, the man's foot was as good as new. He even managed to stand up already. But obviously, all of this didn't come for free. The guy now wants information on how a beginner ended up here alone. Did he happen to find a secret passage or something? But according to the protagonist, he has no idea. He simply appeared in this dungeon. The paladin says he has read about it in some book, but it only happens once every 100 years. Then the protagonist realizes that he's kind of unlucky, right? And after gathering all the information, the guy says he doesn't need to pay for the potions, as time in this labyrinth is money. Of course, the protagonist finds it strange that they are investing so much time in him, and it's certainly good to have survived. The guys then proceed in the direction the protagonist came from. You can tell by the trail of blood, right? Until the potion guy says the barbarian is lucky, but the blonde guy says that he went through all of that at the beginning of the game and is lucky. The woman says that the red-haired guy didn't want to use the potion, so it was the little blonde leader who saved the protagonist. And he doesn't deny it, but he says that the priestess thought the same. Just with that, the atmosphere got tense, and after a while of exchanging not-so-kind words, they began to question how far the barbarian's bloodstains go. The archer starts wondering if it was really luck for the barbarian, but then they continue on their way until they finally stop, because what they've just found is the portal to the 2nd floor of the labyrinth. This already cheered up their group, and when they were about to enter the portal, the woman tells them to wait a bit, and she points, asking if that there isn't the barbarian's sandal. The old man, completely excited, uses a light magic and casts it along the path they were coming from. You can see that the blood trail continues in that direction, guys. Everyone was in shock. The old man only asks the guide how far they've walked since they found the fallen barbarian, and the blonde guy says it was fucking walking 10 miles away. Only then did they understand that if the guy crawled alone for so long, he has the body of a monster. The redhead started trembling just thinking about it. If it were him in that place, could he endure all that? In fact, he remembers seeing that the barbarian was extending his right hand, and after that, he showed a magic gem. So, even while crawling for so long without knowing if he would survive, he never let go of his bargaining tool because he wanted to live. He had nothing else. The redhead immediately takes back what he said about the barbarian and even asks, what was that guy's name again? Everyone might think that barbarians are just dumb, crazy people who only think about killing. But that guy there is quite different. Back to the protagonist, you killed the goblin. He was tearing the creatures apart, using only the shield and his fist. He learned the goblin's patterns, spreading traps along the way, and even if they came from behind, the protagonist would turn around and defeat the goblins with the club. There was only one problem in all of this. He was hungry. The tribe leader had even given him a bag with food, but it was torn. In short, dragging himself around like that wasn't a good idea, as he lost 5 out of the 7 loaves of bread he had. He starts thinking that he'll have to ration what's left, and the boy is kind of rough in size, right? He eats all the bread and says it's very tasty, but now he's thirsty. Where is he going to find water in this dungeon? This damn game didn't need to drink water before, but now that it's real life, the game is even harder, right? So, he gets up and pissed off, starts searching. After a while, he realizes that if the leader didn't give him water, there must be a way to get it. Then he hears, right in front of him, the sound of water, and there's a dude drinking water in the corner. He gets a bit closer, but the guy stands up and takes off. Then he stops to count his crystals, and he's in the 40s. For someone who was dying like crap out there, now he's doing a bit better, right? But a new problem has arisen, and it's fatigue, sleep, and currently, there are 2 ways to sleep in a dungeon. The first is just to sleep and leave fate in God's hands. The second is a bit more effective. Hey guys, let's be companions. Yes, the protagonist didn't expect everyone to refuse, which pisses him off again, although anything makes this guy angry, until suddenly someone calls him, and it's a guy all smiling named Hans, asking if he's really looking for a nighttime companion. But then he explains that it's to watch over each other while sleeping. I accept working with you. I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. So, the guy all romantically shakes his hand while saying it would be better if there were 3, and all blushing, he asks if it's really just the 2 of them. The protagonist already wants to rip his head off, man, but he holds back since he needs this nighttime companion. After they play rock, paper, scissors and Hans wins, he's the one who will sleep first. The protagonist, as always, gets pissed off, but this time it's because he's unlucky. Take this, it's called a watch. When the pointer is here, wake me up. Do you understand, or do you want me to explain it again? Want a drawing? You really think I'm dumb, huh? Yes, it's normal for people to have that impression of barbarians. And yes, the guy really slept like a rock. The protagonist is there thinking whether he should ask to borrow the guy's sleeping bag. He also hopes no goblins show up. With that, time passed, and finally, he woke up Hans. He thanks him for the good work and says it's now his turn to sleep for 2 hours. But obviously, the protagonist won't be able to. How can he trust this guy he's never seen before? So, the protagonist starts snoring because he's very tired. Is the guy going to betray him? He even turns his back to pretend to be clueless, giving an opening for the guy and just waits for the crazy guy to come at him. But the guy didn't do anything, and it was his turn to stand guard again. The protagonist didn't sleep at all. He starts to lose sanity, wondering why the guy didn't do anything. Then, he begins to regret not sleeping and says he needs to gain trust in the guy until he slowly starts to sleep. Man, he wakes up with a loud shout from the guy, and they just stare at each other. I didn't sleep a wink, you know? Then why don't you clean your mouth before talking? Sorry man. The protagonist lets him know he can sleep more if he wants, and he'll continue to watch. But the guy, all happy, says there's no need. He can sleep, and he'll take care of it. The protagonist thanks him. Hans keeps that sly smile the whole time. The protagonist realizes it. The guy has a good image. He offers help, didn't blame him when he slept, and even refused to switch shifts when he made a mistake. In Dungeons and Stones, the game he knows, kind guys like this literally don't exist. He opens his eyes with the guy asking if he's awake, and with a giant hammer in hand, he asks if the protagonist doesn't want to sleep a little more. Man, if the protagonist hadn't dodged, he would have been smashed on the spot. He even jumped away, and the guy couldn't believe he dodged that. I think he triggered the rage of a guy who's already not quite right in the head. Someone might die in this mess. The protagonist goes at him with total hatred, and the guy asks him to wait. Then, he hits the guy with a shield, cracking his head. He kept asking to stop, that he could explain, but in the protagonist's mind, unlike the goblins, this guy didn't go down with just one hit, so just hit him again. The guy goes flying meters away, and starts crawling just like the protagonist did at the beginning of the story. But I tell you, this time the protagonist is kind of insane. The guy keeps apologizing, and the protagonist just wants to know why he did it. The guy said he was going to knock him out to steal the magic stones. Then he starts talking about taking the shield too, and the equipment because it would fetch a good amount of money. Is that all? Yes, now let me go. I don't think that's going to happen, man. This is the last chance the protagonist is giving him to tell the truth, and the guy, scared out of his mind, says he wanted the heart. The barbarian is confused and doesn't quite understand understand, but the guy says that a barbarian's heart is worth a lot of money. It seems like they're being used as raw material for magical items. So, resuming, the protagonist was like a goblin to this guy. If he could hunt him, it would be worth it. But Bjorn wants to know why he only acted now and not when he was sleeping, and the reason is that he also needed to sleep. Now that I've said everything, are you going to let me go? The protagonist knows that more people like this guy will appear, so will he always let them go? The guy starts saying he's not like the others, but the protagonist just raises the shield, and this is the first one to die at his hands. It's only been 1 day since he entered this new world, and he has already killed someone. Achievement unlocked for committing your first murder +1 permanent mindset. And with that, the character equipped shoulder pads, and the item level increased by +13. Then, he equipped a backpack, expanding the inventory space, and equipped the hammer, increasing the item level by +30. He also put on boots. In summary, he equipped everything that belonged to our buddy Hans. I told you that guy was a true buddy. He gave our barbarian a bunch of cool items. Let's thank him, right? Thank you, Hans. You're a real friend. Thanks to him, the protagonist stepped out of primitive life. Now, he has water, medicine, and even a watch to tell the time. And here is the current status of our barbarian. Now he simply goes around destroying the goblins. This big hammer here was very useful. Around day 2, the goblins started appearing in groups. Nothing he couldn't handle. But there was a single problem here, and it wasn't the goblins. He killed them all very easily. The problem again was sleep. He would even lean against the wall to relax a bit. But at that moment, goblins always showed up thinking he was asleep. This already made him furious, saying he didn't rest for even 10 minutes. And then he crushed them all. After cleaning up, he says he's going to take a nap, but out of nowhere, a system message appears, saying he was attacked by a goblin while sleeping. There was literally a chubby one stabbing his chest, man. He gets startled and slaps the chubby one away. The other goblin, seeing his friend zooming past him at about 80 kilometers per hour, and noticing that the protagonist was kind of mad about the stabbing, ran away. Only a fool would stay. Now, dealing with the stab wound is the problem. The protagonist thought he would wake up before being stabbed, but now he has to take care of the wound, and the barbarian says the potion hurts more than the stab. That doesn't even make sense. 14 hours after killing Hans, he thinks about finding another nighttime companion like Hans used to say, now that he knows the value of his heart. And unlike the other day, everyone wants him on their team. Maybe because he's cleaner now, I don't know, but everyone who passed by invited him. However, today he's the one refusing, saying he would only join his own race, the barbarians. He no longer considers himself human. After a while of walking through the dungeon, he spots an elf sitting in a corner. She looks at him and gets scared, of course. According to the system, the protagonist has found an injured elf. The first thing he does is ask if she's hurt, which makes her even more alert. After taking a closer look, he realizes she has an arrow in her abdomen, and it wasn't done by goblins. Automatically, he asks if she was injured by humans while approaching. The girl just kneels and starts begging for forgiveness. The barbarian becomes completely confused by this, and she asks that just this once, he spares her. She has to take care of her little brother at home. Now, the protagonist starts getting totally confused because it's not normal for elves to be like this. Normally, they were cold in the game. All of this leads him to try to resolve this misunderstanding with a little smile. Don't worry, my dear elf, I have no intention of killing you. The elf was shocked. She keeps saying she knows he's a barbarian, but does he really have to do this? Could he just let her go this time? Now, the protagonist starts getting angry and questions why she's so scared. Then, he just tosses her some items to heal and says they'll talk later. And these items are the healing leaves, the ones the barbarian took from the old companion. Why are you giving me this? Do you need a reason for me to help you? I will protect you, so take care of your wounds. And of course, he has a reason to help her, as he needs a nighttime companion. And I have to say something, this wound here is big, right? Man, I think I've never seen a wound this big, but her situation is not good at all. Besides not having slept and being very wounded, she has a good appearance. It's much worse for her to find a nighttime companion than for him. I am the barbarian, son of someone, and I am Irvin. Now, the protagonist wants to know why she's so afraid of him, and she says it's because she's an elf and he's a barbarian. But what does that have to do with anything? She says they are mortal enemies, and this is different from the game since it didn't say anything about that. Quickly, she regrets it, saying that, in fact, this war ended 10 years ago, and she has nothing against barbarians. In short, she just doesn't want to fight with him. He understands that he actually doesn't know everything about this world, and hearing that he doesn't want trouble either, she becomes very happy. But what he actually wants from her is for her to be his nighttime companion. He is very tired, and she must be too, so why don't they cooperate? She thinks about it, and remembers that barbarians value their honor above all. So she asks him to swear on his warrior's honor that he won't do anything to her. And as always, this starts to make him angry. But she says she will swear too, so he accepts. But he has to make something clear first. He's not a lord, he's just Bjorn. Of course, she has no idea that this giant barbarian named Bjorn is only 20 years old. I, Bjorn, son of my father, whose name I already forgot, I swear on my warrior's honor, Erwin Fornaxai of Tertia, I swear by the name of my clan. And so, the The oath of non-aggression towards each other for at least this night is finally made. He says he will sleep first, that she might feel safer that way. She says it's not exactly like that anymore, but it's okay. This time, he's the one who gives her the watch, just asking her to be careful because it's expensive. He lies down, thinking he'll pretend to snore and sleep for about 10 minutes just to make sure. But suddenly, he wakes up all startled, drooling. As always, he asks how much time has passed since he slept, and she says 2 hours. He claims it was because of the sleeping bag and the blanket that their friend Hans left. Now, he feels obliged to lend it to her as well, and she's very happy about it, eventually falling asleep. And heavy, she must have been as tired as our barbarian. For him, it feels like weeks have passed in this game, but it's only been 3 days since he arrived. This makes him wonder what happened to his body in the real world. Well, from what we remember, it was sucked into the monitor, but the protagonist has no idea. When he checks the watch, there were only 10 minutes left to wake up the sleeping beauty, and only then does he start to worry. What should he do with her? Join her and share all the loot obtained? From the third day, the game starts sending groups of goblins instead of single goblins. He says that he can easily handle up to 4 goblins, but the question here is, safety to sleep or more magic stones? The problem continues to be sleep. Then, out of nowhere, he spots 2 humans coming in his direction. They are already whispering if that isn't the elf they were looking for, and the other says yes, it is her. The blonde comes up to him and asks about his relationship with the elf. He's a bit grumpy but still friendly, saying they are nighttime companions. However, when the blonde asks when he goes away and leave her alone, he gets completely furious and says he won't even answer. This makes the guys tremble, but he says he understands and tells them to leave. Did he understand that he was going to be sliced? The barbarian understands that she is being sought, and now it's time to wake her up. But she's all sly, asks him to wait 5 more minutes while pulling the blanket. You know who got nervous? He calls her again, and she just complains. This makes him understand that she was pretending to be asleep. Earlier, the blanket was loose, and now she's holding it. Suddenly, she feels a pull. The protagonist just pulled her and sat her down like a child. This guy is truly a barbarian. He wants to know right away why she was pretending to be asleep, and she, all sad, says that if she got up, he would abandon her and leave. In the protagonist's mind, this is strange. It's strange that she's worried about this, so he thinks that when she opens her eyes, their deal will be over. However, before that, he asks what she has to do with those 2, and she asserts that absolutely nothing. It doesn't make sense for them to recognize her like that, and she assumes they are from the same clan as the man who tried to hurt her. At least the symbol on their clothes was from the clan called Crystal Union. Right away, he understands that it's dangerous to get involved with her since an entire clan is pursuing her. But looking at her, and knowing that she is only 20 years old, just like him, he tells her to follow him so they can talk while they walk. Go for it, protagonist. I want the beautiful elf on the team. She asks if he will help her, but he says he wants to hear the whole story first, which excites the elf. Now he listens to her story. She encountered the man on the first day inside the labyrinth, and they became nighttime companions. However, she felt something strange and ended up opening her eyes. What she saw was the man coming at her with his hand in a strange place, telling her she should sleep a little more. She only found out later that this guy is the manager of a clan that does business on the first floor. Well, for me, I already need to start making my list of people the protagonist has to kill in this story, and for now, I have only 2 people. At the top of the list is this scumbag who attacked the elf. In second place is that miserable cleric who didn't heal the protagonist. For now, let's leave our list like this. Back to the elf. She says she managed to escape that day, but his clan keeps pursuing her. That's how she ended up with an arrow in her abdomen. Now the protagonist wants to know how they can track her, and it seems they use message stones to continue chasing her. Message stones are a mystical device that allows communication when synchronized before use, with a range of about 300 meters. It's like a walkie-talkie, and he realizes that if he leaves her alone, she will be captured. But it doesn't seem like she did anything wrong, so why so much insistence from them? Is it just to shut her up? She says it's not like that, and all blushing, she says that when she was running away for the first time, she threw her knife, and it happened that it seems she hit in a terrible place. In a terrible place, if you mean. There, you know, I heard it got really ugly. He couldn't even put it back with potions. Yeah, that's more than enough reason for them to pursue you. She apologizes shyly for that, but it was simply karma for the guy, right? Suddenly, she feels a strange sensation and tells Bjorn not to look back. They are being followed. There's a group behind them at a distance of 150 meters. The protagonist is impressed with her precision, and this must be the passive ability of the elves. The protagonist says they will pick up the pace and asks if everything is okay for her. She says yes, but he knows that her wound has reopened. However, she didn't complain. This strong little elf, I didn't like it. I loved it. But even though they are accelerating, the distance between them has not decreased, so the protagonist starts thinking of a plan. She notices that he is very pensive, asking if everything is okay, but he only asks what she is good at. Proudly, she says she is good at washing clothes and cleaning the house, which cools down the barbarian's strategy atmosphere. I'm talking about combat, crazy girl. She says she's good with bows, with spiritual fire magic, and the protagonist realizes that this is the rarest element, but he wants wants to know if she has ever killed someone before. She says no, but claims that if needed she can. The protagonist says he understands and asks if she wouldn't like to become his companion until they leave the labyrinth. But then I'll get the rewards. And me? Me? What about me? I get nothing? Okay, then I'll take 9 and you take 1. I won't accept complaints. Surprisingly, she agrees to the deal, now being only 100 meters away from the enemy. The protagonist decides to change the plan. They will take a detour and asks Erwin to summon the fire spirit, which she does, of course. The protagonist didn't expect to return to this place. The elf warns that the enemies are closer, and Bjorn asks her to cancel her summoning. Suddenly, they become visible. The protagonist knew that these guys have good tracking techniques to enter the darkness, so he calls our favorite elf and tells her to shoot to take down the enemies. She pulls her bow in this beautiful archer pose and with a cold look, shoots her arrow towards the opponent, hitting him right on the head. She thinks she just got her first kill, and the protagonist praises her, saying that if she had hesitated, they could be in danger now. Now, approaching the body. Serdin, can you hear me? Serdin, respond. Damn, we lost contact with Serdin. He was chasing that girl and the barbarian. Everyone listening to this transmission now, gather in the Goblin District. The guy who came after Bjorn and the elf was named Serdin. After checking Serdin's items, the protagonist saw that he had 2 daggers, a bag full of magic crystals, and a potion on his belt. As for the clothes Serdin was wearing, now it's the elf who's wearing them. The protagonist says she looks much better now. She teaches him how to use the communication item in the shape of a stone, pressing the button on its side. Repeat. Serdin is no longer responding. He was chasing that elf and was defeated. They are in the Goblin District. She is with a barbarian who has a big hammer, and the reward is 10,000 gold coins. The elf girl was already in shock, but he tells her not to worry and to summon her spirit because they are going to travel through the darkness now. They head directly to the 2nd floor of this dungeon. After some time, she calls him sir and asks if they are really going to the 2nd floor. He says yes, and she questions if he is aware that it is much more difficult than the 1st floor. He assures her that he is aware and that there won't be any problems since they are a good combination, which makes her a bit embarrassed. The truth is, a tank and a ranged damage dealer have always been a good combination. However, she was still hesitant to go until the radio starts playing again, with the voice saying that if they catch the elf, they will allow him to keep her instead of the 10,000 gold. Hearing this, she quickly agrees and says she will go to the 2nd floor with the big guy. Of course, the protagonist didn't want her to hear that, but he spared himself from convincing her to go. According to him, he always liked helping the needy, especially if he could mess with scum on the way. There would be no greater joy than helping while completely destroying the trash. In other words, there's no reason not to help. As they walked, she asked if he knew the way, and he said not exactly, but if they go north, they'll get there. Of course, he knows this because he played the game a lot, right? Then suddenly, she warns him to wait because there's a goblin trap ahead and she will take care of it. Obviously, the goblins took the opportunity to attack from behind. She dodges the first one and shoots with her bow, hitting one of the goblins right in the head. The other came charging, but she was already behind him at full speed and he went down too. This woman is impressive, folks. All cheerful, she asks how she did for the big guy and he praises her very well, saying she is even better than he expected. Then she gives him the magic crystals, saying that as promised, he gets 9 and she gets 1, right? All cheerful, she happily mentions that if they keep progressing like this, she'll also be able to earn some and give a present to her younger brother. The protagonist, somewhat puzzled, agrees and tells her to work hard. Suddenly, the radio starts speaking again, announcing that they'd increased the reward to 20,000 gold coins, dead or alive. However, as always, the protagonist reassures her, saying they won't be pursued in the darkness. Yet another issue arises. Ghouls this time, not exactly that, but more like undead. She asks if she should fight them, but he says they'll fight together this time. In Dungeon and Stone, you get more rewards the first time you defeat a monster of the same species. In other words, the more species of monsters you kill, the more you level up. This is a real opportunity for them. The protagonist goes ahead and smashes them, and those coming from behind are easily taken down by arrows. With a trustworthy companion on the team, this becomes child's play, and they defeat the ghouls, continuing north until they eventually reach the 3rd day. On the way, they spot something, find blood, and according to her, it's not from goblins. Whose blood could it be, folks? Who almost lost a foot here and even left a sandal behind? Here is where our barbarian appeared in the first place he stepped into the labyrinth, and just behind that place was the portal to the 2nd floor. Remembering that he almost died because of it, he gets angry, slamming his hammer on the ground and cursing a lot. Owen gets scared and starts apologizing, thinking it's because of something she did. He's upset, as usual, due to the bad luck he has. If he had just appeared and gone to the other side, he would already be on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, the elf girl is crying, thinking it's her fault. He tells her not to worry, as it's not her fault, and only then does she understand the situation, expressing sympathy for what he must have been through. The surprise for him is that she really understood what happened here. However, she says she's sure they went to heaven, his friends, meaning she didn't understand anything. But okay, life goes on. So finally, the time has come to enter the portal to the 2nd floor. You have arrived at the second floor, the Goblin Forest. They fall from the sky and crash onto the ground, and now they are in the northern area of the Goblin Forest. It seems there's no living being within a 50-meter radius, and it's well lit thanks to the stars. Erwin questions why she has never heard of a forest on the second floor, and the protagonist explains that there are 4 portals on the first floor. One leads to the Goblin Forest in the north, another to the Beast's Lair in the east, another to the Land of the Dead in the west, and finally, the southern portal leads to the Dark Rocky Mountain. Of all the places, this one they landed in was the least bad. The protagonist asks if she knows how to get back to the city afterward, how to exit the dungeon. She says that after a certain amount of time, everyone will be automatically pulled out of the dungeon directly to the city. To be precise, on the first floor, it's after 168 hours, and on the second floor, it's 240 hours. After that time, they will be pulled to the city. The protagonist decides that when it's close to the 168 hours on the first floor, they will go back there and teleport, so that the clan chasing her won't see them anymore. For now, let's explore the region near the portal. The elf girl goes ahead, leading the way and pointing out traps. The protagonist says he doesn't see anything there except leaves and stones, but then she throws a stone, and there it is. The elf asks if it was good, and the barbarian just says she did her job. After a while of scouting, they realize that even with many traps, there are no goblins nearby. They continue their exploration. The issue with the second floor is that goblins here tend to move in groups of 12, and there are also mutant goblins that are warriors and archers. So, the protagonist plans to clear the traps and expand the exploration area, always staying close to the portal, since they can run into it if something happens. Slowly, they keep doing this until she senses a presence again, this time a group of goblins. It seems there are more than 10, and they are at least 50 meters away. The protagonist asks how close they can get without being seen, and she, without the big hammer, can get up to about 30 meters alone. And it makes sense, right? Imagine Bjorn trying to hide in the middle of the bushes, you know? The man looks like a truck, whereas the elf girl can walk quietly without making noise. Finally, she spots the group of goblins and signals to the protagonist that she has seen them. After loading an arrow, she shoots with all her might. This time, the protagonist couldn't even see if she hit or not, so he rushes past her, telling her to stay behind him. He gets right in front of the green ones and starts to think that he's not getting intimidated even with this number of enemies. On the contrary, folks, he feels like his body wants to act on its own. The warrior's heart he possesses is going crazy for the battle. Then he delivers a big hammer hit to a goblin, and the creature almost took off like it was heading to Mars, reaching Elon Musk before the protagonist knew it. All I know is that the protagonist is going crazy, shielding, hammering, but suddenly he feels the danger. A goblin almost sliced his face. If he had taken just one more second, he would be without a head. Of course, the goblins don't give Bjorn time to breathe. If he were alone, he would certainly come out at least injured from here, but that's if he were alone. Our favorite elf is only in long-distance support, thanks to which the protagonist is free to play on the battlefield. You defeated Goblin Warrior plus 1 experience. Our protagonist earned 11 magic crystals after defeating the first group of goblins. Considering that it took him the whole day on the first floor to earn 44 of them, this was really good. The protagonist ends up giving her 2 crystals instead of 1, since he will keep the Goblin Warrior's crystal, which is worth more. They continued exploring, and as they started exploring in a radius larger than 3 kilometers, groups of goblins began to appear every 5 minutes, including now having archers with stealth abilities. Now things are going to get crazy, folks. The goblins started coming at them with everything, and of course, they were all hammered. The protagonist was hitting everyone, but he was already in the sights of the goblin archer. Did the protagonist let his guard down? The arrow was almost hitting him, but he dodged it at the last moment. Of course, he was attentive to it, and now he even knows the location of the archer. You defeated a goblin archer plus 1 experience. After approximately 15 hours of wandering around, they decide to take a break. The protagonist says she can sleep first this time. Of course, she already asked to borrow the sleeping bag and blanket, so after putting away their weapons, she falls asleep, probably feeling safer with the protagonist now. For having hunted for more than 15 hours, they have earned many rewards so far. They also encountered other groups as they expanded the exploration area, groups always with more than 3 people, and some even with species from another world. Of course, they just pass by each other, but the protagonist doesn't really like seeing other people. The explorers are scarier than the dungeon monsters themselves, especially now that he has a reason to be concerned. Now, on the 4th day inside the dungeon, they were battling again, resting on the 5th day, and on the 6th day, they encountered other people. Finally, the 7th day arrived, the day to leave this labyrinth, as there were 2 hours and 47 minutes left until the first floor closed. The protagonist's order is to start heading back to the portal so they won't be late. The elf warns that there are new traps on the way, probably because the goblins are respawning. She also mentions another goblin group 70 meters away. The protagonist immediately decides they will fight again, and there were 8 normal goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors, totaling 12 goblins. The protagonist is like a bulldozer running over the goblins. He kills the goblin warriors while telling Erwin to go after the archers. It seems he's hitting harder than before, power, according to him, due to the countless battles they've had so far. This also applies to Erwin. Now she knows when and where to shoot, as if she's accustomed to the scenario. She had mentioned 2 archers, but no arrows came her way so far. Of course, he compliments her, but he also wants to know if she took care of the 2 archers or not, so he doesn't have to worry about the arrows. She doesn't say anything because she wasn't sure if she killed the second one, and this is good because doubtful information can be even more dangerous. This leads him to feel proud of her. Suddenly, she notices something different about that goblin archer, and what they are seeing is nothing less than a goblin archer essence. The protagonist knows that this is extremely rare, as he researched about it before. He saw in forums that essences are part of the skill system in this game. Essences provide both a passive and an active skill with variable attributes. However, there is a limit to how many you can absorb, so you have to choose the right ones for a good future in the game. The drop rate for this is close to 0%. This already upsets the protagonist because he would never be so lucky to drop something like this for him. The elf asks if a person turns into a goblin after absorbing the essence, but he says no, they just gain some of the goblin's abilities. He gives the example of the guy who followed them on the first floor. He had consumed the essence of a wolf monster and could track them by scent. The protagonist lets the elf keep the essence because he already knows which essence he wants, so he can't just pick any, as it will cause trouble later. The protagonist says it's okay, but she has to promise something to him to keep it. This was something he was going to say on the first floor. Before he finishes speaking, a group of people arrives, telling them not to move. The guy immediately starts talking nonsense, asking what they are doing. The elf was already starting to explain that they were hunting, but our 5-meter-tall Bjorn warns her that she doesn't need to answer them. He grabs her by the shoulders and literally throws her into the essence, causing her to merge with it. The guy who was watching this started to get desperate and angry at the same time, shouting that the essence was theirs. After the elf returns to him, he challenges them to come forward if they want to fight, asking if they can hear him. He's ready to smash them with his hammer. After that, they ran full speed toward the portal, and of course, they are not running away from the guys. The protagonist literally made the guys run. The problem is that, according to the protagonist's analysis, they also intend to go through the portal and return to the city just like them, so they will end up bumping into each other again, and it's better to avoid that, right? The elf warns that there is a group of goblins 50 meters away, where the Bjorn says to avoid them this time. Still, it seems it won't work since they have already detected them. He decides in last minute that they should go in the opposite direction, and she confirms this while an arrow was coming straight towards her face. Luckily, at the last second, Bjorn pulled her back with all his might, and it seems that this arrow is not from a goblin archer. Probably it's the guys from before, says Bjorn. According to the protagonist, the guys called the goblins, and they must be waiting on the other side. So, he tells her to use her powers because they will have to fight. She is a bit confused, but he says that all these essences have their special abilities, and the one she absorbed earlier was the essence of a goblin archer. This literally boosts all her status statistics, and adds a passive and active ability. The passive one is the poisoned arrow when using bows, which literally causes poison damage. The active ability is the thief's steps that put the user in stealth mode. And of course, this impresses the protagonist. She can activate it, and even do so without even needing to say anything, just with her will. He only gives her the bag to carry because he will deal with the goblins alone while she takes care of the human archer behind them. Of course, she doesn't accept it much, but he says they don't have time and tells her to hide until he signals her to shoot the human archer. The protagonist starts running towards the goblins and begins to beat them, fighting several at the same time, defending and attacking at an insane speed, until finally, the archer started attacking again, and these seconds of carelessness were enough for a goblin to hit the protagonist from behind. He immediately turns and smashes this goblin with a blow, and now it's complicated for him to deal with the ones in front, and still without support from the elf. With that, the injuries accumulated, and the fatigue also came, until he felt that 2 arrows were coming at the same time towards him. One is from the goblin archer, and the other is from the guy with the crossbow. He realized that it would be impossible to block both, so at the last moment, he decided to block the crossbow arrow in a very stylish way, I would say. This led him to be hit by the goblin's arrow right in the elbow. At that moment, he felt it was poisoned and started to lose movement in his arm, so he kind of had to choose between the shield or the hammer. And removing the arrow, he decided to stick with the shield for sure, as with the shield, he can still defend and attack while protecting himself from those humans. As always, he gets completely furious along the way, and the goblins even start running away from him in fear. He knows he doesn't need to go after them now, especially since he has another matter to deal with. The guys are already saying they're impressed that he dealt with the goblins alone, and of course, the protagonist always knew it was them. When the guys insult the elf, he goes crazy, challenging them to come at him, impressing them as he still has energy even after facing all the goblins alone. But even so, he tries to blackmail, saying that since the barbarian is injured, he'll let him go if he tells him where the elf is. This makes our Bjorn smile, and this makes the guys call him sick for laughing in such a situation. Then their leader orders them not to lower their guard and to think they're hunting a giant monster. However, now he has a useless arm, so it's time for him to give the signal, and the signal is something even people from this world will understand. He immediately goes after the leader of the guys out of nowhere, delivering a violent thrust with the shield against the guy's sword, which quickly made the guy call his buddy. The old samurai came slicing with great force, making the shield move aside, but the protagonist goes all out again. The problem is that now he's surrounded, and just as he was about to start wondering if Erwin lost to the crossbow guy, an arrow started coming with force, but no one there knew whose it was. All they knew was that it was coming straight at him with the leader, and since the tank of the guys defended it, this arrow must be from the elf. The tank quickly starts yelling for them to attack the barbarian, as he will take care of the arrows, and the guy was indeed defending, while the other two were attacking the protagonist from both sides. The leader hit the shield from the front, while the samurai came from the back. Quickly, the protagonist made the decision to offer his useless arm in exchange for landing a beautiful blow to the head of the leader of the guys. And what a blow it was, my friends. Even the toothless one there started complaining that he's a monster. Bjorn quickly looks back and manages to dodge the samurai's next attack. He creates some distance until something surprises the old samurai, an arrow that the tank ended up defending. However, this time, it's a fire arrow since it has the spirit of fire, which forces the tank to throw away the shield. And in the next scene, he already took an arrow to the shoulder. Now, the shield has a dent, and there's another injured by the arrow. The leader understands that if he stays there, the situation will get ugly for him, so he runs away, saying he will take care of the elf. The samurai starts attacking harder, telling the protagonist to give up. Our Bjorn gains some momentum and, using the shield to block the view. When he's very close, he lays the shield down to extend the reach and hit the samurai, but the rascal managed to dodge. However, he ended up hitting the tank behind him. The guy went flying, spitting blood. The old man gets angry and comes back slicing again, but the protagonist is calm. He just doesn't understand why this strong samurai is in a group like this, so they start exchanging blows again, but this time it's a fair 1v1, folks. The protagonist throws the shield at the old man's head, grabs him by the collar, pulls him close, and he gives the old man a little bite on the neck, completely lost in anger. That's how Bjorn stood tall, and the other two had already gone to heaven. This was a true barbarity, we have to admit. Suddenly, we see Erwin running towards the protagonist, calling him sir. She asks if he's okay and quickly tells him to take a potion, all concerned for the protagonist. After taking the potion, the protagonist says his insides are bubbling. He feels every vein in his body, and his skin is burning and itching. After a while, we see her encouraging him, saying he can do it, but he just wants to know what time it is now. She says it's 11:20, 10 minutes since he took the potion, which reminds him that there are 40 minutes left until the first floor closes. So, he quickly orders her to take off her clothes, making her completely shy. She was already undressing, thinking he must have some reason for it, but the protagonist says he wasn't telling her to undress herself but to remove the clothes from the bodies of the guys who died. After that, the protagonist tells her to forget about the clothes and just grab the items they are after. She quickly grabs the crossbow from the guy. At that moment, there were 26 minutes left for the portal to close. They ran as fast as they could, and with only 8 minutes remaining, they finally saw the portal. With just 50 seconds left, they entered it as fast as they could. Of course, the protagonist ended up falling headfirst on the other side, while she landed gracefully. While he was annoyed for falling headfirst, she was excited, saying that it was all very fun, and she thanks him for the good job. He reciprocates, and she mentions that now he can talk about the condition of the essence he mentioned earlier. Still, there's not much time to discuss it now, so they'll talk about it when they get out. With only 8 seconds left, he was trying to remember the name of the tavern, and with 4 seconds left, his head was almost exploding from thinking. In the last second, he says it's the Black Whale. He'll meet her there on the other side, and so, the labyrinth was closed, folks. The character was sent to Rafdonia, the starting city. Finally, the protagonist is back, and it can be seen that others returned as well. He just didn't expect there to be so many. No matter how much time passes in the labyrinth, when you leave, it will always be noon of the next day, and you have to adjust the clock. Suddenly, a gigantic guy starts calling for him. The protagonist remembers that this guy is Vanon's son, Carrick, and they greet each other. After that, Serum, Senik's son, arrives, and it was only a matter of time before many barbarians appeared. This makes the protagonist have a reaction similar to mine. Where did so many barbarians come from? Suddenly, the guys start going to the store to count the crystals, betting on who has more. Of course, they invite Bjorn to join the bet. The woman doing the counting said there were 41,498 crystals there, which impresses everyone. Then it's the protagonist's turn. The woman quickly starts counting, which impresses Bjorn, and when she reveals the result, it's an astonishing 182,413 crystals. Folks, making it 9-1 with the elf was easy. This causes all the barbarians to start praising him since he broke the record for the store's crystals, especially after seeing that, in addition to the crystals, he had shoes, a bag, and even a weapon. Quickly, everyone starts shouting his name, making him happy, even yelling that he is the best warrior of all. Then they started tossing him in the air while shouting his name. Bjorn, Bjorn, Bjorn! With that, time passed, and the protagonist began to mingle with the other barbarians, until he sees someone familiar familiar from afar. Our favorite elf. She's there all happy, talking with a group of elves, which makes the protagonist jealous as he is surrounded by muscular guys. When she looks at him, she gives a little wave. He tries to say quietly to meet at night, and she confirms it. But out of nowhere, the other elf who was with her asks if Erwin knows that barbarian, and she quickly says no. On the muscular side, the barbarian also claimed not to know her. The guy got angry, saying that there's no way the greatest warrior of all time would be on good terms with those cowardly pointy-eared ones. This upset the other elf. The protagonist understood that this wasn't going well. A war between the muscular and the beautiful pointy-eared ones was about to start right in front of him. After a while, when the dust settled and he was walking through the city, he started seeing families reuniting everywhere, whether brothers or sons, but there were also those who didn't return, and similarly, it was happening everywhere. It's different to see this in person than in the 2D game, but now it's time to celebrate. The muscular ones were downing mugs and mugs of beer. Even the women were doing it. Some guys were even downing 2 mugs at once, which made the protagonist rethink why he was with them. He just wanted to see if there was something he needed to learn from the barbarians, but they were just downing one mug after another without thinking about anything. So he stands up, angry, saying that he has to leave. Immediately, all the barbarians in the bar turn to him, asking why the protagonist is leaving. But in the end, they just wish good luck to the best barbarian warrior. Now, walking for a while, he realizes that this world is very peaceful. There were even different races walking together. So after buying some new clothes, he goes to an inn and takes a bath, thinking that if it's peaceful like this, living in the city might not be so bad. Now, coming out of the bath, our gigantic barbarian throws himself on the bed in just his underwear, and the guy is gigantic, his feet sticking out of the bed. Now we have to admit that the guy is quite a hump. I want to see the elf resist. Now, with his head on the pillow, he misses his old home, but he better get up because there are things to do. And when he woke up, it was 9:18 p.m. He left the dungeon at noon, so he figured he must have slept for about 4 or 5 hours. The next day, he asked about the tavern, and the guy said it disappeared. It seems the son got into a betting scheme 10 years ago, and then they changed owners and the name of the place. The protagonist wants to know the new name, and the guy says it's Python Pooth, where the protagonist is now, and it seems different from when she played. Already inside the bar, things seem lively until he spots Erwin calling for him with the other grumpy elf. The woman already says that he is that barbarian, but he politely says his name is Bjorn. And who are you, elf? She says she is Erwin's older sister. You can call me Terja. And out of nowhere, she stands up, saying that she has a question to ask him. Why did he ask to see a little girl so late in a tavern like this? Also, he called her last night and didn't show up. This makes her call him shameless. He's completely confused, asking how so, about last night? Are you going to play dumb now, you cheater? He quickly asks Erwin how long it's been since they left the dungeon, and she says about 30 hours. And only then does the protagonist understand that he didn't sleep for 4 or 5 hours as he thought, but rather slept for 30 hours straight. The guy is no longer the protagonist. He's a sleeping bag. He laid down and went into a coma. In his mind, it makes sense to feel so light after sleeping for an entire day. But Erwin is calm and cute, just observing the situation. Of course, he apologizes for his mistake and informs them that he slept until now, which leaves Terja completely stunned since she has never seen a barbarian apologizing before. Then she says that she didn't expect much from him, but wants to know what he wants with Erwin in this place. And he simply says that he's not obliged to tell her anything. She gets completely furious with him, and they start arguing like crazy in front of everyone until suddenly she puts a bag with 350,000 crystals on the table, saying that's the amount Erwin earned from the essences. Then she stands there, looking, asking why he's not taking the money. She even speculates that he has another motive, as she had thought. The protagonist just asks if our little elf agrees with her sister. The deal he was going to propose was for her to help him until he reached the amount he wanted, which surprises her, asking if that's all he wanted. He even says he would split it 50-50 with her this time, which makes her completely happy, but suddenly loses the excitement and immediately apologizes because from now on, she has to form a group with her sister. Then the sister starts saying that she would never let her go alone. It was only the first time because it was part of the ritual and everything, always the same excuse. Of course, this leaves the protagonist infuriated as usual, but she just pushes the bag and tells him to take the crystals if he understands. But the protagonist says that these 350,000 crystals are probably a half share according to the current price, right? And she says yes. But the protagonist says that if that's the case, 280,000 crystals are missing since the promised split was 90-10. She chuckles and says she almost forgot and literally grabs 280,000 crystals and puts them on the table. She really tried to deceive him. Now he understands why barbarians and elves hate each other, so he says that if she's done, she could leave. He needs to talk to Erwin. This leaves the sister somewhat confused, but suddenly, our elf pulls her sister by the arm, thanking her for coming and asking if she could leave since she needs to thank and say goodbye to the barbarian. The sister is impressed. It seems Erwin is growing up. Then she points to our warrior and tells him to swear, and it's to swear that he won't sleep with Erwin. If he swears, she will leave. Our elf, hearing this, blushes completely, while the protagonist protagonist wonders if he can't just sleep with her. Are the other options allowed? She keeps pointing her finger and telling him to swear, and he says he swears. I swear on my honor as a warrior. And so she was leaving the scene when she remembered something. Remembered to thank him for saving Erwin, and even called him by name. Our little elf fell with shyness, but the protagonist remained bold. When she gets up, she asks if she was too rude to her own sister. He tells her not to worry, everything will be fine. Then she thanks him for his earlier offer, but she had already decided to work with her sister a long time ago and apologizes. He just says it's okay. Then she quickly pulls out a bag with 63,000 crystals, saying it's from the crossbow guy and the toothless leader. She has already taken her share from here. She also mentions that she left the 2 backpacks at her house, and he should go there tomorrow to see for himself what's inside. He realizes that she knows everything he wants without even having to say anything. It will be sad to lose such a helpful companion. Suddenly, she asks how she should repay him. She literally wants to repay him for saving her in the dungeon, and now her sister's concern makes sense. The protagonist thinks for a bit but can't think of anything at the moment, so he ends up asking if she wants to eat something. She says she's not hungry, so he says he'll order just for himself. Suddenly, she blushes and has the brilliant idea that she wants to have something to drink. She wants her first post-dungeon drink, and it's with the barbarian. He understands that in the game, there was something like that, and it had significant meaning for the elves. So, he says he's happy? She scolds him, saying he should say thank you, and that's what he does. He thanks her, and she happily says you're welcome. Then she says that, of course, this wouldn't be his first post-dungeon drink, but he interrupts, asking what she's talking about. This is indeed his first time too. I told you like 30 times that I was 20 years old. What, you weren't kidding? Not only that, but that was also his first time going to the dungeon. Finally, the food arrives. She says he did very well in the dungeon, and he returns the compliment. They make their first toast, and after a while, they were talking about some nonsensical things, like him wearing a shirt today, and she's wearing a skirt. He keeps turning one mug after another, which impresses her. Then he says he thought of a way for her to repay him as she wanted. All pompous, she asks what that way is, but he says it has to be somewhere else because otherwise, the security guards will come after them. She blushes and with a mischievous look asks if it can be in his room. He is completely breathless and sweating, and she is also breathless and crying, saying she can't take it anymore. I knew the barbarian was too much for her, but in reality, the protagonist was giving her a chiropractic session. As he doesn't control his strength well, he almost pulled her arm back, so she was crying, saying she couldn't take it anymore. After they finish, she thinks he was going to rip her arm off, but in reality, he was just testing her +4 flexibility status. She gets angry, asking if he called her here just to test her abilities, and he confirms that he did. He just wanted to test since the use of abilities is prohibited in the city, which disappoints her. Then he starts making a bunch of theories about the game's statistics, and had been lost in thought for some time when she pulls him, saying she's sleepy. And what I least expected happened. Unlike anime cliches, they literally slept together. Well, that took his honor as a barbarian and threw it away. The next day, the barbarian shows Erwin the loot he brought from the dungeon, and she asks if he's going to sell all of it because she wants to keep the leather armor and the belt. He says she can have the pieces since it will be deducted from her share. They visit various shops in the city to sell the items, and Bjorn manages to get a total of 1,400,000 crystals, while Erwin is surprised by how little she earned, only 50,000 crystals. According to Bjorn, it's the first time he's made so much money right at the beginning of the game. He says it's time to part ways with Erwin, and she's upset, asking them to at least go to the central square together. Arriving at the square, there's a crowd gathered, and Erwin asks what's happening. Looking at a soldier, Bjorn replies that it's an execution. A man is gagged and about to be guillotined. Bjorn explains that these people didn't commit any serious crimes. They just didn't pay taxes. The barbarian continues, saying the city has been cursed by a witch, and the only way to get resources in its limited space is through the labyrinth. Those who don't pay taxes will be executed because it would reduce the mouths to feed. People start running toward the guillotine, holding bread, which they dip into the executed man's blood and start eating. Erwin is disgusted by the scene, and the barbarian explains that, according to legend, drinking the blood of an executed person will bring money. The barbarian asks Erwin how much the tax is for the first year, and it's almost the same as in the game, so he asks about the second year onwards. According to her, the tax increases in the second year, and there are also fees on trades. According to Bjorn, the fees increase with each year of work, which is why he has to get stronger during that time. He thinks that if he can't return to his world and doesn't get stronger, he might end up at the guillotine too. If he doesn't want to go through that, he needs to reach at least the 6th floor of the labyrinth. The barbarian goes to a library and thinks that, in the game, it was still being built. People stare as he passes, and looking at a table ahead is Einar, sleeping with her face in a book. Bjorn tries to wake the girl, who's even drooling. She looks sleepily at the barbarian, but as soon as she wakes up, She starts shouting greetings to the barbarian, bothering the people around. He asks her to speak more quietly about what she's doing in a library. Einar says she's following his advice to think before acting, so she sought more knowledge, which already sets her apart from other barbarians, according to Bjorn. She also realized that there are other enemies besides monsters, but reading is still very difficult. Einar gets up, saying she's going to the sanctuary to learn to read and write with the elders. Before leaving, she remembers that she promised to repay the advice he had given her. She says if he needs help, he should go to the Inn of the Brave Bull, and she'll help him. The barbarian thanks her, and hopes she won't forget that promise because he thinks he'll need her help soon. In the huge library, he doesn't know how he's going to find the book he needs until he sees a large table with a person slumped over it. He gets closer, and the librarian is asleep. He pretends to cough, and the librarian wakes up and looks at him. The librarian asks what he wants, and Bjorn starts to say the book he wants, but he is interrupted. The librarian casts some kind of spell, and he is left wondering if she cast magic on him, since nothing changed. She tells the barbarian to take a walk, and she will find what he's looking for, and before he could say anything, she falls asleep again. Walking through the library, he understands how her magic works. The books related to what he was thinking shine on the shelves, and Bjorn picks one to start with. According to the book, due to the witch's curse, no one could live in those lands, and Rafdonia, the last fortress, prevented a disaster from happening. So, the royal family created a pathway to another dimension, preventing people from starving, and this pathway is the labyrinth. Bjorn thinks this story is very similar to the beginning of the game. The second book he picks talks about magical crystals that can be transformed into bread and water, among other things. The third book will talk about the wars between elves and barbarians, and the fourth one is what really matters. The topic of the book is demonic spirits that came from another dimension and possessed the body of a person. It seems there's no reason for this to happen, but the royal family and time have been trying to prevent it. Bjorn thinks that as long as he doesn't say anything strange, he'll be fine, which would already classify him as one of those spirits. In the fifth book, which discusses the death of the mortal king, it is said that the king died 150 years ago, while in the game, the king had just died. The next book addresses the dimension's instability, and Bjorn thinks that the blonde he met earlier must have read this book. It still mentions a theory that entering the portal when it's almost closing may relate to stability. Thinking about these things makes the barbarian sad, and he decides to return to the inn. Lying down, he thinks about the time left until the labyrinth opens again, and decides he will look for a partner the next day. The barbarian wakes up to someone knocking on his door, and he thinks it must be Erwin. He opens the door, asking what she's doing there so early, and is hit by magic right in the face. Erwin celebrates that she got a contract after trying 10 times with spirit stones. She holds some kind of whirlwind that seems to be a wind spirit, and according to Erwin, it also works well with fire. Bjorn says she's lucky since a spirit stone only gives a 10% chance of getting a contract, besides being very expensive. He asks her to undo the magic, and she is upset because she wanted to show more. But according to the barbarian, she has already destroyed enough of his house, and it's only now that she notices the mess she caused and starts apologizing desperately. She leaves the room shining. Bjorn praises her for the contract, but says she doesn't need to spend time coming to him, and should use that time more wisely. Erwin agrees, but she's upset because she wanted to show him the spirit. Bjorn wonders if she thinks and has some kind of connection with him, and to stay just as a friend, he tells her that he intends to stay in the city, and if she has problems, she can come to him. The elf blushes at what he just said, and smiles at the barbarian. Surely she interpreted what he said differently. Bjorn goes to the inn that Einar indicated to him, and as soon as he arrives, he is recognized by another barbarian. Bjorn has barely arrived and is already annoyed by the shouting. One of the barbarians asks if he wants to stay at the inn too, since it costs only 300 crystals per night, probably because barbarians sleep piled on top of each other. Bjorn says he only came to talk to Einar before the conversation ends. She appears in the hallway where he is. Einar asks what he's doing there, and Bjorn asks for a favor, that she trains fighting with him. It seems like a favor, since he could just go to the field where there are several barbarians training and fighting together. But as he asked, Einar agreed to fight him at any time except in the morning, and he wants to fight immediately. They both prepare to start the fight, and Bjorn runs towards her because he doesn't plan on losing. Einar raises her sword to attack, and in just one blow, the barbarian is defeated. She asks if he's okay, and he asks to fight again, knowing she is really strong. They fight several more times, and Bjorn is already on his knees while holding the sword until Einar is tired too, and they decide to stop there. The barbarian asks if she will return to the labyrinth alone, and she says yes since she doesn't have money to form a group, so he invites her to be his companion. She looks a bit surprised as he explains that he will take 80% of the profits, but will pay all the fees. She says she doesn't need any more explanations, and the barbarian is worried that she will refuse the offer, but she takes his hand, agreeing. According to her, there's no point in explaining because she won't understand, so she will just trust him. The next day they go to the barbarian's sanctuary, and the elder asks Bjorn if he went there to learn to read and write too. Bjorn explains that he went there in search of the spiritual seal, more specifically the immortal seal, as he will need it if he wants to pass through the labyrinth. According to Bjorn, elves can make contracts with spirits and use their powers. Dwarves have the blessing of steel that enhances the power of items. Demi-humans can make contracts with ancestral beasts. And finally, barbarians have the spiritual seal. The elder starts asking how Bjorn knows about the seal because a young man like him wouldn't know about it. The young barbarian only learned about the seal because he read it in a book, and that's what he tells the elder, besides mentioning that the seal helped in the war against the elves. The elder laughs and slaps Bjorn on the back, saying there's no need to deny his spiritualism. When the barbarian was about to say something, the elder demanded 800,000 crystals for the seal. Bjorn was already expecting this and says he will pay. During the game, he had already learned that the seal was expensive. He offers 500,000 crystals and 3 coins worth 100,000, and the elder becomes suspicious about how the barbarian got this amount. The question was already expected, and Bjorn says he found a wounded elf on the first floor, used her as a slave to get the crystals in exchange for an essence, and even took money from this elf's sister. Not that it's a lie. The elder starts laughing at the story, and several other barbarians celebrate Bjorn's achievement. The elder offers a gift to the barbarian, and he sees that they are 2 coins of 100,000. He gets so excited about earning easy money that he even starts shouting that he will continue mistreating the elves. According to the barbarian, the seal is a type of enhancement technique that allows the body to absorb the essence of magical ingredients and create a special power. Barbarians tattoo their babies because their souls are pure, and thus the path of the soul will remain visible even when they are adults. Before handing over the seal, the wizard warns the barbarian that he won't be able to revert it, and from what our barbarian says, the seal is the essence of a tank. The wizard appears with a needle and says he will begin. He gives several pricks to Bjorn's back, and by his expression, it's extremely painful. He manages to activate the first level of the seal, and his natural regeneration increases significantly, with an additional 13 physical points. The barbarian thanks him and leaves the hut with a sore back, and the wizard laughs because it's the first time a barbarian has thanked him. Bjorn tries to leave quickly, thinking he said something strange. It dawns, and the barbarian goes to the city to buy equipment. He has already noticed that he is much better using shields than swords. He goes to a shop, and the vendor shows weapons that barbarians prefer, but none of them is what the barbarian is looking for until he finds a mace that seems perfect for him. With the new weapon, his item level increases by 85. He also buys a customized helmet and half-plate armor. The helmet adds 47 more item levels, and the armor adds 57. Bjorn has established a routine outside the labyrinth. He has breakfast with Erwin, spends the afternoon in the library, and always dines somewhere different to gather information, even if the food isn't always good. In the late afternoon, he always trains with the other barbarians, where he can rely solely on his instincts. Many of his skills improve with the training, and he manages to defeat Einar several times, even giving her combat tips. After training, Bjorn returns home, and Erwin always shows up, asking to have dinner with him. After dinner, she bids farewell and wishes the barbarian luck in the labyrinth, which restarts the next day. Now Bjorn's attributes are much better. In the morning, Bjorn and Einar request the unity magic, and the attendant explains that they just need to place their hands on a crystal, and as nothing in this world is free, it costs 15,000 crystals, but it allows them to start the maze together. The guild attendant explains to them that the higher the rank, the more expensive the magic will be, and it only lasts for 24 hours. In a tavern, Einar is speechless in front of a lavish table, after Bjorn ordered the best dishes before entering the maze. She almost cries because the food is so delicious, and she gets excited to work hard. A few minutes before the portal opens, the two are already waiting. The barbarian hears people talking loudly and turns around. Several barbarians who have just gone through their coming-of-age ceremony are approaching. Einar looks at them nostalgically, as if it's been a long time since he went through that himself. The portal finally opens, and Bjorn asks Einar to wait a moment because he wants to test a theory. She doesn't bother trying to understand why and just agrees to follow him. But as the portal is about to close in a minute, she starts to panic. Bjorn keeps staring at the size of the portal until someone shouts that it's about to close, and the two of them rush toward it. They enter the dark region, just as Bjorn had planned, and he lights a torch. Einar points something out to him. It's a monument. As he had expected, the monument can take them directly to the second floor. When they touch the monument, a light begins to emanate from it, and the portal to the second floor opens before them. While Einar hasn't even grasped what's happening, the barbarian is already prepared to step through the portal. Bjorn gains 2 more XP for being the first to open the portal, levels up, and increases his essence capacity by 1. Einar is curious about how Bjorn took them to the second level, and according to him, he just read it in a book. From the looks of it, they probably went to the land of the dead. Bjorn asks if his partner is feeling something strange too. He feels like something is filling his body from the inside, and she explains that it must be his spirit status rising. The barbarian explains that there are levels like in the game. As the level increases, both the MP and the amount of essence that can be absorbed also increase. Einar finds it strange that his level has risen without killing any monsters. The barbarian explains to us that it is only possible to gain 1 experience point per type of slain monster, but whenever you open the portal first, you can gain, making it an easier way to obtain XP. And he doesn't intend to reveal this easier way to anyone. He even asks Einar not to tell anyone that they reached the second level so quickly. Experienced explorers will arrive soon, and if they see them, they will ask how they ended up there, so it's better to get away from the portal. Bjorn ties the torch to his helmet to make it more practical, and since the fire is magical, it not only does not go out but also does not heat up. In the land of the dead, monsters are stronger than in the goblins' land, but at least they don't have traps, which makes the place much better for the barbarians. Einar realizes that something is coming. It's a small group of ghouls, but that already gets her excited to finally have someone to fight. The warrior advances towards them and defeats them all in the blink of an eye. She already believes that this level will be easy until she hears a scream and gets scared. Bjorn explains that it must be a banshee, and it's better to leave it alone, as the creature won't attack them. Einar continues to be afraid, asking if it's not a dangerous monster, and according to Bjorn, if they attack first, they will be cursed. Besides, they will be followed by her to the end of the maze, which only makes Einar even more scared. Another scream echoes, and she grabs Bjorn by the neck. This time skeletons appear, and she realizes that she got scared for nothing. Bjorn tries to tell her the weak point of the skeletons, but she simply destroys them all, without even listening to her companion. They continue heading north for almost 8 hours. Along the way, they encounter ancient ghouls and mutant skeletons carrying weapons, but none of them are difficult to defeat. The fights improve Bjorn's skills, and he destroys the monsters with his mace. The new armor helped a lot in the warrior's defense, and the helmet can stop arrows and not just carry candles. Looking at Einar, she is also not behind in destructive power. The barbarian realizes that she screams Vihela, the name of the barbarian deity, all the time. Even without knowing why, he starts screaming too and has fun fighting with his companion. He also gains several XP points by defeating new monsters. Einar notices that Bjorn's arm is wounded, but he doesn't seem to care, as the wound starts to heal on its own. Einar gets excited about the healing power and asks if it's an effect of the seal. The barbarian reveals that the first level of the seal enhances regeneration and increases stamina. They then realize that the terrain has changed and the banshee scream is getting louder. Now, rank 8 monsters will start appearing. A guttural scream echoes, and the death demon appears, a monster said to devour the labyrinth's light. Bjorn reminds Einar to aim for the monster's head, and they charge into battle. The creature, which is no weakling, blocks Einar's attacks, and its skin is as tough as stone. Bjorn manages to distract the monster, allowing Einar to strike from behind, but even with a direct hit, the blade barely penetrates the demon, which then turns and hurls the warrior aside. She gets up, leaning on her sword, shouting that the monster is too strong. Bjorn recalls that even in the game, the monster's defense was incredibly strong, and it also had high healing power. The demon starts to scream, and this time, even Bjorn is scared because he knows what that means. The monster has activated its ability to summon ghouls. Dozens of them appear, heading toward the barbarians. Bjorn yells for Einar to take care of the ghouls while he deals with the death demon. The barbarian charges at the monster with his shield, but the demon strikes, forcing him to retreat. Bjorn advances again and holds the demon off with his shield while Einar, having defeated all the ghouls, prepares for another attack. He tells her to stay focused and strikes the demon again with his mace. Now, both barbarians are attacking the monster together, and they finally manage to land a blow on its head. Bjorn thinks that the attack has finally worked, but the monster refuses to go down and throws the warrior backward. Bjorn gets up, injured, and notices that the wound on the demon's head has almost completely healed. He looks at the monster, thinking of a strategy to win, while Einar grabs the demon's leg, pulling with all her strength to unbalance the creature. She succeeds, and the monster falls on its back. The barbarian sees the opportunity to finish off the demon while it's still on the ground, earning 2 more XP. The demon leaves behind a large magic crystal, but according to the barbarian, it's only worth 100 crystals, and combined with the ghouls, the total value is 300. Despite the small reward for risking their lives, Einar is excited to keep hunting monsters. Bjorn starts to think that hunting with a barbarian isn't so bad, especially since Owen had been somewhat passive. The two continue to encounter more death demons and defeat them by knocking them off balance and then hitting their heads, as if tenderizing meat. They managed to defeat about 70 of them this way. Bjorn, who was hoping to find a demon essence to sync with his seal, ended up with none on the first day. On the second day, the demons began appearing in pairs, but it wasn't too difficult. Things only got complicated if they took too long to kill them, as they could be surrounded by ghouls. In the afternoon, demons began appearing in groups of 3, and the barbarians realized that it was too much for them to handle. Other explorers appeared, and before the barbarian could say anything, Einar interrupted and threatened the group, scaring them so much that they ran away from the warrior. She tells Bjorn that they should find another place to camp since the humans know their location and cannot be trusted. They keep walking, and Bjorn thinks that she, too, must have had a bad experience with humans. They argue that they won't find a good place to camp until they hear a voice calling for help. Up ahead, they find several bodies of adventurers, and the pair freezes in place, showing signs of poison, and a plunderer who seems very powerful appears before them. The plunderers make money hunting explorers instead of killing monsters. This activity is punishable by death. But just like the barbarian put an end to the explorers who abused him, if no one speaks up about it, people from the outside won't know. The plunderer asks if it's the first time they've encountered someone like her. The barbarian is already cautious because she seems dangerous. He takes a good look at the enemy in front of him. From her characteristics, she must be excellent at what she does, since he's never heard of this plunderer. Einar is almost drawing her sword and tells Bjorn that she thinks she must be strong. Looking at the defeated explorers, they have no external injuries and seem to have been poisoned. So the barbarian asks if she wasn't a companion of the group, and she reveals, turning her back, that they were her companions. She starts gathering the group's items in a magic pouch and casually calls for the barbarians. They are apprehensive, and Einar asks if they should fight her, but after seeing how strong she seems, Bjorn decides it's better for them to flee from her. The plunderer glances back, and the 2 barbarians are running at full speed to escape. Bjorn begins to see the signs he left along the way to guide them back to the first floor. Midway, they abruptly stop upon encountering a group of 4 human explorers. Einar is already ready to fight, but her companion says they are fleeing and need help. Bjorn swears by his warrior's honor that he's not lying. The group seems to believe the barbarian, and their leader says that if they defeat the plunderer, they will get the entire reward. He asks the duo to approach because he will use his gnome ability on them, and they won't be noticed. This ability can disguise the user and their companions within a 3-meter radius, as long as they don't move. The barbarian approaches, and the leader begins to say that they were very lucky since they managed to catch 2 barbarians in their trap. The duo seems to be hit by some magic that paralyzes them, and Bjorn realizes that this group is also made up of plunderers. The only way he can think that an explorer of the same level would have it would be with the essence of the stone golem suppression. If he takes damage, Bjorn knows he'll get rid of the ability, and the plunderers comment on how much they'll gain from the barbarians. One of them holds Einar's face, and his colleague says they were lucky, since barbarian hearts are very valuable. One of the plunderers even jokes with the barbarian, saying that his gaze won't set him free. The guy takes out a knife to deliver the final blow. He hits the neck. The barbarian, who was preparing to take as little damage as possible, manages to move away before the knife enters too much. He can finally move and hits the plunderer in the face, surprising the rest of the group. The barbarian removes the knife from his neck and throws it towards Einar, who is hit near the chest. Even in a combat position, Bjorn is very injured and ends up falling to his knees. Einar grabs her sword and slices the plunderers, until only the leader is left, who runs away. Now she looks towards her companion, and he looks terrible. She starts screaming for him to stay alive, swearing revenge, while he is trying to ask for a potion. At least with the near-death experience, his mentality increased by 3. After taking the potion, and with the help of the seal, the warrior's neck heals quickly. Einar even congratulates him for being the only barbarian with a scar on his neck. Now recovered, the warrior wants to go after the leader of the plunderers, and they actually manage to capture the guy. But instead of killing him, Bjorn wants to use his ability to hide from that woman. Suddenly, someone shoots a dart and hits the plunderer directly in the neck. The two look at the guy's body while the plunderer approaches. She reveals that she watched their fight with the group, and Bjorn shouts to Einar that it's time for them to attack. The two run towards the woman, who seems very calm, even with two barbarians about to attack her at the same time. The plunderer dodges Einar's attack and still manages to block Bjorn's strike. The barbarian wonders how many essences she must possess to be so strong. He gives up on his weapon and tries to push his opponent while shouting for Einar to attack her. Suddenly, the warrior falls to his knees drained of strength. He had been stabbed by the plunderer's dagger. Bjorn thinks that if she is an aura user, they don't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Einar attacks from behind, but the plunderer retaliates so quickly that he doesn't have time to defend himself. The plunderer is using a paralyzing poison, preventing the barbarians from moving. Bjorn thinks that she is far stronger, and they stand no chance. She points the dagger at the warrior's face and unexpectedly says that if he swears not to tell anyone he saw her, she will let him live. She says that from the start, she never intended to kill the barbarians because she owes a debt to their race, and Bjorn realizes that's why she merely watched as they were attacked. Einar begs the warrior not to trust the plunderer, believing she's just toying with him. Bjorn asks what would happen if he refused the offer, and she replies that she would kill them, as that is her promise. Before Bjorn can ask anything else, she says it's none of his business. So the warrior swears on his honor. According to her, he is different from the other barbarians, and she throws some sort of potion on him. Now it's Einar's turn to respond, but she refuses, surprising her companion. The plunderer raises the dagger to end the barbarian's life, and Bjorn desperately yells at his companion to swear. Einar tries to say something about warrior's promises, but Bjorn shouts that she said to do what he commanded and that she should trust him. The barbarian still seems reluctant, but at least makes the oath. Before the plunderer leaves, Bjorn asks which floor she came from, and she answers the 8th. This means the barbarians only survived thanks to the promise they made. As she departs, the barbarian thinks that next time they meet, it won't end this way. The duo returns to the first floor. This time, it's Einar who falls flat on the ground after exiting the portal. Bjorn asks if she's okay, and from the ground, she responds she's no longer a warrior. Bjorn says survival is for the strongest, for they'll have a second chance, and she tries to understand that, knowing one day they'll seek revenge. They pause to rest, and even though exhausted, the barbarian can't sleep. He's not as bad as Einar, but still feels humiliated, just like when the blonde guy saved him and the priestess refused to heal him. So the swordsman gave him a potion, which he drank like a dog. In that situation, the barbarian chose to save himself. He focused on what needed to be done at that moment. He remembers seeing someone being decapitated and the various other madness that has occurred since he entered that world. All he could do was try to stay alive. Bjorn is determined that's not how he wants to live his life. He wakes Einar up, asking if she would accept a means to become stronger, even if dangerous. And of course, she would. She knows they'll die if they don't get stronger. Bjorn begins to explain his plan to his companion. They'll enter the rupture and search for chaos. On the first floor, they gain more XP by defeating different monsters, reaching a darker part where 4 types of monsters appear at once. They arrive at a stone, and Bjorn explains it's a memorial for those who discovered the labyrinth, with a quote written on it, the same as in the game, meaning the hidden condition must also be the same. Bjorn will open the rupture, and from then on, it's a secret, and Einar vows not to tell anything. But she asks what this rupture is, and according to the barbarian, it's the labyrinth within the labyrinth. The rupture on the first floor requires magic crystals from 4 types of monsters on the memorial stone, and a magical crystal of 8th rank from the second floor. The rupture opens an instance dungeon with a capacity for 5 people, and the difficulty depends on the number of members. In the game, a rupture would only open after 3 months in the city's time, and people found ways to force their opening. Out of the 4 ruptures on the first floor, they entered one with a red sky and crows flying towards the black castle. Even though Bjorn knows which rupture they are entering, he feels suffocated, but at least knows he can complete it. The rupture opens again behind them, and the barbarians look at who's coming. In another part of the labyrinth, Rowan is exploring and being criticized by her sister for using the bow and a spirit to defend herself. Rowan says that according to Bjorn, she should specialize in what she's good at, trust her team, and do her role the best way possible. But for her sister, a teammate is just a teammate and shouldn't be valued much, and Owen ends up agreeing and asks if they can't go to the next floor. According to her sister, they can't just hunt a bit on the second floor, and instead, they'll enter a rupture. As the rupture cycle is up to 8 months, one should be about to open. The sister thinks Bjorn must not have told Owen anything because he doesn't know about the ruptures and asks Owen to trust her, and she'll become stronger. A sound emerges before she could finish her sentence, and a rupture begins to open. The two run towards the rupture, but before they could touch it, the rupture closes. Back with the barbarians, the first one to come out of the rupture is a dwarf, soon followed by a mage. The group is curious as to why there are still mages on the first floor. Einar asks if a mage is really that good, since the librarian is also a mage. Bjorn explains that she's a 9th rank mage, and that mages are an important resource for the city, so having a mage there means she's skilled. The girl compliments the barbarian's intelligence. She introduces herself as a 6th rank mage Alua Raven, and the guy behind her is finally introduced as the carrier she hired, Tarjin. The dwarf also introduces himself as Hikarad Murad, claiming to be an explorer for 3 years. The barbarian duo also introduces themselves. Looking at them, Bjorn asks how they got there, as they don't seem like first-floor explorers. The two simply say they heard the rupture was about to open. The mage says the loot will be divided among everyone except the carrier, and they agree, since it seems to be customary to follow the mage in the labyrinth. Bjorn was about to say he agrees with her, but Einar interrupts, saying she doesn't agree with that. Instead, she wants Bjorn to lead the group, since he's better than a normal barbarian. The other members don't know how to react. Einar remains determined that Bjorn should lead the group, pointing to him, saying the barbarian is the best warrior. The rest of the group is speechless with her fervor, and Bjorn is embarrassed by the situation. The dwarf even says he envies the respect she has for her husband, and she now says she's not his wife. While the two argue, the mage says it's better for them to go, as there's much to explore in that place. The dwarf asks if it wouldn't be better to know each other's abilities first, but according to the mage, the monsters are so weak that only she and her carrier would be able to defeat them, and of course, this irritates the other members of the group. She also says she'll take the Guardian's loot because they need it for her research. He shouts if he looks like an idiot to her. As always, the division of the group's profits causes fights among its members. The Guardian's loot is the rupture flower. For a mage, this is a priority, but what matters most now is money. The mage says she'll give all the crystals she earns in the rupture in exchange, but for the dwarf, this just means the group will end up with the crumbs. The mage says she'll also let them keep the items, but the dwarf still thinks it's better for them to decide by luck which of the two gets the rupture loss. The barbarian joins the discussion because if it continues like this, the gains will only be for the mage and the dwarf. He doesn't want the essence or the items, just the rupture stone. Now the mage and the dwarf think he asked for too much. Bjorn agrees to give up the stone in exchange for 2 essences that aren't from the Guardian. The dwarf and the mage exchange glances and in the end agree to the request since there shouldn't be any interesting essences for them there according to their levels. Now the mage and the dwarf walk together as if nothing had happened. Looking at how he couldn't even argue with the two, Bjorn knows he needs to get stronger. The castle is divided into 4 chapters: the drawbridge at the entrance, the courtyard surrounded by the outer walls, the underground prison in the inner area, and the demon worship room inside the castle lord's chamber. The castle entrance is guarded by gargoyles, 8th rank monsters. Once they sense an enemy, they attack using their petrification ability, and the most common way to defeat them is to sacrifice a group member while others attack. Einar tries to help the companion but is stopped by the mage. She casts a spell capable of canceling the gargoyle's curse. The gargoyle without abilities is just an easily defeated monster by anyone in the group. The dwarf praises the strength of the companions. Bjorn thinks the dwarf is also very skilled. Einar notices that the magic crystals are moving by themselves, and the mage explains she's using magic to collect them and will distribute the crystals along the way. The group continues advancing through the castle and reaches a darker area. Raven casts a spell to illuminate the place, revealing several monsters in a corner called Dead Men. They have no rank, give no XP or crystals. They conclude it would be a waste of mana to use magic on these creatures. So, the barbarians and the dwarf attack these monsters. When Bjorn attacks the last of them, he realizes the creature dropped a dead man commander's horn. They reach a steel door, and the dwarf won't be able to destroy it with the axe. So Raven destroys the door with an explosive magic. The group reaches the drawbridge, the first chapter of the castle. The mage asks Einar to blow the horn. The warrior takes a breath and starts blowing. This activates the dormant magic seal, and Einar is surprised to see the bridge descending. The moat water also starts rising, and Einar can see hands of several dead men in the water. The mage tells her not to worry about it. Dead men start rising from the moat. Raven was already prepared for this and gathers the surrounding group. The mage attacks the dead men with magic, defeating all of them. Bjorn is realizing she is more powerful than he thought. She triumphantly says all they have to do now is wait for the bridge to descend, and as soon as it does, they head towards the castle. Bjorn walks, thinking it was too easy to finish this chapter. After crossing the bridge, they enter the outer castle. Raven casts a spell, and most of the monsters surrounding the group end up defeated. For Bjorn, even though she didn't manage to kill them all as before, she is still very powerful. With just one magic, She defeated 90% of the monsters. Death demons that can heal were not affected by the magic, and the mage lets the companions defeat what's left of the monsters. The barbarians join forces to defeat the death demons, and the dwarf is shocked watching, thinking this is how the barbarians hunt. Raven casts a spell on the death demons, worsening their wounds, and without the power of regeneration, these monsters become extremely weak. Looking at Raven, Einar says she now knows why mages are praised. Raven listens to what Einar says and starts boasting about her skills, saying it takes both study and talent to become powerful. By advancing quickly thanks to the spells, the group helps Raven collect materials for her research. The barbarian notices something strange after inspecting the area. They didn't destroy the statue that seems to guard some item, and he thinks the group shouldn't know about it. As the barbarian tried to interact with any suspicious object in the game, he was able to discover several hidden things. To avoid suspicion, he thinks it's better not to say anything about the statue. They continue walking and reach the inner castle. The mage and the dwarf seem disappointed that there isn't much to take or monsters in this location. They go down a staircase towards the underground and enter the first floor of the underground prison. The dwarf asks the mage what kind of monsters appear there. Of the various ones she mentioned, body golems are exclusive to the castle. The dwarf is eager to fight these golems for the first time, and the mage takes the opportunity to warn about the explosive bodies. Even though, according to her, she would protect the group before anything happened. Einar asks Bjorn if the skeletal little creatures were monsters too. Raven starts talking about them, and Einar gets angry because she didn't ask her. The mage is annoyed by Einar's response, and suddenly they hear a scream. Immediately Einar is frightened by the banshee and grabs Bjorn. Raven takes advantage of the situation to scare Einar even more, saying it would be terrible if she encountered a banshee. And Bjorn says that mages must know how to deal with these monsters. Now even the mage recognizes he must be intelligent. She casts a spell and destroys one of the banshees. Others throw themselves towards her, and she destroys all of them. Raven calls the companions to continue, and they are all amazed by her power. They enter the second floor of the underground prison, an area with several disgusting monsters and objects. The group stops in front of a wall. According to Raven, there is a hidden door behind this wall and a body golem waiting for them on the other side. They leave their backpacks before entering. Bjorn lights his torch. As soon as they open the door, they smell the horrible odor of several bodies thrown in front of them. They continue walking. The first to feel sick is the carrier, and soon after Raven. Even used to dissections, she couldn't stand the smell. The dwarf is relieved that at least the barbarians are fine. In front of them is a mountain of bodies, and a voice seems to come from them, and the whole group is scared. Looking closely at the mountain, it was actually a body golem. Bjorn shouts for the group to prepare for combat, but the dwarf is petrified. The voices of the various bodies that form the golem continue asking for help. Either the dwarf nor the mage will be able to fight in this state. This time the fight will depend on the barbarian duo. One of the things that caught attention in the game were the great illustrations it had. Even people who didn't play ended up knowing the images, yet the barbarian realized they didn't compare to the reality he was experiencing. All the tough guys in the group, who treated the barbarians as if they were nothing, are in no condition to fight. Now they are the ones who need to defeat the monster. Einar shouts for the rest of the group to do something. At that moment a monster is coming towards them. Einar has to block the attack because the dwarf can't even move, yet some acid fluid falls into his eyes, and he screams in pain. Now he really won't be able to do anything. In a corner, the mage continues to be out of combat vomiting. Bjorn asks Einar to protect the mage and the dwarf while drawing the monster's attention. According to the barbarian, the golem of bodies throws explosive corpses at the distant enemies and tries to grab those nearby to eat. If the barbarian gets too close, the golem will focus on the mage, and that would be terrible for the group since she still can't fight. Bjorn needs to keep a certain distance and buy time until she recovers. At least she seems to have stopped vomiting. Raven looks towards the creature and sets the monster on fire with magic. The barbarians are surprised by her power once again. Just one fire magic of hers destroyed the first pattern of the golem. But it seems this wasn't the end of this monster. A hand emerges from the midst of the flames. The monster has a second phase, a golem of skeletons. Bjorn shouts to Einar that it's not over yet, and they both rush to attack the golem's chest, which is a rank 7 monsters. But without the external body, it won't be difficult for the barbarians to defeat it. They hit the golem's chest, and the monster is defeated. Bjorn looks at what's left of the golem. It leaves behind a shining ball, which surprises the barbarians because it's their essence. In the rupture, more high-ranking monsters appear, and it becomes easier to gain XP. The Guardian's loot is also highly desired by explorers, but the main thing is that the essence drop increases a lot. Therefore, It's strange that they took so long to get one. Bjorn says it's their right to keep the essence since they defeated the monster, while the rest of the group was mostly unwell. Bjorn wanted the essences of the death demon with regeneration power, and the chimera wolf with strength power. He didn't expect to get the essence of the golem of bodies, which only appears once in the castle. Besides, the golem's attributes are perfect for a tanker. Even though it gets slower, other attributes would compensate for it, such as pain tolerance, strength, and poison resistance. The problem is the ability that comes with it. Even though it's very powerful, it consumes the user's life. The passive is also complicated because the acidic blood will ruin the equipment if it hits him. Bjorn thinks it's better to wait a bit, since the essence won't disappear for at least 30 minutes while he thinks about whether it's worth it. After taking a potion, the dwarf feels ashamed of his behavior in battle, and Bjorn says that if it weren't for Einar, he wouldn't have survived. The barbarian thinks that even though his group is strong, they don't have enough mental strength. Even the mage apologizes for her behavior, and Bjorn takes this opportunity to talk about the monster they defeated. She interrupts, saying that she still managed to use magic despite her condition. Realizing he'll end up with nothing if he doesn't do something, Bjorn says they saved the group, and the mage wants to know what he means by that. The barbarian is quite clear in saying he wants to keep the rupture stone, and that doesn't seem to sit well with the group. The dwarf breaks the silence, agreeing with the barbarian, as he would have died if it weren't for them. Raven doesn't approve and says that if they find another stone, they could give them a chance. The barbarian seems to be content with that, and takes the opportunity to say that the golem left an essence. Now the whole group is surprised. According to the mage, the golem's essence is even rarer than the guardian's. She already begins to think about how it would be to research such an essence, and this is the barbarian's chance to start the negotiation. He offers the golem's essence in exchange for the guardian's essence, leaving the mage in doubt about which essence would be more important to her. Raven asks the barbarian if he really wants to trade the golem essence for the guardians, even though it's not certain that the guardian will leave one, and the barbarian takes the risk. She agrees to the exchange, since she's much more interested in the golem essence. Bjorn got what he wanted, and the dwarf asks if the mage will give the essence to the carrier, since she can't absorb it. She says no, holding a test tube, an item that, according to the barbarian, is only worthwhile for a high-rank essence. As the dwarf himself notes, it's extremely expensive. She probably used her only tube because body golems are very rare. After taking the essence, they continue advancing excitedly. They enter a dark room. The dwarf asks what those creatures are, and according to the mage, they must be just statues. They must be near the lord of the castle's quarters. She touches the statue's face, and a book falls from a fissure in the ceiling, and she picks it up as if expecting it to happen. The dwarf even asks if she knew about it. According to Bjorn, that's a book about dark magic that's worth a lot on the black market. Since the barbarian missed his chance to grab the book, Raven says she'll keep it. Surely she knows how valuable it is. Seeing that she knew about the book, the barbarian wonders how she didn't know about the statue at the fountain. Passing through the demon worshipper's room, they fight gargoyles, wolves, chimeras, and the Skeleton Knight, the second mini-boss. Raven celebrates that they found the golem essence, and now a desire-type Skeleton Knight. The barbarian agrees and explains that this monster can have 3 types of attributes: sadness that uses a mist-inducing psychosis, hatred that can lower the opponent's level, and desire type, which can regenerate. Raven offers to neutralize the monster's ability with a magic injury intensification, and the barbarian duo attacks the knight. The Skeleton Knight leaves an essence. It seems the adventurers are luckier now. The dwarf congratulates the barbarians for getting another essence, and Bjorn tells Einar to keep it since the essence suits a swordsman. Since they entered the labyrinth, he felt that Einar was trustworthy. The warrior is thrilled to receive the essence, and begins to absorb it. Bjorn just forgot to tell her one detail about the essence. Her body would change drastically. Looking at the group, she asks why Bjorn seems bigger, and the rest of the group also seems to have grown. Bjorn explains that it wasn't them who grew but she who shrunk. As the mage confirms, the essence's effect provides denser bones in exchange for smaller bones. She tries to continue explaining, but Einar lets out a deafening scream. She panics because now she won't be recognized as a warrior, as if being a woman wasn't enough. Raven says she looks much prettier now, and could even be sold to nobles for her beauty. Bjorn tries to console his devastated companion for no longer looking like a warrior. The mage asks if she could examine her when they return to the city. Bjorn tells her not to be sad, at least to try the essence, as a death demon has just appeared. This is a great opportunity. She agrees to face the monster dejectedly. The demon prepares to attack, and with just one blow, she splits it in half. Even Raven is speechless at her companion's increased power. Bjorn tries to cheer her up again, saying how she has become stronger, and with tears in her eyes, she says she's still a warrior, not just a warrior, a powerful warrior. They reach the door leading to the Guardian's room and chat casually because the rift is ending. The barbarian thinks they were lucky since they got most of the loot. He wonders if he's ever been this lucky in his life, and what could be worse if the worst happened. The dwarf is about to open the door when Bjorn notices that the doorknob's color is odd and shouts for him not to open it. It's too late, and he's already started opening it. The door swings open completely, and the castle's master is now awake. Even the mage says something's wrong because a death knight should have appeared. The creature says it's been a long time since it saw anyone, and the mage realizes it's a vampire, a monster that appears above the 6th floor and is rarely a mutation. The vampire duke asks in a frightening manner where they came from. Monsters are divided into 4 variants. The mutant variant monsters have different classes. The advanced, the monster is larger than the average on the floor. The rare variant are monsters that are only found in ruptures like golem or mimics, and finally, the advanced, monsters that have their own memories and have a name. The group flees from the vampire they just encountered. Bjorn, who knows this monster, knows that he is powerful both in combat and in dark magic. Raven says that a mutant variant had never appeared as guardian, and even the barbarian with thousands of hours had never encountered a vampire duke. He only knows that this monster existed because he watched a stream. The mage asks how he knew about the monster, because he asked the dwarf not to open the door, and he just says to keep running and only had a feeling that something was wrong. He only noticed the color of the doorknob because after watching hours of video, it was the only thing that changed to find the vampire, and he thinks that if he hadn't been so excited, he would have noticed it earlier. The dwarf says that it's no use running since they need to defeat the monster to leave the rupture, but Bjorn wants at least to find sunlight. Before finding any light, they hear the voice of the vampire lord, who appears floating in front of them. Raven asks his companions to close their eyes and casts a light spell. When the warrior opens his eyes, the vampire is disappearing, but he was not defeated. He used magic to escape, and with that the group gained at least a few minutes. The dwarf shouts to the barbarian that the mage has fainted. She is injured inside, and according to Bjorn, the essence of the vampire doesn't have this effect unless it's from another monster. Even in the video he watched, the player just died without doing anything. Bjorn shouts for the group to get out of there immediately, and the dwarf says that only the mage knows the way. But according to the barbarian, he also knows because he managed to memorize it. They run trying to stay as far away as possible from that monster. Finally, they manage to see the exit. When Bjorn looks back, the vampire is coming after them. They run to climb the stairs and leave the underground. Fortunately, they all manage to get out. Looking back, they only see the shadow of the vampire that cannot climb due to sunlight. The group is out of breath. The dwarf says that the barbarian really managed to memorize the way and asks if he really left the coming-of-age ceremony just a month ago. Einar says that his companion is a great warrior, and according to the dwarf, he can become one. The sun will set soon, and Bjorn says they need to reach the walls for shelter, even if they have to carry the mage. The carrier tries to say she needs to rest, but according to the barbarian, it's better for him to start walking if he wants to stay alive. They need to protect the mage even if it risks their lives, and the carrier ends up agreeing. Bjorn takes advantage while the group is preparing and goes to retrieve the item he left behind. He cuts off the head of the statue. Hidden in its neck was a healing item that also serves to attack demons, the tears of the goddess. Back with the group, Bjorn asks how the mage is doing and talks to her that the vampire will return as soon as the sun sets. He takes the opportunity to ask what happened to her, and she thinks it was a damage exchange. In 20 minutes she will be able to cast some spells again, but nothing too powerful. Then the barbarian asks if she knows any solar magic, which she considers extremely rude. At this moment the barbarian doesn't care about manners, he wants to survive. The mage makes a disgusted face, but says she can cast spheres of solar spots, which is a rank 6 magic with solar attribute. Bjorn wants to know if she can use attribute reinforcement with the magic, but she will only be able to do so after more time. According to the barbarian, he will hold the monster until she has enough mana. She begins to agree with the barbarian, but suddenly asks why he's acting as the leader, not realizing that at this moment, he's the most capable for it. Remembering how the barbarian has behaved so far, the dwarf says he's good at judging character and trusts him. Bjorn thanks him. Night falls, and the vampire monster returns, literally thirsty for blood, and the group needs to hold it off until the magic is ready. The vampire prepares to attack the group. Bjorn asks the carrier to take the mage away and thinks that just like in the game, even with intellect, the most players can do is exchange a few words with the enemy. The vampire shows its claws and heads towards the group. The dwarf manages to block the attack and says the enemy is powerful. Even a powerful creature like that can't move the dwarf. This is thanks to the essence of a rank 7 monster that the dwarf possesses, balance of weight. It enables impact absorption and resistance to pushes while the feet are on the ground. While the dwarf holds the vampire, Bjorn and Einar run to attack. They split up and Einar tries to attack from behind, but the vampire dodges and retreats. That's what they were expecting, as Bjorn is right behind him. The warrior attacks and manages to hit the vampire, who immediately retreats. At this moment Bjorn feels intense pain in his hand. It must be the vampire's pain exchange ability. He didn't seem to suffer practically any damage from the attack. His body starts to transform into crows that fly towards the group, and the dwarf says he will hold the attack and activates the second essence, Emergency Restoration, which can block most of the crows. Even with the defeated crows, it doesn't seem good if their fluids touch anyone. Strange marks appear on the foreheads of Einar and the dwarf, which means they were hit. This is a vampire ability, the Sacrifice Seal. In addition to the Sacrifice Seal, vampires also have the Immortal ability that increases regeneration as they are injured, and Blood Owner that can absorb opponents' abilities by drinking their blood. He can also use Dark Magic, transforming into smoke to avoid physical damage, turning into explosive crows and summoning blood monsters. With all this power, the dwarf can't resist the attacks. Einar tries to draw Bjorn's attention to the dwarf's situation, and the barbarian is also attacked. With 5 minutes left for the magic to be ready, the dwarf is out of combat, and the barbarians are tired. So, Bjorn shouts for Einar to take the dwarf and retreat, while he alone will hold the vampire. She runs carrying the dwarf, and the barbarian is holding off the vampire's attacks only with the shield. He seems to have a plan since he doesn't plan to fight. This time he doesn't block and takes the attack. The vampire seems to have not understood this attitude, and the barbarian takes a potion to regenerate. Even the barbarian's group can't understand what he's planning. He continues to be attacked by the vampire, while taking several potions to heal, and feels terrible pain with each one he takes. After drinking several potions, smoke starts to come out of the warrior's body. The attacks don't stop, but this time the barbarian blocks. Even receiving several attacks, Bjorn still manages to dodge those coming towards his vital points. Watching the fight, the mage remembers something she had read, which said that a barbarian's strength is in his mentality and not in his physique. Now she seems to understand what the phrase meant. The carrier suggests they flee, but there's nowhere for them to go. Leaving there is defeating the vampire. Raven wonders what she's doing at that moment. Even the barbarian, who has just undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, is making more rational decisions than she is. She knows they won't survive without him, so she asks the carrier to flee with the dwarf, so that Einar can come back to help in the fight. She seems to have remembered that a mage doesn't just stay in the rear. She must also try to find a path to victory. The mage looks at the essence of the golem she picked up earlier and knows she needs to make a decision. She looks in the direction of the fight, starts to cast a spell. The magic throws the essence towards the barbarian, who certainly wasn't expecting that. The vial breaks upon hitting him, and the essence begins to be absorbed automatically. Several of his attributes increase, now that he has the power of the body golem. The barbarian's vision was getting blurry. He kept getting attacked by the vampire, losing his strength, focusing solely on protecting his vital points, until time seemed to stand still, and he absorbed the essence of the golem. Now the vampire's claws couldn't penetrate the barbarian's bones anymore. But thinking that the mage threw the essence at him, he'll have to change his plan of progress. Bjorn is managing to move better, but still can't dodge the attacks properly, and knows he can't continue like this. Another potion is thrown at him, and this time it's a healing one. The mage seems to be getting better. If I keep it up, a barbarian will have a chance of winning. Bjorn runs towards the vampire and grabs the monster, who obviously starts tearing him apart. And this time it's not bad, since the power of acidic blood will cause pain to the creature. Another potion is thrown at the barbarian, who besides causing damage to the vampire is also being healed by the essence and the potion. The vampire finds a way to get away from the barbarian, and Einar is coming to help in the battle. She strikes the vampire dupe with the sword, and he barely has time to dodge and is already being attacked by Bjorn, but retaliates by hitting the barbarian in the stomach. The warrior can only think about how much time is left for the potion to be ready, and it's precisely at that moment that he hears the mage shouting that she can finally attack. He takes a look at the vampire, grabs the creature by the chest. Gathering all his strength, he throws the creature and yells for the dwarf to attack. The dwarf starts to glow with lightning ability and attacks the vampire with his hammer. The vampire duke is hit with so much force that he enters a state of unconsciousness. Bjorn grabs the potion he had hidden in his boot, and it seems like he's finally going to use the tears of the goddess. The warrior pours the potion into the vampire's mouth and takes the opportunity to punch him in the face too. The potion blesses the vampire, and a light starts to emanate from him. The blessing seals all his tolerances, and now he enters a state of paralysis. Raven tells the warrior to get away from the vampire because now she's going to use solar magic. Even though not in her best condition, she casts the magic that goes straight towards the vampire and the barbarian, who looks back thinking there won't be time to escape. The solar magic explodes. Due to the vampire's owner exchange ability, the whole group enters a state of unconsciousness. Bjorn wakes up all wounded and wonders if they really managed to defeat the Duke. He struggles to get up, but just looking forward, he sees that the vampire was not destroyed, instead activated the immortal ability that greatly increases regeneration. As if that weren't enough, also has the ability Source of Darkness that makes resist death as long as the heart is whole. The vampire begins to heal rapidly, and Bjorn thinks that if it continues like this, soon he will be fully healed. The rest of the group is unconscious, and the only thing the barbarian can think of is that he needs to kill this creature before it finishes regenerating. Bjorn walks up to the vampire. Looking at him, the only thing intact is the heart. He follows the arms trying to gather his strength. He punches the vampire's heart and uses his flesh explosion ability. At that moment, the barbarian's hands explode, and it begins as this is his only alternative. He continues using the ability until his life reaches less than 1%. He doesn't stop, the life reaches 0, and a countdown starts. He continues, and mentality points begin to be consumed. He knows he would end up dying even if he stopped, so he continues until his hands disappear, and he simply falls over the vampire's body, thinking of using the remainder of his body in the ability. After all this sacrifice, the Count finally dies. After giving everything he had, Bjorn levels up, but that doesn't mean his life will return. Unexpectedly, as the odds are low, the vampire leaves in essence, and as it is on top of him, Bjorn begins to absorb it, and now his passive ability is not to die until the heart is destroyed. After going through all this, a system window appears saying that the progress is normal, and the administrator is observing this character. Bjorn awakens with a painful expression, and the first person he sees after waking up is Einar. He asks where the rest of the group is, and according to her, they left 3 days ago. In other words, the barbarian was unconscious all this time. Bjorn thinks the maze is already on the 7th day. He moves his hands and realizes that his body is no longer injured. He also notices something else: he is without clothes. Einar says they were worn out, so she threw them away. She reassures him that he doesn't need to worry. She's seen his great warrior. Jokes aside, Bjorn asks what happened while he was unconscious, and Einar says the dwarf took some items, and the mage took the stones. Bjorn thinks that since he's alive, it means he absorbed the vampire's essence, and Einar says they were going to split the stones by luck, but the mage refused and took everything. The dwarf didn't do anything, so he didn't care. The mage said Bjorn took the best item, so he can't complain. Bjorn now knows that she also noticed that he absorbed the vampire's essence. Einar says the mage took the items and left without even waiting for Bjorn to wake up. The two barbarians thank each other for trusting one another, and Einar asks if they're going to leave now too. Bjorn says there's still something he needs to do. He's going to retrieve something. Sometime later, he returns to the city and exchanges his items for money. He says he got very little, only 231,000, but considering he managed to absorb 2 essences, it was worth it. When he goes to get his money bag, the woman seems suspicious and doesn't hand it over. Bjorn finds it strange because she never asked anything before. But suddenly several guards surround him, and the poor guy is left completely confused. Now that the portal has closed, we also see that the elf returns safely, but she is very tired, saying that the 3rd floor is very difficult and that she encountered 7th and 6th rank monsters. She is in line to get her money, hoping to meet Bjorn to show him the new essence she acquired. She also wanted him to test it again. When she arrives at the counter to receive her money, they are suspicious of her as well, as 184,000 stones is a lot for a 9th rank explorer. However, the elf says she was with her sister, and the guy searches for her name in the book, thus releasing the elf's money. She goes home and takes a bath, starting to change while thinking about Bjorn. When she finishes, she heads to his house, saying she'll pay for dinner because she earned a lot of money. But when she arrives, she discovers that he hasn't returned yet and becomes very worried. After that, a week passes, and the elf returns to see if the barbarian has arrived yet, but she sees the owner of the inn taking things out of the room. He says he's waited long enough, and the barbarian is probably already dead. Later, we see the elf's sister comforting her, who is lying on the street in the middle of the rain. The sister says she heard the news and staying there won't change anything. The elf says she wants to become stronger to protect the people she cares about. While all this is happening, we finally find out where the barbarian is locked in a cell. It seems he underwent an interrogation because he was carrying some items belonging to other people. He claims that they were from people who attacked him. The interrogator says he will find out the truth. Bjorn suspects something is amiss because there is a law that no one should be questioned about the origin of the item. But the investigator wants to know where the beast the barbarian was carrying came from, and he said he got it from some guys who attacked him. But he didn't mention the redhead because he's not a fool, right? The interrogator questions where the barbarian's scar is after he claims to have been attacked, but only then does he realize that the scar disappeared after he absorbed the essence of the vampire. The interrogator doesn't believe Bjorn entered into a rupture, especially since a vampire supposedly appeared in it. Bjorn becomes angry and orders for a mage to be called to confirm his story, but for the interrogator, it's not worth calling a mage for a rank 9 explorer. Even though Bjorn offers to pay the mage, the interrogator doesn't pay much attention and leaves the room. They end up calling a mage, but Bjorn's mental power is too strong, and the spells don't work on him. The interrogator refuses to call a more powerful mage and orders the barbarian to confess what he did. On the 7th day, the man tells Bjorn that there is concrete evidence against him. The interrogator has the message stone that the barbarian took from the looters. He received a testimony from the guild the looters were a part of regarding what the barbarian did, and because of this, Bjorn will be executed in 3 hours. In the cell, Bjorn accepts that the situation won't be resolved through conversation. He needs to prove his innocence somehow. The barbarian grabs the bars and activates the flesh explosion. He walks out of the destroyed cell, and the guard is wetting his pants in fear. He doesn't have time to scream and takes a kick to the face. Now the barbarian is going to get out of there. Bjorn takes the keys from the unconscious guard, and the other prisoners ask to be freed. The barbarian knows that many of them are criminals, but that doesn't matter, and he begins to release them. Someone knocks on the Guild of Explorers' door, and it explodes with hundreds of prisoners escaping. The guild employees offer a reward for whoever captures the fugitives, and the battle begins. Bjorn takes advantage of the confusion and climbs the stairs to get something. He encounters guards on the upper floor and uses the flesh explosion again. This time his pieces fall on the prisoners, and the barbarian activates the seal of sacrifice. His physical attributes increase with the number of those hit, and even trying, no guard can stop the barbarian. One of them strikes Bjorn with a sword, and immediately the wound begins to heal. The guard takes a punch and falls face first to the ground. The guards are afraid, and explorers shouldn't be so strong. Ultimately, none of them can defeat the barbarian. Bjorn finally got where he wanted. Bjorn arrived at the office of the guild's branch manager, and the guy was waiting for him. As soon as he enters, the barbarian realizes he fell into a trap. The manager attacks the barbarian with a sword and feels victorious. But suddenly the barbarian's blood that fell on the manager's face starts to burn. The manager screams in pain due to the acidic blood. Then a scream catches Bjorn by surprise. There's a girl in the manager's office. Judging by her clothes, she's not an explorer. The branch manager reveals that the girl is the daughter of the district manager. He tries to argue with the barbarian, but is instantly defeated. With the girl there, Bjorn's plans change, and she keeps talking, suggesting that the barbarian was already planning something with her. Bjorn calls the guards and orders them to bring the interrogator, the leader of the Looters Guild, and a mage from the Tower of Magic, while using the girl as a hostage. The barbarian goes to the guild's balcony, takes a deep breath, and roars so that everyone below can hear him. Bjorn introduces himself and claims to be a rank 9 explorer who was framed and nearly executed by the guild, making a point to declare his innocence. After creating this commotion, the guild wouldn't be able to cover up his case. In the imposing Tower of Magic, a mage informs that someone is causing trouble in one of the guild's branches. The mage called to resolve the situation is none other than Raven, who was in the rupture with Bjorn. The mage also mentions that a guy took the branch manager's daughter as a hostage, and Raven thinks that guy must be really dumb to have done that. She agrees to go, curious to meet this crazy person. The barbarian is shocked. He didn't expect them to send a mage he knew, and she also didn't expect to see him in that situation. He asks the mage to check his memories to prove his innocence, saying there isn't much time. In return, she says he will owe her a favor. She approaches to use the magic, but the spell seems to have no effect, and the mage asks if he's wearing any magic resistance equipment. At that moment, the interrogator arrives to see how the guild manager is doing, and he is surprised to see that it was the barbarian who caused that turmoil. The interrogator says that all of this is Bjorn's fault, and the guild manager wants to know why the interrogator didn't call a mage to make sure if Bjorn was guilty or not. The manager wants to know if there is any evidence that the barbarian is a looter, and according to the guy, the large amount of magic crystals and the equipment Bjorn had were very strange for a low-rank explorer. Using the communication stone that was with Bjorn, the interrogator contacted a guy who said the barbarian was a looter. The barbarian says that this guy's testimony wasn't even verified with magic, and even the manager wants to know why the interrogator didn't confirm if the information was real. The interrogator loses patience and shouts that Bjorn is lying, that it would be impossible for him to have absorbed the essence of a vampire he found in the first floor rupture. The barbarian might have lied because he knew magic didn't work against him, and the interrogator wasn't going to bring a mage from the tower for someone of low rank. With a bored face, the mage confirms Bjorn's story, leaving the interrogator and the manager speechless. The mage says she was there, but it's impossible to use magic on her to prove what she says. The interrogator can't believe it. He says the mage is lying, and she asks if she was called a liar, showing that the guy has much less power than she does. The interrogator kneels down, apologizing. The mages are as powerful as the aristocrats and protect themselves through their own organization. Now the guild manager starts to interfere because the story seems very strange. The mage agrees that a vampire never appeared on the first floor, but as the guild manager, he shouldn't be so incredulous because the mysteries of the labyrinth have not yet been completely unraveled, and it's impossible to predict what happens there. So he shouldn't be sure that a vampire wouldn't appear on the first floor. Bjorn sees that even in front of someone powerful, the mage is ruthless. Someone else enters the room. The guy introduces himself as Niall. He is the father of the barbarian's hostage, the district manager. Each branch of the Explorers Guild has a manager, and above them is a district manager, who is only below the guild master. A guy is thrown into the room, and the guild manager says they were looking for this explorer. Seeing who the person is, the interrogator is shocked. Bjorn takes a look at the scared guy, saying that it was him who gave the false testimony. The mage uses a spell on the guy and confirms that he was lying. Then the guild manager says that the barbarian is innocent. Bjorn releases the manager's daughter and wants to know what will happen to the liar. According to the manager, he and his clan will be investigated. The interrogator is fired and starts to complain, which only worsens the situation, since the manager says that every case he handled will be investigated, and if there's anything wrong, the interrogator will still be punished. The manager says that Bjorn will be rewarded, will be promoted to rank 7, and will receive new equipment, which makes the barbarian boiling with anger because he could have achieved the promotion with a rank 5 essence that he already has. According to the manager, Bjorn is still very inexperienced, and the barbarian calls for a rank 7 explorer to fight him and show that he is stronger. Raven intervenes to help. She says that it is the first time an explorer has faced a rank 5 vampire and even returns with the essence of the guardian vampire. The promotion is something that Bjorn would normally receive for that. The manager doesn't like it and asks what the barbarian will want. Bjorn, not being stupid, asks for 5 million crystals, and unexpectedly, the manager agrees to the amount. Taking advantage, the mage also asks for 1 million for her work. Back at the magic tower, Bjorn is in the mage's laboratory, which is quite messy. She gives him a strange liquid to drink, saying it's just water. Bjorn sits down and asks why he was brought to the laboratory, and she says she's collecting on the favor he promised when he asked the mage to check his memories. The barbarian says he'll only do it if it's something he can do, and the mage reveals that she wants to study him. Raven says that the research can be useful to both of them. Studying a vampire that had never appeared is a unique opportunity for her. Bjorn remembers they signed some papers, not to talk about the guild incident, and the mage said she would sign if they didn't tell that Bjorn absorbed the essence of the vampire. She just wanted no one to know to be able to research the barbarian. The mage asks him to come to the laboratory once a week for 6 months. The barbarian disagrees, and the mage retorts that he is only alive and got 5 million because of her, so he should be grateful. This only makes the barbarian say that she owes him, which leaves Raven confused. Bjorn stares at the mage and says he absorbed the essence of the body golem against his will because of her. To Raven, he should be grateful for getting the essence, but the barbarian says he was forced to consume the essence so that the mage would survive. Even though she did it to save Bjorn, he says he didn't want the essence, and the mage owes him. The mage thinks the barbarian has gone mad. Bjorn continues to insist that he was harmed by the essence, even with the mage explaining that the essence was very rare and explorers would pay dearly for it. Bjorn tells her to consult other explorers because they would agree with him. The mage thinks Bjorn said that because he thought she didn't know other explorers. She touches a crystal ball and contacts another explorer, after explaining the whole situation. The mage looks apprehensive, waiting for the response, and her contact says he would be very angry if it were him, satisfying the barbarian with the answer. Raven is surprised and tries to say that if the essence were very rare and could only be obtained in a rupture, it would be worth it. Her contact says he would be angry, demoralizing the mage. According to him, mages wouldn't understand the situation, and Bjorn is triumphant with the answer. Defeated, the mage asks how she could compensate someone if something like that happened. The guy replies that he would ask for 15 million if it were him, much more than the mage could expect. It seems erasing an essence is very expensive, and every time the explorer does it, it gets more expensive. Raven probably doesn't have all that money, and she asks what could serve as an alternative. But in this case, her contact says he would split the person's head. Raven doesn't know how to deal with this situation. This contact of hers must surely be powerful, since he is close to a tower mage, and must know how important the balance between essences is. If the mage had asked a low-ranked explorer, they would say any essence is good for them. Now, Bjorn wants to know if she will admit she was wrong. The elder mage appears, saying the barbarian must indeed be special to have won over a mage without using brute force. He introduces himself as Dian and says he is Raven's mentor, and Bjorn is shocked, as this means this old man is very powerful. He is the master of the magic school. The elder enjoyed the conversation between the two, even though Raven used the soundproof spell. It seems he was curious as to why she brought a barbarian alive. This part about being alive makes Bjorn curious, and the mage explains, with a scary face, that usually only the bodies or the hearts of the barbarians reach the tower. Bjorn surely didn't like to hear that. Then the mage starts laughing and says it was just a joke. If this is the mage's humor, Bjorn will show him what barbarian jokes are like. The barbarian says he should crack the mage's skull, catching him off guard with the joke. Bjorn tells the old man to accept that he fell for the barbarian's joke, but it seems calling the guy an old man was a mistake. The barbarian starts messing with the mage's head, saying it was another joke to call him an old man, and since the mage doesn't respond, Bjorn thinks he went too far with the joke. The mage starts laughing, saying Bjorn is a true barbarian, while saying he doesn't mind being teased. His expression says otherwise. He seems to be boiling with anger. To fix the situation, Bjorn jokingly says the mage takes jokes very well, as if he has a bit of barbarian blood. Back to business, the mage has something to offer Bjorn instead of money. He offers the frozen spirit ring number 9425. By the barbarian's reaction, this numbered item means it is very rare. It can only be obtained by defeating Rupture Guardians, and has a unique ability. It's strange they offered such an item so easily. Bjorn wants to know what makes the ring special, and according to the mage, the item can seal one of the essences the user has absorbed. The mage says the ring could seal the essence of the body golem that the barbarian consumed against his will. It seems Bjorn knows some hidden ability of this item, which not even the mage knows, and he accepts the trade. Before the barbarian leaves the tower, Raven asks him not to forget to come back because he promised to help with her research. The girl apologizes for making the mage give a numbered item to Bjorn, but according to Dian, it was just a useless item, worth only 1.5 million crystals, and he thinks the barbarian will be angry when he finds out. As he leaves the tower, Bjorn thinks that, in that world, mages are the smartest people. Still, Raven didn't know about the hidden item in the rupture, and from that, he was sure he is much superior, even to the mages who have no idea of the real value of the item they gave him. After a long time, Bjorn returns to the inn and the owner is surprised because he thought the barbarian was no longer in this world. The guy explains that he threw Bjorn's things away because he thought the barbarian wouldn't come back. Bjorn is furious because he had paid for an extra week's stay and the guy says he will compensate Bjorn. The barbarian holds himself back from doing anything to the guy. The next day, he goes to a trading district with Einar. There he sells the items he got in the labyrinth and pays Einar's 300,000 stones, which she is grateful for the payment. She tells Bjorn that there are people eating clouds on a stick and, looking at them, she feels like trying it too. Einar finds humans amazing for creating something like that while enjoying a meal with the barbarian. A little shy, she thanks Bjorn for still treating her the same way, even though her body has changed. Impossible for Bjorn not to find her cute now. Einar says that the other barbarians started avoiding her because she no longer looked like a warrior. Besides, humans started flirting with her everywhere. Einar is desperate with this change of appearance, and asks the barbarian if she really became so ugly. Bjorn is completely speechless. The girl looks wonderful. She tells Bjorn that she made a decision. She can't enter the labyrinth with the barbarian anymore. Bjorn was left alone. Now Einar is no longer part of his group, and not because of her change in appearance, but because her talents were noticed by an elder, a fencing specialist, and she decided to learn fencing with this mentor. The barbarian asks if she couldn't at least leave one day free to go to the labyrinth, but special training won't let Einar leave the temple for 6 months. It seems Bjorn knows this training, and if it's what he's thinking, it will be a great opportunity for her. Einar doesn't ask the barbarian to wait for her to come back or to let her join the group again, but she promises she will return as a powerful warrior who won't be a burden to him. Bjorn thinks that, after everything his companion went through in the labyrinth, being forced to surrender to the plunderer, swearing by her honor, and having no power to do anything in the rupture, she can't bear so much humiliation as a warrior. Now the barbarian needs to decide if he will find another companion, or go alone to the labyrinth, since he has become stronger. With the 2 essences he absorbed, and considering that his attributes have increased significantly, Bjorn is now stronger than any explorer on the 2nd floor. From the 3rd floor onward, things get difficult, and even though he's strong, there's no way to clear a floor alone. The higher the floor level, the more necessary it becomes to have a group, preferably with members of similar levels. While thinking about this, the barbarian goes to Raven. A mage like her would be a great addition to his group. When the barbarian is about to invite her to the group, she shows him a scary chair for her research in Bjorn. It doesn't seem like anyone has survived it. The mage declines Bjorn's offer without thinking twice. She would only consider accepting if the barbarian recruited other rank 6 members, including a priest. She knows it would be very complicated for the barbarian to recruit these members now. Changing the subject, the mage hands him the result of the vampire essence analysis. Her results are not very detailed, but that doesn't matter to the barbarian, who knows exactly what the essence does. And being a guardian essence, it comes with a passive ability that, in this case, makes him resistant to death. Adding the immortal seal in the essence, Bjorn can heal from any wound. Before Bjorn leaves, the mage asks him one thing. She wants to know what Bjorn put in the vampire's mouth while they were fighting. Bjorn knows she's talking about the tear of the goddess, but he decides to play dumb and not say anything about it. To avoid more questions from the mage, he says he's hungry and leaves. Raven is sure he knows something and won't stop until she finds out what it is. In the tower's library, she picks up a book about ruptures, which contains information about the blood-dyed castle. The book talks about the tear of the goddess and the golden mask, but it's hard to know much because the pages are stained. The mage looks up information about the tear in another book and finds out that it's a consumable relic that spreads a very strong blessing when the vial is broken. It's been over a century since the relic was last used to save the Pope. Discovering this, Raven wonders if it was a coincidence that what happened in the battle resembled the power of this relic. If it wasn't a coincidence, it would be very strange for the barbarian to know about the tear's location and how to use it. By defeating the rupture boss, Bjorn obtained the golden mask. It can be used 5 times, and it makes the user change their face for a month. In the game, the barbarian didn't pay much attention to the item and sold it, but after being unjustly imprisoned, this item could be very useful to Bjorn in the future. In a tavern, people are talking about the guild the plunderers were part of being dissolved, and Owen's sister, who was eating, listens attentively to this gossip. The guild was called Crystal Union and had grown a lot in the last decade. Its members used a communication system with many message stones. One of the guys talking says they weren't even explorers. It seems that at first this guild was made up of common people who needed to pay their taxes, but as they grew, they began to discriminate against outsiders and committed crimes against beginners. After hearing the conversation, Rowan's sister leaves. She remembers everything Rowan went through because of those plunderers. Before leaving, she also hears that it was the Freedom Barbarian who dissolved the guild. People are talking about a barbarian who escaped from prison to prove his innocence, and the most incredible thing about it is that this barbarian was only a rank 9 explorer. By the information, it would be too much of a coincidence for this barbarian to be Bjorn, but it would explain why Bjorn disappeared for a week. The elf goes to Owen's room and calls for her sister. The girl doesn't seem well surrounded by her spirits, and her sister isn't sure if she should tell Owen about what she heard earlier. In the Explorers Guild, Bjorn is looking for members for a group. The barbarian wants at least 4 people who work from the 3rd floor up, and the attendant asks for the barbarian's information. As soon as he starts reading, the guy gets scared and says something about 5 stars. But when Bjorn asks, he plays dumb and hands over a list of teams for the barbarian. Bjorn realizes the guy changed the subject, but he didn't pay much attention. Analyzing the list, he finds an interesting name. It was Murad's name, the dwarf who entered the rupture with Bjorn. The dwarf says he invited one more person to join them, and the barbarian is surprised when he hears that a mage would join them. The dwarf starts waving. The new member of the group is arriving. The mage seems young and excited. He introduces himself as Ryal and says he wants to join the barbarian's group. Murad introduces himself as a 6th rank explorer, and the mage is an 8th rank from the royal family. This surprises the dwarf, and Bjorn explains that this means the mage doesn't work for the guild. Ryal thinks Bjorn seems clever for his kind and asks the barbarian's name. Bjorn is getting annoyed with the mage but introduces himself and asks Ryal to sit with him. Bjorn asks why the mage wants to explore the labyrinth. It seems rare for an 8th rank mage to go on explorations. Due to the mage's rank, he must not be very strong and would only be able to explore the lower floors, so it would be much more profitable to work in the city. The mage says he wants to become a renowned explorer to bring glory to Baron Martoin's family. The dwarf is surprised that the mage is a noble, but apparently, he is just a distant relative. Ryal also says he won't mistreat anyone for having an inferior position, but he's not a real noble either. Despite being cute, this mage only knows a few curse and ice spells that could be useful to the group, meaning he's quite weak, but Bjorn accepts him into the group. Just the fact of having a mage will attract more powerful explorers. As the barbarian expected, after the mage joined, they received proposals from several strong explorers, and Bjorn and the dwarf started analyzing them. From the dwarf's expression, they found another member, and now their team is complete. Bjorn upgrades his equipment before entering the labyrinth and shows the new armor to the librarian, who shows no reaction. She just asks what it is, and Bjorn excitedly says he bought lithium armor and shield and an expanding backpack that allows him to carry much more stuff. The librarian only says they received complaints, and it's better for the barbarian to take off the armor. She really doesn't like Bjorn's antics. Walking down the street, Bjorn spots a barbarian huddled in a corner. The guy is without any weapon, which is very strange because no matter how poor or hungry a barbarian is, they always have a weapon as if it were part of their body. Bjorn tries to talk to the guy, and the other barbarian seems very scared. Bjorn tells him not to be afraid and asks where his weapon is. The guy says, still frightened, that he was broke and so sold his weapon. Bjorn gives a big smile to the guy, thinking about how strange it was for a barbarian to sell their own weapon. Bjorn introduces himself, and the guy says his name is Terrakin. Bjorn takes Terrakin to eat. Bjorn is sure that this barbarian is what they call an evil spirit in this world, someone who didn't come from this world. Terrakin is very grateful to Bjorn. He says he went through the coming-of-age ceremony a month before Bjorn did. Terrakin tells that he got lost and couldn't enter the labyrinth, but Bjorn thinks he got scared of the monsters and ran away. It wouldn't be difficult for the guy to have escaped from the barbarians. His problem would start afterward because no one in the city would want to employ a barbarian. Bjorn wonders if this guy wasn't playing and had also reached the boss's room in the game. But if that were the case, he would know how barbarians are treated in this world. So he asks what Terrakin did after the labyrinth opened the other month, and the guy says he didn't go back in. Bjorn gets annoyed. How could the guy miss the chance again? But Terrakin tries to explain that this time he didn't even have a weapon because he had sold his. The guy didn't think about the future, and Bjorn is confused if the guy really played the game. After that, the guy went hungry, cold, and was rejected by the barbarians when he tried to get close. Bjorn wonders how he survived for so long. If he had fled when he came to this world, just like Terrakin did, he could have ended up the same way. Terrakin asks if Bjorn doesn't feel bad and wants to help him. He excitedly says he knows the labyrinth and could help, but Bjorn interrupts him, saying he won't go to the labyrinth with him. This takes all the excitement out of Terrakin, but Bjorn says he will help the guy in another way. Bjorn offers 150,000 stones and tells Terrakin to buy a weapon and enter the labyrinth. The guy takes the coins trembling, and Bjorn tells him to leave because he's tired. Terrakin tries to say he'll repay, but Bjorn interrupts, saying he should leave. No matter what happens from now on, Bjorn doesn't want to see the guy ever again and asks if the guy understood what he said. The barbarian seems like a different person, scary. At home, the barbarian thinks he acted horribly with the guy, but thinking about what he lived in the labyrinth, he thinks he acted the best way he could with Terrakin and hopes the guy survives exploring that place. The day to enter the labyrinth arrives, and the mage is excited. It's his first time entering, and he's curious about every detail of the place. The other group member appears. His name is Braun, and he's 7th rank with 8 years as an explorer. The guy knows what he's doing. Murad is also excited because he hasn't explored with the group in a long time. And finally, the last one to join the group, the semi-human explorer, 7th rank Nisha, who has 5 years of experience. She is eager to destroy some monsters. The dwarf jokes, calling her a princess, and she gets mad. It seems she's royalty from some tribe. With this lineup, Bjorn's new group enters the labyrinth. With Braun's help, the group reaches the 2nd floor in a few hours. But the navigator isn't satisfied since they weren't the first to reach the 2nd floor. Braun has the orientation skill, which shows the direction to reach the portal, which is very useful for the team. Bjorn just doesn't like that this way. He doesn't gain by opening the portal. With Einar or Erwin, he could have opened the portal and gained experience points, but until he has a trustworthy team, it's better not to show everything he knows. On the second floor, they enter the beast den. The dwarf asks how the wizard is feeling, and due to the bad smell of the place, Ryal is almost vomiting. Bjorn remembers that Braun has a scent-type essence and asks how he's feeling, but unlike the wizard, the explorer is not affected by the smell. Braun warns the group to be careful not to step on the waste puddles, and they continue through the valley. The beast den doesn't have traps, but due to its layout, it's very easy to get lost. The monsters they encounter are easily defeated by the team, and with the wizard's magical alarm, they can take 4 guard shifts, allowing each to sleep for 6 hours. It seems that this time, exploring the labyrinth will be much smoother. Ryal doesn't understand why one of them has to stay on guard if they have the magical alert. The problem is that this magic only detects monsters, and explorers are much harder to detect. Knowing this makes the wizard scared, and the dwarf suggests Ryal should rest. The barbarian wakes up to the conversation and thinks this might be the wizard's first and last time with the team. On the second day, Braun says they are approaching the portal to the 3rd floor, where rank 7 and 8 monsters are. The 3rd floor, called the Pilgrim's Passage, is much larger than the others, and even though they might appear in different parts of the floor, all explorers will be together, unlike what happens on the 2nd floor. Misha asks Bjorn if he has been to the 3rd floor before and mentions it took her a year to reach there. Both she and the dwarf took about 2 years to reach the 4th floor. Misha makes fun of the dwarf because she is more experienced than him. If that's the case, the barbarian is ascending the floors very quickly. Suddenly, Braun tells them to stop joking around, and Bjorn thinks he looks even more annoyed, which could be understandable since he's doing all the work, but he continues to be annoying. They enter the 3rd floor, barely stepping onto it when they hear a loud noise. Bjorn shouts for Braun to move away, and several monsters start running toward the group. The barbarian holds off the attack with his shield, finding it very odd to have monsters waiting right in front of the portal. Even using his shield, Bjorn realizes these monsters are very strong. On the other side, the dwarf is struggling to hold off the creatures. His shield starts to break, and he has to use his skill to repair it. Murad mentions the monsters are called Iantro, resembling boars, and are rank 7. The balance of weight ability the dwarf has was acquired by absorbing the essence of one of these monsters. The wizard casts a curse on one of them. Taking advantage of the opening, the dwarf lunges at the monster and hits its head. To finish off the other one, Misha uses Bjorn as a springboard and leaps onto the other creature, eager for a chance to get an essence. These monsters don't usually appear in this location, so Bjorn asks Braun if there are humans nearby. He activates his heat body sensor ability but doesn't detect any human presence nearby. However, he notes that by the smell, there were humans there not long ago, and Bjorn thinks they must have fled after seeing the group fighting. The dwarf is shocked that someone might have been waiting for them, and Braun clarifies that they weren't specifically waiting for them. Many plunderers attract monsters near portals, knowing that this is a vulnerable moment for explorers. Misha suggests they should find and defeat these plunderers. She heard there's a reward if they do. The team discusses that it would be difficult to find the plunderers now, and Ryal seems quite shaken by the plunderer's story. The dwarf thinks the best they can do is put a warning on the 2nd floor portal, and the wizard is trembling. A pity he's so weak. The group comments that it's incredible that Braun knows about plunderers' strategies, since it's not common to encounter them. Curious, Bjorn asks how many times Misha has encountered plunderers, and according to her, it's only about 8 times in 5 years, which is almost nothing, considering Bjorn has encountered plunderers 5 times in 3 months. She and the dwarf laugh at the barbarian's bad luck. According to the dwarf, it used to be common to encounter so many plunderers over a century ago. Maybe it's Bjorn's bad luck that they keep encountering plunderers. Braun defends the barbarian, mentioning he encounters plunderers every 3 months. Bjorn is still upset. He's the only one who encounters plunderers so frequently. After defeating a few more monsters, they find a quieter place to camp. Murad, who noticed the wizard isn't well, asks if something happened. The wizard seems very disheartened. Ryal explains that his idea of being an explorer was shattered. He knows he may seem naive and spoiled to others, but knowing there are explorers who attack other explorers, who want to eliminate each other for money, is very difficult for him. If he continues on this path, he knows he'll end up killing someone, and that's why he was preparing himself. Bjorn wants to know if he's prepared now, and the wizard confidently says yes, even though he doesn't know if he'll really be able to when the time comes. The barbarian knows Ryal didn't have enough confidence, but it's better to lie and pretend to be strong. Braun tells the wizard that it's important not to be arrogant. It's much better to be like that, and asks the group if he can show them something. The group is impressed with the view that Braun showed them, a beautiful and bright landscape that can only be seen at this time of day and only on the 3rd floor. The wizard is enchanted by what he's seeing, and perhaps that gave him a little more courage to continue exploring the labyrinth. After night falls, everyone goes to sleep except for Bjorn, who stays on guard, and the barbarian notices that the wizard takes a while to fall asleep. The view must have really changed his impression of the labyrinth. The group resumes exploration, and according to Bjorn's calculations, he still needs another 100 experience points to reach level 4. On level 3, he can absorb up to 3 essences. Since there's still space for one more, he's not in a hurry to level up but wants to absorb a good essence. Braun warns that the group has reached the orc's habitat, the area with the highest number of monsters on the 3rd floor, where only rank 8 or higher monsters appear. If they don't go to the 4th floor, this is the best place they have for hunting. The dwarf thinks it's best for them to fight together, and depending on how they progress, they will decide what to do next. He barely finishes speaking when a band of orcs appears, coming toward them, and Bjorn's group prepares for the battle. Ryal casts a spell of ice spears that precisely hits an orc's forehead, while Bjorn and the dwarf hold off attacks at close range. Misha takes care of the orcs that manage to pass through them, and the wizard and Braun attack from a distance. The teams seem to be doing well until an orc sorcerer appears. He casts the berserk magic on his comrades, increasing the resistance of the warrior orcs by 300% for 10 seconds, which doesn't seem like much. But the orc becomes incredibly strong and manages to break through Bjorn and Murad's shields. The barbarian shouts to Braun that one of the orcs got through, and Braun tries to protect the wizard with his shield, receiving a massive blow from the orc. The group needs to organize to protect the physically weaker wizard. The 10 seconds of strength for the orc end, and Misha appears behind him for a sneak attack, defeating the monster. Seizing the opportunity, Bjorn attacks their sorcerer, who falls without even being able to react. The group is satisfied. They manage to defeat the orcs without getting injured. Reflecting on the battle, Bjorn thinks they are taking a bit longer to win, but they are still balanced. He believes they make a good team the way they are. The team advances toward the center of the orcs' habitat, and the closer they get, the more orcs appear in their path. They encounter a large rank 7 orc warrior, and even this monster is easily defeated by them. But things don't continue to be easy. Something explodes, and the group narrowly avoids it. A guy appears in front of them, hopefully not another raider. The guy says that orc habitat is the territory of the Zawi clan, and the group should go explore somewhere else. In the game, there were some ways to restrict an area, but since it was very difficult, it would only be worth it if it were a boss or rare monster habitat. The dwarf asks what this clan is doing there, since they usually hunt on the 6th floor, and the clan chief refuses to answer. Murad gets angry. He has never heard that this habitat is the Zawi clan's territory, and accuses them of not even being part of the clan for real. The guy looks at Murad, nervous. It seems neither of them wants to resolve the situation peacefully. Bjorn notices that Misha has shrunk behind him and asks what happened. Then someone calls the girl a black sheep. She seems terrified. Misha calls the guy Brother Taylor, and they do look alike. He gets annoyed and says she shouldn't call him that in public. It's embarrassing, and the elder asks if they are really siblings. It's impossible not to be with such resemblance. It seems the elder owes something to this clan, but Taylor doesn't care if he has to fight her or not. The elder thinks it's best to tell the group why the clan is there. They are looking for the essence of the great orc warrior, and after finding it, they will leave. This isn't a rare essence, but Bjorn seems to know something that would make it very special. The elder emphasizes that it's better for them to leave. With the clan there won't be monsters for the group to hunt. Since they are weaker, Bjorn thinks it's pointless to force their way into the habitat. The barbarian is about to say they will leave, but out of nowhere, the wizard says he will handle the situation. Ryal takes the lead and introduces himself, but the elder says he's just trash, leaving the wizard speechless. The guy didn't need to be so cruel. The guy didn't like being called a senior wizard and humiliates Ryal, telling him never to be called that again. And Ryal still hasn't found words to reply. He was destroyed by the elder. Murad gets involved in the conversation, calling the guy rude. The elder says he only spoke the truth, and the dwarf can't stay quiet. He activates his lightning ability, ready to fight with a 6th floor clan. Everything the barbarian tried to avoid happened. Now the group will have to fight against the 6th floor clan, thanks to Murad, who couldn't let the mage be humiliated. The elder glares angrily at the dwarf, and Bjorn shouts Murad's name while punching the dwarf's head to the ground. The whole group is taken aback by the barbarian's actions, who continues holding the dwarf, telling him to calm down. Bjorn looks at the clan, hoping to have avoided worse, and the elder says the dwarf should be grateful for having a companion like the barbarian. It seems Bjorn managed to prevent the group from being destroyed. Near the exit of the orc habitat, the dwarf apologizes for his actions, saying he acted without thinking. Braun says the dwarf's actions could have ended them, but since nothing happened, it's best to forget it. As bad as Murad acted, he was defending his companion. The barbarian thinks Braun should have been tougher on him, and is too kind to be a leader. In Braun's place, Bjorn would still be cursing the dwarf. Misha thinks it was her fault that things didn't go well, but for the mage, she was the reason nothing worse happened, as she is the sister of one of the clan members. This cheers the girl up, and Bjorn is puzzled by how quickly the group's atmosphere improved. Misha reveals she doesn't talk much about her family because she's ashamed of being the only one who couldn't form a bond with a spirit beast. Demi-humans like her can make contracts with ancient beasts, the spirit beasts. There are several types of contracts that allow summoning beasts, being possessed by them, or using their abilities, and not all demi-humans can make these contracts. In Misha's case, because she descends from the Karlstein family, it's shameful that she doesn't have a contract. When she was a child, she got along well with her siblings, but as she grew up and wasn't chosen by any beast, she was rejected by them and called a half-breed. To her siblings, she is the result of an affair, and since her mother died early, she couldn't confirm, so she left the clan and learned to fight, thus becoming an explorer. The dwarf is moved by her story and how difficult her life must have been. The barbarian doesn't understand how the dwarf could be so moved, and now the dwarf also wants to tell his story. Murad's dream was to be a blacksmith. Every dwarf must want that, but even trying for 10 years, he couldn't graduate because he had no talent. So, at 30 years old and needing to survive, he became an explorer. Now it's the mage's turn to say he's the least talented. He only had contact with magic due to his social position, but wasn't good enough to enter the magic tower. Ryal thinks that if he were a true mage, he would have been a little more respected by the elder. The dwarf is moved again, saying Ryal is a great mage. The elder was wrong about him. Beside the barbarian, Braun says it's the first time he's seen something like this, and Bjorn thinks he agrees that all that emotion is unnecessary, but instead Braun says he also needs to apologize. Braun says he got angry when Murad and Misha were talking about their experiences because he envied them. He thought that since they weren't human, they were lucky and didn't suffer. To cheer Braun up, the dwarf and Misha say that only humans can become mages or even saints, only not mentioning that only a small part of humans can have these talents. The dwarf laughs, saying the team is formed only by black sheep, and everyone feels better after talking about their problems and being comforted, except for one. Everyone looks at the barbarian, waiting for him to also tell his story. Bjorn is in panic. He doesn't know what to say in this situation, so the barbarian takes a deep breath and shouts with all his might that he has no mother. The dwarf and the mage stare at him, still surprised by the outburst, and Bjorn continues shouting that his mother didn't survive after childbirth, and his father never returned from the labyrinth, so he can't meet them even if he wants to. The group falls silent after the confession. Since Einar told this story to Bjorn, he didn't lie about his parents. Braun and Misha are deeply moved. The mage starts crying, and the dwarf even says he can be a father figure to Bjorn, but he doesn't want any emotions and says he's fine. Still, now the group is in tears over the barbarian's story. Misha is worried and asks if Bjorn is okay. He started thinking about how many times he almost died since he ended up in this world, and that really upset him. While the barbarian is downcast, Murad tells Braun that they should go to the witch's forest. This catches Bjorn's attention. They discuss where they should go, and for Murad, it's better to continue on the 3rd floor and improve their teamwork a little more before going up. Since the witch's forest is a very difficult place, Bjorn thinks the dwarf wants to go there to test how they work as a team in a much more dangerous place. On the 4th floor, monsters of rank 7 and 8 appear, like on the 3rd, but also rank 6 monsters rarely, which means that, being on that floor, monsters of this rank can appear at any time. Bjorn has lost the game several times on this floor and understands why the dwarf is cautious, but still thinks it's better for the group to move to the 4th floor. Bjorn argues that he and Murad are strong enough squires to handle rank 6 monsters. Even though the team lacks much damage, their composition should be enough to survive on the 4th floor. Misha and Ryal whisper if they should really trust the barbarian's idea, which angers him as he overhears their conversation. Murad remains unconvinced and suggests a vote, so the team decides to proceed to the 4th floor. The group has been in the maze for 3 days, and at dusk, Braun suggests it's best to stop and camp. Looking at the clock, Bjorn realizes the group has set up camp at the same time every day. Braun must have planned the camping spots in advance, considering the team's distance and speed, which is impressive. The barbarian asks the guide about the plans for the next day, and Brown says they will be in the witch's forest before noon, showing his reliability as an experienced adventurer who knows exactly how to lead the group. The adventurers sleep until their shift changes, but suddenly, Bjorn is awakened by Brown shouting his name. The barbarian thinks it's his turn to shift, but it seems that's not the case, so he asks if a monster is coming, and according to Brown, it's not just monsters. Bjorn hears screams as if someone is being chased by a monster, and Brown asks if he remembers when they encountered the intro near the portal. Bjorn remembers the guide saying someone had set a trap for them, but they escaped. The guide says he smells the same people where they are, and Murad asks if they are the looters from before. Brown confirms they are the same ones and thinks they are trying to infiltrate, pretending they need help. Misha wants to know what they are going to do since the looters are approaching. Bjorn puts on his helmet and decides to use this opportunity to their advantage, saying if the group isn't confident, it's best not to do anything. Meanwhile, the infiltrators appear. The barbarian shouts for them not to come closer, threatening to crush their skulls if they do. The group asks for help, saying the rest of their members have already been caught by the monsters and offer a reward for assistance. Bjorn orders them to drop their weapons, but they refuse, saying the monsters are getting closer. The barbarian observes closely and realizes the monsters are just watching the group, perhaps being cautious because they've encountered more people. He gives the group a choice. Either they drop their weapons, or it's better for them to leave. The group members seem very scared, and the guy who seems to be the leader finally accepts Bjorn's condition, and they all drop their weapons. Bjorn asks Brown to collect the weapons from the group and notices the monsters are retreating after seeing that the group has gotten help. They are indeed clever. The girl from the group thanks the barbarian for the help and introduces herself as Elisa. After surviving the attack, she is in tatters. Enchanted by Elisa, the dwarf introduces himself, saying she must have been through tough times. The other members also introduce themselves as Talon and Hans. Bjorn remembers the Hans he met before and doesn't like the coincidence. This Hans asks if the barbarian knows another Hans and says his name is very common. Elisa continues to thank and says the goddess Litlas must have protected them. Brown is surprised to hear the goddess's name and asks if the girl is a priestess, which she is. Elisa serves the goddess of light who oversees exploration and relationships. Still, Bjorn doesn't believe it. He's sure they're all looters, and she's not even a priestess. Suddenly, the barbarian is surprised. The girl is using her ability to heal the wounded companion, so she can't be a fake. Now the group is confused, and Misha asks if Brown might have been mistaken about these people. The guide is incredulous. He was sure he had smelled them before. Elisa thinks her group has already proven they are not dangerous and asks for their weapons back. But to her surprise, she hears a no. Bjorn doesn't care what she is. For barbarians, unlike humans, that means nothing, and he demands payment for the reward they owe his group. The girl pretends to forget and asks how much they want, and Bjorn asks for 2 million stones, which is impossible for Elisa's group at the moment, but she says they will pay when they get out of there. The barbarian doesn't care. He says he doesn't trust other races and tells them to pay with precious things if they don't have money. Bjorn points to the group's armor, which must be valuable. Hans doesn't question the barbarian, as his life was saved, and starts removing the armor. The barbarian collected all the valuable items they had, but he's still not satisfied. While Elisa offers to heal anyone injured, Bjorn moves toward her to attack her. By rule, he thinks the priest should be the first to be taken down and hits the girl before she can react. His action shocks the whole group. No one was expecting something like this to happen. The barbarian just says he went a bit overboard because he was afraid they were looters. Hans and Talon tremble, thinking they are the next targets, but they are not looking in Bjorn's direction, and Talon is the first to be hit. A kind of purple mist begins to tighten around his body. Behind the barbarian, Elisa starts moving again, and even Bjorn turns to see the girl, incredulous. Elisa, all twisted, asks how he knew she was the monster. She says it's too late for them, and the barbarian thinks nothing goes right for him. His companions are petrified with fear, and Bjorn shouts for them to calm down as he'll take care of her. The barbarian hits the priestess's head again, and the dwarf yells that he's only attacking a body. Bjorn says he attacked her because he was afraid, but if she moves again, she's definitely a carry priest, a hidden class that can only be chosen by priests after reaching the 5th floor. It allows the user to use both divine and dark magic, but comes with penalties. Carry is an evil god, and when the class is revealed, the person is punished with beheading. To maintain the class, the user needs to make sacrifices regularly, and the easiest way to do that is by being a looter. This time, she attacks her other companion, Hans. Elisa is regenerating and remorselessly says she lost her 2 companions because of the barbarian. He says she must have been very ill-mannered to blame him for such a situation. It was thanks to Elisa that the 2 perished. She should have disembodied the moment Bjorn hit her. He starts screaming that he can't take it anymore and will avenge her companions, even though, in reality, he's only interested in their items. The girl uses the Death's Call ability, causing Hans and Talon to move again. The dwarf is the first to be startled, seeing the 2 standing. This ability summons the undead, but by using subordinates' bodies, they become much more powerful than monsters. Elisa orders her subordinates to destroy her enemies, but Murad and Bjorn quickly block the attack with their shields. Misha leaps over the barbarian and uses her poison ability to strike at Talon. Meanwhile, Ryal uses his ice spear ability to pierce Hans. Unfortunately, ice and poison magic don't work on the undead. Holding Talon, Bjorn asks if Brown's attack is ready, and shortly after, Brown throws a kind of Molotov cocktail at the enemy, setting it on fire as soon as it's hit by the bottle. The barbarian thinks fire is a great weapon against the undead, but Elisa shows that it's useless and uses the fire of the dead. The ability absorbs all nearby fire. This time, it seems like Bjorn's group is out of effective attack options, so he shouts for the rest of the group to attack the priestess while he and the dwarf hold her subordinates. Since the barbarian had taken their equipment before, he'll be able to hold them longer while his group goes to attack the priestess. Misha goes straight for her, but Elisa summons a guardian shadow that emerges from the ground. She orders the shadow to destroy the group, but they continue the attack. The priestess starts laughing, unfazed by the attacks, so Misha realizes the shadow is enveloping her, seeming like a curse. She cuts the shadow, which doesn't seem to have much effect. Suddenly, Murad appears, attacking the shadow too, saying Bjorn sent him to help, meaning the barbarian was left alone to hold the 2 undead. Elisa gets increasingly angry, as even though she orders, her subordinates can't protect her. Holding the 2 with a satisfied expression, the barbarian says they're too busy dealing with him. Elisa is furious as she realizes she won't win. She starts floating while screaming she won't forget this humiliation. She uses the spirit form's ability, and the barbarian realizes she's trying to escape. Before disappearing, Elisa says none of them will be able to leave the maze. Bjorn thinks they almost didn't defeat her. Suddenly, the system warns about several curses. It seems she cast more than 15 on Bjorn before fleeing. He remembers Dwaki saying he knew about curses and asking the mage to remove them, but he seems to have no idea how to remove these curses. In fact, he knows curse magic but doesn't know how to remove one. The barbarian is more than furious with the mage, and the system warns that his attributes may be permanently affected if not cured with divine power or magic. Bjorn seems exhausted. Murad asks if he's okay, and the barbarian says he'll survive but feels like he won't make it. The barbarian has been running from curses for over 5 hours. If it weren't for the essence he absorbed, he would have fallen powerless. His group companions are also running because they've been cursed too. The only difference is that they received a lesser number of curses. Elisa made sure to cast more than 15 curses on the protagonist. Bjorn was also hit by the energy depletion ability, which reduces stamina recovery, even though regenerative powers don't help increase his stamina. In the game, the character would stop moving if stamina dropped below 10%, and he calculates he still has about 30% left. Brown tries to reassure Bjorn by saying they're almost there. The barbarian is almost out of breath when he sees where they finally arrived. The group managed to reach the witch's forest. A few hours ago, Brown was commenting that he couldn't believe they were being hunted by a Karui priestess. According to Bjorn, her abilities would be equivalent to those on the 5th floor. If they had been directly attacked by her, they wouldn't have survived. If they hadn't attacked after taking their weapons, some group members would have perished in the blink of an eye. Misha is excited to have a reliable barbarian in the group, showing how incredible it was for him to hit the priestess. Bjorn asks if Brown can track Elisa, but the guide can't find any trace of her presence in the air. The barbarian is sure she'll attack again because they know her identity, and the mage thinks he did a good job before. This only serves to make Bjorn irritated. If they were ambushed while fighting monsters, they wouldn't stand a chance. And that's exactly why Bjorn proposes they head to the witch's forest immediately. As the forest surrounds the portal to the 4th floor, rank 7 and 8 monsters appear, many of them with spiritual bodies immune to physical attacks. But at the moment, the place is their best option. As they enter the forest, the group feels lighter. As it's a special area, all status effects have been deactivated. Brown confesses he didn't expect Bjorn to use the terrain to his advantage, and asks if it's really his first time on this floor. The barbarian disguises it, and says he just studied a lot about the maze, which makes Misha and the mage laugh. They've never heard of a barbarian who reads books. Suddenly, an abnormal status effect hits the group. Some tree-like monsters start hurling insults at them. Although Bjorn wasn't affected by the mental attack, the same can't be said for his companions. Misha is crying and asks how he can withstand these attacks. The dwarf and Brown also seem unaffected by the attack, but the mage reacts even worse than Misha. Bjorn finds the effects of the attacks fascinating, as if he's seeing everything through a convex mirror. He asks if Ryal can use magic in this state, and he assures he can. Murad thinks it's best to take a break and offers to take the first watch. Bjorn collapses on the ground, exhausted after everything he's been through. The dwarf goes to him to talk about Elisa. When he was recruiting members for the group at the guild, a girl always bombarded him with questions, and thinking about it now, that girl was Elisa. He says that the first time they met in the Citadel, he got a numbered item, the Guardian's bracelet, and suspects she may have heard about it. He got bracelet number 3112, usually found in ruptures above level 4. Hearing this, all Bjorn can think is that, even though he didn't do anything, the dwarf got an item worth 50 million stones. The barbarian wants to know why Murad didn't recognize her before, but according to the dwarf, the first time she wasn't dressed as a priestess, with tattered clothes. Bjorn remembers the group having a meeting at a bar, so she might have heard and planned to attack the group in advance. Murad quotes a dwarf saying that danger always accompanies treasures, but Bjorn tells him not to change the subject because the dwarf was careless not to recognize the girl. The dwarf doesn't seem to care and asks Bjorn to rest a bit. Once again, Bjorn is awakened by someone shouting his name. Brown is surprised by the barbarian's ability to sleep soundly in such a place. He asks where the monster is, and Brown says it's close. Looking closely, there are several fairies flying near the group. They are rank 9 monsters and don't seem friendly at all. They release poisonous dust mixed with stimulant substances, but they don't attack unless threatened. Seeing these creatures gathered means that monster is nearby. Bjorn asks if they should fight it, and the dwarf agrees. Since the mage is feeling better, Murad will make the monster show itself. He uses the lightning ability, followed by the cutting ability that hits the fairies as if they were struck by an electric shock. The monster, which was just observing, decides to appear by breaking the trees in its path. It's a giant half-troll monster of rank 7. This monster appears only in the witch's forest, and usually follows groups of fairies. The half-troll attacks with a club and hits Murad's shield with all its strength. Even though it's sturdy, holding off the attack was difficult for him. Bjorn remembers that the dwarf doesn't have as much pain tolerance as he does. One of the main reasons this place is avoided is that, thanks to the pain enhancement, warriors feel the pain of the attack multiplied. Most monsters there are immune to physical attacks and use mental abilities, so it's a place where warriors will suffer. First, Ryal casts an ice enhancer, which drastically increases the intensity of the next ice magic, and then uses the much more powerful ice spear magic, hitting the half-troll in the chest and defeating the monster. Unfortunately, it doesn't leave any essence when defeated, so Brown thinks it's best for the group to move on. This forest is not a good place to rest. Right ahead, he sees something unpleasant. It seems that explorers are approaching them. A voice tells the explorers that it's them. Elisa appears again, playing the victim, saying that Bjorn's group slaughtered her companions. The apparent leader of the group, who also appears to be a priest, asks Elisa to stay behind. Bjorn knows it won't help to explain the situation to the other group and asks Murad to use that item. The dwarf seems uncertain about using this ability but activates the Guardian bracelet, which temporarily repels enemies and grants immunity to allies, giving the group a chance to escape. Fleeing, Misha asks how that woman managed to find them in the forest. Bjorn imagines that she couldn't track the group after they entered the forest, so she must have encountered a group of explorers who would be useful and played the victim, as if she had been attacked by looters. After making the groups fight, she probably planned to capture all of them. The barbarian tells Misha to focus on running. The effect of the ability only lasts 5 minutes and must be ending soon. Indeed, shortly after, the ability's effect ends. In a group, the scout is the first to detect enemies, guiding companions through the best path using previously gathered information and labyrinth experiences, at least up to the 3rd floor. In the witch's forest, the last gate before the 4th floor, the true abilities of a scout are revealed. Brown's main ability is smell. In a place where even the trees move, this ability is incredible for finding the way to the 4th floor. At a certain level, it's possible to sense the scent of mana and use it to find the way. Unfortunately, the scout from the other group is also good. They are approaching, and Brown increases the speed. Now the question is who reaches the 4th floor first, and Bjorn's group is very tired. Misha keeps running, but is almost out of breath. Accidentally, she stumbles over a stone and falls to the ground. Bjorn asks if she's okay. The girl says she twisted her ankle but will keep running. The barbarian knows it's not just a twist, she broke her ankle, so he picks her up and carries her on his back. Suddenly, the barbarian realizes the dwarf isn't in front of them anymore. Misha worries they may have separated from the rest of the group, saying Bjorn should have followed them, but the barbarian tells her to be quiet. Brown must have noticed they've separated from the rest of the group and will come back. Bjorn's concern is that, in this place, they won't be able to find the way out without a scout. Then, a very loud scream echoes through the trees, and to make matters worse, it seems to be the dwarf's voice. Misha panics, saying they should help their companions, but if they follow the voices, they'll end up somewhere else. For now, they need to get out of there. In this situation, more important than water or food is mental strength. That's something Misha doesn't have. She's just whimpering while being carried by the barbarian. Bjorn asks her to calm down. In this situation, it's necessary to accept reality. The girl continues to lament. This time, Bjorn loses his patience. If she wants to survive, she needs to listen to her companion. Now he has to focus on the present. First, he asks her to take and drink a potion from his backpack and walk on her own. They take a short break. Misha can walk now but thought she was going to die. The barbarian wants to know if she can fight now, and the girl confirms she can. It's been 4 days since they entered the labyrinth, and Bjorn needs to survive for another 11 days with only a short-range warrior by his side. The worst part is that most monsters there don't have physical bodies, making it impossible to attack them. They urgently need elemental abilities. The barbarian has made a decision and suddenly asks Misha if she's married. She reveals she's not, so the barbarian wants to know if she has any belief that prevents her from showing her naked body to a stranger. She finds the question strange but says no. Bjorn says that's great, and he takes off his helmet. He begins to approach the girl, who finds it all very strange and asks him to back off, protecting her body, saying she's not ready yet. So, Bjorn stops approaching and offers her a ring, saying he was waiting for someone worthwhile to give the ring to, which only confuses the girl. Bjorn asks her to swear to her guardian spirit that, in exchange for the ring, she'll stand by his side from now on. Embarrassed, she asks if the barbarian is serious, but he continues, saying that when she accepts the ring, along with her warrior's honor, he'll stand by her side and hopes she'll do the same. With the ring on her finger, she wants to know if this is serious. It's the first time she's received such a declaration. She was happy but says she's sorry. She never thought of the barbarian that way. She tries to explain that it's not that she doesn't like him. Bjorn doesn't understand where she's going with this, so she reveals that the barbarian is not her type at all, yet he doesn't understand. Furthermore, she is very embarrassed. She shouts that Bjorn is not at all attractive to her. The barbarian says there was a misunderstanding. He just wanted her to swear to be his companion in exchange for the ring. Now, the girl is embarrassed for misunderstanding things. He could have explained it better. She tries to disguise her embarrassment, and the barbarian says she can end the agreement at any time by returning the ring or paying 15 million stones. Misha finds it extremely expensive. What could be in this ring to be worth so much? And Bjorn says the ring can grant her greatest wish. He only made this choice because he knows the game. Holding her hand, the barbarian reveals that he's going to awaken Misha. The item numbered 9425, the Frozen Spirit Ring, is the item Bjorn received from the Raven Master. At first glance, it seems useless, but it has an unusual effect when destroyed. After spending a lot of time playing, the protagonist discovered that if the ring is worn by a beast man without a contract with a spirit beast, when it's destroyed, an event occurs. A magical beast named Skadia awakens from its seal, offering a contract to Misha. Obviously, she wouldn't miss this chance and accepts the contract with the beast. The creature transforms into a freezing mist that envelopes Misha's body, and the contract is sealed. Misha can't believe she got a contract so easily and asks how Bjorn got such an item, but more importantly, why her father never told her about it. The barbarian says her father probably didn't know about the ring's powers. It seems this power was recently discovered by a wizard. She's curious how the barbarian knew this and acquired the ring. Before answering the girl, Bjorn thinks it's better for her to put something on first, and only then does she realize her situation. Luckily, the barbarian is a gentleman and left her and the raider's clothes in a corner for her to wear. Misha notices that Bjorn also got new boots that enhance his item level. She asks why she was undressed. The barbarian reveals he removed them because he heard during these rituals clothes are destroyed. Misha wants to know why he asked if she was married. He just thought if she had a husband, he would be offended by what happened. Misha gets annoyed because he had time to think about that instead of explaining the situation properly to her. The barbarian says he was in a hurry and asks if she has anything to say to him. She feels very embarrassed but thanks him for what he did for her. Bjorn wasn't just expecting a thank you, and she'd better not evade the question. Misha reveals she tried to commit suicide once, and it was her father who found and saved her. The barbarian thinks she should be grateful for that, but she explains that when she woke up, her father said if she wanted to die so badly, she should do it in the labyrinth. At least then it would bring less shame to the family. The revelation only makes Bjorn think this family is worse than he imagined. That's why Misha entered the labyrinth, not to die, but to escape from this horrible family she has. She thought if she could become a great explorer, even without a spirit beast, she would be forgiven by her father. Misha isn't sure if she'll be recognized after awakening, but she feels like something good happened. She thanks the barbarian again. She'll never forget what he did for her. Bjorn asks if she swears by her guardian god, and the girl smiles and takes the oath. Beastmen who make contracts with beasts usually gain abilities to summon, strengthen, or gain powers. In Misha's case, she received strengthening, with her body imbued by the magical ice beast. Finally, they can attack with attributes, and will be able to fight against spirit monsters. These monsters are weaker compared to their ranks. With attribute attacks, Misha can now fight alone. Just like the barbarian seal has levels, spirit beasts also have stages. Since Misha is in stage 1, she can't yet imbue her weapon with the attribute. Fighting isn't a problem for a warrior like her, but fighting alone in this forest won't be easy. More and more spirits appear, and Misha won't be able to handle them, so the pair decides it's better to flee. The real challenge begins now. 11 hours have passed. During this time, they fought the monsters in smaller numbers and fled from larger groups. Misha complains of feeling exhausted from the battle, while Bjorn collects the crystals left by the monsters. Luckily, they didn't encounter any rank 7 monsters, and there's also no sign of Elisa. Since the ring disappeared after Misha's awakening, the passive ability of the body golem was activated. The acidic blood has already begun to damage Bjorn's equipment, and he'll lose the money he invested in it. Another downside is that they haven't found any attribute essences so far. Additionally, Misha is reaching her limit. At this rate, the barbarian's chances of survival are only 30%. After 12 hours in the witch's forest, its field effects are strengthening. Bjorn asks Misha to tie a rope around their bodies so that even if they fall, they won't separate. Now they can't afford to stop for even a second. The real reason the witch's forest is considered a place not to stay in is the witch's eye. Its effect is simple. If you stay still for some time, the rank 7 monster Kanabaro will appear. This time decreases as the level increases, and after over 60 hours in the forest, Bjorn and Misha are still lost. Once the witch's eye activates, they haven't stopped walking. Kanabaro would appear after 10 minutes if they stopped. It would take about 15 minutes to kill one, and as soon as they stop, they'd be attacked. Misha asks Bjorn to walk slower. She's exhausted, and Bjorn notices she's much more tired. Even when slowing down, Misha is still being pulled by the barbarian. Seeing she can't keep up, Bjorn tells her to climb on his back so she can rest a bit. She tries to say that the barbarian is also tired, but he grabs her waist and throws her onto his back. Knowing she won't resist for long, Bjorn knows she's exhausted, and she thanks the barbarian. Except in battles, Bjorn has been carrying Misha for hours. It's been over 87 hours since they entered the forest. The barbarian is also reaching his limit, and thinks they need to find that thing before it's too late. Suddenly, a voice asks why Bjorn doesn't leave Misha behind, and he is petrified as if he knows that voice. It continues, saying that way, Bjorn would solve his companion's biggest problem, and even asks if he won't seduce the girl. The voice belongs to the barbarian's ex-girlfriend and doesn't seem like an illusion. She asks if Bjorn is afraid of being abandoned again, and tries to approach the barbarian. Bjorn realizes that since it's based on his memories, she acts exactly as in real life. Meanwhile, she keeps speaking sweetly that Bjorn is a know-it-all who doesn't talk about himself. Bjorn says she acted the same way, and the girl gets annoyed but continues her advances on the barbarian. Bjorn seems hypnotized by her words, feeling like an idiot for being led by an illusion. The illusion asks Bjorn to stay with her and leave Misha behind. His ex's illusion hugs him, saying the other girls don't understand him. He is completely caught up in the illusion until a voice shouts for him to wake up Misha through the illusion away with her strike. Now the barbarian realizes he was ensnared by the illusion. Misha keeps striking the illusion and asks if the barbarian is okay, but he doesn't seem to have recovered yet. Misha is proud to have rid them of the dryad that was attacking her companion. Bjorn is shocked when he realizes what kind of monster had attacked him. Dryads are rank 8 monsters that use their captivation ability and rarely appear in the witch's forest. That's why the illusion was so realistic. It wasn't a field effect but an ability. The barbarian thanks Misha for saving him, and she feels proud. Suddenly, her expression changes. A group of explorers has just appeared. The explorers think the duo must have gotten lost. It's been 8 days since Bjorn reached the 3rd floor, and most groups should have moved on by now. The explorers ask if they lost their group, and the barbarian confirms, thinking these people aren't trustworthy. Misha gets excited thinking they're saved, but the barbarian remains cautious. A woman from the group says not to be afraid. They have children their age in the city. Bjorn finds this even more dangerous and refuses to go with them. If this group really has children to feed, it means they have even more motivation to earn money. Misha doesn't understand why Bjorn is being cautious. Whenever the barbarian thought about what he would do if he met other explorers, the answer was to ask for help. Offering a reward in exchange for the group guiding them to the exit would be beneficial for both parties. Before proposing an agreement, Bjorn wants to know more about them, so he introduces himself. The scout of the group introduces himself as Hans, another Hans. Based on his experience with people with that name, the barbarian becomes more apprehensive. It's one more reason not to trust them. The group also has 2 warriors and 2 archers. If they don't have good intentions, they are a dangerous group. The barbarian whispers to Misha, asking if she trusts his judgment, and she confirms. He thinks he might be paranoid, but this group is suspicious. Bjorn thinks it's best they leave, and Hans asks if the pair wouldn't want help. The barbarian really wanted to, but his instincts are warning that they're dangerous. Bjorn says that he and Misha can manage on their own, and they depart. Suddenly, an arrow is shot, but Bjorn blocks it with his shield. Just as expected, they weren't ordinary explorers. The other archer questions why his companion did that. She wants Bjorn's valuable Latinium-made equipment. The archer doesn't understand the situation, and Hans tells him to leave if he can't comply. Hans also wants the expandable backpack. The other warrior also wants money and decides to attack the duo. Seeing all this, Misha asks if they're not going to run. They're at a disadvantage, and the other team has a tracker who can easily find them. Bjorn whispers to Misha that they need to buy time. He says he'll give the backpack and shield to the explorers if they spare them. But someone shouts to grab them, and Misha panics, saying that she is the Therianthrope's princess, and they will be rewarded if she lives. The group leader is confused, but Veit is determined to finish them off so they won't suffer consequences. The group even thinks it's better for Misha to be a princess since she would have valuable items. Bjorn won't be able to buy more time, but it should be enough. Kanabaro, the rank 7 monsters, has just appeared. The group is taken by surprise. The monster appeared because Bjorn and Misha have been lost for days. Bjorn asks Misha to cling to him. He knows Kanabaros pursue their prey, and there's no way to escape. So the barbarian runs towards the explorers. The idea is to use them as bait to escape. Bjorn jumps on Hans, who doesn't understand. Then the monster uses the mana mines ability. The group is surrounded by Kanabaros mines. Hans shifts the group's focus to defeating the monster and then capturing the duo. Bjorn knows he won't be able to avoid the mines either, so he decides to step on them while running. On the other side, Kanabaros summons dogs. The animals run hungry towards the group, who can't dodge, or they'll step on the scattered mines. Additionally, the monster also attacks them with its weapon. Bjorn is bitten by the dogs and uses his flesh explosion ability to get rid of them. Suddenly, the barbarian doesn't feel his ankle anymore. This time, he has a serious injury and needs immediate treatment. Now Misha has to attack, and Bjorn throws her towards the monster. The girl attacks Kanabaro with her dagger and manages to destroy the monster in a single strike. Looking at the explorers who are attacking, now they're on the ground begging for her help, but Misha knows they don't deserve it. Who needs help is Bjorn, who has a leg injury, but thanks to his immortal ability, he's healed instantly. Misha is surprised by her companion's quick recovery, not knowing that even with a weak potion, Bjorn's regenerative abilities are incredible. Curiously, she asks what Bjorn is since he didn't seem to feel pain, but he says it's the mental power of barbarians. After the fight, it's better they leave before more Kanabaros appear. Misha asks how he knew the explorers were dangerous. Bjorn says one of them was named Hans, and he doesn't like that name. This only confuses Misha more about him. She never imagined that a kind lady like Veit could transform like that. According to Bjorn, if they didn't seem weak, have expensive gear, and weren't in the labyrinth, she could have just been a kind lady, even though she was the first to attack. Misha doesn't understand, and Bjorn asks why she entered the labyrinth. It was for money, just like that lady. Veit shouldn't need money just for herself, and that's why she might have acted that way. In this exploration, Misha is learning many things she didn't know. After 109 hours lost in the forest, Misha excitedly says she found something. Finally, they've reached the witch's cabin, the only safe place in the forest. Bjorn hopes nothing bad happens this time as they enter the cabin. The cabin stays in a random location in the forest for 8 hours before appearing elsewhere. Inside it, the field effects are undone, making it the only safe place in the forest. The first cabin was hard to find, but with Misha's keen eyesight, the second one was easier. There are 53 hours left before the labyrinth closes, and after 5 people enter the cabin, it locks itself. Misha is excited to finally be in a safe place. However, Bjorn asks her to stay quiet because they are not alone there. He explains that after 5 people enter, the cabin's entrance seals shut. On the ground, the barbarian finds a familiar helmet and axe. Bjorn realizes they belong to the priest who was with Elisa. Shortly after, they find the man lying on the ground like a beggar. Misha warns that his companions are inside the cabin, and before going in, Bjorn knocks the man out. They tie up the group inside. Misha thinks the priest won't last long in his condition. Bjorn then pours a healing potion over the man's head. He screams in pain because the potions heal but are painful. He asks if Bjorn is the barbarian he encountered before. The priest yells that it was all a misunderstanding. They were being manipulated by Elisa. They stumbled upon Bjorn's group after they separated. They injured Brown in the shoulder to leave them without a guide and unable to escape the forest. But suddenly, a light appeared and threw them backward. When they woke up, they were without their guide, thanks to Ryal's spears. From their story, the scream Bjorn heard earlier was from Brown when he was injured. Without their guide, the priest's group wandered aimlessly through the forest. On the second day, problems started. Elisa began draining Hans's life force. Only then did they realize she was an evil Kurui priestess. The priest swears they attacked Bjorn's group because they were deceived by Elisa. He asks for forgiveness, saying they will compensate for the damages and begs Bjorn to show mercy. Misha lets Bjorn decide what will happen to them. Bjorn recalls everything he's had to do since entering the labyrinth. Despite being attacked by these guys, no one was seriously injured. In his mind, there's a debate about whether to let them go or not. His barbaric side thinks they will cause trouble again, so it's better to get rid of them. However, his human side believes they made a mistake but deserve another chance. They might have deserved it in the world he lived in before. Bjorn asks Misha for her opinion, and she doesn't trust them. Whether it was a mistake or not, they attack to kill, and she's learned that shouldn't be forgiven. This makes the barbarian think more clearly, and he decides to get rid of them once and for all. With this decision, Bjorn gains another point of mentality. He knows that after coming to this world, he has to live with the weight of being a barbarian. Bjorn asks Misha to take their equipment. He then offers a sacrifice to the cabin, so it remains open for another 8 hours. With their supplies, they can rest there for up to 24 hours. The barbarian decides to rest first and flops onto the bed, which is much softer than he's used to. He thinks that the more he lives as a barbarian, the better he behaves as a human. After dreaming about his ex-girlfriend, he wakes up startled, finding Misha sleeping soundly beside him. He reflects on everything he's experiencing and realizes he slept for 7 hours straight. He also notices Misha is still asleep and gets annoyed that she doesn't want to get up. There's 1 day left before the labyrinth closes and 1 hour before the cabin shuts. If they hold out a little longer, they can return to civilization. When they return to the forest, things are very different. Misha asks Bjorn if he knows what's happening. He remembers that in the game, after making 7 sacrifices in the cabin, a special condition is fulfilled. It releases the Chaos Lord Ryakis, who starts roaming the floor. In the game, they were called floor masters, and each floor had its own. Misha is in a panic. She didn't know there was a lord on the 3rd floor. The method to summon him was kept secret because it wouldn't be enough with just a few explorers. Even the floor monsters hide from Ryakis, who kills anything in his path. The portal to other floors closes when he is summoned, so it's better for whoever is on the floor to prepare. Misha starts asking why he appeared, and it was probably because of them. Bjorn explains that when they burned the sacrifices, they fulfilled one of the conditions to summon him. He didn't imagine that others were doing the same. Misha becomes desperate and blames Bjorn, thinking everyone will die. To make matters worse, Bjorn says it's better if no one knows it was them, or it may not end well. At least the status effects were undone, and they can leave the forest now. Bjorn decides the best course of action is to head toward the orc habitat. According to the dwarf, the Jarwi clan operates above the 6th floor and has hundreds of members. If the duo stays close to the Jarwi clan, they might have a chance of survival. The barbarian imagines that at least 10 teams like theirs are on the 3rd floor. When they arrive at the clan, One of its members is trying to organize the explorers. There are dozens of them desperate, not knowing what to do. Bjorn realizes the place is in complete chaos. The clan's priestess casts a spell of evil destruction. The man who seems to be the leader asks everyone to calm down. They are in a safe place. In a day, the third-floor labyrinth will close, and according to their contract with the royal family, they will ensure that most explorers return. But if anyone breaks their rules or causes conflicts, they will be expelled. Bjorn sees that the speech calms the explorers, and thanks to the priestess's magic, they will be able to rest a little. The proclamation, destruction of evil, allows only humans to enter and exit a location. Even so, Bjorn doesn't think they can let their guard down. He knows they will have a problem soon. Bjorn asks Misha if she trusts her ears, and she says she doesn't know but has received compliments. He doesn't understand what she meant and asks if her hearing is good. Misha confirms, and he asks her to listen to the conversations around them and tell him if she hears anything useful. Bjorn overhears a group saying it's been 10 years since the floor lord appeared. They wonder what kind of idiot could have summoned him. At least they have a 6th floor clan to protect them. The barbarian also thinks that with this clan by their side, they can survive. Meanwhile, Misha sleeps peacefully, leaning on the barbarian, until he wakes her up, saying something is about to happen soon. She asks what he meant, and Bjorn tells her to look around. There are too many people there, at least 500. By Bjorn's count, there are only 50 clan members there, so first, they will observe how they control this crowd. The clan leader asks again for the explorers to calm down. Thanks to the priestess's magic, that is the only safe place on the floor, and therefore, she would like them to show respect to her god. Everyone must immediately give 1 million stones or the equivalent of what they have. Bjorn knows no one carries that amount, so this is how the clan maintains order by taking equipment. The leader continues, saying the payment is also a fee for their protection. Even if they lose potions or equipment, at least they will be safe. Bjorn remains concerned. Even though this magic is strong, it doesn't compare to the power of the floor master. He knows that not even this clan will be able to defeat the master, but it's better to do what they ask. At least they won't have to give up their equipment, since they collect various items. Bjorn notices a group indignant about having to pay so much for just 1 day of protection. Several people leave the protected area because they refuse to pay for protection. Misha returns after paying the fee for both of them. Bjorn calculates that the clan must have earned at least 300 million stones by charging for protection. The barbarian is convinced that if the lord comes there, it will be their end. Both those who stayed and those who left are trying to be positive that they won't encounter the lord. Still, Bjorn prefers to prepare for the worst. With 5 hours left before the labyrinth closes, they are found by the floor lord. His passive, Desperation Rain, causes area damage. Where the drops fall, field effects disappear. The floor lord, Ryakis, finally appears, and people panic, shouting for the clan to protect them. Even the clan leader knows the damage to the expedition will be heavy. He orders the clan to use everything they have to face him. The leader uses a numbered item, the Sun Lord's flag, to confront the monster. Bjorn realizes that in just a few minutes, the clan used items that cost millions of stones to face Ryakis. The leader says they have enough items, so they can use them without moderation. In other words, they will try to defeat Ryakis. The barbarian wasn't the only one who prepared for the worst, and knowing this, he is satisfied. All these people risked themselves to get where they are. It wasn't just luck. The leader orders them to take positions. They are going to stop the Chaos Lord. The close-range damage dealers and tanks of the clan focused on blocking light attacks. The warriors head straight into battle as soon as they are healed, even when they are in tatters. The leader keeps urging the clan not to get distracted and to focus on the battle. The explorers comment that the clan has already suffered 4 casualties in a few minutes and think the situation isn't good. But they are managing to hold back Ryakis' advance. The clan is doing its best for that. The Chaos Lord releases his inherent powers, and the leader orders to stop the attacks. Ryakis cannot feel threatened. They need to destroy the orb first. The clan is aware of the Dark Sphere and is controlling the attacks to prevent the Lord's second phase. If they keep this up, Bjorn thinks they can survive until the maze closes. There is only 1 hour left for the maze to close. The clan has lost about 20% of its forces, which doesn't seem like a big problem. The problem is the explorers. They are getting desperate. Every time Ryakis appears, the explorers who pay for protection die. For Bjorn, this is their fault for watching the battle distractedly. Misha asks if they shouldn't do something since the situation doesn't seem good, and the barbarian is pondering about it. The explorers around conclude that they should fight too, so their gaze turns to the equipment taken by the clan. Observing the situation, Bjorn thinks it's better for him and Misha to get out of there. The clan guards who are taking care of the equipment ask the explorers to step back. but they don't care and attack the guards. Meanwhile, Bjorn and Misha run. He knows this would happen since normal explorers don't know how to defeat Ryakis. Right in front of them are several chaos spirits. With no time to fight the monsters, they just change direction. The duo needs to get as far away from that place as possible. Bjorn thinks that if they reach that point, they will be far from the forest's center. But suddenly, the barbarian stops. The Chaos Lord has managed to absorb his inherent power. Now he will activate his ultimate power, the Rift of Evil, which reaches an area of 5 kilometers. This time, even the barbarian seems desperate. Misha also has no idea what will happen to them now. The Rift of Evil is activated when Ryakis absorbs all 10 orbs within a 45-minute time limit. If they can't escape the area of effect in that time, the explorer will die, no matter how powerful they are. The ability causes anyone within the 5 kilometers radius to be pulled toward the floor's center. Immediately, Bjorn, Misha, and other explorers return to the floor's center. According to Bjorn's count, there are about 200 explorers left, and only 20 of them are from the Jawi clan. Before, they were 50. A clan member shouts for the explorers to shut up. He says they lost several of their members because of them, and it's better not to come near. This only makes the explorers more irritated. They paid for protection and still might not survive. The clan guy also says he won't help anymore, and they should be grateful for not being killed. One of the explorers raises their hand amidst the crowd. He read in an ancient text that if they don't leave within the time limit, they will all die, except if they run 5 kilometers in any direction. The problem is that Ryaki's clones and chaos spirits will pursue them if they try to leave. The explorers agree that if they work together, they might survive. More than half of them leave, and Misha asks what they are going to do. Bjorn wants to bet on something with a higher chance of success and goes to the clan. Misha's brother recognizes them and wants to know what they are doing there. Bjorn greets him and asks if they managed to get the hero Orc's essence. The guy who wasn't taking Bjorn seriously until now is disturbed and asks how the barbarian knows about that. The barbarian is pleased. The bet was a success. The clan now has only 23 members, and they have only 2 short-range damage dealers left. After the explorers revolted, they lost many warriors. Because of that, they had to let Ryakis absorb the orbs to buy time. The clan's mage is impatient and urges the vice captain to do something before time runs out. The vice captain is in a tough spot. They won't be able to clear paths with only 2 damage dealers. The 2 are a swordsman and a lancer, so there's no one for defense. They just needed one more person, someone who could stay on defense. To add more pressure, other clan members keep asking him to come up with a solution soon. Suddenly, a voice shouts that they will clear the way, and the vice captain looks for who can solve his problems. Someone explains that Bjorn is a teammate of the ear guy's sister, and that he doesn't need to worry about him. But the vice captain still wants to know who Bjorn is. The barbarian is asking for the hero Orc's essence in exchange for clearing the way for the clan. Hearing this, the vice captain activates the survival instinct ability. It highlights the target, increasing its survival probability, and it's the first time it emits such a strong light, as he has been saved by this ability several times before. The vice captain decides that Bjorn is the key to getting them out of this situation, and he asks for the barbarian's name. Bjorn introduces himself, thinking that his second bet was also a success. The vice captain introduces himself to Bjorn, and asks how he knew they were after the hero Orc. Bjorn simply presumed they were there because of the essence. A powerful clan like theirs wouldn't be there just for the Orc warrior. They must have had some other reason. The hero Orc is a hidden boss, summoned when offering 777 magic crystals to the Orc warrior on an altar in the middle of the Orc habitat. The clan brought many supplies in case they had the rare chance to encounter the Orc Lord. Since they still have many, they must not have found the Lord yet. After hearing the explanation, the vice commander asks why they need the barbarian. Bjorn explains that he has the immortal seal, the vampiric essence of a rupture guardian, and also the essence of a body golem, with the characteristic of pain tolerance. The vice commander doesn't need to hear more. For a third-floor explorer, Bjorn is not bad at all, even when compared to the clan's warriors. The vice captain thinks the barbarian is amazing and will invest in him. Misha's brother tries to intervene about giving the essence to Bjorn, but the vice captain has already decided. Investing in Bjorn pays off if they can save at least one more clan member at the cost of the essence. Meanwhile, Bjorn thinks he has passed the first obstacle. There are 3 types of hero orcs, each one a named monster, which means they are advanced mutants with difficult essences to handle. That's why an entire squad is needed to defeat one, even though they are 5th rank monsters. One orc drops the red essence, imbued with the scream of passion. The other drops the blue essence, imbued with the spirit of combat. And the last one drops the green essence, on which Bjorn's shout ability is based. And it's precisely this orc essence that the clan obtained. By absorbing it, strength, agility, combat spirit, endurance, and hardening attributes increase. Bjorn can feel the new power flowing within him and wants to use it now. The vice captain tells Bjorn to remove his equipment first and offers several scrolls and potions. Bjorn hands his backpack to Misha and asks her to keep an eye on the clan. Then, the barbarian uses several defense, support, and regeneration scrolls. After that, he drinks 3 potions at once. The clan's mages also use various protective abilities on the barbarian. Finally, the vice captain tells Karlstein that Bjorn's ability will be more useful with his. When Bjorn uses the blood owner ability on himself, he absorbs the corrupt ability. When activated, it reduces the maximum attributes of the essence by 1, but active abilities increase by 1.5 times. Finally, the time has come for the barbarian to use the ability he gained. He struggles to imagine the ability, gigantification. Bjorn's body grows, as well as his attraction value and physical attributes. He looks like a giant compared to the others. Misha blushes, as the barbarian's clothes tear due to the size increase. So, the vice captain asks for some cloaks to cover Bjorn. After being covered, Bjorn is ready to move forward. They have only 30 minutes to defeat the Lord, but Bjorn is confident he will succeed. The barbarian lets out a war cry and runs toward Ryakis. The other clan members follow behind him. In addition to them, Misha and 40 more explorers follow, in exchange for having their equipment returned. Bjorn uses the sacrifice seal on the explorers, further increasing their physical attributes. At this moment, the barbarian is overflowing with power. First, miniature clones of Ryakis appear, each 2 meters tall, but they are small compared to Bjorn. When these monsters are destroyed, they cause damage to the opponent, even with tolerance. Bjorn still feels pain when destroying them. Thanks to the vampiric essence, he knows he won't die unless his heart is destroyed. But the vice captain warns that he's being careless and doesn't need to attack so many at once. The problem is that with active gigantification, more monsters are attracted to Bjorn. This makes the explorers behind him safe, since most monsters focus on Bjorn. Misha's brother also attacks the monster clones but receives damage reflection and asks the priests to heal him. Seeing this, the barbarian tells him to stop injuring himself unnecessarily and retreat. Bjorn needs to be the only one at the forefront. When his life is below 50%, all resistance and tolerance attributes increase. The orc's passive ability, the hero's path, increases all defense powers when life is below 50%. And when it reaches 20%, it maximizes these effects. To use this in the best way, Bjorn asks everyone to stay behind him. He will take care of everything alone. In the rear, Misha's brother meets the elder mage, who thinks it was a good choice for them to stay in the rear. But Karlstein feels useless having to be in that position. In the short time he spent at the forefront, he realized that was no place for a human being. He had thought Bjorn was just an ordinary third-floor explorer with good pain tolerance. But now, he wonders how the barbarian can continue advancing without hesitation. The explorers start talking about Bjorn's courage and ask if Misha knows him, but she pretends not to understand. The mage comments that if Valken, the hero of the barbarians, returned, he would probably be similar to Bjorn. Karlstein doesn't need to be curious about the barbarian's name. If they continue like this, soon everyone will know his name. On a computer screen, Bjorn's attributes are shown, including the new essence he obtained. Bjorn manages to step out of the evil rift, and as soon as he does, the effect of gigantification also wears off. People celebrate that they managed to escape, while the barbarian looks up. The people who didn't manage to escape are being sucked in by Ryakis. The entire orc habitat was destroyed in a matter of seconds, and Bjorn reflects that it was a miracle they managed to escape. The vice captain appears, saying they barely made it. Still, they can't let their guard down. He's right. After Ryakis' first supreme strike, one of the survivors will be chosen as prey. There's a 1 in 15 chance of Bjorn or Misha being chosen as prey, and Bjorn tries to think that either of them will be chosen. But suddenly, Misha is on the ground and calls for Bjorn. She has been chosen as prey and has fallen into a state of paralysis. The barbarian can hardly believe their bad luck. Unaware that she's the prey, Misha asks what's happening to her, until she notices that everyone's gaze has turned to her, including Karlstein's, her brother. The prey is the only target chosen by Ryakis and will be unable to move, meaning she will be pursued until caught. The vice captain offers protection and asks if Bjorn wants to join the clan, but the barbarian has no intention of working for them. Thus, their agreement comes to an end, and the vice captain wishes him good luck if they survive. But the vice captain believes they won't lose to the Lord. As a farewell gift, the vice captain asks the mages and priests to start. They cast spells to increase Bjorn's speed and regeneration. He thanks them for the help. At least if they survive, the Lord won't go after the clan. There are 15 minutes left before the labyrinth closes, and in that time, Bjorn and Misha cannot be caught. On Bjorn's back, Misha asks him to stop running. She knows the monster is only after her. She thinks that if they continue like this, Bjorn will end up dying too. The girl has already realized her childhood dream and says that's enough for her. But Bjorn knows she doesn't want to die, so it doesn't make sense to say that. In truth, she's just afraid of being abandoned, and she reveals that she doesn't want to be a burden to the barbarian. So, Bjorn tells her that if she wants to live, all she has to do is ask him for help, then at least they'll have a chance. After everything they've been through together, Misha knows she shouldn't be talking about giving up. So Misha says that if Bjorn saves her, she'll help him forever, but that's something she's said before. Thus, she says she'll give him all the money she earns from this exploration. Now she's given the barbarian a good reason to strive. The blessings from the clan come to an end, and as the rain of despair falls, Ryaki's must be close. The chaos spirits are everywhere, and this forces Bjorn to use gigantification again. Now the barbarian can go further, taking just one step, but he'll only be able to maintain this ability for another 2 or 3 minutes. There are exactly 196 seconds left before the labyrinth closes, and since Misha must be bored on his back, Bjorn asks her to start counting the time. The barbarian has no choice but to fight the chaos spirits that keep appearing. Suddenly, a light almost knocks the barbarian to the ground. With 90 seconds left before the labyrinth closes, Ryaki's is very close. With Ryaki's attack, even the chaos spirits were affected. Several of them were taken down. Bjorn can now run more freely without being chased by the spirits. However, they are within Ryaki's attack range. He just appeared, and the barbarian barely manages to dodge him. Misha tries once again to tell Bjorn to leave her behind, but he tells her to stop whining. If he's made it this far, he's not going to abandon the girl now. Besides, the barbarian wouldn't risk losing the money he invested in her, giving her the ice spirit ring. Bjorn says they will survive confidently until, out of nowhere, his arm is ripped off by the Lord, and Misha becomes even more desperate. Bjorn then asks her how much time is left until the maze closes. In tears, Misha says there are still 60 seconds. Bjorn's only choice now is to endure. Fleeing is no longer an option with the Lord so close. The barbarian decides to run towards the Lord, which makes no sense to Misha. But Bjorn thinks it will be harder to be attacked from below the Lord. They still have 50 seconds left until the maze closes. After observing the clan fighting the Lord, Bjorn learned his attack pattern. There are still 30 seconds left, and at least Bjorn is managing to dodge the attacks. But with 25 seconds left, the barbarian is hit again and falls to the ground. This time, he thinks it's the end. He won't be able to dodge the next attack. At that moment, his mana runs out, and Bjorn returns to normal size, evading the Lord's attack. Bjorn runs and grabs onto one of the Lord's fingers. He just has to hold on for another 10 seconds. Ryaki starts shaking his paw as if trying to get rid of a bug. Only 3 seconds left, and the duo is about to be devoured by the Lord. In the last second, Bjorn knows it's too late for the Lord. They manage to buy enough time. The portal opens, teleporting them to Rafdonia Square. Hundreds of explorers are literally thrown to the ground by the portal. People panic as they see many of them severely injured. Someone looks at the unconscious Bjorn and comments that with injuries like that, there's no way he could survive. Misha also wakes up in the square and begins searching for the barbarian. She enters the crowd that has gathered around him to see how he's doing. Bjorn remains on the ground, unconscious and badly injured from the battle with the Lord. She checks if he still has a pulse while people comment that the temple needs to come help the injured soon. Misha realizes Bjorn's heart is still beating. He's just sleeping and feels relieved. Around the city, people talk about the third-floor lord who appeared after a long time, about the Jarwi clan losing 30 members, and about one explorer being practically responsible for so many surviving. His name is Bjorn Yandel, a barbarian who reached the 3rd floor just 3 months after his first maze exploration. Someone remarks that Bjorn is still young but will surely become a hero. Thus, one day Bjorn could be called the Little Valken in honor of the barbarian hero. Bjorn's fame attribute rises, which could increase the chances of special events happening. A man sitting in an office finds Bjorn's Little Valken fame interesting. Since he started, it's the first time he's seen an explorer achieve so much in such a short time. He also knows about the essences Bjorn possesses and doesn't believe he obtained such special essences just by luck. In history, there were others like him, known as heroes. The man wonders what Bjorn is, a hero or an evil spirit. In a tent, we see the day dawning in Rafdonia. The sunlight wakes our barbarian. He puts his thoughts in order, remembering that he came out of the labyrinth, along with his companion Misha. 2 days later, in a tavern, people are talking about the Lord who appeared on the 3rd floor and the barbarian who saved everyone, calling him Little Valken. While discussing how no one discovered who summoned Ryaki's, Bjorn's fame rises. In the same place, Bjorn and Misha meet their companions who were separated in the labyrinth. Before talking about everything that happened, the MC wants to ask for something to eat. He must be starving. Then the dwarf explains that after Rotmiller was injured, he used the wrist guards again to buy time. Misha is surprised that he could use the item again. For Bjorn, they must have used a combination. And the dwarf explains that by using emergency restoration, it's possible to reset an item's count. After treating Rotmiller, they tried to find the duo, but they were too far to be detected. Then they say they found Elisa, surprising Misha once again, but ended up fleeing from her. As Rotmiller recounts that they reached the 4th floor, Bjorn thinks they used the entrance restriction to their advantage. If they enter a portal just before it changes color, the people who come after will have their entry blocked. After clearing the 100 floors of the tower, it does not regenerate, becoming a safe place. Bjorn gets angry with them for complaining about doing nothing for 10 days while he almost died fighting a floor boss. To irritate the MC further, the dwarf says they found the essence of a mimic, a rank 7 monster. A rare type of monster with valuable essence that grants the treasure room ability, allowing one to open their own pocket plane. The best part is that when the treasure room is opened for the first time, items of all kinds are randomly distributed. Bjorn can hardly believe they got 2 million mana stones, high-level potions, and 2 numbered items. Not understanding the barbarian's anger, Hikarad asks him to calm down. Twisting cutlery to calm himself, the barbarian celebrates his companion's achievements. Noticing that Misha and Bjorn are closer, the dwarf wants to know what happened to them during that time. Before Misha could say more, Bjorn steps forward to tell what happened, commenting that he will summarize the story. He skips several parts, such as giving the ring that allowed Misha to make a contract with a spirit beast. Even so, the rest of the group is surprised by the part they hear, and Rotmiller congratulates the girl for securing the contract. The dwarf decides to reimburse the amount the duo paid to the clan, even knowing they earn the hero's essence. To Ryal, the duo's story was incredible, and according to the dwarf, no one will question the nickname Little Valkan. The barbarian doesn't understand this nickname story, and Hikarad explains that people are calling him Little Valkan in comparison to the barbarian hero of the past. To Bjorn, this came too quickly. Although in the game a nickname is a good thing, in this world, it means he will receive unwanted attention if he becomes famous too quickly. Changing the subject, Misha wants to discuss more important things, like how they will distribute the group's earnings. Despite some losses, they reach nearly 8 million stones as profit. At this moment, the MC is very happy, remembering that Misha promised to give her earnings to him. A few days later, Misha is commenting that the labyrinth is painful, but the real world is not easy either. At this point, the barbarian has already resolved most of the things he needed. He repaired his equipment and got some items, and all this time Misha stayed with him. Even without understanding why she keeps sticking with him, his main concern is to make her stronger, because she is the main member of his team, but staring at the girl made her embarrassed. While she says she will visit her family, people around comment about the MC being Little Valkan. Misha says she will stay with them for 2 or 3 days and seems scared. Despite worrying if the girl will be well treated by them, Bjorn will not intervene in this matter. Bjorn wishes her luck, but she seems even more disheartened. Then the barbarian wishes her luck in a more barbaric way, irritating her. Misha says she will return soon and asks him not to skip meals. As she leaves, Bjorn remembers she said she would treat him as her savior, but it seems she is treating him like a son, just like his ex-girlfriend did. What he needs to do first is to increase her level. With improved attributes he can join better groups, but Misha cannot accompany him at her current level. After arriving in the 8th district, he decides he will stay with this group for now and is caught by surprise with a new execution. People around are euphoric as if it were a happy event, thinking the person about to fulfill the sentence was an evil spirit. Looking out of curiosity, the barbarian realizes it's Terrakin in that situation. Bjorn was worried about the guy, who must not have followed his advice to buy a weapon, or had the courage to enter the labyrinth. At this moment, Terrakin recognizes the barbarian, and tries to shout for help from the acquaintance, but it is too late. The barbarian turns away not to witness Terrakin's end, thinking that could have happened to him. Now he will stop helping these people out of pity. Suddenly, someone who knows the MC's name appears, saying they are in the same position as him. Listing several real countries, the blonde asks where Bjorn came from. To the barbarian's displeasure, there are more people like him in this world, and the guy seems quite excited to meet the MC. Extremely irritated with this situation, the barbarian uses the Einar method and tells the guy to say what he wants to get at with the conversation. A little scared, the guy says he thought Bjorn would stay there for only 3 months, after being pressured again. He hears the guy say he ended up in that place thanks to the damned Gwaim too, and makes more compliments about earning a title in such a short time, and Bjorn thinks this must be a scam. In the end, the blonde no longer wants to know where Bjorn came from, as both are outsiders. The MC stays silent while the other keeps talking, until he interrupts, wanting to know something. Pointing at the blonde, he wants to know if the guy is an evil spirit. The blonde confirms that yes, he is an evil spirit. Then Bjorn lets out a furious scream, scaring everyone around. He says that the chief of the barbarians ordered to kill all the evil spirits. The protagonist punches the blonde guy, knocking him out. A short time later, we are in a house that belongs to the security agency. A guard thanks Bjorn for saving his brother, who was in the labyrinth. Bjorn asks how long he will have to wait because he is already getting hungry. Then it is shown that the guards have calmed the situation, but the evil spirit got the worst of it. Another worried guard appears, calling for the captain. He says that the guy who got punched by Bjorn had an evil spirit hunter token. They go to the place where he is hospitalized, and another guy says he is not an evil spirit. Bjorn shouts that he himself said he was one and won't be fooled like that. Obviously, he is just playing dumb. The guy explains that this is part of a system that tests those who achieve a lot in a short time. Basically, they thought Bjorn was an evil spirit and wanted to trick him to see if he would fall into the trap. Really, Bjorn was very smart. With his performance, he will no longer be suspected, and the one who got hurt in this story was the blonde guy who got all beat up. Later, as the barbarian was leaving, he comments that he didn't expect them to know so much about the real world. He asks if he was from America or Europe. Bjorn only realized it was a trap when the blonde guy pronounced the word game. He said it in the wrong way, so Bjorn realized it was a trap and put on that whole act. And that was probably how Terrakin, the barbarian Bjorn helped, was executed. He must have fallen into this trap. Bjorn finally arrives home to take a nap, but he notices something strange on the floor, a white envelope. When he opens the envelope, a red pill falls out. There is also a letter that Bjorn begins to read. It says that if you take the pill, you will be able to join a community of players who came to this world. It is completely anonymous, with a message at the bottom of the letter saying that the king of Rafdonia is a son of a bitch. Now we see the guy from the security agency talking to someone from the royalty. The guy says he only ordered them to follow Bjorn and not try to figure out if he was an evil spirit. The guy apologizes because he thought it would be easy since Bjorn had only been there for 3 months. He plays a recording of that moment when Bjorn was being tested. The guy watches all the details very carefully. Then he says that an evil spirit would run, but Bjorn attacked the blonde guy. He concludes that Bjorn is not an evil spirit. For a barbarian to achieve a title in 3 months without being an evil spirit, he must really be a hero. And this is good because this city will always need more heroes. The next morning, Bjorn is in front of the magic tower. He took the letter for the mage to analyze. She says he must have caught the attention because everyone who becomes a bit famous receives it. It's normal. She says that if he had brought it right away, she might have been able to decipher what the evil spirits wrote in the letter. He plays dumb, saying he didn't know it was a letter. She also asks if there was a pill with it and if he knew what it was, but he says no. The mage says the pill was created by a very, very powerful wizard who specializes in dimensional magic. If he takes the pill, he will be able to enter a specific spiritual realm. Knowing this makes the MC curious. Raven explains that it is only his mind that enters this other dimension. If you did, you would enter the spiritual realm every 15 days, where evil spirits are probably exchanging information. Bjorn keeps wondering who might have sent it to him. Since the infiltrators died, the MC thinks there must be some kind of poison in the pill, but the mage explains there isn't. Probably they discover the infiltrator isn't an evil spirit and sever the connection of his soul with his body. Raven also says that they look like their souls in this realm, so there's no way to know their appearance in the city. Then Bjorn asks if there is any way to recognize who took the pill with magic, but the mage assures him there isn't. Otherwise, they would have caught all the evil spirits by now. Changing the subject, Raven wants to start the day's tests, first draining the barbarian's blood. Meanwhile, he thinks that he will have guaranteed anonymity in the realm. Maybe this is a good opportunity to get information, and even find a way to return to reality in the meantime. As he thinks about what he should do, the mage conducts the tests on his body. After calculating the risks, the barbarian decides to take the pill. If it were so dangerous, this community wouldn't even exist. And even though the entry is anonymous, it's better not to take it now, or they would know who the newcomer is. If his letter was the only one sent recently, they would know it was him who entered the community. So, it's better to wait another 3 to 5 months before taking it. And he doesn't urgently need information right now. 15 days after returning from the labyrinth in the magic tower, in a laboratory on its upper floors, a wizard is having some secret conversations. The wizard asks about the newcomer, but the voice in the crystal ball replies that he didn't come, which makes the wizard assume that the guy shouldn't be one of the players. Talking talking to the crystal ball, he says they should stop delaying the other letters and start sending them. He had expectations for this letter, but things didn't go as he wanted. At the guild branch, one of the workers informs that Bjorn was promoted to the 6th rank. Every day, he took care of the things he needed, and during this time, he spent a lot of money. But this doesn't sadden him because he spent it on things he needed. He bought a new weapon and reinforced his shield and breastplate with acid-resistant magic. And something very necessary, pants imbued with magic that won't wear out when Bjorn takes his giant form. Bjorn also asks about Misha's new equipment. The girl still hasn't gotten used to using it normally in a training field. Misha is getting the hang of using her twin blades. Bjorn finds it amazing that she can imbue attacks with the element of her spirit beast, but she needs to improve her movement. During this time, the barbarian also increased the level of his immortal seal. He didn't expect 10 minutes of pain to feel like 12 hours. With the seal at level 2, some other attributes also increase. For being conscious during the seal's update, the shaman offers to read Bjorn's fortune. The barbarian chooses one of the sticks from the pot, and the shaman starts staring at the stick, as if seeing something in it. Suddenly, he asks when Bjorn's birthday is, and he wonders if barbarians remember that sort of thing. Fortunately, the shaman was joking, saying there's no way a warrior would remember that kind of thing. Then the shaman reveals that things people usually experience only once in a lifetime. He will go through these things countless times, for that is the fate of heroes. In his room, the barbarian refuses to believe in that sort of thing. He will just do what is necessary. That way, he can get through any problem he encounters. Speaking of problems, Misha seems cheerful, inviting him to have breakfast with her. The next day, Bjorn returns to the shaman to raise the seal to level 3. He asks the barbarian to choose between one of the 3 roots: the spirit of flames, rigid steel, or the wild region. Since none differ much from the game, Bjorn chooses the spirit of the wild region. As soon as the ritual begins, the cabin shakes with the barbarian's screams of pain. At level 3, his threat level increases, and he receives the wild outburst, which increases his threat level 3-fold and enhances his physical stats. By wounding monsters, his physical stats increase, which is perfect for a tank. With gigantification, he increases his threat level even more. Bjorn certainly didn't expect so many advances in just 3 months. Suddenly, the shaman whispers in his ear that he can go now. But before that, there is something he didn't say about the barbarian's destiny. The shaman says he attracts people with hatred in their hearts and must stay alert to them, or he might get hurt. After that, he withdraws while the shaman remains silent. Outside, Bjorn is thinking about what's left to do now that he has achieved level 3 of the seal. Then Einar appears in the bushes, calling for him in a low voice. In the thicket, she congratulates him on the title of Little Valkan and is curious to know about everything that happened. The girl's eyes even sparkle when she hears the story about his last trip to the labyrinth. Feeling a bit more at ease that he was with Hikarat and the team, and not just strangers, Bjorn is worried that she has lost a lot of weight, but she tells him she's condensing her muscles, which, to the barbarian's shock, even she doesn't quite understand what it is. Suddenly, a voice shouting calls for her, and the girl says she has to leave. The barbarian is worried, but according to her, she just needs to train twice as hard. Before leaving, she calls for Bjorn once more, saying she's happy that he's doing well. He's no longer desperate to survive. Somehow, this time he seems a bit more relaxed. Alone, he wonders if he really is more relaxed. After that, in the library, the librarian comments that he has become famous. It's the first time she speaks to him first, and this kind of conversation seems unnecessary. So he leaves. There's no more reason to approach her now that he's at rank 6 and has a title. He even has a mage on his team now. Since she works in this place, she must be practically at the same level as Dwaki. Being someone who prioritizes survival, he doesn't have the capacity to take care of others. That's why he doubted everyone he crossed paths with and analyzed their actions. He assessed the value and benefits someone could bring him. He killed those who threatened him, wondered if he could use someone or be betrayed, acting only for his own benefit. Then he remembers Misha, saying he should leave her behind or die with her. Thinking about it, what Einar said to him before makes sense. Now he wants to do things that are not necessary for his survival. So he returns to the library, determined to live as a barbarian. He asks what the girl had to say to him, and she doesn't understand how he knew she had something to say. Then he tells her that from her eyes, it seemed she wanted to say something. The next day at a cafe during lunchtime, Bjorn is trying to get through the door that, even being normal-sized, is small for a barbarian. As soon as he enters, a woman he thinks is his client calls for him at a table. Shavin is the deputy director of the 7th rank administrative agency of Levision. As revenge for being called to this place, he orders beer and meat since he doesn't like sweets. Then he asks what she wants, and Shavin reveals that the librarian's name is Lagna. Even though she's not a noble, there's something behind that name, but Bjorn wants to know the reason he's there. So Shavin reveals that they patrol the sewers looking for criminals and tax evaders. But the people people who did this died in the third floor incident of the labyrinth and need replacements. To Bjorn, there are better people for this, thinking that evil spirit hunters might have something to do with it. But in reality, she wants him for the job because he's popular at the moment. She's very excited to meet him, like a fan. The salary Chauvin offers is nothing amazing, and she says her agency is demanding with who they hire. So Bjorn concludes that he will seem more trustworthy to others if he works with them. This will be his first mission after gaining the title, as no one trusts barbarians. Therefore, the MC excitedly accepts the job. After that, he leaves, and Chauvin thinks it's been a while since she met someone so interesting. She was curious after Lagna commented about him, and apparently, he knows nothing about her past, nor do we. For the girl, it was already time for Lagna to make some friends. 2 days later, at the entrance of the sewers, Bjorn and his group realize how much the place stinks. At the entrance, they are instructed not to lose the map and to return the lanterns when they come back. Bjorn talked to the group the day before, and the dwarf was excited to go to the sewers to see ghosts. Dwaki also wanted to go, as all he does lately is read. Since it's an easy place to get lost, Ron Miller also decides to go to train his new skill. To improve her twin blade skills, Misha also decides to go. Bjorn believes that in a place like this, Ron Miller's skills will be of great help. To light the way, Dwaki uses a light spell. While they walk, the dwarf talks about rumors that a terrible monster lives down there. Then Misha asks if the mage believes the monster exists, and according to him, all the trash from the magic tower goes to the sewers. If there were any kind of potion or reagent that came into contact with a monster's body, it should be possible. The barbarian listens to the duo's conversation in silence. Remembering that they said nothing strange happened there for 2 years, such a creature shouldn't exist. Suddenly, Rod Miller stops walking. Bjorn asks why he stopped, and the guide reveals that even without smelling very well, he senses that there's someone else down there with them. Then Bjorn prepares to fight. Since Rod Miller has the essence that gives plus 56th sense, he must be right. At the same moment, Misha finds a guy inside the wall. Bjorn grabs him with one hand and gently throws him on the ground. The guy, seeing no options and scared, charges at Bjorn with a knife, but the poor fellow is easily stopped by the giant barbarian, who already breaks his arm. Now the group starts interrogating him to find out what he was doing hidden there. Bjorn asks if he is mute since he isn't saying anything, but he starts crying and begs them not to kill him. He was just hiding because he has no money to pay the city tax. Rottmiller and the dwarf say that this can't be true because that mark on his forehead is for someone who committed a serious crime. Bjorn says that if they capture him alive, the agency pays 5,000 additional stones, but it's too much work for little profit. Then the guy, terrified of dying, says he will give information if they let him live, but the monstrous barbarian doesn't want to believe him. Then he says that a woman with many undead stole his hideout, and she must have a lot of money. Bjorn gets nervous, thinking it might be her. The woman who attacked them in the labyrinth, Elisa Vihench. Misha asks what they will do now, and Bjorn says if it really is her, they can't let her roam free like that. Everyone agrees, and half an hour later they are being guided by their newest guide dog. Sometime after walking and affirming that the place is very complex, they come to a staircase that descends into a sort of tunnel. Bjorn asks the prisoner if there are other exits, but the prisoner says this is the only one. Then Bjorn chuckles and says this time he will show her what justice is. They all go down while the prisoner goes ahead. Suddenly, they arrive at a pile of bodies thrown on the ground, and Bjorn yells for them to get back, saying she set a trap. The poor prisoner was left to take the fall. Suddenly, we see someone moving suspiciously. Elisa is surprised, thinking that her magic has been activated, perhaps by the people in the temple. She is worried because she hasn't found the path to the underground city yet. At this moment, the mage needs an offering to protect herself. Due to Elisa's spell, the fugitive's HP is decreasing. Bjorn is tying up the guy. He almost perished when the magic was activated. He asks about his companions, and fortunately, they are all well thanks to him. The same cannot be said for the guy, whose HP is now 0. The group thinks that thanks to him going ahead, the others were able to stay safe. Before they proceed, the dwarf notices that the guy had an identification badge. It was another Hans who crossed paths with the barbarian and didn't end well. While the dwarf suggests they can use the badge as evidence, Bjorn has a bad feeling about it. Nevertheless, they continue and reach Hans's old hideout. The group realizes that the person they're looking for isn't there, but something catches the mage's attention. Ryal senses some mana and believes it's coming from beneath the ground, so Bjorn throws his armor on the ground, saying he's going to destroy the ground, despite the mage warning that it won't work against magic. The barbarian activates his gigantification ability. If he can't destroy it with brute force, it means he's not using enough strength. The whole group is shocked to see what Bjorn is doing. He's really acting like a barbarian, trying to destroy the ground. and indeed, his tactic works. Miller says he smells that woman. It should be safe if they check the area. Since his sixth sense didn't detect danger, they decide to move forward. Then we see someone almost out of breath. The guy is running through the underground city of Nork. He opens a door shouting to the vice captain that the door was destroyed. The vice captain questions if it was the royal family, but he explains it wasn't. The door had been forgotten since the incident with the Karui cult, and as it might be a fleeing priest, they need to check it. To handle this, the vice captain assigns Amelia, who has caused a lot of trouble for our barbarian. Meanwhile, Bjorn's group is standing at a junction, not expecting to find a maze in the sewers. They ask Ryal why the path is so complicated, but even as a mage, he has no idea. Miller interrupts, saying the smell of the woman has gotten stronger. Surely, she's approaching them. Then we see Elisa walking through the sewers. She's also frustrated with the complexity of the place. Then she hears an eerie laugh and thinks it might be some dark deity. Elisa always hears the laugh when something bad is about to happen and wonders if she's been found by the temple. The priestess runs fearing she's been found. As she runs, she begins to hear voices and realizes they're the voices of the barbarian and his group. Her demeanor changes, and now she's determined not to let them escape. She uses gate magic to the demon realm, and shadow guardian knights appear. Before they could do anything, Misha slashes them using twin blades. Bjorn thinks the elemental bonus has made her stronger and says this time the fight will be different. The barbarian uses his wild surge ability to increase his threat level. They are much stronger this time, and fighting these things is nothing. Miller and Hikarud also join in and attack the shadows, leaving the priestess cornered. Then she casts several painful spells, aiming to make them suffer. But Ryal uses support magic, Brilliance, to block her attacks. Unaffected by the spell, Bjorn eliminates the shadows protecting her and tells the mage to attack. But it seems he wasn't ready yet, and Bjorn urges him to hurry, about to strike the priestess, who uses a magic that prevents physical attacks before the barbarian could hit her. To stop this, Ryal finally casts his spell, canceling the magic Elisa had used. Thus, she's caught by the barbarian and slammed to the ground. The rest of the group watches, and Ryal asks if they shouldn't take the priestess alive to collect the reward. Exactly for this reason, Bjorn ties her on his back to take her back. He praises the work of his companions, and when asking Miller to guide them to the exit, he realizes they're down. At that moment, he's paralyzed due to basilisk poison, even though the poison has less effect on him. As Amelia approaches, he thinks things were going too well until now. She asks if he's managing to move even while poisoned, and says he's much stronger this time. Bjorn recognizes her as the psychopath he met in the land of the dead. Amelia looks down, where Misha and the others are asleep, and asks if it's because of them that the barbarian isn't fleeing. Bjorn says he doesn't know why she would ask that, thinking she's there to finish him off. After becoming famous, he thinks Amelia sees him as a threat and took advantage of him going into the sewers to finish him off. He states that he kept his promise not to talk about her to anyone, so why did she follow him here? She says he was the one who invaded this place by opening the door, and asks how he knew about the location. Bjorn doesn't understand what place this is and asks for an explanation, and she asks how he opened the door. If she's referring to the door, he broke it with his weapon and asks if there's a problem with that. The barbarian only did this to capture Elisa, and Amelia realizes the person lying on the ground is the priestess of Kuri they were looking for. So Bjorn tries to leave, but the girl says she can't let him go after discovering this place. He asks if he can swear not to tell anyone about this place, but it seems things are different now. Then the barbarian starts removing his equipment. Bjorn asks if she knows the two ways to make someone furious. The first is not finishing a sentence, and the second way is, he angrily hurls his mace towards her. Even caught off guard, she manages to dodge it. Then he raises his shield, and throws it like Captain America's shield. He takes advantage as Amelia dodges the shield to close in on her. By the time she realizes, Bjorn is practically on top of her, but the girl is skilled and still manages to evade him. As expected, she moved just enough to dodge him, so Bjorn should do something she doesn't expect. He activates his gigantification. With his arm larger, he manages to grab the girl this time. Finally, he's going to land a hit, and indeed, the punch lands square in the face. As he decides to deliver the second, he realizes something's wrong. Amelia is holding a dagger with an aura and could cut his whole arm off this way. To prevent this, he uses the burst of flesh and his acidic blood hits her. Even taking another hit, Amelia doesn't retreat and tries to strike him with the dagger. So he changes tactics. This time he kicks her, catching her off guard. Bjorn sees she's quite injured and gets excited, thinking he can defeat her. Then he hears Amelia's voice coming from behind him and wonders why. She used automatic replication and is going to hit him with the Azura kick. Shocked by her use of automatic replication, he doesn't have time to dodge the attack. He only survives because of his passive ability, Darkness Source, and the effect of the essence of the immortal. Amelia finds his regeneration power incredible. She only used a healing potion, despite his condition. Then he quickly gets up, wanting to know why she let him live. According to her, Bjorn hasn't changed at all and asks why he attacked her out of nowhere instead of talking first. He thought he had no choice because she wanted to kill him, and Amelia asks how he came to that conclusion. As she said she couldn't just let him go, Bjorn thought she was going to finish him off, and asks what she's planning to do with him then, even though she says she won't kill him. Bjorn was about to grab his mace as a precaution. Amelia tells him to drop the weapon, even if it was just in case she changed her mind. The barbarian tells her the best way to defend oneself is to attack first. As she's injured, he asks why she didn't take a potion, but she reveals she can't. It seems there are essences that don't react well to potions, so she hands something to Bjorn. It's called Leet's Blessing, a remedy made by an alchemist from Nork that erases memories up to an hour before. Bjorn asks why she's doing this instead of killing them and getting thousands of stones in return. Amelia gets annoyed that he would think she's that bad. Either way, she makes him take the remedy. A much better solution than being killed. The barbarian asks if there are any side effects, but as far as she knows, there aren't any. Before he falls asleep, Amelia asks what the other way to make someone furious was. But Bjorn is already very sleepy, and he sleeps before he could answer. Leet's blessing is melting inside his soul. Suddenly, the barbarian awakens. His soul couldn't receive the blessing and it is being removed. The next morning, at the administrative agency, Bjorn receives the reward for Hans and an additional bonus. Then he meets his contractor who explains that he won't need to pay for the destroyed equipment. Come to think of it, they almost died in the sewers. He remembers waking up in the sewers, his headlamp and recording device broken. What Amelia said must have been true. The group had memories up until they found Hans' hideout. But for some reason, his memories remained intact. The group didn't remember anything about capturing Elisa. Rod Miller explains they must have fought her, but she woke up and used some magic to erase their memories. For Ryal and the dwarf, this makes sense. What matters is they defeated her in the end. As soon as they left the sewers, Shavin and the librarian were waiting for them. Since they were late, they went to look for them, though Bjorn doesn't think they would be much help. The mage says she only came because Shavin insisted. She must have a lot of money for equipment. Even saying that, Shavin claims it was the mage who was really worried about them. Misha becomes curious and asks Bjorn who they are. The girl doesn't like it much after finding out the mage is the one who takes care of the library he always goes to. After that, a paladin appeared, thanking them for capturing Elisa. As soon as he arrived at the agency, several girls started commenting on his ability to grow large. Of course, the barbarian gets annoyed by this. He's not some zoo animal for them to comment on. So Shavin hits the table to get their attention. If they don't want to be reported, they better stop. With that, she is forgiven for making him go to that cafe. Then Bjorn says he needs to go. His companions are waiting. But before that, Shavin invites him to the library when he has time. Lagna is preparing something for him. After that, we see the dwarf laughing. The group is gathered in a tavern eating and having fun. Already drunk, Hikarud starts calling Bjorn the goddess of fortune. The reward for capturing the priestess was 10 million stones. An astronomical amount. Since they don't remember Bjorn's hand exploding, or that he was decapitated, it seems very easy for them to have won the reward. At the table, Misha says she needs to talk to the barbarian and asks him to come closer. As soon as she starts saying something about her father, someone recognizes Bjorn and interrupts them. The guy remembers he's Hans Horge, Hans number 2 that only the novels Bjorn knew. He suggested the barbarian go to the guild after Aina left his group. Hans wants to join them, but Bjorn refuses, saying he has nothing to talk to him about. After all the bad experiences with Hans, he can't trust any of them and tells the guy to disappear. Having scared the guy off, he moves away from Bjorn and his group. The tavern door opens. 2 Moslin enter, one of the most powerful knight organizations where only those of noble origin can enter. They'd found what they were looking for, pointing at the barbarian. This reminds him of the shaman's words. It seems something bad always happens when he meets a Hans. The knights approach, and one of them says Ryal is arrested for slandering nobles. Bjorn is stunned. They're not after him this time. Ryal, who drank too much, barely knows what's going on. 3 hours later at the Moslin office, Bjorn's group is at the gates of the office unable to enter. Hikarud is worried if his companion is still alive. Then someone approaches the gates. Immediately the group becomes more lively upon realizing it's the wizard. But it doesn't seem like he's doing very well. Half an hour later, in a tavern, Ryal thinks he'll have to leave the group. He reveals that his older brother is Baron Martoin, surprising the dwarf that he is indeed noble. Ryal is the son of the former Baron with a servant, which is a shame for the family. Officially adopted by a brother of the Baron, he was actually raised by his mother and grew up in wealth. Even with this explanation, Hikaru doesn't understand why he would leave the group. After his father died, his second brother took over, and that's the problem. When the former Baron died, the eldest son and close people also died. He thinks the Mausoleum were a warning for him to continue in the shadows, especially now that he's part of an explorer group with someone famous. Bjorn doesn't like being blamed for being the famous one in the group. He asks if Ryal no longer wants to be an explorer out of fear of his brother, but the wizard says there's not much to be done. As exchange, to avoid punishment for defamation, he was banned from the labyrinth, remembering that there are only 9 days left for it to open. The group decides to discuss this further the next day, and Bjorn tells Misha that he needs to stop by the library. She finds it a bit strange to go at this hour, and Bjorn says he has business to settle with the librarian, and she can rest even though she insists on going with him. He gets annoyed when she says she had nothing to do at home, and tells her to train if she has free time. The poor girl was thinking of taking the whole day off and only training the next day. The library door opens. Bjorn remembers he never introduced himself to Lagna. She knew who he was and says it's almost closing time. She wants to know why he came there if not for books, as Bjorn said. Bjorn says her full name with a serious expression. When he tries to invite her to the labyrinth with him, Lagna interrupts and declines immediately. He says it's okay then. If she's someone so bad she can't even enter the labyrinth, he can't do anything about it. As she doesn't like what he said, Bjorn asks if she is skilled enough, and Lagna inquires if he was curious about her skills, but since she doesn't want to join his team, it doesn't matter. Bjorn tells the librarian that Shavin sent him there because Lagna had something for him, but she explains that's not quite right. Shavin wants to please Bjorn because her work status improved thanks to him, so she called in a favor Lagna owed her. The barbarian wants to know what he will get, and the librarian explains that it's books. The bearded facetive spell is capable of finding high-security books, permitted only to nobles and a few select others. She has used the spell a few times and says that as long as he doesn't talk about it, there will be no problems. Since few care about this place, Bjorn wonders what her story must be. The high-security books were definitely different, with content so useful that Bjorn wanted to read each one of them. He arrived almost at closing time, but Lagna let him stay while she organized the books. The book, Graphic Organization of Rafdonia, lists and describes public facilities and information about the secret police. The world of evil spirits shows the world of these spirits, written by a secret police agent. In complete analysis of the ruptures too, there is everything known about the 4 ruptures. They are basically like tutorials, things that took Bjorn 9 years to discover in the game, a true treasure. Suddenly, the name of the author of one of the books unsettles the barbarian. Oriel Gabus, the same name as the game developer. There are 2 possibilities. A player wrote this book, or it was really the game developer. If it's the latter, it means that Bjorn's presence here is related to the developer, which seems worse. So the developer would not be a person but some kind of divine being. Either way, it's good to have this clue. Bjorn still has no idea if opening the Abyss Gate will be the key to returning to his former life. If he tracks this name, he might be able to return, but he must do it carefully. Perhaps it's better for him to look into this and maybe find more clues. So he continues leafing through the books, until he realizes it's already dawn. He spent the whole night reading. As he reaches Lagna's desk, he sees she fell asleep while waiting for him. As she wakes up, Bjorn says that if she had said something, he would have left earlier. She excuses herself, saying she was resting because organizing took a long time, but it's already time to open the library again. Even so, she remains serious to show that she didn't spend the night there so he could continue reading. Since she spoke so seriously, Bjorn stays silent, thinking she might be a good person, and she asks if he isn't going to leave. A few hours later, at the magic tower, someone is calling Raven. She answers the barbarian sleepily, inquiring what he wants with her so early. As soon as he starts saying he needs a mage on the team, she closes the door, refusing. Then he asks for another favor, handing her a piece of one of the rare books and asking her to find out what type of paper it is. Raven says it won't be for free and asks him to come in. She asks again about the relic he used to kill the vampire, wondering if he knew about it, but he pretends not to understand. He says he got the relic from the head of a statue he broke out of boredom, and she asks if he didn't read about it. Bjorn inquires where he could have read about it, and she tells him that the information is in complete analysis of the ruptures. The barbarian says he used the relic just because he thought it might be useful, since it was on a statue of a goddess. Raven asks him to swear on his honor as a warrior. She was thinking she would finally get the book on the ruptures. She will analyze Bjorn's paper if he helps her colleagues with a research project, and will give him the result the following week. And she warns that he better not visit her without notifying first. Later, when meeting with the group, Misha is frantic because he wasn't home. He admits he was at the library, and Misha wants to know what business he had there during the night. Even saying he was just reading, she isn't very convinced. Changing the subject, he asks what she was going to tell him the previous night, and she hesitates to answer. Then the rest of the group arrives, and she greets them, seeming unwilling to discuss the matter with Bjorn. He becomes curious, wondering if something is wrong with her. Gathered, the dwarf asks if anyone has any ideas, starting with Bjorn. He thinks it's better to look for a new wizard. He himself has already spoken to two, but both refused. The dwarf feels a bit uncomfortable about him already thinking about changing companions, but the wizard himself says that Bjorn is right. The dwarf says he thought a lot last night and had an idea. Bjorn tells him to stop stalling and get to the point. They think it's plausible to talk to Baron Martoin, but Misha asks how they are going to find him since he lives in the capital and they can't go there. But the dwarf explains that this tea house they are in now is one of the places the Baron frequents, so they will meet him right now. The barbarian wants to leave, but his two companions say that if he stays, they will give him 300,000 gold. While they were having this discussion, the shop door opens. The Baron enters the shop and the friends tell the wizard not to miss the opportunity and go talk to him. So he introduces himself and kneels to ask the Baron to listen to him. The Baron asks what he wants, while his butler and guard are also by his side. The wizard feels pressured and can't say anything, while Bjorn watches the pathetic scene. Then he switches places with the wizard and introduces himself to the Baron as Bjorn, son of Jandel. The noble says it's been a long time since he last spoke to a barbarian and asks what he wants. Bjorn explains the whole situation to him about the wizard being banned from the labyrinth, but the noble asks what that has to do with him. Bjorn doesn't understand why he pretends not to know anything, but the truth is he really doesn't remember anything. The butler clarifies the situation, and it seems the matter was so insignificant to him that the butler was the one handling it. With everything clarified, Bjorn asks if he can lift the ban, but the noble questions why he should. Then the butler whispers to the Baron, saying that the barbarian is little Valkan. The Baron is very happy with the butler and says he will reward him with 200,000 gold, while holding his staff full of jewels. The noble says he will lift the ban if Bjorn does a favor for him. Misha and the others are excited about the answer. The noble says the count will hold a banquet in 2 months, and he wants Bjorn to go with him. He asks if Bjorn has any talents like bending metal or something, thinking Bjorn is a circus clown. Bjorn starts to get very nervous and with an angry look on his face, but the noble says he will give him 1 million in gold. So Bjorn says he accepts because he does everything for the sake of his companions. The next morning, the group meets the wizard who seems exhausted. At least he managed to get permission to enter the labyrinth again. With that, Bjorn thinks it's a good thing to have power and needs to start making plans to achieve a higher position. After that, Haikarad hands over the reward he had offered, but none of them accept it, and apologizes for the MC setting aside his warrior pride, but to Bjorn, it doesn't matter since he will gain 1,000,000 stones. The dwarf insists that he will not forget what happened, and will pay him back somehow. But since the favor benefited Dwaki, he says he will reimburse Bjorn with 10 times more. Time passes quickly after that, and soon the day arrives when the labyrinth opens again. Once again, young barbarians cross the MC's path, who guides them on the warrior's path. Since they think they will become famous warriors like him if they follow this path, they are all excited. Bjorn wishes them luck and departs, while the youths shout that little Valkan is a great warrior, and even gave them advice. Seeing their reaction, the dwarf says that Bjorn is really nice to his race. According to Bjorn, he just did what he could, as learning through experience is much harder. Then his expression becomes serious as he recalls that a few days ago, the barbarian Carrick mentioned that he worked as a guard for a team, and that his companions likely perished. If the barbarians had better prepared the youths for the labyrinth instead of teaching traditions, they might have survived. In Bjorn's group, they are discussing Rot Miller leaving his weapon in the treasury room normally, until the barbarian arrives to complete the group. This will be his 4th time in the labyrinth, and he wonders what will cross his path this time. He knows that problems will arise again, and needs to be ready to deal with whatever comes his way. On a screen, it shows that the character has entered the crystal cave. A hint shows that he has reached the maximum essence level and needs to hunt more monsters to level up. Thanks to the starting location, the group was able to reach the stone desert in just 9 hours. They hunted all kinds of monsters to gain XP. Even so, they managed to reach the portal to the next level in just 4 days. On the screen, It shows that the barbarian defeated several different types of monsters. On the 8th day, they cut through the witch's forest on the 3rd floor. Arriving at the sky tower on the 4th floor, there are monsters from the 4th floor, ranked 6, and monsters exclusive to that location. In other words, it's a great place to gain a lot of XP. That's why many call that place the training tower. Then we see the screen again indicating that Bjorn defeated even more monsters. With the hunt, they earned 3.9 million, thanks to the passive mimic skill that increases the drop rate of magical crystals by 30%. Bjorn earned less than the first time, maybe because there are so many looters now. This is the amount usually earned. Upon returning, he comforted himself and spent his time being productive. He helped Raven with her experiments and discovered the year when the piece of the book he took was made. It was made 150 years ago, the year the game started and the founding king died, all at the same time. Bjorn would like to know what happened at that time, but there's no way to find out. The only thing he can do now is go to the labyrinth. More time passes, and his 5th adventure in the labyrinth arrives. Again, nothing happens except leveling up, and they manage to get 790,000 stones each. In his room, the barbarian thinks he shouldn't get anxious, as things have been going well so far. He barely closes his eyes. Then he becomes agitated, telling himself not to think this way. When things are going well, it's even more dangerous. He mustn't forget that bad things always happen when he lets his guard down. He can't stop. He must keep getting stronger. Just like that, Bjorn will survive and slaps his own face to set his thoughts straight. If someone saw him like this, they would think he's crazy, but he needs to prepare for the worst case scenario. If he's going to look crazy anyway, it's better to be a crazy person who survives. Then we see a screen with all of his skills. The next day, Misha is preparing coffee for the barbarian and asks if something happened. She felt as if he had a fierce spark in his eyes, and the barbarian thinks he must have been cold to her, not wanting to let his problems show. Then, out of nowhere, Misha, a bit shy, asks if he wouldn't like to touch her ears, making him spit out in surprise. She explains that when she was younger, her older brother used to touch them, saying it made him feel better. Looking at her, he realizes that the girl is just trying to be nice, with nothing strange behind it. Bjorn explains to her not to mention this to others, as they might misunderstand, but Misha doesn't understand. If he didn't know that Misha likes skinnier guys, he might have misunderstood it as her trying to seduce him. Misha, still not fully understanding what he meant, offers meat, which he accepts without complaint. After that, the barbarian goes to the library. He and the librarian greet each other, and the barbarian inquires if she has anything to tell him before asking what he wants from her. She says she's not sure but should warn him since he's an explorer. Without beating around the bush, Bjorn asks what the warning is. She tells him that a dimensional collapse is expected to happen in the labyrinth soon, and the power of a floor boss can't compare to it. This should have happened every 100 games Bjorn played, and he concludes that this is why things have been so calm. Ragna thinks Bjorn doesn't believe it, and when he asks about her source, she mentions a mage who has been studying these collapses for a long time. Then the barbarian thanks her for the warning, and she is surprised that he is already leaving. He just waves goodbye. Now that he has a new task, he has to complete it first. But since he didn't find anything at first, he started to think that the mage in Ragna's story might not exist. Then, 10 days later, rumors of it spread, and Misha rushes to alert him about the dimensional collapse. In a tavern, the barbarian notices that several people are talking about it. For a rumor to spread like this, there must be some source, but there is none. Maybe someone is spreading it intentionally. The barbarian is frustrated, wishing to hear information from more hidden sources. But a barbarian cannot access that kind of information. He has only one way to get it. He intended to wait 3 months before taking the pill, but swallowing it, he thinks that 2 months should be enough. The pill goes down his throat. Now he just needs to wait. Then he glances at the clock, and we see the message on the monitor that the character took GB027. His soul is pulled into a different realm, where, with his human appearance, he wonders what place this is. In what seems like a Korean police station, someone is reading Bjorn's personal information. A man says that his company reported his disappearance after he missed work for a month, and another mentions that he only has his mother. But when she was notified of the disappearance, she said she didn't care. Thus, the guy is curious about why this disappearance case is being passed to them. The cameras show him entering his home but never leaving, and all the windows were locked, which is definitely strange. It's a unique case. There are no signs of forced entry or missing items in the house, and he hasn't used his credit card during this time. The clothes the MC was wearing were also found, as if his body had disappeared while wearing them. The guy thinks whoever did this is crazy and wants to send it to forensic analysis. But first, his colleague wants to show something. He shows the monitor that was in the missing person's room, surprising the other by being inexplicably on. The monitor displays Bjorn's information within the game, according to what he has achieved. In shock, the policeman asks what that is. According to his colleague, there have been more similar cases in other countries. Back to Bjorn, he thinks it's been 5 months since he's been in that world and he has done barbaric things to survive. He started typing naturally when he saw his computer, where he was asked to enter a password. Bjorn stares at the screen for a moment after typing the password. Then something surprises him. Only now does he stop to think that he's back in his original body. Suddenly, the blank space around him starts transforming into a room. His room looks just as he remembers it, so he thinks that in that case. He then opens his refrigerator and is surprised to find it full of cans of soda. Unable to resist, he opens one of the cans, taking a big gulp after so long without access to such things. Unfortunately, the liquid tastes like nothing, as if he were drinking only water. Then a voice catches his attention, asking if she could come in. Bjorn explains that the place is a manifestation of where he felt safest, and due to his high defense status, the person only sees things there as smoke. The password he entered earlier was false, and the person came to check. The woman is named Soul Queen and seems to be the guide for ghost hunters. She says that someone from the game couldn't manifest clothes and spaces from Earth. Thinking about it, he got this suit from his ex, so she interrupts him, saying that he is an official member now. She mentions that they can no longer kill people by separating their souls from their bodies as they did with NPCs. Soul Queen teaches him how to use the community forum, which is very similar to regular forums. Someone had already taken the username he used on the game forum, so Bjorn changed the spelling to create his user on the forum. After doing this, Soul Queen says she's leaving and that he can request help if he needs anything. It wasn't hard to explore the community, so Bjorn just joined a chat room to try to get used to the forum. As soon as he enters, his body is teleported to the room, and several guys welcome him. The room leader asks where he's from and requests that he make his nickname visible and introduce himself. The leader, Dartman, explains to Bjorn that just thinking about it will make it appear. He can manifest things with his thoughts there. Bjorn thinks he should act as if using a skill and introduces himself as Elfnunna. Everyone is shocked to see the nickname, as it was the person who wrote the status analysis and whom they thought was a developer. And Bjorn is shocked by the group's reaction. They are excited to talk to Bjorn, who explains that this is a nickname he used to use. After about 3 years of the game, he summarized the status, but it had about 100 views, so he doesn't understand why they comment as if he were famous. Thinking about it, Soul Queen asked if he was a fan when he chose that nickname. Maybe he became famous without knowing. Since he doesn't want to receive all this attention without knowing the reason, he says it's a misunderstanding and that he's just a fan, showing that there's an extra N in his nickname. They immediately become disheartened, and the leader reassures them that this is understandable. After that, he ends up alone, and a guy passing by notices him. The guy asks how many years he has been there. As it might sound strange if he tells the truth, Bjorn says it's been 1 year, and the guy thinks he took a long time to receive the letter. Most people receive the invitation early when it's more obvious they are evil spirits. He praises that the MC must be a good actor and must know what's happening in the real world, where 70 days must have passed by now. Pink Eye explains that 5 months there correspond to 1 month on Earth, and Bjorn wonders if anyone reported his disappearance. He learns a few things from Pink Eye about how to return. The guy says there are many theories, but no certainty. Regarding the first player, the guy says they must have arrived there about 20 years ago, when the community was created, and finds it incredible that they finished the game in just 5 years. Bjorn agrees, but his ego as a veteran is shattered. All of them reached the Abyss Gate before him and must be impressive, so Pink Eye asks what difficulty he played on. Bjorn is puzzled by what the guy means. Pink Eye thinks it couldn't have been on the original. In the remake, what difficulty did he finish? In Korea, it should be called cheat mode, a game file that was released which allowed changing XP and item rates. Proudly, the guy says he completed it using the 50x version. At that moment, Bjorn understands how all these guys finished the game. The pink guy then asks at what multiplier the protagonist completed the game, and even though he finished the hardest version which didn't allow changing the multiplier, he says he did it at 50x as well to avoid suspicion. Apparently, the person who created that place won playing at 15x. At this moment, Bjorn is more than irritated. Then we see someone asking if the other person took the computer. The woman says yes and that they erased their memories to avoid having articles about it, and the other person asks about the man. According to her, he was ordinary in every way, and the old man adds that he was ordinary except for the game. He was quite formidable, and the elder questions whether he surpassed the legacy of Oreo Gabby. She says that the world building was excellent, but it was closed 5 years ago because no one could finish it. But since he was able to finish it, maybe it wasn't a flawed game. This piques his curiosity about Lee Hansu, the only one who managed to reach the end of a game that everyone thought was impossible. How far will he go? Talking to Pink Eye turned out to be beneficial in many ways. He remembers discussing what they miss eating, and Bjorn mentioned he would like a hot soup with rice. For him, This is the most efficient food he has ever had. Having such a conversation helped relieve his stress. He realizes there's little time left before that space closes. So, it's better to search for information about the dimensional collapse in the trading market, where information is bought and sold with ghost points. The place is filled with information, and every 100,000 GP is equivalent to 2 million stones. Thus, Bjorn looks for the most expensive information, the most efficient method, where there are many requests for information about skills and how to defeat floor bosses. He joins a request for information about the boss of the first floor and earns 70,000 GP. In another request about a hidden piece on the 6th floor, he earns another 139,000 GP. The MC smiles, proud that there's nothing about this game he doesn't know. As soon as he posted his request with the points he earned, a player asked to talk to him. The guy asks if he wants to know about the Terratane school and the mage Sharno Fergan. If Bjorn asked about the collapse, he could get false information. So he decides to ask about the source of the rumor, and questions what this mage has done recently. The guy asks if he wants to know about the dimensional collapse, and Bjorn thinks he has found the person with the right information. It seems true that the mage talked about the collapse, but the guy assures that it's not going to happen. He says it's a story involving high-rank people, and to be sure, Bjorn offers him an extra 20,000 GP. The guy explains that the Terratane school focuses on dimensional magic, specifically on labyrinth studies, and the mage wanted to conduct a study. So, they must have spread the rumor about the collapse to have fewer explorers in the labyrinth. Bjorn is curious if it would be a problem to tell him this, but the guy says he's selling this information. Moreover, the royal family will soon control this rumor. Since there will be fewer explorers, the number of magic stones will also decrease. Having received the information he wanted, Bjorn says he will pay what he promised, but the guy refuses, saying he was too tough on a companion like him. This makes Bjorn certain that this guy is so well established in this world that the amount means nothing to him. That's why he knows information that the MC had so much difficulty accessing, and it reminds him of when he started. The MC is in a harsh reality ruled by the principle of survival of the fittest. Back in his room, Bjorn reflects that he still has a long way to go. Perhaps that's why it's so much fun. The man who wanted information about defeating the first floor lord, the woman who wanted information about Skull Island, and the man who was in front of him a few moments ago. The places they took years to reach, the thought of never reaching them never even crossed his mind. The screen continues showing updates on Bjorn's achievements, and the man monitoring them thinks Bjorn must be completely insane. He asks how many made it to the first floor on their first attempt, and the woman says 117, but none of them in the bad conditions Bjorn is in. It's hard to believe these stats even for someone who has played for years, and Bjorn achieved them in just a few months. The woman says that with a bit of luck, it's not impossible, but the guy interrupts, saying that if it were that easy, there would be similar cases. The man concludes that Bjorn is an outlier. Generally, the more examples they have, the less the variable of luck affects. But sometimes there are cases like this, for the first time, making the impossible possible. In simple terms, becoming the #1 case. The man continues to review information about the barbarian. A message appears noting that this is abnormal growth and that the moderator is watching the character. The man recalls when everyone called the game a failure, and he left his last words. He had only made a rational judgment. If even one finished the game and could be sent, that side would have a greater chance. Then the MC opens his eyes, realizing that he has returned. As they said, 1 hour there is 1 second in this world, and only 13 seconds have passed. But he must be careful, as he is vulnerable during this time. Still, the ghost hunters exceeded his expectations and are a good source of information. Being awake for so long in that reality leaves Bjorn exhausted, and he has the Baron's event the next day. The next day, in the Imperial capital, Bjorn, dressed in a flashy manner, is thinking about what will happen in the labyrinth. Bjorn wants to finish it quickly to go to the Sky Auction House. He remains bothered by the clothes he had to wear. Suddenly, the Baron's butler tells him to stop, saying the barbarian should maintain his posture as the leader of the procession. But Bjorn doesn't pay much attention to the butler's sermon. The distance between the Baron's house and the banquet location is about 6 kilometers, and the MC had to walk the route in the summer. Once they arrive, the Baron is excited about the attention he received for having a barbarian with him and promises to reward him. Then he says to enjoy the banquet and leaves. Bjorn is left alone at the banquet, and several nobles comment on how intimidating he looks. While feeling like a zoo animal, a noble congratulates him for walking the entire route in those clothes. Asks him to rest with him while the Baron is not around. Bjorn questions if the guy shouldn't stay with the others, but he explains that he is not welcome and used to be an explorer. So Bjorn introduces himself, and we find out that the guy's name is Carl Aramore, and the MC feels that he is a decent guy. Perhaps because he was an explorer before, Carl lacks the arrogance of a knight, and Bjorn thinks the annoying butler could learn something from him. At that moment, the butler appears, irritated that Bjorn is resting, and Karls asks him to stop, since the barbarian is resting because he asked. Then the butler whispers that people won't like seeing Bjorn resting, that they will think he is weak and that today he must be a warrior of steel and blood. Remembering that he will receive 1,000,000 stones as payment, Bjorn accepts the suffering for one day. He puts the helmet back on, presenting himself as the warrior of steel and blood who rejects civilization, and, as a wild barbarian, he lets out a roar in the middle of the banquet. The nobles look at him, some scared, and others excited by what they saw. Even with the butler questioning what he just did, Bjorn says it just seemed like the right moment. He then goes to the banquet tables and starts devouring the dishes vigorously. The guests get excited, commenting that, as expected from a barbarian, Bjorn can't control himself. Initially, this worries the butler, but he soon takes advantage of the fact that people are enjoying the barbarian's attitude. Then Bjorn puts his hand on the butler's shoulder, saying he wants to crush his skull. In a panic, the butler says Bjorn is going too far with his joke, but with a scary face, the MC asks the butler if it looks like he's joking. This makes the butler remember the madness Bjorn had caused in the guild earlier. The man is completely terrified. He says he needs to do something and that Bjorn can rest. Then he moves away from the barbarian, and Karls laughs, finding the butler's state amusing. For the MC, this banquet is starting to be fun. After enjoying himself as a true barbarian for a while, some nobles who were curious came to talk to him. Two noble girls ask if they can touch his arm. With no reason to refuse, the barbarian agrees. Others ask if he can roar again as he did before, but instead of roaring as before, the barbarian enters opera mode, singing melodiously, and leaves the couple who made the request emotional. Several other nobles join them. It's as if Bjorn is working as a kind of Apart from the excited nobles, the knights talk among themselves, complaining that the barbarian seems like a clown, and saying that he must have lost his pride as a warrior, but Bjorn can hear them. But he realizes that they are just knight apprentices talking nonsense. Then the baron reappears, running the nobles' fun because now Bjorn has to go with him. He follows the baron to meet other nobles in the banquet hall and is introduced as Little Valkan. Justifying his presence there, Bjorn says the baron helped him through a difficulty and decided to protect him as a bodyguard. As if following a script, the barbarian mechanically thanks the baron for his good deeds. The viscount finds his way of thinking honorable, and after that, Bjorn has to go through 13 more conversations like this. At least this increases his fame. In that hall, there were fewer than 15 nobles, and Bjorn was introduced to all of them. After the introductions, the barbarian started talking to people who were looking for the baron. They comment that Bjorn lives up to his nickname. Then a knight in armor appears, greeting the baron. He did not expect to see Bjorn there, and the baron is surprised that Bjorn knows Captain Kravitz. Paul Kravitz is from the Order of Lietlas, god of exploration and stars, the captain of the Third Order of Paladins. He invites Bjorn to visit the order whenever he needs someone to rely on, as he will always remember what Bjorn did for them. The captain gives a summary of what Bjorn did for them, keeping everyone entertained. This makes the baron cast a look at the barbarian, commenting that he is more impressive than he imagined. Half an hour later, the nobles excitedly mention that Count Ferdihilt is there. According to the baron, the count was very eager to meet the barbarian, and he has a bad feeling about it. The count cheerfully says he was looking forward to seeing Bjorn and didn't imagine his fame had reached the nobles. Even in the game, Bjorn had only had such an event after a long time of playing, and the count praises him happily. Suddenly, the count says he has an idea, mentioning that there will be an upcoming knight apprentice training event, and asks if the barbarian would like to participate. Despite his bad feeling, the barbarian agrees, and several apprentices around disdain his skills. The prize for the winner is the numbered item 7777, the Garpa necklace, which will have a magical crystal melted and turned into another substance. It has several things in common with the frozen spirit ring, a low item that, despite being rare, is not very valuable, and it still has a hidden special event within it. The barbarian is determined to win this event. Whether it's the fear of something bad happening or the determination to find his security, he disregards it all. If he avoids things out of fear of an uncertain future, the end that awaits him is destruction. In reality, he is nervous, but he still needs to overcome his fears and move forward. The baron doesn't want him to win or lose too quickly, and according to Bjorn, he could crush most of them in 10 seconds. Despite the butler's concern, the baron promises Bjorn 1,000,000 stones if he wins. The barbarian is even a bit worried that the baron will keep offering him money, but it motivates him to do his best. Then someone appears, saying they heard Bjorn make arrogant comments earlier. While the baron was away, some rats appeared to disdain Bjorn. One says he can cut the barbarian's throat in 10 seconds, and another says he'll take him down. There's something wrong with these guys' heads. Annoyed, Bjorn says that they all show up together like cowardly rats, and not even a child would do that. They only got brave when they saw the baron wasn't around. They have no honor honor or pride. He shouts that to come threaten a fellow participant with numerical advantage, there must be something wrong with them. Gathering courage, one of the apprentices tells the barbarian to be quiet, which leads to comments from the watching nobles. They know what will happen if a barbarian decides to get serious. With these comments, the guy's courage wanes. He storms off, shouting that Bjorn will pay for it, but the MC laughs, saying he'll take care of his head next time. The event starts with someone losing an arm. Then, Bjorn is surprised to face Sylvania from House Baron Hessen. Bjorn has drawn one of the 3 guys who had annoyed him earlier as his first opponent. The most irritating one, who had criticized the barbarian's masculinity. Sylvania swears by his honor and pride that he will use only fair methods in the duel, but he is interrupted by Bjorn's roar, which makes the entire audience excited for the upcoming fight. Then the judge declares the duel to begin. Sylvania charges with his sword towards the barbarian. 3 swords appear in front of him, and Bjorn doesn't know which one is real. In this case, he chooses to defend against all 3. He considers himself a true barbarian in this moment. Even so, he knows he should not underestimate his opponent, especially if they were under the same conditions. Bjorn uses his wild outburst, which increases his threat and also his body. Remembering that he said he would crush most of them in 10 seconds. Giant and menacing, Bjorn tells the frightened guy to come fight him. There's still plenty of time before the 10 seconds are up. Although Bjorn's ability increases his threat level, it has no effect on humans. However, it makes those who are already afraid cower in fear, and for those who are brave, it increases their fighting spirit. Bjorn wondered how this guy would react. Sylvania was the type to get more spirited and charged at the MC, noticing he didn't have a shield. As he blocked the attack with his own arm, he thought it was a bit inconvenient. His opponent was shocked that Bjorn could block him like that, but the MC just said it was because he was weak. As soon as Sylvania drew his sword, Bjorn's blood splattered on his face. The guy immediately noticed something was wrong with that blood. He accused the MC of using some dirty trick, but the MC was just standing there doing nothing. Bjorn grabbed him by the neck, reflecting that this guy had a problem with his head, and then said he had made a promise that when they met again, he would solve that problem for him. For the barbarian, if there's a problem with the head, all you need to do is get rid of it. About to strike his opponent's head, Bjorn was sure any barbarian would think of solving it this way. Right after that, outside Lietla's medical tent, Bjorn asked if the guy was alive. A priestess explained that Sylvania would live, and the MC must have gone easy on him. But Bjorn didn't think he was that weak. The barbarian said his opponent was a knight. He only hit him with his fist, and still, he was knocked out. But according to the priestess, it was much worse than that, though it didn't matter to Bjorn since the guy was unconscious. The priestess felt that this barbarian was even more stubborn than normal barbarians, and at that moment, Sylvania woke up. He only remembered that he was about to duel, and the priestess warned him he must have lost his memories due to the injury. Sylvania began thanking her for healing him, then noticed Bjorn in the tent. Bjorn asked if he really didn't remember anything, making the guy uncomfortable, and he asked Bjorn to stay away from him. Since it didn't seem like he was lying, the barbarian said he'd leave if Sylvania did something for him. The MC recounted what the knight had told him before and asked him to repeat it, which didn't please him, but he agreed. Bjorn signaled for him to start speaking, and Sylvania began repeating that the barbarian had small parts. As he said this, he went into shock as his combat memories returned. But Bjorn stared at him with a sinister expression, telling him to keep repeating. The guy knelt on the bed, trembling, admitting he was wrong and begging for mercy. To the MC, the problem with his head was resolved. With his opponent cowering in fear, Bjorn thought that day he had solved a problem that even a priest couldn't. Returning from the tent, the Baron was waiting for him and asked where the barbarian had been. The MC explained he went to check on Sylvania, which the Baron found strange since the barbarian had fought him without mercy. Bjorn revealed he thought the opponent would be more resilient, and the Baron laughed, saying it was his fault for training too little. The barbarian questioned if there was no problem in injuring these nobles, but the Baron told him not to worry. It wouldn't be a big deal even if one of them died. The Baron would handle it. The MC just needed to focus on winning, which would please the Count. With that permission, the barbarian smiled, saying that in that case, he would crush his opponent's skulls. The MC's second opponent was Sir Courtian, another of those idiots who had irritated him earlier. He started by asking if Bjorn wasn't ashamed of leaving his friend in that state, and that this fight wouldn't be so easy. Courtian continued by saying Sylvania was the weakest among them, but soon fell silent, seeing he had no chance. The barbarian struck him on the head with a single blow. The victory belonged to Bjorn Jandel. He celebrated the win in a fight that lasted only 3 seconds. The nobles in the audience became even more excited. Looking at them, the MC wondered if it was really enjoyable to see someone's head being smashed. The fights continued, and Bjorn's fame attributes increased more and more. In the third round, the semifinals, he won easily, bending his opponent's spine. The only thing that disappointed the MC was that he didn't get to fight the last guy from the trio who had irritated him earlier. Meanwhile, the healer gained more followers among those who were defeated by the barbarian. During a break in the fights, the Baron was super excited, laughing at how easy it was for Bjorn to finish off his opponents. The MC focused, thinking about who his final opponent would be. He would fight Sir Albatross. Bjorn had already observed the warrior in previous fights, and among other things, he had the essence of a Cyclops, a beautiful combination of attributes focused on strength. The MC had removed his costume, and Albatross thought that this way, the barbarian could fight more freely. He was worried the fight would end quickly, and was relieved the barbarian would fight seriously with him. Bjorn was saving a trick for the final fight. The previously confident look on his opponent's face began to fade. Only deep fear remained in his expression. Using gigantification and wild outbursts, Bjorn was more than threatening. The two barbarian abilities used together left the guy petrified, with a massive increase in his threat level. In a panic, Albatross dropped his sword on the ground and fled the fight like a coward. He ran into the crowd of spectators, overcome by panic, asking for help. At that moment, Bjorn returned to his normal form, and the fight judge announced that the barbarian's opponent had left the field. Only then did the knight realize what he had done. He tried to return, making excuses, but the judge interrupted him. He had lost. A cold gaze from the audience focused on the loser. Count Fertihilt inquired how much longer the knight planned to disgrace his name. Meanwhile, at Owen's house, the elf was in a desperate loop, obsessively thinking she needed to get stronger. Now she believed that was the only way to keep the important people in her life around her. Only then would she have everything she wanted. As soon as her sister opened the bedroom door, the elf greeted her cheerfully. A little suspicious, Daria asked if her sister was really okay, as she had heard her murmuring. But Owen assured her she was fine, saying she was just talking to the spirits, and asked her sister to come back later. Daria left the room, reflecting on whether she should tell her younger sister. Since everyone was talking about little Valkan, it wasn't good to keep this secret from her. On the other hand, she reflected that in no other way would her sister grow as much as an explorer. Owen had formed contracts with all 4 elemental spirits, and even managed to give 3 of them their own will. She wonders how long it would normally take her sister to reach that level. She also excels as an archer and fights with daggers, able to fight rank 7 monsters alone. After reflecting on how her sister had grown stronger, Daria decided not to tell her anything about Bjorn. Then she remembered that Owen had recently absorbed an essence. Perhaps that was the reason she had become so powerful. She picked up the basic essence analysis book to be sure, where she found information about Kanabaro. In its description, its level of obsession was high, and the other essences she had absorbed also showed that. Daria understood that this must be the reason her little sister had become so obsessed with power. Either way, she couldn't just erase the essences Owen had absorbed. She could only replace them if she found a better one. Now that she knew the cause of her behavior, it would be easier to deal with. In the middle of the night, she woke up wondering what would happen if Owen discovered Bjorn was alive before erasing the essences. What would her obsession shift to? In District 7, a carriage stopped in front of a building. It was 2 a.m. and Bjorn was returning home. Because his client was a noble, the barbarian had earned an incredible 4.3 million stones. The Baron laughed, saying he would be the talk among the nobles for a few months, and Bjorn could look for him if he needed anything. He should be happy, considering everything the barbarian had done. On the other hand, Count Fertihilt did not seem happy at all. He congratulated the MC on the victory, and said that if he was more prepared, he would get in touch. He also gave a wicked look and said that Bjorn should ignore the requests from other nobles until then. Even though he didn't understand what the count said, the barbarian nodded in agreement, since the man was frightening. What Bjorn didn't expect was to get Garpa's necklace so quickly. It was impossible to obtain without luck in the game. He wondered how high his luck level was, thinking he should be more cautious from now on. The next morning, his door was packed with letters, and Bjorn understood what the count was talking about. Most of them asked the same thing, that the barbarian attend a banquet in exchange for a reward. He could live off of that. Still, he remembered the count's terrifying look. If he accepted these requests, the count would go mad with rage. But he couldn't just ignore them either, so he replied. Bjorn wondered what the count was thinking. Calm people like him were the scariest. Why would the count be interested in a barbarian explorer like him? To learn more, he decides to research the count at his next meeting with the community. Arriving at the tower, he recalls that this is the last month he needs to help Raven, the girl who seems uncomfortable. The person he had to help this time was none other than her mentor, who smiled at him. She apologized, saying Diane insisted on it, and the wizard, laughing, asked Bjorn not to be nervous. Then the MC realized that the elder had arranged a meeting between the two. Diane wanted help with his new magical tool that could detect whether a soul was from an evil spirit or not. Bjorn asked about the tool, trying to stay calm, convinced that the old man thought he was an evil spirit. He questioned whether it was really safe to use. Calling himself the master of the Altinian school, the elder said the barbarian should trust him. To prove that he wasn't being underestimated, he said Raven would test the tool first. This surprised the girl since she wasn't expecting it, but she agreed. Despite her reaction, Bjorn knew she would side with her master, who probably wasn't certain about the tool either. And if it had, that old man would have found a way to test him already. Diane explained that the test wouldn't be dangerous, and would take about 5 minutes, and the MC agreed to take it. As if not expecting that, the wizard asked if he was sure. Just minutes ago, he was worried it would be dangerous. To avoid further questioning, the MC said he just wanted to get it over with and go to sleep. As soon as Bjorn left the room, Raven asked why her master had done that. The test chair had nothing magical about it, and even though she had followed Diane's lie, she wanted to know the reason behind it. Raven questioned whether the master had thought Bjorn was an evil spirit, which was why he interrogated him about what happened in the labyrinth. Since the MC passed the test, the wizard confirmed to his disciple that he was wrong. She could even understand that thought since the MC was different, but she asked Diane to answer one thing. Why did he do that if he thought Bjorn was suspicious? He could have simply reported the barbarian to the secret police. But according to the wizard, if he did that, the barbarian would meet a bad end. Ignoring Raven, who wanted to know more, Diane said he needed to leave. The girl was left thinking about what he said about the barbarian dying if he were reported. This means the wizard needed an evil spirit alive. What could he be planning? Back at his house, Bjorn was exhausted after all those anxious moments. Whatever the case, the MC felt he reacted well to the wizard's test but wondered why Diane seemed disappointed. Suddenly, Misha appeared in front of him, asking if he was asleep. He remembered giving her a key. He grabbed the girl's arm, surprising her, and said he needed her. But Misha misunderstood. What Bjorn really wanted was for her to help him respond to the letters sent by the nobles. She questioned if it was okay to send such letters to the nobles. But for Bjorn, it was good enough, stating in the letters that he was too busy and they should find another barbarian. As they wrote, Misha wanted to know what happened the previous day. With 10 days left until the labyrinth opened, the MC's team met to discuss their plans. And Heikrod immediately stated that he wouldn't go this time, as a dimensional collapse would mean their end. He wasn't the only one who thought that way. Ryal was also afraid. Even Rotmiller thought it would be better not to go this time. Bjorn could convince them with the information he gathered from the community, but he thought it unnecessary. It was even better. It had been 3 months since he went to the blood-painted castle, and anyone who had passed the first floor rupture knew it needed time to recharge. Since Bjorn couldn't reveal how to open the rupture, he thought of taking only Misha with him, but when he mentioned it, it seemed even the girl wasn't willing to go with him. But as soon as he mentioned going alone, according to Misha, he should ask if she wanted to go and be a little more polite than usual. This made him uneasy, so he mechanically asked if she would go with him, and of course, she agreed. It was decided. Only the two of them would go to the rupture this time. The next day, at the market, a newsboy was distributing a special edition of the news. According to the news, the royal family announced that rumors of the dimensional collapse were false. The dwarf went to Bjorn to say they could go to the labyrinth, but the MC said he had accepted a mission and couldn't go. He slammed the door, leaving Heikrod alone in the hallway. Misha, who was at the MC's house, didn't understand what mission this was, but the barbarian revealed it was just an excuse. Bjorn explained that he wanted to go to a rupture this time, and Misha asked if he had entered the library to find that out. She didn't understand why he didn't tell the team, and the MC asked if she told anyone how she made a pact with a beast. Surprised that she hadn't told anyone. Misha hadn't because Bjorn had asked her not to. The barbarian asked what Heikrod would do in her situation. To her, he would have told everyone as soon as he drank. Bjorn also asked what she thought Dwaki or Ramiller would do in that situation. For Misha, Dwaki might reveal it by accident, but she wasn't sure what Rotmiller would do. What Misha said was almost exactly what the MC thought, except for Brown, who he considered the easiest to read. He would have kept the secret but would wonder how Bjorn knew and find him suspicious. So Misha understood why the barbarian kept it secret and asked what he thought about her. Why was he telling her these things? For many reasons. The MC knew she wouldn't reveal his secrets. Basically, since she was bad at lying, Bjorn would know if she had told anyone, revealing to the girl that she was someone he could trust, which immediately made her blush. At that moment, there were only 8 days left until the labyrinth opened again. The MC smiled, thinking he would be busy with preparations. Then the duo set off to buy enchantments. They started by imbuing their weapons with a lightning aura that lasted for a certain amount of time. At another shop, they bought extremely expensive potions with the 2 million stones from a joint account they had. With 7 days left, the barbarian returned to his shaman, who was all excited that he had earned 4 million stones so quickly. He activated level 4 of the Immortal Seal, increasing his magical power and mental fortitude as well. With 6 days left, Thanks to his increased MP, Bjorn could now stay in giant mode for longer. The duo went out to eat, and Misha mentioned that she could go to the library with him, leaving the MC incredulous that she could read. At the library, Ragna cast a different spell on them this time, since, according to her, the one she usually used was specifically for the barbarian and couldn't be used on others. But as soon as she discovered Misha's surname, she asked the girl to forget what she had just said. With 5 days left, Raven told Bjorn that their work together was over and thanked him for putting up with her. She let him keep the entry pass to the Terra, so he could visit her if he needed anything. Finally, the day the labyrinth opens arrives, and many young barbarians thank Bjorn for his advice. It even makes him a little embarrassed since they were so polite. His team also praises him, but the MC tells them that he only told the newbies which path to follow, that they should distrust anyone who is friendly with them, which also applies to the dwarf. Then Rod Miller says they will enter and asks if they won't do the same. Dwaki cheerfully bids farewell to his companions who are taking another path. Half an hour later, they still haven't entered, and even Misha begins to grow impatient. Finally, Bjorn says it's time. They'll earn double XP this way. The two are the first to open the portal. Misha is incredulous that they opened the portal to the second floor so quickly, and Bjorn tries to explain it to her. She becomes even more confused, trying to understand the dimensional instability phenomenon he mentioned. The girl says she feels bad for Ron Miller. He would feel awful if he knew about this shortcut to the second floor, just like she did when she used the ring. He would feel deprived of his work since he dreams of opening a portal by himself. They enter the stone desert, and Bjorn will have to go to the west portal to get the magic crystal he needs, which means he must go back. Back on the first floor, they will have to walk east for 2 days. 3 hours later, the duo is fighting gnomes, which aren't very strong. The annoying part is having to collect their crystals. Suddenly, Misha warns that there are people running towards them. Even Bjorn doesn't know what to do. He didn't expect anyone to get there so fast. The group that was supposed to be speedrunning appears, passing by the two quickly to reach the second floor. Misha is impressed by their equipment, and according to Bjorn, one day they'll have that too. To her, this shows that the barbarian is very ambitious, and he doesn't know if that was a compliment. Then she smiles and explains that she meant to say he was cool. The barbarian tries to hide his blush. Sometimes the girl was too straightforward with him. Maybe she thought she was a barbarian too. 19 hours after the labyrinth opened, Bjorn and Misha are passing by novice explorers. They stand out too much among them, as they seem like people who should be on higher floors by now. Then the MC starts laughing, but the girl doesn't understand what he finds funny. He remembered when he first entered the labyrinth, and everything he went through before finding Owen. Bjorn becomes curious about how she's progressing. Since she has a rich sister, he thinks she must be doing well. While thinking about meeting her again, he notices a jealous look from an explorer in his direction. Bjorn could easily take him down, but that look makes him feel bad, so the barbarian asks if the guy has something to say to him. As the guy denies it, the MC seriously asks why he is looking at him that way. Seeing how the situation was unfolding, Misha asks why Bjorn is acting like that. In this situation, he seemed like a bully looking for a fight without reason. The MC needed to be sure of something, so he asks the guy's name. He says his name is Hans Ivan. Bjorn angrily asks if his name isn't Hans. Though scared, the explorer reaffirms his name is Hans. As the MC starts to think he made a mistake, Hans explains that his name was Hans, but he changed it because it was too common. Now Bjorn is sure why he felt so bad about the guy. It had to be a Hans. Annoyed, he tells Hans to keep that name forever. Then a loud noise hits the labyrinth. Bjorn grabs Misha and starts running, as that was a sign that the rupture would open soon. While running, the MC thinks that even if they change their name, a Hans will always be a Hans. It takes about 3 days for a rupture to open, so for it to happen now, someone must have used Bjorn's method before him. He wonders if the person who did it is a player or just someone clever. He would only find out inside. Then Bjorn holds Misha and asks her to hold on tightly to him while he dives into the rupture. The explorers who opened the rupture, seeing the duo, conclude that the two seem trustworthy. The 3 explorers are Carlson, Avman, and Gensha. Calmly, the MC introduces himself as Bjorn, son of Thor, and introduces Misha as Michelle. The girl, who doesn't know how to lie, barely hides her surprise at being called by another name. Gensha is the group's guide, and Carlson is their warrior. From Bjorn's observation, they are novice explorers. This will be a different situation from the first rupture. The rupture opens normally every 5 or 6 months, and since it opened on the first floor, there wouldn't be any intermediate explorers there. If they had opened it in the Beast's Glade, it would make sense for the other explorers to be novices. Putting that aside, Bjorn asks what Avman does. The Beastman just points to a crossbow he carries on his back, but the MC wanted to know more. Avman asks the MC to introduce himself first, and he says he's at the 6th rank and Michelle at the 7th, while Avman is at the 5th. Considering his rank, Bjorn asks what he's doing down there, but the beast man just returns the question. The MC lies that they lost their group, and since the two didn't have a guide, they stayed on the first floor until they noticed the rupture. Avman says the same happened to him, except he left his group a while ago. Bjorn wasn't sure if there was an archer who explored alone, but the guy seemed credible. There's also the possibility the duo lied about who they really were. The question Bjorn wanted answered was which one of them had opened the rupture. It was decided that everyone would get a share of what they found, except for the newbie duo, who would split one share. If the essence of the Guardian appeared, it would go to Misha, then Avman calls them to move forward. In the group's new formation, Bjorn stayed at the front and Misha at the rear. The MC was used to the dark maps of the labyrinth, so being in a place like that, full of snow, felt strange. Since the rupture that opened is the same one they originally wanted, they'll be able to use the items they bought earlier. Half an hour later, they encounter a Yeti, an elite 7th rank guardian monster. Gensha is apprehensive about fighting the monster, but according to Avman, they need to pass by it to proceed. Carlson is also scared, but Bjorn tells him it will be fine. Avman is the one who takes combat stance in the group. He shoots accurately at the Yeti, but as expected, the monster manages to block the attack. Being a more experienced explorer, the beast man isn't bothered by this. Bjorn notices that the Yeti can't get rid of the arrow, wondering if this was the hook arrow ability. With his part done, Avman says the rest of the group should finish off the monster, so the MC takes the lead, facing the monster with his shield. He corners the Yeti using his mace, and calls Michelle to finish the job. The girl leaps over the monster, precisely hitting both of the Yeti's eyes with her daggers. The MC only gives a look to the group, saying those were his and his girl's skills. If they understood that, they should never be caught. Avman praises the duo's work. They entered the frozen cave and fought against countless ice wolves, which makes sense, as they are the only monsters that appear on the first floor. Be that as it may, Bjorn and Misha did most of the work there, although the bear guy also helped a bit. As soon as the pillar appeared, Bjorn knew which way to go, either because the mob wasn't a player or because he was just pretending not to know. The group arrives at a staircase that Gensha finds scary, so Bjorn takes the lead. The MC notices that they pass by a pillar where something is hidden, but even if they knew, they wouldn't act so obviously. When they descend the staircase, Gensha comments that it's much brighter and questions what that pillar-looking thing is. As soon as the girl touches it, it begins to shine, surprising everyone. Then the beast man says that must be the key, and after some monsters appear, the path will open. The MC, observing, thinks that he's in gamer mode again, and that it won't be just a few monsters, but a boss will likely appear. Before the boss showed up, a large wave of wolves reappeared. Surprising the explorers, Bjorn suggests they head to the stairs, where it will be easier to defend themselves. In the first wave, about 20 wolves appeared, but from the second wave on, 8th ranking monsters began to appear gradually. Suddenly, even an ice golem shows up with a slowing ability, so it needs to be defeated quickly. With a single strike, the MC manages to crush the creature. But as soon as the golem is defeated, the Lord of the Snowy Fields, Katumba, a superior variant of a Yeti, appears. Before even approaching, the creature uses suppression on the group. Bjorn remembered being hit by this type of ability when he was attacked by invaders. Unlike him, his group members didn't know what to do and could be hit by the ability every time. They could either bite their tongues like Misha did to keep the bleeding going, or they could do like Bjorn, using his magic resistance to withstand the effects of the ability. Counterattacking, the barbarian uses his wild wave, running towards the creature. Right behind him, Misha joins to protect his rear. But before the MC could strike, Katumba used the freezing eruption. Although the ice attack hurts, it's not enough to stop the barbarian, who manages to hit the monster in the head. Even injured, Katumba doesn't give up and tries to punch the barbarian. He quickly dodges the attack and strikes the creature again. Despite this, the monster remains strong. Then Abman's voice echoes in the MC's head, telling him to get out quickly if he doesn't want to die. He uses the enhancement ability along with the dangerous Material 1 and fires a powerful arrow at Katumba. The attack is so powerful that it destroys other smaller beasts around. Bjorn observes that the attack has that type of ability as well. The attacks weren't single target, as he had thought, and Misha questions what kind of arrow that was. To the barbarian's discontent, Abman could also attack in an area. In fact, he didn't know if it was really area damage, but with that guy, the 9th wave was easily defeated. Thanks to this, they had the chance to start settling accounts, as 2 essences appeared. According to Abman, that was a lot of luck, and he tells the group to divide the essences since he wasn't interested in them. Then Bjorn declares that the 2 rookies can have the red one. His teammate questions whether it was the Yeti's essence, and the barbarian asks if there was really any problem with keeping it. Frightened, the guy says there's no problem at all. He wouldn't risk going against the barbarian. Approaching the MC, Misha congratulates him, saying he would become even stronger now. But he reveals that it wasn't for him, and that Misha should keep it. Embarrassed, she admits she really wanted the essence. She says she's going to ask something to avoid any misunderstanding. Then she asks how much she would have to pay, leaving Bjorn confused. She continues, saying she knows these things are expensive, and the MC wonders what she must think of him to assume that. The essence of a Yeti, a 7th rank monster, comes with decent stats. It increases defensive stats like bone hardness and also grants cold resistance. Resistance is key for elemental fighters, amplifying the element's power, and Misha was very lucky to get something like this. The active ability of cold condensation greatly increases cold resistance. While the girl keeps asking how much she's going to pay for the essence, the MC ponders how useful it is. Suddenly, Misha's trembling hands touch Bjorn. The girl, with teary eyes, wants to know how expensive the essence will be for her. Calming her down, the barbarian says she doesn't need to worry about money. The sharing deal didn't apply to her, making the girl misunderstand everything once again. The MC says that her staying by his side is enough for him. Then, finally, Misha absorbs the essence of the Yeti. This makes her feel strange, and Bjorn asks what the pair will do with the essence they obtained. According to them, both have decided that neither will use it, which makes the barbarian wonder why he would waste something so powerful just because they are beginners. According to the explorer, since it was an essence of an ice wolf, it wouldn't be suitable for him. Bjorn questions him, saying he knows about these wolves, but the guy reveals that he doesn't know much and thought he might find a better one later. Even though this sounds suspicious, in a rupture, several essences can appear, and the MC asks if the girl also won't use it. Gensha explains that it's very expensive to erase essences, so it would be better not to make the same mistake again, which makes sense. Since either of them took the essence, the barbarian couldn't determine if they were guilty of being part of the mafia, questioning whether they were all on the same side. Suddenly, Misha alerts that something is coming from the ice ceiling. A large, sharp white claw appears from a hole in the ceiling. A gigantic white wolf stands in front of the group. They are apprehensive about the size of the lycanthrope that appears, except for Bjorn, who knows that this is the final boss. But he knows that he's not going to fight this boss now. Tarundus uses his ice destruction ability, making the ground around the group crumbles, and they fall into a crevice. The group ends up in a special region where their agility status drops significantly and ice damage is doubled. The first to emerge from the freezing lake is the barbarian. The MC remembers that in the game, if you waited on the loading screen, you would start the 3rd chapter by emerging from the water. But in reality, he was thrown from side to side before ending up at the waterfall. Now he understands why this chapter starts with less health as you get thrown around by the water. As he thought that he should rest for a bit, Misha appeared, asking if he was okay. The barbarian says he's fine, and it seems the rest of the group also arrived safely. Abman lights a fire and calls the group to warm up around it. Since the guy carries wood with him, he must be a solo adventurer. Even sitting around the fire and wrapped in blankets, the novices continue to shiver with cold, unable to warm up. Thus, the Beastman concludes that they must be in a special region, which makes sense. He just doesn't understand why he's feeling so stiff, something that doesn't affect Misha since she now has resistance to the cold. The girl asks if the barbarian is also feeling all that cold, and apparently, the barbarian isn't as affected either. According to him, despite his body trembling from the cold, it doesn't hurt. Then the girl responds that he's a stupid barbarian, and opening the blanket, she asks him to get closer to her to feel warmer. Blushing, the barbarian thinks he must not be interpreting the situation wrong, since even Abman is whistling at them. As it seemed safe, they decided to camp there, but Bjorn refused to sleep near them since one of them could be from the mafia. As they move away, the group questions whether they won't be cold, but according to Misha, they have their own fire. She says the barbarian can sleep first, but he wants to talk to her before that. The MC asks if anything about those three seemed suspicious, and according to her, there was one thing, which she tells her companion, but the author has kept it hidden from us for now. He praises Misha's observation. 6 hours later, the group resumed walking, and now what they need to do is follow the main path. All they needed to do was destroy the 8th rank monsters that appeared emerging from the ice walls. Even though most of the monsters there were 8th rank, the difficulty of that place was higher than that of the blood-painted castle. Due to the abnormality effect of that region, their agility drops, and ice damage is doubled. Bjorn wonders why the pair is complaining. 4 hours later, the group is faced with what appear to be ice orcs, and according to Abman, they are just rank 7 monsters. Frightened, Gensha asks if they will have to fight those things too. Those orcs must have been there for a reason. Suddenly, the ice around them shatters, and the creatures are completely freed. Immediately, Bjorn orders everyone to engage in force, as it would be easier for Misha to keep an eye on those guys. Holding the shield in front of the group, the barbarian warns that they are almost there. He still doesn't know what the mafia's goal is. Maybe they just want to finish that rupture, but either way, the MC needs to prepare for all possibilities. This would be the best time for the guy to try something if he wanted to. Therefore, the barbarian thought it is best not to show his true strength there. The pair of novices were struggling to fight against the orcs. Meanwhile, Misha stayed with admin, using the excuse of protecting the group in case something emerged from the walls. But in reality, it was the MC who had asked her not to interfere. Seeing that the novices wouldn't be able to handle it, admin stated that he would have to join the battle. Then he summoned the Iron Bear, Irethan. Now the MC discovered that the guy could also summon creatures. That must be how he managed to explore alone despite being an archer. With this, Bjorn concluded that he should deal with the orcs before the mafia did something, so he was going to use plan B. For a moment, the barbarian's guard dropped. This caused Misha to run towards him, crying, since Bjorn had just been hit on the head by the ice orc. The force of the blows sent the barbarian flying backward, unable to recover. In fact, with his helmet and his regeneration speed, his head was saved from the worst, and as planned, he left the rest up to Misha. Desperate, his teammate shouted, asking if Bjorn was okay. Seeing that the warrior orc was about to finish him off, he ran towards the creature, screaming for it to stop. Before he could do anything, an arrow pierced the orc, defeating it, leaving the guy even more shocked. But there were more orcs, and the fight was not over yet. Another one cast a spell towards Misha and admin. The archer rolled to dodge the magic while preparing a new arrow attack. To defend herself, the orc shaman summoned a steel ice wall. Even so, the arrow with the dangerous substance ability pierced through the wall, and still managed to hit the orc's head, leaving the novice surprised that admin managed to defeat another one with just one attack. When Bjorn began to think that his plan had failed, a voice said that the soul count had been made and that the plan would continue. The system showed that Gensha used the weapon switch ability. She used the beast step, which grants advanced stealth and significantly increases her speed for 3 seconds, and also used vengeance, where the first strike delivers massive piercing and cutting power and applies a bleeding status. The attack came so fast that the beast man didn't even have time to move. Smiling, Gensha said that this would be worth at least 30 million stones. With the girl's attack, the beast summoned by admin disappeared. Suddenly, a potion flew through the air, hitting the traitor's head. She questioned what Misha threw at her, and the girl said it was Bjorn's turn to act. The barbarian used his wild wave and appeared enraged, right behind the traitor. Even so, she was too quick and managed to dodge the blow. Gensha reflected that the barbarian must have been expecting this and decided to use stealth again. But due to the potion Misha threw, she couldn't use her ability again. Calling her an idiot, the MC thought that if she hadn't mentioned the goblin archer essence, he wouldn't have known about the stealth. There were clues that she was the traitor, as if she knew the group's strategy the entire time, but she acted innocently while hitting every key point. Still, it was Misha's tip that made it clear, saying that when the girl fell into the water, her scent changed. The smell of the beast's lair had stuck to Gensha's shoes. To open the glacial cave, she first had to go to that place, returning to the girl's fight. Even with Misha moving quickly, the others still managed to dodge her attacks, dodging far away, which ended up not being a good idea, as the barbarian was waiting for her behind. Caught off guard, she couldn't dodge Bjorn's attack, as she still moved even after being hit. The MC reflected that she must have invested in her defense stats as well. Hearing her call him an NPC, he was sure that she was also a player, but that wouldn't change anything because, to him, anyone who tries to kill him is a piece of trash. Distracted by the girl, he was slow to notice the orc coming at him with an axe. Since he had leveled up, the attack didn't do much damage, and if he killed the creature now, the final boss would appear. To Gensha, who saw him being attacked like that, he seemed like some kind of freak for not even caring, so she took the chance to try to escape from the barbarian. But the path completely disappeared, making Bjorn think that even though she was a player, she didn't know about that either. As soon as the ice orcs woke up, the ceiling collapsed, and the entire way to the exit was blocked. Meanwhile, the creature continued to chase him. Worried, Misha said she would handle the monster, but Bjorn warned her not to kill it, as it would interfere with his plans. He approached, facing the girl, who had no way to escape. Worried about what might happen, she asked him to wait, saying there must be some kind of misunderstanding. From what he had seen before, she was using vengeance, and the cooldown time of the ability was probably 3 minutes. While thinking that for at least 2 more minutes, she wouldn't be able to break through his shield, the girl attacked with all her might. To make her stop moving, the MC hit her in the arm. The terrible pain made her drop her dagger to the ground. With Genshin kneeling on the ground, the barbarian said that now she could explain the misunderstanding. Terrified, she began to say that she wasn't sure if he would believe her. Before she could explain anything, the barbarian put her to sleep, thinking about how she might have believed what he said. Looking at the equipment she left behind, at least part of it could go to Misha. After picking up Gensha's items, he wondered if he should talk to her now. But before that, he thought it's better to break a few limbs to make her switch weapons. Barely able to move, she said she would do anything, so the barbarian asked why she attacked them. Gensha explained that the Explorers Guild had her information, so she was trying to silence him. He had heard that the Heart of Ice only appeared there, but for the explanation, suddenly asked how the barbarian knew she had opened the rupture. Unintentionally, he had let that information slip. Crying, she asked if he was also a player or a specter. Despite the MC not looking at her, the girl whimpered, asking to be spared. She begged, saying she just wanted to go home, catching the barbarian by surprise. Gensha apologized, saying that she thought they were just NPCs and that if she had known they were real people, she would never have done this. Since he didn't say anything, she screamed, wanting an answer, but by that moment, Bjorn's heart had already calmed down. Then, he ended the girl, calling her an evil spirit. The system showed that he unlocked an achievement, killing his first player. Misha was the first to notice that her companion was returning. She welcomed him with a warm smile. Running toward him, she asked why he had taken so long, thinking that something bad might have happened. At that moment, the group's novice, who was fighting an orc, shouted for help. Unable to continue defending himself from the creature, he was hit in the chest. Seeing his situation, the barbarian told Misha she could finish the creature now using the new ability she had acquired. The girl used her cold condensation ability. As the orc was about to finish off the novice, who lay on the ground, screaming desperately, unable to do anything else, Misha used her new ability on the creature's wrists. The orc screamed as its wrists froze. The cold attribute prevented bleeding and regeneration, which was very useful depending on the type of enemy, in addition to restricting movement. Since it was an ice orc resistant to cold, only its wrists froze, but if it had been another creature, it would have frozen up to the elbows. While the orc was concerned with its frozen wrists, Misha appeared behind it. Riding the creature, she asked the barbarian if she could finish it off. Now that everything was set, the MC asked if she was ready. As she confirmed, the barbarian finished off the frozen orc. Now it was time to fight the boss. Roaring, the tyrant Tarumbas awoke from his long slumber. Tarumbas was 1.5 times the size of a normal lycanthrope and had double the stats. More important than that was the ice mass, which maximized damage on targets with hypothermia. But honestly, it was just a 10-second fight for the barbarian. Even when attacked by smaller wolves, he was prepared for the fight and used the thunder herb, which increased his electricity attribute for 10 seconds. The barbarian knows that the boss has negative resistance against electricity, so both of them began to glow, with an explosion of lightning emanating from them. The tyrant was temporarily immobilized, but he had an ability that removed this status. He used the indomitable ability, and a large red aura appeared around him. To paralyze him again, Misha began throwing a type of magic stone at him. Known in the game as thunder bombs, they caused Tarumbas to become stunned. What followed was simple. The two only had to deal damage to him using weapons imbued with electricity. Watching the extremely fast combat, the novice was in shock. Luckily for the group, the boss left behind an essence. And once again, Misha kept asking if she could take it, even though the MC had already explained that she would keep the essence. He pushed the girl toward the essence before it disappeared, and Misha absorbed the lycanthrope guardian's essence. After doing so, the MC realized that Abman was still there. They were happy that the Beastman was still alive since earlier. It seemed like he wasn't breathing. The group gathered around him to give him a healing potion. Even with the potion, the wound didn't heal, and Bjorn thought that he might have been poisoned by something that prevented regeneration. So they tried giving the Beastman an antidote. The MC, who kept observing, didn't know much about toxic inclusion but was sure that the antidote wouldn't work. Trying to prevent the worst, Misha turned to her companion, asking him to use the superior grade potion. From the barbarian's expression, he wasn't too keen on using that potion on Admin. After using the superior potion and 5 more regular potions, the wounds finally started to heal. With things calmer, the novice thanked the MC for his work, who realized that they still hadn't split the rewards. So he tossed a sack of stones to the novice, who was impressed by the amount. Bjorn insisted that he keep the amount since he hadn't taken any of the essences. If he felt bad about how much he had received, he could refrain from spreading the word about what had happened that day. The barbarian's attitude made Misha look at him with a satisfied smile, which Bjorn didn't understand. Afterward, the novice left the group, and Abman slowly recovered. He said he would pay for the superior potion, and smiled when the MC charged an exorbitant price for it, saying that the value of things changes depending on the situation. Since he didn't have any money at the moment, he left a numbered item as a guarantee that he would pay the barbarian when they returned to the city. Item 7611 granted immunity to the user after receiving a fatal blow, and just as the MC thought about keeping it, Abman said he had better not even think about it, leaving Misha shocked that he had understood the barbarian's thoughts before he even said anything. Leaving the rift, the Beastman said he wouldn't forget that the barbarian had saved his life. Once it was just the two of them, the MC told Misha it was time to go, but they weren't going to pass through the rift portal. They followed another path instead, taking the fragment he had bought in the city earlier. They ate it while sitting around a campfire, and the item permanently increased their cold resistance. With no danger of more monsters appearing in that rift, the barbarian prepared to sleep and told Misha she should do the same. As soon soon as he laid down, he began to think about what would have happened if he had been alone. In fact, at that moment, when he had finished off the other player, he wished that she would open her eyes one more time, and he felt disgusted for wishing such a thing. The barbarian had almost used the superior potion to bring the girl back. If he had just stayed quiet, he could have earned an even bigger sum. Even though his ethics had decayed, he poured the potion on Abman, reflecting on what would have happened if Misha hadn't been there. At that moment, the girl turned to him, asking why he wasn't sleeping and what he was thinking about. On that cold night, she suggested they share the blanket. The young woman noticed that her companion was already fast asleep. On the third day, already inside the crystal cave, a monster was sliced in half. Soon, the girl admired the new sword, while the other suspected it was a numbered item. Because of that, she was shocked to think such an item must be very expensive. Faced with the situation, the warrior then told her to use the sword for now, since he hadn't decided whether to sell it. Shortly after, a wolf lunged toward them, growling. Without hesitation, Ms. Shah pierced the monster and asked if they were going to the second floor now. A few hours later, she called him while holding a red essence. At the time, she stated she was already used to the sword, but the boy questioned her certainty, and she decided to keep hunting. Soon after, the huntress asked out of curiosity if he was making her fight out of laziness. The companion only wanted to know if she had doubts about him, causing her to deny everything and quicken her pace. Even with some doubt, her progress was satisfactory, as the Guardian's essence was obtained quickly. The Lycanthrope essence was just as good as the Yeti's, enhancing slashing and having a powerful passive ability. Additionally, its passive increased cold affinity and paired well with the Yeti's condensation. Another ability, Ice Smash, was very useful against frozen enemies under the right conditions. Additionally, the Indomitable Stance increased stability and removed immobilizing effects, although it consumed power. Because of that, the warrior instructed her to combine her abilities, but the partner complained that the monsters died with a single attack. Even using her fists, she defeated them easily, and he realized it was because they were low level. Thus, he decided the rest of the experiment would be done on the upper floors, and the young woman asked if she had to keep going. With that, he reminded her that nothing in life comes for free, as he had said before. Immediately, she interrupted him, saying she already knew shortcuts are the longest paths in the end. Then she asked excitedly if they could go, leaving the boy confused by her sudden enthusiasm. At that moment, he wondered if she was happy for having left him speechless, thinking that losing an argument might be useful. And so, the two continued walking through the crystal cave. Suddenly, the crystals glowed red and the girl alerted him, while he deduced the floor lord had been summoned. Right after, she said it was no big deal and that they should keep walking, feeling relieved for a second. However, she screamed in panic about the floor lord, making her ally complain about his ears hurting. Then he touched her shoulder to calm her, thinking her reaction was a trauma from Ryaki's. Finally, he explained that the first floor's lord was weaker, and she asked if they were safe. In response, Ms. Shah then wondered who would make such a rookie mistake, but Bjorn suggested it might not have been a mistake. Meanwhile, far away, a man remembered who had bought the guide to hunt the lord, considering the buyer very impatient. As soon as they entered the land of the dead on the second floor, the girl confessed she missed Rottmiller's presence. In response, the companion commented that it had been a while, reminding himself that he went through a lot there. At that moment, a memory made him recall when he smashed skeletons alongside Einar. He also remembered when they beat the death demons. Soon after, the memory shifted to a psychopath who almost killed them but spared them in exchange for silence. Back to the present, the boy suddenly became irritated, and his partner wondered if the place was haunted. He then admitted that he didn't like the area either and preferred the rocky desert, but the path was complicated. For that reason, he chose the land of the dead as the easiest route to the third floor, just needing to head north. At that moment, he thought a duo could summon a death knight, which would help him measure her progress. Facing a monster, he warned he would stop them so the other could use the combo attack they practiced. Right after, he asked if she was ready, and both prepared for battle. Together, they charged at the death demons in a coordinated attack. While the fighter punched one monster, his partner slashed the other from below. Suddenly, the death demon was hit by an ice attack. The young woman then combined her condensation and ice smash abilities. With that, the creature was struck directly by the freezing blow. Even wounded, the enemy used the call of the dead to summon zombies. As soon as the zombies appeared, the fighter shouted for her ally to be careful. Then, a zombie managed to bite his arm hard. However, the creature seemed confused when its teeth began to break. The warrior then threw the zombie away effortlessly. Right after, the other one called out to him in the middle of an attack. She ran to ask if he was okay, but noticed his wound healing. Curious, she wanted to know what kind of beast he was, but was told to stop staring and fight. After that, they continued training while traveling north. Through training, the young woman finally understood the difference between frostburn and freezing effects. Encountering a chimera wolf was a surprise that taught her to use the indomitable stance to break free from immobilization. In response, the young man warned that the ability consumes a lot of energy, but she snapped back, asking if he was treating her like a baby. A moment later, she was exhausted and complained about a strange sensation, just as he had predicted. Even so, she asked to be let go, but was simply told to be quiet and recover. More time passed, and while they were resting around a campfire, other adventurers approached. Thus, Bjorn overheard two nearby men talking about him and the luck he had. One of them then stated that other adventurers are far more terrifying than monsters. In any case, the barbarian stood up thinking it was time to wake Ms. Shah, seeing no reason to drive them away. The other mocked that the man slept so deeply he wouldn't wake even if his heart were stolen. Then he added with malice that mages would surely want the fresh ingredients. That was a threat that couldn't be ignored, making him rise for real. There was no doubt that a naive barbarian was sleeping among treacherous adventurers. In his memory, he recalled that, among the barbarians present at the ritual, few had survived up to that point. As he wondered about the others, a man replied that most had perished, with less than a third remaining. Even so, he questioned whether they had all fallen to monsters. However, gritting his teeth, the warrior concluded that this wasn't the true reason. As soon as he heard one of the men mention going to sleep, he realized they wouldn't act that night, prompting him to think about the next step. As much as he considered eliminating them, he understood that this wouldn't be the wisest choice when thinking about his companion's future. With a plan in mind, he woke Ms. Shah and instructed her to change clothes. Meanwhile, the campfire flames continued burning in the darkness. Sometime later, while the other adventurers slept, one of them yawned, still on watch duty. Then, the barbarian took a deep breath, preparing for what was to come. With a sudden shout, he woke the men, who reacted startled, asking who was there. The girl approached, asking what the fuss was about, but the giant simply replied that he felt like it. Right after, one of the men spotted them and warned the group that there were humans present. Confirming the presence, the scarred warrior reinforced the information, and the adventurer ordered them to stop moving. The man's voice came in whispers as he asked Royce to wake his companion, who startled at the touch. Upon waking, he wanted to know what was going on, and Royce explained it was another adventurer. Karen complained about being woken up, but his companion reminded him that adventurers are dangerous. Suddenly, he recognized the visitor and exclaimed that it was his kin, confusing Royce. Shortly after, he called the newcomer brother, in a reunion filled with excitement. With equal fervor, the other barbarian responded to his tribal companion's greeting. Karen shook his hand vigorously and introduced himself as the son of Tar-Sun. Next, his ally clapped him on the shoulder and declared himself the son of Thor. While the two exchanged laughter, Ms. Shah watched the scene, even though she knew it was a performance. Faced with that, Karen asked everyone to lower their weapons, stating that the man was not dangerous. The adventurer looked at his companions and agreed to lower his guard. When he referred to the barbarian improperly, the latter corrected him, demanding that his name be pronounced properly. Firmly, the man of the tribes insisted on being called by his full name, arguing that they were not close. Then he asked if there was a problem, while the other bit his lip in silence. In the end, the man gave in and addressed him correctly, before asking to be left in peace. Shortly after, he noticed that the group's campfire was nearly extinguished. As they were asked to leave, the warrior suggested they all become night companions. The others found the expression odd, while he reflected on the logic of his culture. The leader refused the proposal, explaining that no one trusted strangers on the upper floors. Even so, the barbarian asked if they didn't need allies at that moment, receiving an affirmative and irritated response. With an agitated shout, the tribal man called them fools and questioned their intelligence. He explained that with more people, everyone could rest better, leaving the other speechless. Karen feigned surprise at the reasoning, asking why no one had thought of that idea before. Faced with the scene, the adventurers realized that persuading them would be an impossible task. Even though the leader tried to expel them, both he and his ally interrupted with flattering words. Next, the man's gaze fell on the girl, who was watching everything attentively. He observed her for a few moments, hinting that he might reconsider the situation. Ms. Shah stared back at him, and the man seemed to find her interesting. With that, he swallowed hard and directly asked what the young lady thought. Confidently, she replied that having a barbarian in their group was a good sign. Soon after, the girl commented that she was worried about her watched partner because he had lost his weapon. Bjorn laughed, saying he had lost his weapon while fighting, and Karen comforted him by reminding him that he still had his own fist. The group leader agreed with the lousy excuse, reflecting on how convenient it was to be a barbarian. In response, Karen asked if they would be night companions, and the other admitted they could spend the night together. Later, the young woman whispered to the tribal warrior while pretending to sleep, but he quickly told her to stay quiet. Still, she asked if it was really necessary to do that, receiving in return a promise of a wish in exchange for her patience. Soon, one of the adventurers began to approach stealthily. Next, the other men in the group confirmed the plan with subtle nods to each other. As soon as he noticed the movement, the barbarian held his partner, preparing for the ambush. Meanwhile, the ally remained lying down, immersed in deep sleep. It was then that the tribal man noticed two individuals approaching him, while another moved toward the companion, planning a coordinated attack. Suddenly, he rose with a loud yawn, startling those who were getting close. Then he asked if they had also woken up hungry, and the leader offered them some of the dried meat they had. When the barbarian turned to grab the food, the enemy readied himself to strike, believing that was the final moment. However, he was hit by a powerful and precise punch. The man was stunned by the impact, and the barbarian thought he had been foolish not to strike earlier. With irony, he asked if the opponent had dropped his weapon by accident, leaving him even more confused. Soon after, he criticized him for making such a basic mistake, and the other nervously agreed, apologizing. As he began to speak, the warrior's fist struck his face, questioning whether that was really just a simple mistake. With the second enemy watching, the barbarian declared that his fist acted on its own and asked if they really thought they were fools. As Karen showed confusion, the other adventurer ordered Royce to hurry. Next, Royce drew an arrow and aimed directly at the barbarian companion. The reaction came quickly, but the arrow still struck his arm. Soon, his gaze locked onto the arrow, examining it closely. Karen then stood up and, consumed by fury, demanded to know the meaning of that, leaving Royce terrified. As the archer tried to explain, he was met with even more rage. Without hesitation, the big man grabbed him by the neck, demanding that he speak since he had a mouth for it. At the same time, he kept pressing to know why he wasn't being answered. Next, Ms. Jia struck a clean blow on the adventurer who had been watching everything from a distance. As the man fell, she confessed that, at first, she wasn't sure what was going on. Finally, she confirmed to her ally that they really were looters, just as he had said. Thus, she recalled the earlier conversation where they had questioned why the barbarian had been accepted into the group. Although he found Karen suspicious, he disagreed, remembering how many barbarians they had already killed. Then he started to say they were no different, but suddenly stopped speaking, trembling in fear. Noticing his fear, the warrior looked at him and asked why he had stopped talking. At that moment, Bjorn grabbed him and told him to think again if he thought it was a joke. Right after breaking his finger, the barbarian ordered him to keep talking. Through tears, the man confessed that he saw them as monsters, and that whoever kills first takes the spoils. With fury in his eyes, Karen bit his lip and asked who had said that. The warrior's hand trembled as he held his weapon. He pointed to Victor, who was tied up, but only ordered him to continue. The interrogated man revealed that Victor had also said the beast woman was just as foolish as the barbarians. He went on, saying the other man saw different uses for her and thought she was pretty. However, before he could finish the offensive remark, Ms. Shah shouted for him to stop immediately. With a swift move, Bjorn snatched the scroll from his hand. Then, he turned the scroll around and showed it to the beast woman, who looked at the contents angrily. Bjorn asked who had said what was written on the scroll, and the man pointed to Betrayal. At that, Ms. Shah furiously declared she would kill the man herself, and Bjorn allowed her to do as she pleased. The continuation of the text revealed that the traitor planned to deal with Karen out of feeling overlooked. As the fire burned, it was clear he had no idea he was about to die. Karen was confused by the situation, asking if he had made a mistake. He quickly turned to his companion, son of Thor, and asked what he should do. In an instant, a fatal and bloody blow was delivered. The warrior then killed Royce, whose head was cleanly removed from his shoulders. Meanwhile, Ms. Jia stomped and crushed the eggs before killing him too. The last raider, Betrayal, begged for his life and swore he would be good if given a second chance. Bjorn crouched and asked if he would become a good raider, leaving him confused. As the man nodded desperately, the barbarian grabbed his face, realizing he didn't even understand what he was saying. Then he stated that he feared there was only one way forward. He then concluded that it was by becoming a good raider. Right after, a potion was poured over the severed arm. Karen deliberately left a scar on his body, as his tribe sees them as badges of honor to grow stronger. Bjorn offered the spoils to his ally, who at first refused but accepted after some insistence. With that, he took a large hammer and thanked him, saying it would be useful against stronger enemies. The other asked if that was all he wanted, but he declined the rest, saying it was too small. Then, Bjorn decided to escort him safely to the first floor. When they arrived at the south portal, Karen called him by the false name, Bjorn, son of Thor. The warrior then revealed his true name, and the barbarian was shocked to discover he was the famous little Valken. Overjoyed, he promised to sell the items and buy equipment that would suit him. Soon after, the barbarian was advised to become strong to help the younger ones, and he promised to do so for his people. As they walked, Bjorn reflected on how those of the same race were, unfortunately, the least influential at the moment. Despite their individual potential, They lacked resources and training against other adventurers who hunted them. Because of this, many of them died very early in their journeys. He then thought that if more novices like Karen survived the early challenges, things could change. Over time, more experienced warriors would emerge to guide the next generation. Thus, the influence of the barbarians would grow, which would benefit him as one of them. Additionally, he reflected that mages were an example of how power could lead to arrogance, but he decided to plant seeds for the future. With that in mind, he advised the young man to always choose a team with at least one non-human adventurer. After receiving several tips, Karen thanked him and praised the tactic of hiding an axe with a smile. The shock of the event made him decide that, from now on, he would only form knight companionships with humans. He then swore to smash the head of anyone who revealed their true colors, showing a crazed look. Next, he promised to share the story to advise other warriors, leaving Bjorn awkward. He then laughed maniacally, declaring that no one would mess with the little barbarian. 2 days later, Bjorn and Ms. Shaw were once again walking through the land of the dead on the second floor. Not finding the Death Knight, he suggested giving up, but his companion asked him not to lose hope. With that, he mocked the idea of a Death Knight appearing on a memorial stone on the 7th day. She said not everything written is true and invited him to go out more, leaving her friend unsure of her conclusion. Ms. Shaw hesitated awkwardly, and he just said to forget it and keep walking. Suddenly, he felt a chill, and the woman called out to him in warning. As he turned, he asked if she felt it too, and Ms. Shaw confirmed the chill just as an aura of resentment weakened her healing. With that, Bjorn bit his lip and silently began counting to 6. The wound didn't heal as it should, confirming for him that a Death Knight was nearby. Right after, they both heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from afar. The resentment ability was already active, meaning the monster had been attacked the moment it appeared. Someone had already been waiting to strike, and Bjorn wondered if it could be another player. Even with the battle underway, he ran in that direction while telling his companion that she would soon see his plan. He soon threw himself into the middle of the fight between the Death Knight and another group of adventurers. Next, he shouted while preparing his surprise attack. With a single blow, he defeated the enemy and received the experience points instead of the other group. Then he shouted to the group that he was there to save them, activating his irrational barbarian mode. The adventurers, however, only looked at him confused and shocked by the sudden interference. As a result of his action, Ms. Shaw was equally stunned and speechless. Because of that, the group grew furious, asking if he wanted to die, while trying to understand the reason. Elsewhere, a man remembered seeing that warrior on the 3rd floor, recognizing him as Little Valkan. The memory showed him urging other adventurers to flee from Ryaki's, confirming that he was a player. Meanwhile, 2 other men concluded they had been mistaken, as a hero wouldn't steal the spoils of a battle. Bjorn reflected on the importance of a player's reputation, while his companion couldn't believe that it had actually worked. Just then, a man approached saying it was destiny that united them, and he introduced himself before asking for his name. The stranger extended his hand, introducing himself as Hans Krizen, making Bjorn hesitate for a moment. Upon hearing the name Hans Krizen, the warrior was startled and asked what was going on. Right after, he ordered the stranger to stop immediately. Then he grabbed Ms. Shah, who insisted she had to go because she had important matters to attend to. She shouted at him, but the other warned that they needed to flee quickly from that dangerous combination. As she questioned her companion's behavior, he only asked her to run and promised to explain everything later. On the first day back in Raftonia, the young man arrived in the city at noon. Just ahead, a father and his daughter embraced in an emotional reunion. The newcomer then gave a wide, exaggerated smile of happiness. Next, he walked toward a group of warriors. Other barbarians recognized him and asked if he was Tarsan's son. The young man celebrated that everyone was alive, while the others were shocked by the amount of gear on his arms. After denying that he looted anyone, he called everyone over to tell his story from the labyrinth. With that, the relatives were offended and shouted that they were warriors, not monsters. He soon mentioned Bjorn and was praised as a great warrior for having read the minds of the looters. Proudly, he shouted that he got all the loot thanks to the teachings he had received, being cheered by the crowd. While some men commented that barbarians are loud and annoying, the warrior overheard them. Because of that, he shouted for everyone to listen, as he would share the teachings with them. He then repeated the words of his mentor, saying that this was a great first step for their people. From afar, the hero smiled confidently, certain that things would now be different for the barbarians. On the 9th day in the afternoon, the group reached the Black Estuary and entered the Pilgrim's Path on the 3rd floor. As they walked toward the portal, the companion swore she would never enter the labyrinth again without a guide. She then suggested that if the name Hans brought such bad luck, it might be better to turn back, though she admitted it was just a theory. Bjorn replied that if the curse were real, they'd find trouble either way, which left his friend even more worried. With a slight smile, he said he wasn't sure about shared joy being doubled, but he stated that shared sorrow is half the sorrow, making Ms. Shah accuse him of wanting her to handle the other half. The barbarian then admitted, awkwardly, that he ended up depending on her without realizing it, which surprised her. She ended up offering emotional support whenever he needed, but he soon revealed it had just been a joke. Ms. Shah pouted while his silhouette moved away. She muttered about her companion's war cry and then ran after him, yelling for him to stop. Upon hearing her, he finally stopped in the middle of the water. Upon arriving at the Black Estuary's resting area, the warriors said they had made it just in time before the water rose. While carrying her, the companion said he was lucky she didn't want to get wet, as they heard some voices in the distance. Suddenly, a voice asked for silence, and as they got closer, Ms. Shah recognized who was speaking. She then shouted Hikarad's name upon finding him with Rotmiller and Dwaki around a campfire. After joining the group, Hikarad asked about the job, and the other explained that the requester had already returned. He then questioned the presence of the three, as he thought they would stay only on the second floor. Hikarad replied that they had already taken care of the job and were now on their way to another mission. The additional mission was to obtain the Eye of the Frogman Sorcerer, which had been completed in less than 3 days. Dwaki celebrated that the magic worked and said that Ms. Shah was the group's lucky charm. However, Hikarad disagrees, stating that in his opinion, it's Bjorn who's bringing luck to the team. Even so, the warrior denies being the lucky charm and suggests that, since they're done, they should head to the 4th floor. The group agrees that stopping would be a waste and decides to dissect the creature before departing. After 3 days of running, they arrive at a special area where the effect of the witch's forest applies. They cross the portal just 3 hours before the 3rd floor closes. Bjorn congratulates Rotmiller for the great work while the ally catches his breath. In front of a glowing portal, one of the adventurers tells them to enter immediately. Without hesitation, the leader steps through the portal of light. While being transported, he's startled to hear a familiar voice calling his name. Right away, he recognizes the voice as he continues to be pulled through the portal. The group then arrives at the Sky Tower on the 4th floor, and Bjorn comments how the voice sounded familiar. As he wonders if it could have been Erwin, a scream hurries him, making him realize the imminent danger. After apologizing for being distracted, the group finds themselves facing a lethal combination of sorcerer orcs, stone golems, living armors, and a Dullahan. With a war cry, the warrior charges with his shield to protect everyone. In response, the enemy hurls a magical orb toward them. The attack strikes the leader's shield directly. The spell shatters completely upon colliding with his defense. The Dullahan then advances and lands a powerful punch on the shield, forcing the dwarf to stumble back from the impact. Hikarad yells for the team not to let their guard down while taking a direct hit. As a stone golem falls defeated, Dwaki asks Ms. Shah what she thought of his spell, and Hikarad is impressed by how easy the fight seems. After completing the trial, 4 portals of different colors open before the group. Standing amid the ruined hall, everyone wonders which path they should choose. While 2 members suggest ascending as quickly as possible, Bjorn decides that wisdom is the best choice. They then choose the Stairway of Wisdom, and Rotmiller warns everyone not to fall too far behind. The barbarian notices a symbol and wonders if things would have turned out differently had they chosen another path. Suddenly, a ghostly red skull appears above him, as he lies on the ground. He soon props himself up on the floor. As he tries to stand, Mish's body falls beside him. Looking around, he sees Rotmiller, Dwaki, and Hikarad also defeated. With his eyes wide in horror, he realizes all of it might have been avoidable. After deciding to use the Stairs of Wisdom, they had ascended from the lower floor. Soon after, the group used the Stairs of Courage and Wisdom to reach the 12th floor. It was then that they encountered a troll, one of the worst level 5 monsters. Terrified, Ms. Shah wonders why such a creature would be there. The warrior is also irritated upon realizing that annoying monster was inside the tower. He thinks the odds of encountering it were incredibly low, as they usually only appear on much higher floors. The appearance of a boss monster on the 12th floor leaves him perplexed. Suddenly, he has a vision of Hans and questions what kind of grudge he holds. With a sudden shout, he orders everyone to wake up and stay alert. The entire group is startled by his unexpected command. Next, he activates the Savage Fury skill and declares that it's time to act, not complain. The creature lets out a sharp screech in response to his charge. His shield slams into the troll, pushing it back with the force of the impact. He struggles to maintain his stance and almost loses grip of his shield. As the creature roars, Hikarad rushes to help him in the fight. He uses counterweight to absorb the damage and hold his position. Even so, he feels the full force of the blow. His companion then uses emergency restoration, and Bjorn scolds him for not having a new shield. He then strikes the troll with a blow from his weapon. Realizing he's not doing any damage, he shouts, asking if the spell is ready yet. While Rotmiller fires, Dwaki replies that his ice spear is almost ready. Finally, the spell is launched toward the monster. The troll prepares to intercept the attack with a punch. With a roar, the creature crushes the ice spear before it can hit. The mage is shocked, unable to believe his attack was nullified so easily. Right after, Ms. Sha yells not to give up and charges into the fight. After multiple slashes, she realizes the monster's skin is far too tough. Dwaki panics, insisting they need to flee immediately. With a powerful shield slam on the ground, the barbarian reprimands him and tells him to focus. Next, he questions where exactly they could even run to in that situation. He remembers that the last time he fought a level 5 monster, he had the help of a powerful mage. In that fight, they used solar magic and even a sacred item capable of killing a death knight. Despite all the combined firepower, the result was not what they expected. Even with the attack, the vampire didn't die, and his defense wasn't even known for being strong. He then thinks that a troll, on the other hand, has incredible regenerative and defensive abilities. With that in mind, he warns everyone that the battle will be long and grueling. 15 minutes pass in the fight, but for the group it felt like an entire hour. Dwaki channels all of his mana to cast a series of curses on the enemy. Meanwhile, the two on the front line hold the advance, absorbing as much damage as possible. At the same time, Ron Miller fires to distract the troll's attention. Finally, Ms. Sha charges in screaming, ready to strike. Following the instructions, she seizes the opportunity to repeatedly attack a single spot. The creature roars in pain and fury at the focused barrage of strikes. Suddenly, the troll stomps forward toward Dwaki, who is warned with screams. Quickly, Ron Miller pulls him out of the way, barely dodging the blow. Realizing the danger, the barbarian activates Savage Fury and charges in with Haikarad. Next, the two block a crushing blow from the creature together. With that, the mage collapses to the ground, exhausted and gasping, being called in desperation. Soon, the leader asks how much mana he has left, and Dwaki replies that he only has enough for 3 more minutes. He then shouts out a suggestion to stop using the slowing curse. The other calculates that this way, his mana would last about 7 minutes. With that, the order is given to remove the slow from the attack pattern, along with the declaration of the new time limit. Even understanding the plan, Ms. Sha attacks and complains that she isn't dealing enough damage. The warrior then orders Haikarad to hold the monster alone, and he asks what he plans to do. He soon draws a mace, explaining that there's nothing better to break something. The weapon is then enveloped in destructive energy. To counter, the troll activates Battle Fever, which boosts its attributes and makes it immune to pain. It immediately strikes the main enemy, hitting his arm with the blow. The barbarian screams and prepares for the next attack. Right after, he strikes the creature's arm with the mace. Then he unleashes a flurry of powerful blows on the same spot. The final hit is strong enough to break the monster's bone. After shattering the creature's arm, he immediately calls out for Ms. Sha. With a quick slash, she charges in and severs the wounded limb from the troll's body. The creature's severed arm crashes heavily to the ground. In response, the enemy activates hyper-regeneration to heal the injury. The warrior is irritated, but knows that full regeneration will take at least 2 minutes. He then realizes that the ability can't be used again during that time. Seeing the opportunity, he activates the gigantification ability on his body. Haikarad turns around, completely surprised by the sudden transformation. Now giant-sized, the barbarian declares that he can finally kill that monster. Thus, Bjorn immobilizes the troll by squeezing its neck. Next, he shouts Mish's name. Then he instructs her to aim for the creature's eyes, using the blade with her blood. With a war cry, the young warrior strikes the troll repeatedly. Soon, the monster thrashes violently, continuing its attacks. While Dwaki and Ron Miller watch, the warrior shouts for his ally to hang on and keep attacking. Ms. Sha grits her teeth, keeping up the pressure with her constant strikes. Suddenly, she screams in frustration upon realizing her blades are stuck in the skull. Upon hearing the sound, the fighter wonders if she has already reached the monster's brain. He realizes that the difficulty in piercing the skull must be due to that special ingredient. Because of that, he encourages her to keep trying, since they need to destroy the brain, and Haikarad watches in support. The troll roars in agony with its eye pierced and bleeding. With a leap, the blinded monster charges toward Dwaki. At that moment, Ron Miller warns him that they need to get out of there, while the other is shocked to be the target. As the creature chases the young man who runs in desperation, Ms. Sha stays on its head. Bjorn is surprised by the monster's precision and suspects it may be able to detect mana. Whatever the reason, the troll roars and continues the relentless pursuit against them. With that, he laments that the situation worsened just when the fight seemed won. Determined to stop it, Haikarad positions himself in front to block the monster's advance. Right after, he is struck directly by the creature's violent attack. The mage coughs up blood, and Bjorn realizes his mana ran out at the worst possible moment. After the impact, the body hits the ground and Ms. Sha calls out to the warrior, shocked by the scene. Bjorn then yells for her not to worry about him and to focus on defeating the monster. Determined, the young woman screams and resumes attacking the troll's head with all her strength. Her strikes repeatedly pierce the creature. Just below, a hand tries to reach Dwaki. Next, lying on the ground, the warrior sees his companion also injured in front of him. At that moment, the curses cast by Dwaki on the troll are undone. Sensing the change, Ms. Sha pauses her attacks for a brief moment. Bjorn screams desperately for her to keep attacking without hesitation. With that, her blades shine with intense ice energy. She then pierces the troll's head with a final, powerful blow. Right after, Ms. Sha uses Ice Crush, shouting for the monster to finally die. With her face covered in blood, the fighter keeps screaming for the creature to die already. At last, the troll's head is completely crushed under the force of her attacks. Soon, the duration of enlargement expires, and Bjorn falls to the ground, returning to his normal size. The troll still twitches for a moment before going completely still. On his knees and exhausted, the warrior looks at his ally's body on the floor. The monster finally stops moving, and the long battle comes to an end. A notification confirms the troll's defeat, granting him 5 experience points. As a reward, the group receives only a single mana stone, with no rare items. Exhausted, the two stagger, and she worriedly calls out for Rotmiller and Dwaki. Thus, Bjorn panics upon realizing that none of it was a dream and reflects on his decision. Immediately after, he remembers the scene of Dwaki being thrown because of his choice. Meanwhile, Ms. Sha screams desperately, trying to wake Rotmiller and Hikarad, while he asks her to stop. As the warrior approaches, the cleric calms him and asks him to check on Dwaki. In truth, the real problem was the caster, who lay motionless on the ground, leaving them in shock. Desperate, the girl cries out that their companion isn't breathing, and Bjorn orders her to step back. Then, he pours a potion into Dwaki's mouth as a temporary emergency measure. The adventurer reflects on the severity of his injuries, including his spine and damaged internal organs. With a punch to the ground, he rages at the situation and his lack of resources. Soon after, he regrets having used his best healing potion in the past, feeling bitter. In response, Rotmiller offers his own healing potion and tells him to use it on Dwaki. After the potion, Bjorn watches the caster resting and feels great relief. Ms. Sha then looks at him and confirms that all of them survived the dangerous battle. With that, the young woman begins to cry in relief, grateful that no one died. Even so, the warrior reflects on the negatives and warns that the victory wasn't thanks to his merit. He then denies that the outcome came from good planning or their quick response. That, he concludes, wasn't the way they overcame the danger they faced. Bjorn concludes that they simply got lucky, and admitting it serves as a harsh dose of reality. With that, he realizes once more what it takes to survive as an adventurer in this world. He then reflects that, in other dangerous situations, they might not have had the same luck they had today, again and again in the future. Right after, Hikarad sighs in relief and says he's happy everyone survived. Rotmiller agrees it was a miracle and promises to make an offering at the temple when they return. Bjorn apologizes for the troll's behavior, but the healer says it wasn't his fault. Instead, they thank him, stating his decision was perfect and saved them. At that moment, Dwaki wakes up with a groan, and Ms. Sha asks worriedly if he's okay. The young man asks if everyone is safe, and she tells him not to move, while he expresses relief that she's safe. With tears in her eyes, the warrior scolds him for worrying about others in his condition. With a smile, he agrees that she's right and begins to laugh at the situation. While Hikarad boasts about their accomplishment, Ms. Sha complains about the lack of rewards, but Rotmiller reminds them they're alive. Bjorn comments on the priest's selflessness, and the mage promises they'll repay him for the potion. Soon after, Ms. Sha asks the group's leader what they'll do next, leaving him confused by the question. She asks if he plans to keep going up, and the warrior replies that obviously they'll stop there and wait. Soon, he sighs thinking about the losses from the battle, and a notification announces the labyrinth's closure. The group is then transported to Rafdonia, ending Bjorn's 6th exploration. The next day, at dusk, the scene shows a sign outside the city. Panting, the elf Rowan anxiously asks if she's finally reached her destination. With a smile, she celebrates that she'll finally be able to reunite with her old friend. With the labyrinth closed, everyone is transported to Radphonia and rushes straight to the Temple of Riatlas. Upon finding Dwaki safe, Bjorn realizes that divine healing doesn't cure trauma and that he'll need to keep an eye on him. Because of that, the spellcaster reassures everyone, saying he can't return to the labyrinth for now, which relieves his friend. They agreed to meet again in 2 days, and as they walk away, Bjorn reflects that they shared the mission profits since they didn't collect many mana stones. After calculating, he estimates they got at most 400,000 stones each. Soon, he gets annoyed at the lack of good items, and Ms. Sha asks what his plans are. He replies that they'll return to his room to shower, but quickly clarifies it's so they can sell the items. Still, he warns her not to think about running off, but the girl denies she was thinking that. She then decides to bathe in his room out of laziness, and the warrior agrees without any problem. Shortly after, Ms. Sha is surprised to see that he's already finished bathing. Bjorn reassures her not to rush, as they need to visit many places to sell the items. Excited by the idea, the girl heads to the bath. While waiting, he separates the items he'll sell from those he might use later. At that moment, someone knocks on the door calling for Bjorn Yandel, and he wonders who it could be. When he opens it, he demands that the guild man be brief and get straight to the point. The visitor wipes his sweat, visibly nervous about the situation. He then informs that a barbarian named Karen Tarsun requested Bjorn's presence as a witness. According to him, Karen claimed that the warrior would prove he's not a looter. Bjorn becomes furious upon realizing the rookie barbarian is in danger. With that, he throws his clothes on the bed and tells Ms. Shah that the day's plan is cancelled. From inside the bathroom, she asks why, and he shouts that he needs to go to the guild because of Karen. Next, he slams the door and tells her to go home when she's done, leaving her confused. While the young woman wonders why it was so hard to explain, Bjorn rushes off with the man. They head toward District 7. At the same time, Erwin runs through the streets, relieved to know that he was alive. She looks up with a smile, happy to reunite with her friend. The scene then shifts back to the witch's forest, where her sister taught that listening to the sound of the portal was crucial for orientation. Erwin focuses to hear the sound of mana. After pointing in the correct direction, her sister praises her, and the two prepare to move forward. As they walk through the forest, they continue advancing with caution. Suddenly, the elf notices that the mana sound has grown louder and calls her sister, confused. Soon, she's startled by a voice congratulating Rottmiller on a job well done. Recognizing that warm voice, Erwin runs toward the sound as her sister calls out to her. The other shouts for Erwin once again, but the young woman keeps running without stopping. Erwin charges ahead, certain that it's the voice of her good old friend. Thus, she runs toward the light, sure that it's him, even with different gear and his face covered by a helmet. Next, Erwin calls out to Bjorn. Moments later, the elf calls him again, full of hope. Determined, she runs thinking she must reach him no matter what. With that, her sister dashes at full speed toward her. Finally, the older one stops her at the last second, ordering her to stop immediately. The older sister warns her of the danger, but Erwin insists that it was him, even without having seen his face. In tears, she struggles, asking why they won't let her go. Seeing the girl's desperation, her sister calls her by name as she sobs uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the older one is shocked by his reputation, but other adventurers comment that everyone knows Bjorn Yandel. Running through the streets, Erwin reflects that she didn't know anything because she was isolated and wonders why her sister didn't tell her. Even so, she decides that it doesn't matter, since her sister probably didn't know anything either. Standing at the door, the elf thinks that she needs to apologize first, certain that he also searched for her everywhere. She sighs, concluding that he didn't find her because he couldn't remember where she and her sister were. With that in mind, Erwin gathers her courage and knocks on the door. Moments later, the girl hears footsteps approaching from the other side. As the door opens, she waits, her face lit with anticipation. Her heart races, on the verge of exploding from anxiety. However, it's Ms. Shah who opens the door and asks who she is. Shocked, Erwin wonders who this woman is and if she knocked on the wrong door, asking where she can find Bjorn. Ms. Shah then realizes the visitor is one of the warrior's guests, leaving the elf confused. Soon, she explains that he took a bath and went out, asking if the other wants to wait inside. Erwin processes the information that he was just there and pauses to think. Then, she finally understands that this is Bjorn's room and becomes completely disoriented by the situation. The dark-haired woman offers to leave a message if the elf doesn't want to wait. Shocked, Erwin thinks the way she spoke sounds like someone who lives with him. She then confirms the story about the bath, and Ms. Shah asks if she'd prefer to come back later. With a cold smile, the visitor replies that she would not, and decides to wait. Next, she asks if she can wait inside, and the other, surprised, agrees. Upon entering, Erwin sees the items on the table and says she knows the reason, while Ms. Shah apologizes for the mess. The elf then comments that she's done the same with Bjorn, and the other realizes she's an adventurer too. Quickly, Ms. Shah tries to explain herself to avoid any misunderstandings. As she says the items belong to raiders, Erwin cuts her off, certain that the warrior wouldn't do something like that. Reflecting on those who covet what belongs to others, she states that people like that deserve to be punished. Still, the scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild of District 7. Despite the surprise, the barbarian wants to know why the woman he took hostage now wants to see him, but the guild master only says he'll understand soon. With a mocking smile, the warrior asks if what he heard is really true. However, he refuses to go, claiming he's hungry and doesn't have time to waste. Shortly after, he stands up to leave, offering only a short farewell. Nevertheless, the guild master stops him, showing desperation as he asks him to wait. Even so, he insists that the meeting will be worthwhile, but the other orders him to simply say no to her. In response, the guild master rises in protest, as the narration returns to explain what came before. About 20 minutes earlier, the adventurer was informed that only he was needed, quickly realizing it was all a trap. As soon as he understands he was brought there with hidden motives, he hears the guild leader confirm they had planned to summon him, and then asks why. Next, the man reveals that the young lady from House Obens wants to see him, which leaves him confused about her identity. Only after being reminded that he took her hostage does the outsider recall she was the daughter of the district chief. Complaining that they could have said so earlier, he asks what exactly this has to do with him. Through a flashback, the chief's daughter refuses to live as her father's puppet. Soon after, the patriarch concludes that the branch manager chose her, which explains her presence during the prison escape. Then, an assistant confirms that the barbarian was summoned by the young woman, while the leader laments her disobedience. Reflecting, the chief acknowledges that his daughter is his only weakness and interprets the manager's act as an attempt to manipulate him. He then picks up his teacup. Taking advantage of the moment, he decides he might get rid of them both at once. Admitting to himself, the patriarch confesses that the barbarian has been bothering him for some reason. Suddenly, a loud thunder echoes across the sky. Soon the rain begins to fall, much to the adventurer's frustration. Because of that, he decides to enter an establishment to eat while waiting for the rain to stop. Shortly after, his steak and soup are served, to his satisfaction. Eagerly, he dips a piece of bread into the soup. His eyes focus on the meal in front of him. Then, he cuts a juicy piece of meat. As he takes a bite, he begins to reflect on the flavor of the food. He concludes that Ms. Shaw grills steaks far better and thinks about asking her to cook. After that, he watches the rain and admits that, in truth, he'd rather be eating Pajian and Macchiali. With regret, he laments not being able to enjoy that dish in this world. Still, he looks to the side while holding his drink. During the sip, he thinks that doesn't necessarily make him want to go back. He's simply gotten used to this life, from the noisy bed to the inn's rooms. Moreover, he ended up growing attached to the silly conversations with his companions, even fully aware of all the downsides. While pouring another drink, he notices he's getting sentimental and must have formed a strong bond with his teammates. Alone at the table, he keeps drinking, lost in thought. However, to continue toward the upper floors, he fears he may need to form a new team. After pondering, he concludes that he won't be able to reach his goal with the current group. He is fully aware that there are creatures far more powerful than the troll on the upper layers. Therefore, he can no longer rely on luck alone, until a voice calls out to him, using his last name. When he responds, he ends up messing up Urkfried's name, who promptly suggests he call him Admin to keep it simple. The newcomer sits down, and comments that he'd never have imagined seeing him here as a customer, revealing that his wife owns the place. Surprised, the adventurer realizes he has a wife and is still an active adventurer. Soon, the other explains that times are financially tough, but adds that it's none of his business. Unexpectedly, he mentions that the chance encounter is what convinced him, stirring the listener's curiosity. At that moment, he asks to join the team, leaving the veteran completely stunned. Justifying himself, the bearman says that someone who saves a life wouldn't stab a teammate in the back. Thoughtfully, the barbarian considers that a companion with summoning abilities would be useful on the upper floors. Even so, he explains that he already has a fixed team, but the man insists he'll keep trying if a spot opens up. Before saying goodbye, the newcomer gives him a suggestive look, and the two briefly discuss the pending debt. After agreeing to meet again in 10 days, the warrior borrows a raincoat and goes on his way. Elsewhere, a voice declares that those who desire what belongs to others deserve punishment. As the sentence finishes, Ms. Shah stares at the young Erwin in the dark room. Faced with the tension, she takes a step back, commenting that the other is tougher than she looks, and soon questions her own words. Lost in thought, she affirms to herself that he wasn't taken from her. With a gaze full of irritation, she reinforces that he isn't an object and doesn't belong to anyone. Then she recalls that traveling with her sister was her own decision, made with the intent to learn from her. Even so, Erwin doesn't understand why she feels so much anger about the situation. While wondering whether she'd stand a chance in a fight, Ms. Shah asks her name. After introducing herself, the other replies as Erwin Fornax ID Terja, receiving a compliment on her name and an invitation to sit. Next, the two sit at the table, remaining silent across from one another. Shortly after, the visitor asks if, by any chance, the host is in a relationship. A bit nervously, she denies it, explaining that she and the adventurer are just companions, and Erwin says she understands now. She clarifies that she got confused because she heard they bathed together, but Ms. Shah quickly corrects her, saying she just used his bathroom. Faced with that, the girl assumes her place must be pretty far, but the other replies that it's not so far after all. Mentally, Erwin starts wondering if she's dealing with some sort of low trick. Changing the subject, the homeowner asks how she knows the warrior, and the other answers that they were companions, referring to him with a nickname. Upon hearing it, Ms. Shah repeats the name in a low voice, intrigued. The former companion asks if there's a problem with that, and the quick response is a no. Then Erwin describes the special bond she shares with him, as first allies, leaving the other woman deep in thought. Because of that, Ms. Shaw suggests that perhaps she's the only one who gives that much meaning to the relationship. Surprised, the girl reacts to the unexpected comment. Right after, the other reveals that she's been traveling alongside Bjorn for months, adding that he's never mentioned her. Standing abruptly, Erwin accuses her of lying. Then the companion states that the hostility shown and the attempt to make her feel foolish are starting to bother her. Hearing her own name, the visitor realizes why she's felt threatened from the start, while the host thanks her for helping make a decision. As she nervously asks what she decided, the reply comes bluntly. She already knows exactly what it means. Faced with that, Rowan backs off, calling her a wicked kitty, but is cut off by a request to listen. Right behind, a massive ice dragon manifests, making the girl tremble as she feels the power before her. At that moment, a sudden memory makes her relive the fear of losing someone precious again. Deeply shaken, she drops to her knees, begging not to have anything else taken from her. Even so, he reflects that it wasn't just the heavy rain that caught him off guard. Elsewhere, the young woman continued crying, begging them not to take anything else from her. Back at his building, the warrior climbs the stairs to his room. Moments later, he opens the door. As he enters, he finds Owen crying, realizing an unexpected reunion awaited him. Ms. Shaw greets him casually and informs him he has a visitor, leading him to believe the two met by chance. Shortly after, the girl runs toward him in tears, leaving him completely confused. However, he dodges swiftly, causing her to fall to the ground. Still on the floor, she grits her teeth and asks if he acted that way because of that woman's presence. Confused, he questions her, not understanding what she's talking about. At that moment, the mage asks why it took him so long to return. Awkwardly, he explains that Karen was proven innocent, while in the background Erwin watches everything, visibly shocked. Then, the other congratulates him on his effort, making him flinch from a simple touch. With that, he asks if something's wrong with her, but she says she was just complimenting his good work. She then remarks that barbarians and beastmen aren't strangers to each other, provoking even more irritation from Erwin. Soon after, Ms. Shaw starts drying his hair with a towel, advising him to take care so he doesn't catch a cold. At that moment, he turns to Erwin and says he had been thinking about looking for her, which visibly excites her. He then confirms that she was his first companion, making her think she always knew their meeting was special. Meanwhile, the other reacts with jealousy to the word special, and Erwin feels happy to be right. Soon after, she begins recounting everything that happened since their separation. Proudly, she reveals that she's now able to summon all 4 elementals and has awakened 3 attributes. Surprised by her progress, he listens as she confirms she worked very hard to reach that point. Seeing her growth, he thinks she has a lot of talent, and that it would be amazing if she awakened the last attribute. He reflects that it would pave the way for the final stage, but laments the fact that she's still traveling with her sister. Finally, he comments with relief that the only reason she hadn't visited was because she was busy, though she tries to correct that idea. But Ms. Shaw interrupts, touching her shoulder and saying he's right, making the young woman flinch. She then adds that it's normal for a rookie to focus on growing, and he notices her flinch again. With that, he asks what happened during his absence, but receives a firm denial. Next, Ms. Shaw says the two of them became good friends and asks if the other agrees. Erwin responds hesitantly, and observing the scene, he concludes that something indeed happened. Even so, too tired to care, he dismisses them, saying the rain has passed and that he needs to rest. Outside, the silver-haired woman asks if Erwin is headed the same way and suggests going ahead. The other insists she can wait, suspecting that Ms. Shaw plans to return to the warrior's room. With a teasing smile, she asks if her rival intends to wait inside his room. Even so, Erwin stares at her with a visibly irritated expression. For her part, the other looks back with an equally displeased gaze. After a few seconds of silence, the silver-haired woman suggests they go together, and the younger one agrees it's the best idea. With that, the two begin walking side by side down the street. Along the way, Erwin reflects that, had the warrior not returned, she would have dropped to her knees and begged her rival. At that moment, she felt consumed by the thought of not letting him be taken from her at any cost. Only then does she realize how terribly foolish she would have looked. When they reach a fork in the road, Ms. Shaw asks where she's headed, and the other responds with relief that it's the opposite direction. Soon after, her companion asks if she'll come again the next day, and Erwin confirms she will. While the older one grumbles about the whole situation, the mage retorts that she's the one who should be complaining. At last, the first says goodbye and tells the other to head home, waving as she walks away. Before parting, Erwin thanks her for not telling the barbarian what really happened between them. With that, the woman asks her to promise just one thing, since she'll be coming back anyway. A bit embarrassed, she suggests they keep the fight a secret so he won't worry. The young woman agrees with the idea, but a hint of doubt seems to cross her mind. Back in the room, her sister softly calls her by name. While holding her in an embrace, she asks if she found the person she was looking for, and the answer comes with a nod, he's alive. Thinking with relief that she would stop training, the sister is surprised by the declaration that she needs to become even stronger. With a determined look, the younger one states that now there is someone she must surpass. She adds that, to avoid further losses, she'll need more help, and will even take it from others, if necessary. The next morning, someone bangs loudly on the warrior's door while shouting his name. The person keeps insisting, urging him to wake up already. With that, he gets up irritated, wondering what's wrong with that woman. Seeing that it's only 6:30 in the morning, he sighs, frustrated. As soon as he opens the door, he asks what she wants so early, and Ms. Jia celebrates, finally waking him up. Energetically, she announces that she's buying a good breakfast and urges him to hurry out. As she drags him off to Kamobi, the team report indicates that the last exploration was profitable. That night, she says goodbye and heads off. As she walks away, she wishes him good night, and he responds in the same tone. Back at the lodging, he walks to his room. Upon arriving, he finds a familiar figure leaning against the door, clearly waiting for him. With a cheerful smile, Erwin greets him as soon as she sees him approach. He asks how long she's been waiting, and the answer comes before a question about the silver-haired woman. After confirming he had business in Kamobi, the warrior wants to know what brings her there. She explains that she's starting rigorous training and, because of that, will only be able to visit once a week. With some regret, she laments that she'd love to come more often, but the distance is long, leaving him confused. Then she quickly says goodbye and runs off before he can react. As he watches her leave, he feels that something's not right, before the narrative shifts to the guild office. There, Guildmaster Nilabins comments that Rottmiller has been an active adventurer for 8 years. He says he appreciates the young man for his restraint and asks him to share something now. With a calm smile, Nile encourages him to let his guard down, promising he'll like the offer. The next day, as they gather in a tavern, the group estimates that each will receive 550,000. Soon, the barbarian remarks that the frogman's organs brought in a good amount thanks to Rottmiller's clean work. In response, the other says it was the least he could do, while the warrior checks the earnings from the trip. Upon confirming the total of 1.27 million, he realizes this was more profitable than the previous ones. With a smile, he considers that with this much accumulated profit, he'll soon reach stage 6 certification. While taking a sip of his drink, Hikarad Murad protests, saying he shouldn't be drinking alone. Not understanding why, he watches the dwarf grab the mug and insists that this is a celebration toast. Then everyone raises their glasses and toast together, celebrating another safe return. The celebration continues joyfully, with everyone enjoying the good food and the fact that they survived the encounter with the troll. Next, Ms. Jia stands and says she needs to visit her family, saying goodbye casually. For a moment, Rottmiller looks tense. Right after, he also gets up, saying he has some matters to take care of and is heading out. As soon as he leaves, the barbarian considers that he shouldn't go right away, as that might upset the dwarf. However, he's lucky to notice Hikarad finds some acquaintances to drink with, making his own exit easier. Just as he's about to leave discreetly, he's called by Dwaki. Nervously, the young man suggests one more round, saying they've never talked alone before. Watching his companion in silence, he wonders if there's something serious to discuss. In an awkward atmosphere, Dwaki proposes a toast, while he regrets not having left earlier. Without beating around the bush, he asks if the other is fully recovered and receives a yes in reply. With that, he taps his own head and comments about his friend's body, reminding him he was bent in half. Then he asks if Dwaki has the mental strength to keep facing the labyrinth. Sincerely, the young man admits that his hand still trembles when remembering the fight against the troll. He confesses that he really thought he was going to die that day, but with firmness in his voice, he says he needs to overcome it like any adventurer would and assures he's ready for the next one. Then, the barbarian asks why he feels this need to overcome, watching as the other holds his mug. With a calm smile, the young man replies that it's simply because he enjoys the adventurer's life. Right after, his companion reminds him that his goal was to become a great adventurer to restore the reputation of the Baron's house. With a darker look, Dwaki reveals that was a lie. All he ever wanted was the attention of his father, now deceased. He further explains that his brother didn't even know he existed, which made him feel like everything was meaningless. Before even finishing the thought, he slams the table, giving the impression he's about to say something final. And indeed, he declares that he overcame everything thanks to the friends by his side, leaving the barbarian surprised by his sincerity. As he vents, the warrior promises he won't bring up his trauma again. Dwaki then comments that, deep down, he's kind, but the other simply thinks it would have been better to go straight home. Next, he takes a deep breath and places his mug on the table, ending the toast. Soon, the young man says he has a question to ask, and gets permission to speak. Hesitant, he thinks about Ms. Shah before asking. Blushing, Dwaki finally asks if he and the woman are in a relationship, making the barbarian understand everything. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Rod Miller is seen walking silently. His steps echo through the streets at dusk, maintaining a serious expression. In a memory, the district chief comments that he reviewed his records the night before. Right after, he questions whether it's unfair that it took him 8 years to reach level 7, while the barbarian got to level 6 in just 6 months. When he tries to defend his companions, the chief coldly interrupts, stating they will continue climbing. With a smug smile, he adds that it's because they aren't ordinary like him. Finally, he throws out the provocation. Does he really believe they'll stay together? He estimates only a few months of luck remain. The man concludes it'll only be possible if the others pity him enough to keep him in the group. Before ending, he tells Rod Miller he hopes he'll make a wise decision. Later, the narrative shifts to the night view of the warrior's room. Irritated, he enters the room, already knowing the boy would pass out after drinking so much at once. Suddenly, a female voice greets him, calling him Mr. Yandel and explaining that she came because he wasn't responding to her summons. Recognizing the figure, he sees that it's the daughter of the district chief, whom he had already refused contact with. As he tries to send her away, she surprises him by revealing that Rod Miller met with her father. She then warns him, saying the old man must have used some dirty trick, though she admits she doesn't know what it was. Tired of the confusing talk, he asks directly what the young woman wants from him. With firmness, she declares that she wants to see her father lose absolutely everything. She then explains that she needs his help or she'll keep living like a puppet. Without hesitation, he cuts her off sternly and tells her to leave immediately. As he pushes her toward the door, he thinks he has no reason to cause trouble with the district chief. Outside, the girl yells, unable to believe he was serious. Before leaving, she states that she's the only one who can stop her father's schemes and assures him he'll know where to find her if he changes his mind. After that, he throws himself onto the bed, feeling a bit of peace for the first time. His thoughts turn to Ron Miller, concluding that he'll need to keep an eye on him. From that point on, he narrates that his days followed a routine, eating the steak prepared by Ms. Shah every morning. In the afternoons, he visited the library with Owen, where he tried to better understand that world so different from the original game. Over time, whenever the companion appeared, the three would end up spending their days together. During a team meeting, he notices that the other adventurer didn't mention his meeting with the chief and wonders if he should bring it up. In addition, he receives 5 million stones from the bearman, but considers the item offered to be of inferior quality. Thus, the days pass quickly until the arrival of the 15th night of the month. Since it was the ideal time to do something different, he decides to first check the chat, since he could visit the market at any time. Upon entering, he notices that the barbarian group chat is completely empty, deducing that the race isn't very popular. While exploring another list, he observes that only 3 tanks are online. Suddenly, he's surprised to find a group chat for the Republic of Korea. Without a second thought, he clicks the name and is instantly transported somewhere else. Surprised, he observes the luxurious room around him, trying to figure out where he is. Soon someone comments that he finally showed up, and only then does the warrior recognize the person, asking if it's Sergeant Lee. In shock, the young man murmurs the sergeant's name upon recognizing the Biko Lee uniform. As he asks, the man in front of him confirms his identity with a laugh and says he's right. Then, the ex-soldier cries with joy upon remembering that this was the day of his military discharge. In disbelief, the other takes a step back. He then panics, wondering what kind of terrible luck this is. 5 minutes later, the two finally calm down and decide to introduce themselves properly. Thus, Bjorn introduces himself as Hansa Lee, 29 years old, and the sergeant is surprised that he's also a Lee. Soon, the younger man says his name is Biko Lee and that he was 23, which confuses Hansu. With a smile, the veteran explains that it's been over 10 years since he arrived in that place. Realizing that Biko would technically be older, Hansu is interrupted before he can finish his sentence. With a victorious smile, the sergeant declares that Hansu is definitely the elder, and he awkwardly agrees. Shortly after, the man in uniform apologizes and informs him that he still needs to test him. Curious, Hansa asks what he means by a test, while the other smiles mysteriously. He explains it's not out of distrust, but something he does with everyone who claims to be Korean. Next, the newcomer undergoes a test to prove his nationality, discovering that Biko is someone important there. The ex-military man explains that many have pretended to be Korean, so he asks Hansa to say the first thing that comes to mind. With that, he takes a deep breath and gets ready to begin the test. Despite the tension, Hansu agrees, but can't help feeling a bit nervous. As soon as Biko says, "Kimchi," he immediately replies, "Jigi." Next, upon hearing, "Cow head," he completes with, "Gukbap." When the other says, "Saudi," Hansa replies, "Arabia," without hesitation. Biko then stands and shouts the army motto, which the older man faithfully completes. Soon after, Hansa confesses that he actually did public service, surprising the other. The sergeant sits back down and decides to continue. With an intense look, he says he has one more question, which makes Hansa nervous. Then he asks Hansa's opinion about Wan Yongli, which annoys him due to the silly question. Disappointed, the man leans forward, as he was expecting something deeper. Satisfied, the soldier declares that he now trusts him, while Hansa can't believe the seriousness of the situation. The scene focuses on the Korean player who lived there for 10 years, laughing uncontrollably. As he watches, Hansa thinks he doesn't seem like a bad person, but wonders if he might be a little crazy. The ex-soldier apologizes for the act, explaining that he had prepared that line 3 years ago for anyone who passed the test. Then he says he's happy to have finally found him, making Hansa realize just how lonely he must have been. Thinking about the other's isolation when he first arrived, Hansa decides he needs to be very kind to him. He then remembers that Biko refused to give his name, and both agree they wouldn't reveal their real identities. That's when the sergeant asks what difficulty Hansa cleared the game on, and he replies that it was the same as his. Proudly, the sergeant states that Koreans are known for being good at games, which makes the other reflect on his nostalgia. Then he offers financial help, but the proposal is declined with the explanation that he can't think of another way to assist him. With that, the newcomer realizes that they both share a cautious nature, which explains how the ex-soldier survived until now. Emotional, the man says it's okay, as long as they can meet and talk from time to time. Even so, he insists on helping and asks for a question, and the companion then asks if he knows the community administrator. From his hesitant reaction, it's clear the answer is no, but despite that, he shares the names of 3 suspicious mages. He then warns him never to reveal his identity, as some members work for the royal court. When the outsider asks if the administrator could find him, the other laughs and says he highly doubts it. He then reveals that the community wasn't created by the administrator, but rather modified. The shocking revelation is that evil spirits have existed in Raphronia for over 100 years, the equivalent of 20 years on Earth. Soon, the survivor explains that such entities came from another dimension and that their arrival was recorded in several books. He further adds that although they were few, one of them, with incredible powers, created that place. With that, he concludes that the current administrator probably inherited the territory, which surprises the new member. As he wonders how he discovered all that, he takes the opportunity to ask for more information. The other then admits that he's in hiding and doesn't have access to the latest gossip, but offers an alternative. He reveals the existence of a chat group for gathering information but warns that the members are peculiar. The group is called Watchers of the Round Table, and according to him, it's a private chat for veterans accessed by code. After explaining everything in detail, he says he has to leave now. He explains the urgency by saying that the effect of the pill he stole from the Ministry of Security is wearing off, which leaves him shocked. As soon as the informant leaves, the newcomer sits at his desk and tries to access the Round Table Watchers chat. His status is verified and a welcome message assures him that he will remain anonymous during the meeting. He understands that he's in a customization zone and accepts the rule of concealing his identity. Next, a large door slowly opens in front of him. Wearing a lion mask, the user walks down the hallway toward the moment of truth. With firm steps, he continues walking along the red carpet. Upon entering the hall, he finds a large round table where several masked members are waiting for him. Immediately, he senses the hostile stares from the 4 participants present in the room. One of them comments that they'd never seen that mask before, while another questions how he got in, since they haven't invited anyone in over a year. As Hansa Lee steps forward, one of the members demands that he state who he is and who referred him. Right after, he is warned not to lie, as he remembers Biko's warning that the mask would shatter. Even though he knows that the lie detection only works after the meeting begins, he finds their silence strange. He then assumes they might just be curious about his unexpected presence. At that moment, a memory of his companion advises him not to be intimidated and to use the phrase he was taught if he feels pressured. With that, he understands the plan and prepares to follow the instruction. When one member asks if he's talking about himself, the newcomer interrupts with a rhetorical question. With a smile, he replies that he was referred by the other's mother, remembering that Biko had already prepared him. Faced with everyone's outrage, he repeats the provocation, which makes one of the attendees even more furious. Suddenly, a red energy emanates from the masked figure with the fox face, who approaches the infiltrator directly. He feels a chill upon recognizing that it must be a special ability. Soon, he realizes that the spiritual realm is governed by willpower, and that this power only works in that community. The member then challenges him to repeat the phrase, filling the room with a hostile pressure that completely surrounds Hansa Lee. Fox asks if Hansa Lee is afraid because he's in a spiritual realm. Meanwhile, he considers it just a veteran's trick used for fun. Next, the woman becomes irritated and demands that he repeat what he said word for word. The challenger then smiles and accepts the challenge without caring about the consequences. He soon reveals that he was referred by her mother and asks if there's a problem with that. With that, the other masked members find the situation fascinating, but warn him that he's going too far. He shrugs, thinking they're too experienced to be easily shocked. Even so, Fox trembles with rage for being made a fool of and considers their evaluation insufficient. Hansu, in a memory, asks if he should use the aura of hostility, but is warned that it could traumatize the target. The explanation continues, stating that only veterans can use the technique because of their mental resilience. When he asks how to use it, he's instructed to think of the target as an enemy he must kill, causing Fox to be hit by an intense pressure. She falls to the floor under the weight of the aura, begging him to stop. Hansa then looks in her direction, not understanding what's happening. Immediately, Deer gets up and questions what he thinks he's doing. He then looks at the others, who are also feeling the pressure of the aura. Panicking, Jester defends himself by saying he didn't say anything. At the same time, the hooded one cowers, surprised by the technique's effectiveness. Suddenly, the lion mask user feels a sharp pain, as if his brain is being twisted. He quickly realizes that he has reached his limit and can no longer maintain the hostile aura. As the energy dissipates, Fox looks confused, still gasping for breath. Deer decides not to provoke him any further, while the clown finds the whole thing entertaining. With the situation resolved, everyone relaxes, thinking everything ended well in the end. Unexpectedly, the doors slam shut, locking everyone inside the room. The woman then announces the start of the meeting and tells Hansa Lee that she thought he was an old member. She then explains that the lion mask had been hanging on the wall for a long time, and he asks what she means by that. The hooded one asks if the master invited him and offers compensation for the answer. Hansa refuses the offer and asks why they think that, and Deer replies that he's the first to enter since the master disappeared. Jester adds that's why Fox tested him, making Hansa realize who created the meeting. When the other masked man asks for more details about the master, he simply refuses to answer. When the clown tries to insist, Fox interrupts him and says that's enough talk about the master. She then explains the simple rule of the meeting. Each person shares one piece of information, and the gem turns green if it's new. However, if the information is false or worthless, the gem will glow red and the person must try again. Jester starts, but his information about the King of Redonia is rejected for being too vague. Even so, the newcomer thinks to himself that he didn't know that rumor due to lack of access. Noticing the clown's glance, he realizes the subtle jab but decides that sometimes it's better to stay quiet. On his second attempt, the masked man reveals the death of the commander of the Order of the Rose, and the gem turns green. Next, Fox announces that the Jagan clan defeated the first floor's lord, validating the information. With that, the infiltrator finds out it was the Jagan clan who bought his guide and feels glad he came to the meeting. Soon, Hooded shares that activating a hidden piece on the Silent Elves Island will summon 3 Ravgani. Even so, when he tries to move on, the gem glows red, surprising him. The clown comforts him, while the other laments having one more person to worry about besides himself. On the new attempt, Hooded says the Elven tribe found traces of the relic thief. Jester defends the info as valuable, and with Fox's approval, he deduces the informant is an elf. Finally, the user of the lion mask gets ready to speak, announcing that it's his turn to share something. He reveals that Van Diemen always drops an essence if hunted by a trio, making the gem shine green. Feeling relieved, Fox and Deer are shocked by the idea of hunting Van Diemen with only 3 people. The clown also trembles, doubting such a feat is truly possible. The newest member finds their surprise odd, since there is a guaranteed way to hunt the creature. An explanation reveals that Van Diemen is a level 3 monster that's easy to defeat, but has a very low encounter rate. That's why he chose this info, since the tough conditions make it practically useless. As Deer shares his information and ends the first round, the participants decide whether to continue. Immediately, Hooded, the clown, and the archer say they're done for today. When Jester questions him, the infiltrator also decides to stop, leaving the others surprised. He fears that in a one-on-one conversation, his veteran act might be exposed by a baited question. Seeing that everyone is silently staring at him, the newcomer feels they expect him to say something before leaving. Realizing he was the day's highlight, he decides that a final line would be fitting for the moment. So, he simply says he wasn't as good as he thought and stands up to leave. Fox sighs in relief as he departs, and Deer notices her hand trembling and asks if she's okay. She says yes, but thinks she might have lost her sanity if he hadn't disabled the hostility. Fox then reflects that the most bizarre thing was how he deactivated the ability the exact moment she reached her limit. Soon, Hooded agrees, impressed by the willpower needed to retract a skill that quickly. Deer then questions the info about hunting Van Diemen, thinking it absurd and unlikely to have been done by him. With that, Jester laughs and asks if they're just assuming the information came from his personal experience. As Deer gives up on the conversation, the clown asks everyone to prepare better for the next meeting. When the archer asks what he means, Jester slams the table and demands higher quality information. He continues, warning that they need to keep the newcomer's interest so he'll share more in the future. He then points out that the new member was clearly disappointed with what he saw. He insists they must bring better intel because he doesn't want to waste an opportunity like this. Meanwhile, a narration explains that the Watchers of the Round Table were once a proud secret council. However, the phrase spoken by Hansu, about not being as good as he thought, echoes in everyone's minds. The narration continues, stating that one line alone was enough to break them. With that, they realize that even the meeting itself was just child's play to someone like him. Suddenly, a message announces the transfer to Rafdonia as time runs out. Back in his room, Bjorn finds the meeting interesting and perfect for obtaining the information he needed. He decides to return the favor to the veteran, since he dislikes owing anyone and considers him too sharp to be deceived. Soon, he reflects that it's best to show respect to preserve the friendship, but he feels tired from having used the aura of hostility. The fatigue seems even greater than last time, leaving him completely exhausted. Suddenly, Ms. Shaw calls his name and cheerfully asks if he's finally awake. As she yawns, she asks what he did to sleep all day, and he replies that he simply couldn't sleep before. When he asks if she was there all day, the young woman denies lazing around and claims she trained a lot. She then mentions meeting Dwaki and visiting his clan, leaving him surprised by the news. She confirms that the young man wanted to discuss something, making the other reflect that feelings between teammates lead to problems. When Bjorn insists on knowing what Dwaki wanted, Ms. Shaw hesitates to share someone else's secret. Still in Bjorn's room, Ms. Shaw hesitates to share a secret that belongs to someone else. However, the warrior insists there should be no secrets between them, leaving her flustered. Since the tactic works, the young woman decides to reveal everything she discussed with Dwaki. As soon as she says the young man is in love, her companion reacts shocked by the revelation. He immediately wants to know what advice she gave, and she says she suggested he confess. Following the same line of thought, Ms. Shah takes the opportunity to make a special request. She shyly asks if he can accompany her to her family estate. While explaining that her father wants to meet him, the barbarian agrees and asks when they'll leave. Completely surprised, the girl wants to confirm if he really accepted the invitation. She then clarifies that they'll need time to prepare for the trip. Curious, she asks why he agreed, and he replies that if he was called, he should go. Not understanding, she asks if that's really how things work, and he confirms firmly. Ms. Shaw comments that sometimes he's too blunt in his answers. The next day, the man walks through his land after sleeping for 36 hours. Suddenly, a scream echoes in the distance, and immediately catches his attention. In a memory, he endured pain to raise his attributes, with only one phase remaining. The prospect of awakening a special ability motivated him, and 3 days later, the journey began. Inside the carriage, the warrior understands why the trip is tiring for his companion, who soon announces their arrival. As the vehicle stops, they both step out onto the street. Walking through the sacred land of the Beastmen, the visitor is surprised by the city's level of advancement. Suddenly, a child points at him and excitedly shouts, identifying him as a barbarian. The boy's father quickly covers his mouth, saying that's enough. Noticing the newcomer's silence, Ms. Shaw turns and worriedly asks if something's wrong. Soon after, she wants to know if he feels unwelcome, but he simply comments that he found it interesting. Comparing the place to the desolate environment of his people, the barbarian asks if all sacred lands are like that. He admits he expected beastmen to live more primitively, hidden in the forest. Ms. Shaw explains that it used to be part of an ancient tradition, leading him to ask why his own people haven't changed. Next, the two stop in front of their final destination. She then points to a huge mansion, announcing it's her father's house, which shocks him. The visitor feels tense as he compares such wealth to the simple tents of his people, but the girl tries to reassure him. As he stammers that her father appreciates adventurers, he notices her nervousness and urges her on. Obeying, Ms. Shaw rings the doorbell, and the scene shifts to a memory from the past. In it, the young woman believed that making a pact with the ice beast, Skadia, would solve everything. During a conversation, her father asks if she told anyone else about the pact. Next, he orders that the matter remain a secret between the two of them, treating her coldly. While she appears concerned, the man tells her to invite the barbarian for a visit. Completely surprised, she questions the reason behind such a sudden invitation. Faced with his intimidating aura, Ms. Shaw trembles and denies having any issue with the order. The memory reveals that she hid this truth from the warrior so he would believe her family accepted him. That's why she put in the effort and visited her home frequently to maintain appearances. During these visits, her brothers looked down on her for her persistence. Even feeling alone and judged by the servants, Ms. Shaw endured all the treatment. Still, she remained firm because she had learned from the barbarian that nothing can be achieved by simply running away from your problems. In the end, Her father made her treatment as a daughter conditional on Bjorn visiting that month. Even without understanding the patriarch's insistence, the young woman felt that being accepted by her family would make her worthy of him. With her household support, she could finally repay the warrior's kindness, who had accepted the invitation without hesitation. However, the peace didn't last long, as she quickly grew anxious about no longer being able to hide the secret. Back at the gate, Ms. Shah decides to reveal that her father is the only one who knows about the pact with the soul beast. She soon asks him not to get angry about what will happen inside, but the barbarian says it will depend on the situation. As soon as the gate opens, a voice from inside asks who is there. A guard answers with an irritated expression, making the young woman shrink back at the sight of him. The man then mutters under his breath, questioning why she keeps coming back. Trying to ease the tension, Ms. Shah tells her companion not to worry about it. He responds with a terrifying smile, prompting the girl to nervously ask him to stop. She then explains that her father will soon speak to the others and asks for patience until that happens. With clenched fists, the warrior grows furious that a father would make his daughter suffer to protect his own reputation. He grits his teeth, outraged at the disrespect of having been invited into this situation. Standing before the mansion, he suddenly feels a wave of hostility, as if he were in front of a dungeon. Because of that, he takes a deep breath and prepares himself. Then, he unleashes a powerful roar and kicks the gate with all his strength. From the impact, the iron gate shakes and bursts open violently. The guard scolds him for his lack of manners, but he sees no reason to be polite to an enemy. As soon as he stares at the beastman and says he has a problem, the other backs away in fear. Seeing the situation, Ms. Shah runs in front of her companion, shouting for him to stop immediately. She insists that he stop whatever he was about to do, but the barbarian pretends not to understand the accusation. Even as he plays dumb, the young woman declares that she knows exactly what his intentions were. She then accuses him of being about to crush the guard's head, and he simply listens. A thought confirms that Ms. Shah was right, as Bjorn's status window appears right after. Faced with Mish's accusation, the warrior remains silent for a moment. She looks at him with a panicked expression, waiting for his response. Then he calls her by name, making her flinch at the serious tone in his voice. He then asks why she always tolerates the contempt, but the girl replies that they're her family. With that, he asks if blood ties are more important than her own happiness. The barbarian presses for an answer, promising that he'll stop everything immediately if she asks. Ms. Shah bites her lip, unable to respond and visibly conflicted by the decision. Instead of speaking, she simply turns and walks away, giving him permission to continue. He then reassures her, asking her to just watch, while the guard complains about their conversation. Before the offender can finish his provocation, his head is slammed brutally into the ground. Right after, a powerful kick sends him flying through the air. From the impact, the beast man crashes unconscious to the floor, shocking the other onlookers. The noise draws more attention, and hurried footsteps quickly approach the area. Another guard reports in a panic that a barbarian suddenly started beating up Brandt. As Ms. Shah questions his intentions, a new guard arrives running and orders him to stop. As he gets closer, the newcomer seems to recognize the face of the attacker. Soon, the girl's brother arrives with his soldiers and, without any formalities, demands an explanation for what happened. He then threatens him, warning that he won't leave unscathed if the justification isn't convincing. In response, the barbarian identifies himself as an official guest of the leader of that clan. He then explains that he was treated as inferior and saw his companion mocked, asking if he still owes them an explanation. Mish's brother laughs at the situation, saying that how she's treated is an internal matter. Even so, he promises appropriate punishment for the subordinate, but the warrior repeats his words with clear skepticism. His initial plan was only to rough up the guard to teach him a lesson. With that, he approaches the noble and asks if he too has something wrong with his head. While Ms. Shah screams in desperation, he reflects that stopping now would make him seem like just another ordinary barbarian. To avoid that, he takes a deep breath and decides he needs to go a step further. Soon, a devastating wave of energy is released, throwing the guards backward. The force of the attack makes Lord Talen's legs tremble, while a guard screams his name in panic. Surprised by the power, Talen furiously demands the meaning of this behavior. With a furious gaze, the visitor asks if they treat the daughter this way just because she failed the pact, even though she's a direct descendant. He interrupts Lord Talen to suggest that maybe this was all just a misunderstanding. Then, he challenges him to apologize and accept Ms. Shah, if she really does have a pact with the soul beast. Pressed, Talen agrees to apologize, though he doubts a miracle like that could have happened. With a smile, the barbarian simply declares that the deal is done. Right after, he turns and asks Ms. Shah to show everyone, which catches her by surprise. Even hesitating out of fear of her father's reaction, Ms. Shah is reassured by him, who says that's what family is for. The warrior encourages her to do what she truly wants, reminding her that he's there to support her. Meanwhile, from a balcony, Others were watching the tension building between the two. Nervous, the young woman clasps her hands and finally says that she's had enough of that situation. Suddenly, the patriarch appears and dismisses everyone, making the visitor realize who caused the commotion. In the office of the residence, Karl Stein thanks him for accepting the invitation, noting the barbarian's good manners. He then asks why the young man acted that way while activating a fear-inducing ability. With a threatening aura, the leader scolds him, saying his behavior was rude. The sensation of fear takes over his opponent's body, who stops reacting, even knowing it's just an ability. After understanding the reason for Mish's fear, his high resistances nullify the paralysis effect. However, he realizes the ability won't work as expected, while Karl Stein demands an answer. In a swift move, he grabs the man's hand and questions why he touched him without permission. He then flicks the man's hand away with a simple gesture, stating that respect is something you give in order to receive. The guest then reveals he accepted the invitation from that household for two specific reasons. The first was to prevent Ms. Shah from leaving the group and abandoning the adventure. If she were recognized by the family, he feared they would send her to work with another clan. The second reason was to avoid suspicion that she was a malevolent spirit due to the late pact. That's why he needed to make the visit to give a logical explanation and cover up the secrets of her progress. However, he discovered that the young woman was still being mistreated and that the leader was pressuring him with arrogance. Karl Stein then asks if he isn't afraid of death, but the barbarian replies that he certainly doesn't fear him. Even knowing he could be crushed, he trusted that his chief would never let his death go unnoticed. With that, he challenges him to kill him, reminding him that he's the most promising barbarian and an official guest. His death would start another war, because that's how his people act when they feel betrayed. Karl Stein starts laughing, saying he knows that behind the calm, he's just angry. Then he stops and reveals that he knows his opponent used a specific item to achieve that. Though he suspected the man knew about the ring, the warrior pretends not to understand, but is called a terrible actor. He soon claims that Karl Stein speaks in riddles, and the other clarifies that he's referring to the item from the pact with the ice beast. Despite the insistence to admit it, the young man keeps asking which item he's talking about. Karl Stein then demands that he confess, claiming he needs it to continue, though he senses something is off. With that, the visitor's instincts alert him that it's all a bluff about knowing the item. He realizes the leader knows an object exists but not which one, and presses him for a clear answer. Seeing his sister tremble, he understands that he was deliberately exposed to her treatment as a form of pressure. He then becomes furious at Karl Stein for not caring about his daughter's feelings and considers him worse than a scoundrel. Because of that, he decides it's time to use a skill that convinced him being a barbarian was his best choice. Next, he prepares to activate his ultimate and super effective technique. Pounding his chest, he swears on his honor as a warrior that he has no idea what the man is talking about. Faced with the patriarch's surprise, he promises he will find out about the item and return with the information. However, he demands a promise that Mish's problem will be resolved when he returns. At House Karl Stein, meanwhile, the tribe chief reflected on how he didn't believe in Skadia's natural awakening. He remembered inviting the barbarian because he suspected an artificial pact made with an artifact. He also recalled the moment the young man promised the girl he'd solve her problem, noticing his sincerity. At that moment, he realized the warrior didn't care about honor, but about the girl. With that, he found it interesting to see so much talent coming from a low-born lineage, until he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Soon, a servant announced that the young lady was requesting an audience, and he allowed her to enter. She then hesitated as she tried to confess something she had hidden from him. However, he interrupted her to assure her that he would keep his promise, because now she was part of the clan. Finding the silence strange, he declared that the girl was now his daughter. Since there was no reaction, he asked why she wasn't showing any gratitude. In a memory, she asked the barbarian about the oath made in front of the tribal chief. Next, she confronted him directly, claiming that he had lied. The man remained silent, visibly tense at the accusation. The girl stared at him, seriously waiting for a response. In the end, he admitted that he had indeed lied. He then explained that she was far more important than his warrior's honor. He acknowledged that she had been through a lot and admired how she hadn't gone insane. Back in the present, she asked why he was saying that, since it wasn't what he had come to tell her. Right after, she revealed that she knew the tribal chief wasn't her father, because her mother told her the truth before dying. Continuing, she said she came to tell him this because, despite despising him, she also felt pity for him. The leader reacted angrily, asking why she was wasting the opportunity he had given her. With a smile, the young woman simply replied that it was because she wanted to. Albert of Karl Stein, chief of the Red Cat tribe, was left alone, unable to understand anything. 10 days later, in a bar, the barbarian thought about what to do with the situation. He found it ironic to be doubting a party member because of what a stranger said. Despite the girl's warning, he felt guilty for questioning his companion's loyalty. Even so, he decided to confirm things and asked his ally about going to the guild alone. The other then realized that was why the barbarian had been so eager to find him lately. With that, he asked how he knew he'd gone to the guild, and the warrior revealed he had a contact there. After sighing, the partner explained that he was summoned to the office, where the district chief was waiting. He revealed that the superior asked him to betray the group in exchange for rewards, but he refused the offer. The leader then asked why he hadn't told them earlier, and the other explained that he didn't want to create an awkward mood. Understanding, he thanked him for the honesty and raised his mug for a toast. Soon after, he stated that nothing would change and that the navigator would continue with them on the next journey. On the day of the adventure, the small companion cheerfully said goodbye to him, while he wished her good luck. Alone in his room, the warrior heard a knock at the door. As soon as Ms. Shaw entered, furious, she asked why Erwin was leaving from there, but the warrior clarified that she had only come to say goodbye. He then said he was going to sleep for a bit, leaving the young woman visibly embarrassed by the situation. About 7 hours later, he noticed that Dwaki and Haikarad were late to the meeting point. At that moment, Ms. Shaw pointed out a group, which he identified as young barbarians. With that, he approached them and asked if they were lost, by any chance. The barbarians suggested that they follow the adventurers, but one of the youngsters asked why he said something so obvious. Surprised by the response, he introduced himself as Yondel's son, and the group recognized him as Little Valken. Curious, one of them wanted to know why he thought they were lost, explaining that they were taught to follow other adventurers. The man was shocked that they taught that instead of giving them a map, but the boy replied that they didn't know how to read maps. He tried to warn them about humans, and then asked who taught them how to protect themselves. One of the youths replied that it was Karen, son of Tarsun, which surprised him. Shortly after, the barbarians said their goodbyes with honor and continued their path through the city. The warrior smiled, realizing that the change he had wished for was already happening with the newcomers. At that moment, Dwaki arrived running and apologized for being late due to an urgent matter. Haikarad also apologized, explaining that the other had eaten too much and had to go to the bathroom. The little one was embarrassed by the explanation, but the companion said it was fine since they were family. Annoyed by the conversation, the leader hurried them so they could finally depart. Soon, a message informed the group that they had entered the crystal cave. As soon as they entered, they began to move forward through the dark passage. Everyone started running to speed up the exploration. The group advanced at high speed through the cave. In fact, the idea to run had come from the navigator, who wanted to test his recent progress. As they ran, Dwaki thought it was a lot of fun. Suddenly, armored monsters appeared in their path, surprising everyone. The strategist shouted for them to take a route and began running ahead. Next, Ms. Shah shouted that they needed to go faster and warned him about the danger of splitting up. Just ahead, he was surprised by a group of monsters that leapt toward him. Seeing the danger, the warrior leapt over him while shouting that they needed to stay together. Right after, she cut down all the monsters with a single strike of her sword. The young man was left breathless, shocked by what had almost happened to him. Ms. Shah urged him not to stop, and the leader agreed that they needed to keep going. With that, the navigator shouted that he understood and immediately resumed running. As he ran, he pointed the way for the rest of the group. He yelled for everyone to watch the left side. Bjorn quickly responded that he got the command. Right after, the companion shouted for them to check the center. Dwaki thought that, despite his endurance, running non-stop for hours was exhausting. Meanwhile, the barbarian asked if the little guy had gained weight, and he replied that it was because of the advice about Ms. Shah. In a memory, he recalled saying that to stop him from confessing to her. Haikarad believed the two of them were giving their all, just like he was. Finally, the group arrived, panting, before a large glowing monolith at the end of the cave. The navigator punched the ground in frustration, shouting that he couldn't do what he wanted. Rod Miller clenched his fist, thinking it still might not be too late to act. Then he stood up and said that 3 teams were ahead, with about a 30-minute lead. With that, he declared they could catch up, and the rest of the group agreed enthusiastically. However, Bjorn intervened angrily, explaining that they were out of energy and wouldn't be able to catch up. He warned him not to be reckless, as his persistence would put the whole team in danger. The navigator sighed and apologized for losing his temper, and the barbarian replied that he had already forgotten it. After crossing the 2nd and 3rd floors, he continued to lead the group with competence. Even so, Bjorn decided to keep an eye on him due to his strange behavior and the warning from the district chief. Upon arrival, everyone admired the starry sky, and Dwaki commented that they didn't have anyone to share that moment with before. Ms. Shah called him cheesy, but he replied that it was how he felt about the team. Haikarad agreed with the sentiment, and the group enjoyed the view, as they always did together. Thus, they entered the sky tower on the 4th floor, confident that nothing would be a problem. Right at the entrance, the group had to eliminate the monsters to choose one of the 3 stairways. A blue portal represented one of the 4 types of stairs available for ascent. Another portal, yellow, indicated the path of courage. A purple one represented the path of wisdom. Meanwhile, a red one symbolized the paths of endurance and destiny, which appeared randomly. The path of courage allowed advancement without issues, but required a 4-hour wait after the battle. On the other hand, the path of wisdom forced the group through a trap-filled route but advanced 5 floors at once. The path of endurance, however, was hated by all for forcing the group to relive their past failures. Even so, that test offered a chest at the end, which with luck might contain a rare item. On the morning of the 19th day, the navigator revealed his plan to leave the team after the journey. Surprised, Bjorn asked if it was because of him, as he had already expected that scenario. Rottmiller then denied it, and said the decision was because of himself, which left him confused. He then extended his hand asking for a piece of jerky. While eating, he admitted that the district chief's offer to become a navigator for a major clan was tempting. Even knowing it was an empty promise, his heart raced, and he realized it was time to move on. The man explained that non-humans with special talents leveled up easily, while he was left behind. He said that for years he was kicked out of groups or left on his own to survive as an adventurer. However, he admitted that it was hard to do the same this time, and Bjorn asked why. With that, he confessed it was because he truly cared about all of them. He explained that he just wanted to travel a bit longer with the team, but that everything has an end. The barbarian remained silent, holding the jerky, before being interrupted. At that moment, a pocket watch alarm started ringing loudly in the area. Then, he stood up saying it was time to wake the others, leaving his companion thoughtful. While watching him, Bjorn decided that he and Ms. Shaw would leave the team once they returned to the city. With that, he concluded there was no reason for Rottmiller to leave until the battle began again. After defeating the monsters, Hikerod warned that they couldn't let their guard down in the labyrinth. The navigator was then shocked by the scene ahead, and Dwaki commented it was the first time he had seen something like that. Before them, 3 stairs of destiny appeared at the same time, something they had never imagined possible. Bjorn knew they had never chosen that path because it was rare and extremely risky. Ms. Shaw suggested picking one at random, but he reminded her that her last choice led to the path of courage. Then, the small one explained that choosing destiny leads to a random trial, and that the girl had been lucky. The leader then revealed that the problem was the chance of facing a completely different kind of trial. He remembered that in the game there were 32 trials, ranging from a reward to the penalty of returning to the first floor. Hikerod argued that it would be a waste not to move forward, and Ms. Shaw asked for the leader's opinion. Bjorn confirmed that they would go, explaining that 3 destiny staircases meant a secret stage. Upon entering the portal, he wondered which of the 3 types of hidden fields they would encounter this time. Soon after, the navigator sniffed the air and reported that there were no enemies nearby. Even so, he admitted he had no information about the Larkas labyrinth, which made him uneasy. Dwaki suggested waiting for the labyrinth to close, but he feared they could be trapped forever. The warrior reassured them by saying it wasn't a rift, and then suggested they inspect themselves. With that, Ms. Shaw commented that she felt lighter, while Hikerod said he didn't notice any difference. Rottmiller also felt his body full of energy, and the other announced that his mana had increased. The cause was the Guardian of Balance effect, which made everyone's attributes completely equal. The barbarian then pretended to feel weak in his body, and the companion worriedly asked if he was okay. The navigator theorized that their abilities might have been switched, and the other mentally praised him. Next, Bjorn asked what they should do, and received the same question in return. With that, he suggested they explore in search of an exit, and the small one questioned the reason. He explained that the lack of information suggested great rewards, and the companion agreed with the logic. Hikerod also supported the idea, and Dwaki suddenly remembered the arrangement of Gabrielius, a hidden piece. While the navigator considered the possibility, the other complained without anyone paying attention to him. Thus, with 4 days remaining, the team's final adventure finally began. As they walked, Ms. Shaw commented that the silence felt strange, like something should be happening. Dwaki promised to protect her, but the girl replied that she would protect him, leaving him embarrassed. The leader grew annoyed by the distraction, while Hikerod enthusiastically supported the small one. Suddenly, a level 6 monster named Vikundas appeared before them in an imposing manner. The creature then gripped its weapon tightly, locking eyes with the group. With that, the barbarian shouted a warning that the attack was heading their way. Soon, the monster attacked with a powerful blow from its weapon. Bjorn managed to block the strike with his shield but was pushed back by the impact. He then realized he lacked strength, sensing the enemy was weaker due to their shared attributes. At that moment, Dwaki cast a support spell and a level 8 attack spell. Then, he shouted for his companion to be careful of what was coming from behind. Surprised, the warrior saw an ice spear striking the monster forcefully. From the impact, the powerful ice spell hit the creature, which collapsed to the ground, defeated. A message then confirmed Vikunda's defeat, to the astonishment of the entire team. Earlier, Rottmiller had noticed something when remembering the comment about increased mana. The leader realized that here, Dwaki was not a loser, while the boy himself doubted what he had done. Bjorn then smiled, thinking that things had suddenly become much more interesting. As the group advanced through the Larkas labyrinth, they faced a place designed to confuse even the most experienced. At that moment, the navigator stopped to mark the wall, while the leader reconsidered his usefulness in that place. He observed his companion, recognizing that he was a very versatile man. With that, he asked for the map to update it, surprising the warrior with his many skills. Hikarad was impressed by the accuracy, but the other explained that he memorized the path by counting steps. After apologizing for the delay, he stood up and began participating actively in the battles. Soon, he drew his sword and warned that 4 enemies were approaching from the front. Dwaki took responsibility and prepared an enhanced double-cast ice spear. As soon as he launched the spell, the team noticed the trajectory was off. He then used a support spell to adjust the magic's path, which struck the monsters directly. The monster looked confused for a moment before being completely hit by the attack. A large explosion of ice wiped out the enemies, as the mage used a double-cast spell and another support spell. The barbarian was impressed, and thought that his companion's talent had been limited by his low attributes. Next, the navigator reported that 2 enemies remained and arranged with the leader for each to take one. In the end, he felt a bit guilty for not having realized his companion's potential sooner. With a confident smile, Dwaki assured them he would crush any adversity that came their way. The warrior reflected that the Balance Guardian effect tended to benefit casters more. Although mages couldn't consume essences, their magical attack increased drastically there. While the boy felt free from his chains, the leader analyzed how the team had become twice as strong. He concluded that the game required a group, as the team grew stronger with each fulfilling their role. Even though it was harsh, he reflected that this was why he planned to leave the losers team. On the 20th day, he realized it was the first and last time he would see the team truly perform. Ms. Shah scolded him angrily for being ignored, but he just thanked her and told her to go to sleep. Already past midnight, he thought he was just a few hours away from obtaining the item he wanted. He then thought the next step was to find the boss room, regretting not having another week. At that moment, the boy suddenly called out to him, interrupting his thoughts. Then, he asked what kind of man the girl liked, leaving the other uneasy. Dwaki remained silent for a moment, visibly nervous. Soon after, he explained that her preferences didn't matter because he needed to show his true self for her to be sincere. Finally, he confessed to having feelings for Ms. Shah and tried to make a promise but was immediately interrupted. He then asked in shock why the other had cut him off, wondering if he also had feelings for her. The warrior tried to explain that he misunderstood, but the boy said it wouldn't change anything, leaving him frustrated. With that, he declared that he would confess his feelings to her in the city, which made the other worry about finding the exit quickly. Hours later, the group reached a dead end, and the leader thought they had finally arrived at the right place. While reflecting on how to activate the hidden trigger, he was interrupted by the navigator, who noticed something suspicious. He then felt the wall, impressed by his heightened sensitivity. Thanks to his companion, Bjorn didn't need to intervene, as the navigator found and pressed a hidden button in the wall. Soon, a stone door opened with a rumble, and Hikarad warned Ms. Shah to be careful of danger. Then, the leader offered to take the lead, eager to see which boss they would face. A torch lit the new room as the group entered. In the center, they found a sinister magic seal on the ground and a goat's head on a stake. The navigator approached and commented that the place looked really creepy. Bjorn, however, corrected him, saying it was actually one of the best paths and that now finding the boss would be easy, except for one detail. As he crouched to touch the blood on the ground, he thought about how to summon the enemy, needing to spread blood without seeming suspicious to the girl. Suddenly, he felt a strong pulse of energy and was confused by the sensation. Soon the whole group sensed the change, and he felt his body filled with energy and his armor light. The warrior was stunned to feel the immense strength surging through his body. He shouted for the navigator, realizing the power boost was greater than his own skills. Then, the other confirmed what he suspected, reminding him there were other adventurers in the labyrinth. Bjorn knew there were many possibilities for what was happening. Even so, he was sure of one thing, whether it was a group or a single person. In another chamber, a group of people was thrown violently to the ground. A hooded man then smiled, saying he had finally arrived at the Larkas labyrinth. Beside him, an old man prayed, questioning why such great evil was allowed to roam free. The invader threatened him, but the priest replied that he did not fear physical pain. He then clarified that he spoke the language of the old man's grandson, making him step back. While a wounded adventurer on the floor trembled in pain, the invader watched him. He told the injured man to calm down, reflecting on how easy it was to enter after a year of searching. At last, he laughed, needing only the arm of a navigator to get in, finding the evil deity amusing. The high priest asked how he could betray a companion, but the hooded man replied that he only traveled with him out of convenience. Next, the man kicked the navigator to make him stand, while the elder pleaded for him to stop. The attacker then interrupted with a threatening tone, saying that was enough. With that, the navigator assured the priest he was truly okay, even while staggering. Suddenly, the enemy felt a drastic change in power, asking if it was the Balance Guardian. Right after, he asked the priest if his divine power had changed, and the old man confirmed it had slightly decreased. Surprised, the other questioned whether the power hadn't increased, but was assured he was correct. He then asked the navigator, who confirmed that both his physical ability and soul power had also diminished. With that, the hooded man concluded that a group of rats must have arrived at the place before them. Finally, the man, revealed to be the dragon slayer Regal Vagos, decided to see how far the other group had traveled. Meanwhile, Bjorn warned that much stronger adventurers had entered the dungeon, feeling their abilities doubled, which led him to deduce that the opposing team was on the upper floors. Faced with the situation, the group wondered what they could do now. Then, Ms. Shah nervously suggested they try to join the other group. On the other hand, Haikarad Murad was puzzled by the warriors' distrust, not seeing the others as looters. With confidence, Dwaki stated that their abilities were equal in that realm, and that they could handle them. Rod Miller, however, proposed that they look for an exit while avoiding the other team as a precaution. Ignoring the discussion, the leader decided to act alone, and his step caused the demon Baphomet to detect blood. Thus, the monster suddenly appeared, and Ms. Shah asked in fear what he had done. Thanks to their enhanced abilities, the team defeated the creature in less than a minute and acquired a map. Surprised by how easy the fight was, the fighter watched as Rockmiller confirmed that the scroll was a detailed map of the area. Given that, he insisted they leave before encountering the others, leaving Haikarad uncertain. Even though his behavior seemed strange, the warrior explained that the easy victory proved the others were far stronger. He then reinforced that the difference in level and gear ensured they would lose a direct fight. Finally, he concluded that, like a rabbit before a lion, their only option was to run to survive. Running through the labyrinth with a clear goal in mind, the strategist instructed them to turn right at the next path. Suddenly, a group of monsters appeared in the hallway, catching him off guard mid-sprint. In a panic, he screamed Dwaki's name for help. Promptly, the mage responded that they could leave it to him as he prepared his staff. He then cast a powerful ice spell against the creatures. The level 7 glacial burst struck the monsters head-on, freezing them. The spell was so strong that it completely paralyzed one of the creatures in ice. Impressed, the warrior charged forward, for the magic that was once weak had now frozen level 6 monsters. Knowing the effect would last only a few seconds, he rushed in to shatter the frozen creature. The ice statues broke into pieces, and the fighter shouted to make sure they were all dead. After securing victory, the group resumed their sprint down the dark corridor. Sometime later, on the 21st day, he decided they would take a short break. Soon, Dwaki asked if Haikarad was okay, and he confirmed that his abilities had increased. Haikarad then noticed that he was less tired than when they were running on the first floor, which confused the leader. At that, the archer called out to him, and he turned to ask seriously what it was. Haikarad asked if that strange feeling was still bothering him, as they had been running for over 6 hours. Then, the warrior explained that the sensation started after the fight with Baphomet, similar to what he felt on the 3rd floor. With a serious look, he asked the group for a huge favor, begging them to trust him. Even so, Dwaki sighed and asked if they hadn't done enough already, convinced the others wouldn't catch up to them. Next, Ms. Shah asked if he still thought they should continue, and upon hearing his confirmation, she accepted the decision. Soon, Rod Miller stepped forward, saying he had something to confess to his teammate. Pointing at the map, he questioned the escape plan, as that path led directly to the boss room. However, he admitted that he felt something terrible would happen if they didn't follow the leader's intuition. Everyone reacted with shock to the confession, since the warrior's sixth sense had always benefited the team. Dwaki asked in disbelief if he was serious, and the archer simply nodded. Realizing the warning couldn't be ignored, Ms. Shah nervously asked the strategist to get them moving. Dwaki and Haikarad agreed in a panic, which only heightened the tension for the one guiding them. With the decision made, he simply said to go, and the group began running desperately again. Thus, time passed as they continued advancing and fighting through the dungeon. Soon, more monsters were hit squarely by their coordinated attacks as they cleared the way. After running non-stop for 12 hours, the group continued defeating the monsters in their path. They finally reached their destination, and Haikarad hoped the monster behind the gate wasn't level 4. As they approached, the gate glowed, detecting the challenger's presence. Then, the massive door began to tremble and open before the surprised adventurers. The leader immediately shouts for everyone to prepare for battle as he takes the lead. Soon, the Lord of the Labyrinth, the Minotaur Larkaz, appears imposing in their path. As he advances, the fighter notices that the creature is stronger than a regular level 5 monster. With a powerful strike, the beast attacks, and the defender braces for impact. Despite the force of the blow, he manages to block the hit and assesses that he won't need to use his gigantification. Suddenly, Larquez activates a flaming skin, and Ms. Shaw warns him about Ifrit's special ability. The warrior is then dragged through the flames, taking fire damage that increases over time. Thanks to his resistance, he finds the heat bearable, but he knows he can't endure the blows forever. Dwaki then casts an enchantment spell, greatly increasing his companion's fire resistance without needing orders. With the protection of the spell, Ms. Shaw shouts that it's no longer hot, and the group pushes forward in attack. Haikarad uses his electric strike while the mage casts multiple curses to weaken the monster. Next, Ms. Shaw charges in and uses her ability to coat her claws with poison. She then lands a precise blow on the Minotaur, covering it with the green toxin. The leader observes the teamwork, feeling that Team Loser's victory was overwhelming. With the monster's defeat, a notification confirms they gained experience points. He then reflects that they defeated a boss in under 10 minutes, imagining the team's potential. In his mind, he visualizes the group's perfect formation and believes they could reach the top together. However, Ms. Shaw pulls him back to reality by lamenting that the monster didn't drop an essence or portal. Rottmiller then suggests checking a stone gate, and the companion agrees, hoping to find an exit. As they approach, Dwaki senses immense mana coming from a gem, and the warrior decides to take it. Right after, the archer points to a blue spot on the map, saying his sixth sense indicates a portal open there. When they arrive at the location, the fighter sees the leader of the other group bragging to an injured companion. The white-haired man then reveals that if they hadn't sacrificed another arm, they would have lost to the rival group. At that moment, the demon demands thanks, reminding them that without his help, the victory wouldn't have been so easy. While a priest begs him to take the item and free them, the creature orders him to be silent. Not understanding the silence around him, the warrior mentally questions why no one is responding, feeling his heart race from the tension. Because of that, his instincts react before his mind can even process the imminent danger. That feeling warns him of the worst-case scenario. As the demonic being asks if someone is there, he concludes that every minute is crucial, so he must keep his ears sharp and never lose sight of the enemy. For that reason, he strives to piece the situation together as quickly as he can. Thus, he begins analyzing the first fact. The opponent knows the place well, as he reached the boss room quickly. Next, he notices the second point. A ritual involving the priest was performed, with an arm offered to Karui. As the third element, he deduces that the man isn't there of his own free will. He may have been kidnapped and forced to participate. Soon, he reaches a conclusion, while the demon grows irritated by the silence and calls him a lunatic. Realizing his plans have crumbled, the creature admits he didn't expect to find other adventurers there. The demon mocks him by saying he can talk, so the barbarian asks about an exit, trying to buy time and provoke a mistake. As the demon raises his hand, he's surprised to see the ring change color to yellow because of that group. That item is the Fate Finder, whose green light signals a good fate, red a bad one, and yellow a mix of both. He concludes that the color indicates a slim chance of victory, but he understands that his advantage has been lost. By now, the enemy realizes he recognizes the ring and summons a sword that shocks Haikarad. Immediately, the barbarian recognizes the weapon as made of arc, a supreme tier material. This reveals that the threat is on an extremely high level, and he's forced to listen to the demand to hand over the item under penalty of death. In response, the warrior reveals a red gem, which makes the demon confirm he already knew it was in his possession. The creature then demands the item in exchange for their lives, but the other remains silent. While Ms. Shah and Haikarad seem willing to hand over the gem, he concludes that you can't trust a man. He decides that no negotiation is possible with a lunatic, which visibly confuses the demon. With a smile on his lips, the barbarian suddenly declared that he was hungry. Moments later, he shocked everyone by putting the gem in his mouth and swallowing it. Shortly after, he let out a burp, leaving the priest and the other man completely terrified. The enemy gritted his teeth in rage, unable to believe such an absurd act from his opponent. With a furious roar, he charged at high speed toward him. His sword collided violently with the shield, producing a thunderous impact. Under such force, the warrior's defense began to crack. Soon, he blocked the strike and asked why Regal was stopping, as the new plan came into effect. Still defending with his shield, he explained that his stomach would have been pierced had the opponent continued. As he backed away, Regal called him crazy and demanded to know what he truly wanted. While commenting that he wasn't as stubborn as he seemed, the opponent warned him not to test his patience and threatened to go after his companions. Then, the barbarian raised a finger and asked for just one day to stop being a coward. Regal realized that this wasn't a plea for mercy. With that, he questioned why he should spare him, considering the proposal vague and meaningless. The warrior understood that a true fighter doesn't beg and needs to offer something more convincing. After the enemy asked why he should trust him, He swore on his honor that they would fight fairly after one day of rest. Regal, however, questioned whether he really believed he had any chance of defeating him. Even so, the request was reaffirmed with the certainty that it wasn't enough reason to give up. Next, the group ran exhausted through a dark corridor. Hikarat asked them to stop for a moment so they could talk. With that, they paused their escape and tried to catch their breath. 3 hours later, Rottmiller believed the demon had honored the deal, although the group's leader remained skeptical. In a memory, the creature granted 12 hours and warned him not to try any tricks. The warrior regretted that, if it weren't for the opponent's ring, he might have secured a longer deadline. With a sigh, he acknowledged that nothing ever went as planned and felt a growing headache. Even so, he decided to stand firm, recalling the hardships he had already overcome. For that, he needed to eliminate useless thoughts and focus on a single goal. With a determined gaze, he reminded himself that they would survive together. Soon after, Rottmiller showed a map and asked if they would fight upon reaching the marked point. Dwaki then expressed doubt, remembering that the companion's shield had been pierced like clay. In response, the warrior called Hikarat, Ms. Shah, Rottmiller, and Dwaki, asking them to trust him once more. Hikarat was the first to agree, stating that he'd be dead in the citadel if not for him. Dwaki also agreed, declaring that he would place his faith in the leader's fate like a true hero. Rottmiller explained that he would stay by his side, as he was the only one who had tried to act while everyone else was paralyzed. Before he could thank him, the archer interrupted to reveal something he had noticed during the journey. He shared his conclusion: from Ark's sword and the burn on the face, the demon was the dragon's slayer. Shocked, the companions asked if he was the draconian from the Orcules, cursed by the dragons themselves. The barbarian flinched upon hearing the name Orcules. He quickly remembered that the Orcules were a group of powerful lunatics whose goal was to assassinate the king. With that, he recalled that the royal court had offered a high bounty for their heads, but the fact that they were still alive proved their strength. He concluded that they had encountered an extremely dangerous lunatic, and asked Rottmiller if there was more information. The archer identified him as Regal Vagos, a cursed draconian who resurfaced years ago in a terrorist attack. He then explained that the dragon's curse prevented him, fortunately, from using his unique draconic magic. His main weapon was the Dragon Slayer sword, made of the rare arc material. Rottmiller added that the enemy's 6 confirmed essences were ideal for a swordsman, with no apparent weaknesses. Even if something had changed over 10 years, the warrior doubted that a criminal like that had rid himself of the essences. Piecing everything together, he understood why the opponent was there and decided to retrieve the things he had hidden first. Once he found what he was looking for, he warned everyone to prepare, as he and Rottmiller would open it immediately. While pushing a stone block, he reflected that Regal Vagos was an enemy far beyond their level. He felt a chill at the thought that they would already be dead if it weren't for the Guardian's balancing effect. However, the more he analyzed the situation, the more confident he became in his decision. A monster named Argoth detected the smell of blood as he thought that fleeing was no longer the best option. With that, Mizja raised her weapon, finding the creature extremely terrifying. While Dwaki and Rottmiller prepare for battle, the warrior remembers a striking quote. He then advances alongside Hikarat, convinced that paradise cannot be reached by simply running away. After defeating Argoth and gaining experience, a scroll called Flame of Greed appears before them. The warrior then reflects that they've obtained the item they needed, but they'll have to use every trick they have to survive. Immediately after, he instructs Rottmiller to find the secret room, and the companion agrees to lead the search. With determination, Rottmiller guides the group until he senses a suspicious wall and activates a hidden mechanism. However, the problem was that none of the rooms he found was the one the barbarian was truly searching for. When the 12-hour deadline was nearly up, the tracker suddenly stops and asks everyone to wait. He warns that he felt something strange, leaving the rest of the group curious about what it could be. With that, the ally pulls a hidden lever he finds on the wall. The wall immediately opens and reveals a chest, making the leader exclaim that they had finally found it. Soon after, he closes the secret room's entrance and announces that he'll stand guard while everyone rests for a while. Faced with the group's confusion, he promises to explain everything later and asks that they simply do as he says for now. A moment later, the barbarian sighs in relief for having secured a temporary refuge. As he watches his companion sleep, he worries about what excuse to give, especially to Rottmiller. Deciding to make something up later, he focuses on the gem he had spat out earlier. As soon as he crushes the item, a light surrounds them, transporting them to the Chamber of Balance. Wrapped in a red energy, he is amazed by the overwhelming experience. He soon reflects that the choice is far more intense than in the game, as a panel instructs him to replace one essence. With that, he understands that the item, contained hope, will swap one of his essences for another of the same level at random. As he approaches, he already knows which essence he will give up. It will be the one shown on the door he opens. He first rules out the Orc Hero essence, since it is a fundamental part of his final build. Next, he also rejects the undead golem essence, as it would be a waste to use it with that item. At last, he chooses the vampire essence, whose skills and stats were useful for a tank. As he opens the door, he remembers that the essence gave him 3 new abilities, but there are hidden elements in the item. For that reason, he doesn't hesitate and selects the guardian essence, but a completely unexpected result surprises him. Startled, he discovers that he received an essence that no one else in the world possesses. The system then offers him a new choice, the lich essence, which holds destructive passive and active abilities. Even while questioning having 2 guardian essences, he considers himself lucky for such a rare event. However, he soon realizes it's not luck when he sees the image of a boss-level monster. The new option is that of an ogre, a level 3 creature that represents the peak of physical ability among monsters. As he faces the door, he concludes that this is not luck, but proof that there are still elements in the game he doesn't know. After consuming the ogre essence, he receives a massive boost in strength and resistances. 4 hours later, he reflects on the new essence he acquired and its benefits. He then thinks that, although the essence grants highly desired abilities, he never included it in his plans because it was unrealistic. Besides being difficult to kill, the ogre had a ridiculously low drop rate for its essence, and there were still 7 different types. For defense, he recalls that the steel giant was much more efficient, despite being unable to use a weapon. With that, the final choice came down to a matter of personal preference. The decision was between dealing damage while defending, or focusing entirely on full defense. In the game, he had chosen to focus only on defense, since it was more efficient than trying to obtain the rare ogre essence. Thanks to that decision, he was one of the few who opened the gate of the abyss, even though the ogre essence was objectively better. Even so, he still feels shocked by the unexpected luck and questions the conditions that led to it. Thanks to that, his chance of survival increased significantly, until Rod Miller suddenly calls out to him. His companion then warns him with a worried expression that something is approaching rapidly. Right after, the group observes the footsteps of a figure coming toward them in the dark hallway. As it draws near, the demon stops in surprise and comments that he didn't expect all of them to still be alive. He reveals that he thought someone had died when he felt his power returning, admitting that the barbarian's tactic was spot on. While the priest's ally accuses him of cruelty, the man cries in despair for having been abandoned. With a smile, Regal Vagos asked if they had taken Vikunda's essence, since they were all still alive. The warrior remained silent, knowing the enemy was testing him upon sensing the power of a level 3 essence. Then, Regal unsheathed his sword and demanded he honor the deal by handing over the gem. The other man then replied that it wasn't intentional, leaving the demon confused by the response. Smiling, he explained that he had only been playing with the gem out of boredom, and it ended up breaking. With his eye glowing in rage, Regal realized he never intended to keep his promise. Before he could finish apologizing, he was forced to defend himself from a surprise attack. With that, he parried the sword thrust with his shield, exactly as he had practiced during the break. He immediately shouted for Dwaki, who cast a level 7 spell called Frozen Gust. A powerful burst of ice formed and engulfed the entire combat area. Even so, Regal activated the furnace ability, becoming immune to cold while mocking their attempt. Seeing that, the barbarian tore up the scroll he had intended to save for the Minotaur. The Flame of Greed then detected the fire ability and disabled Regal's lava giant essence for 48 hours. Without his powers, the enemy was finally struck head-on by the ice blast and screamed in pain. The demon's sword fell to the frozen ground after the spell's impact. Even surprised by the success, the warrior heard his opponent mock that he was mistaken if he thought that had defeated him. Regal then used the ability Dark Curtains, a technique that didn't belong to any known essence. With that, he realized one of his greatest uncertainties about the enemy had finally been confirmed. He then tried to strike with his mace, but the other dodged the blow with great agility. The demon then advanced to counterattack, ordering the barbarian to die already. To the enemy's surprise, his sword was stopped by his opponent's skin, who regretted using the ability so early. He revealed Steel Skin, a passive ogre ability that increased his resistance to physical and slashing damage. Knowing he had to act quickly, he prepared to use his first decent offensive skill. With all his strength, he used Swing, an ability that increased damage according to the user's strength. Regal watched the attack coming straight at his face. Even so, he used curtains to defend against the impact. Right after, he stepped back, enduring the blow. Bjorn realized he couldn't give him time to recover and shouted for Dwaki. Immediately, the mage cast a curse spell to slow the enemy down. The demon gritted his teeth as the dark magic enveloped him completely. Furious, he used advanced acceleration and managed to slash the barbarian's arm. The latter was shocked by the opponent's power, even with his stats reduced by the curse. With that, he admitted it was hard to keep up with such speed. Regal then used Afterimage and warned them not to dream of a quick death. Even so, Bjorn smiled confidently while blocking the next blow. Suddenly, Ms. Sha attacked the enemy from behind, and her companion praised her good work. He pulled his sword out of the opponent's arm, shouting about how they dared. The villain ordered her to know her place, but the woman attacked and asked who exactly he was referring to. She then shouted that he was the one with asymmetrical horns. At the insult, the demon became visibly enraged. He then charged at Ms. Sha, warning her not to dare speak to him that way. At that moment, Haikarad Murad appeared using a lightning strike and declared that Regal was facing a team. Soon after, the new ally unleashed an electric discharge that struck everyone on the field. The enemy slid backward from the impact of the ability. Even so, he mocked that a team of worms would make no difference. With that, he activated Mark of Fear, a unique nightmare ability. The technique intimidated the target and boosted his own stats, while Haikarad confirmed it was just as he said. The warrior then activated his Guardian's Gauntlet, which repelled enemies and nullified negative effects. Bjorn realized that the Guardian of Balance was not a negative effect and advanced. Seeing that his shield was useless against the enemy's sword, he chose to rely on Steel Skin. Soon, he used Savage Fury to boost his stats and charge at the demon. The latter responded by using Divine Blade and swore no one would leave there alive. In response, he conjured his Divine Blade as the barbarian, and Ms. Sha charged forward. Faced with the intense light, one of the companions shouted for everyone to be careful. The attack exploded violently on the ground, and someone screamed in desperation for Ms. Sha. Though shaken, she tried to assure them she was fine, and told them not to worry. With that, Regal advances and celebrates that the first enemy has already been defeated. Suddenly, several arrows are fired in his direction as someone shouts for him to get out of the way. He manages to dodge the projectiles but is forced to take a step back. Soon after, Bjorn repositions and thanks Rod Miller for the timely help. After a long battle, the two face each other, panting, with neither one backing down. The warrior realizes that, although the enemy isn't regenerating, his own wounds are no longer healing either. Meanwhile, the archer hands him potions from his inventory, making him recall his original mindset. The opponent then calls him sick for enduring the pain and declares it's time to end the fight. However, Bjorn knows he has memorized all of his tricks over the last 30 minutes. He understands that if he gives the enemy more time, the situation could worsen. That's why Bjorn prepares to attack. Regal might retreat to join the priest. The barbarian stares at his opponent and decides it's now or never. With that, he charges forward and surprises the enemy, who steps back. Upon noticing the red light on the demon's ring, he immediately understands what it means. He then shouts that his strategy worked, combining Gigantification and Savage Fury. Knowing that Regal would try to move out of his range, he grabs him tightly. Bjorn then firmly declares that he finally got him. He follows with the swing ability, landing a devastating blow on his opponent. The impact reduces everyone's soul power, affecting them with a mysterious force. Due to the insufficient soul power, Gigantification is disabled, and the warrior returns to normal. Regal wonders what was done, and concludes it must be a unique ability of the Dragonborn. He then reveals that he used Draconic magic, the same kind he couldn't use because of the dragon's curse. Suddenly, Ms. Sha feels fatigued and staggers, not understanding why. The Guardian of Balance is revealed, redistributing everyone's stats equally. Bjorn reflects that they united as a team against a single man, and even with all the hardship, they managed to seal a level 4 essence. He reveals that the Ogre Essence was the solution for the sword that would otherwise have been impossible to block, and that was the ultimate attack he had saved for the final moment. Regal reflects that he thought it would be enough to kill an adventurer from the 8th floor. He calls them pathetic, seeing that they're all suffering from soul fatigue and reduced stats. The barbarian then thinks that anyone can fall victim to despair at any moment. He remembers when he was young and suffered from a rare condition in a hospital. Then, he recalls losing someone close in a car accident. Next, he remembers the fire that destroyed the relative's home where he lived. Finally, he remembers his mother disappearing, concluding that these are realistic events that can happen to anyone. Regal sighs, aware that all these things happen without warning. He then declares that the new Plan A has failed and that they're about to find out what the penalty is. Suddenly, his sword begins to emit unstable energy that hurts him. Frustrated, he throws it to the ground, lamenting that he won't be able to use it for a while. While the others gasp for air, the enemy moves forward, saying they have no idea how much time he wasted. With that, he quickly charges at them. In a swift motion, he lands a powerful kick on the barbarian. Ms. Jha screams his name, and the assailant grabs her wrist, calling him trash. With a brutal motion, he crushes the girl's grip with force. He then throws her violently to the ground. The enemy then turns to face Bjorn, who remains down. As a companion shouts for them to get up, the warrior feels a chill from the immense power gap. Even so, he analyzes the situation and realizes that Regal is not in top shape either. Haikarad observes that they're at a disadvantage, unsure of what to do or how to escape. Suddenly, Dwaki steps in front and promises to protect Ms. Sha with all his strength. He realizes that mages don't use soul power, and for that reason, he casts a defensive spell. With that, he declares that it's too early to give up, because they have a real mage on their side. In the stone chamber of the Larka's labyrinth, the priest had hoped they wouldn't make it. There stood Hector Ludwig, a priest forced to serve a wicked deity. Then, a voice called him a hypocrite for still hoping for a miracle, for the star of twilight would guide them, as he remembered his regrettable decision. In his memory, he was begging on his knees for his grandson to stop. If he hadn't submitted to evil, perhaps those people's lives could have been saved. Even so, he knew that now it was useless to pray to the goddess Riatlas. The voice then reminded him that he was the cause of that despair, for he would do it all over again. Right after, the same voice declared that he was to blame for all the suffering. Meanwhile, Ms. Sha was thrown to the ground. With that, Bjorn shouted for everyone to protect Dwaki at all costs. However, the mage, overcoming his fear, swore that he would be the one to protect Ms. Sha. He then instinctively realized he was the only one unaffected by the negative effect. For that reason, he moved toward his fallen companion, who was offering a potion while on the ground, because now it was his turn to act and ensure everyone could survive. Thus, Dwaki cast the 8th circle spell called Ice Lance. Soon, the ground was lightly dripping as the ice began to melt. Regal then declared that he would need to kill the mage first. However, Bjorn intercepted him, yelling for Dwaki to stay back, while he wondered why his rival was protecting him. It made him recall a barbarian adventurer from the orphanage who advised him not to become an adventurer just to repay him. At that time, his answer was that he'd never dream of becoming one because he didn't think he was capable. Back in the present, Bjorn shouted, asking if Dwaki's spell was ready. The caster replied yes but hesitated because they were too close, even as the barbarian insisted he fire. Then, once again, Dwaki used his Ice Lance spell. Unexpectedly, the spell redirected in midair, surprising Regal. The magic then struck him hard in his side. The impact of the attack threw the enemy backward. Next, Bjorn asked about Ms. Sha and was told she would recover soon since she had already taken a potion. The mage then looked back in alarm. Seeing his companion still recovering, he decided that this time, he had to protect her. While the barbarian was under attack, he shouted for Dwaki to fall back, and Haikarad echoed the warning. Dwaki then thought that it was his turn to act, wondering if he could ever become as great as them. In his memory, he asked if he would be strong enough to protect others, and a voice reassured him that he would. Suddenly, Regal lunged and stabbed Bjorn in the chest. His body, however, regenerated instantly as he questioned whether he could become a great person. Regal then mocked him for being slow and charged again. Soon, the others shouted for Dwaki to stay back as they braced for the impact. The demon's attack then struck Haikarad squarely, knocking him down. With that, Ron Miller rushed in, shouting, remembering what had been said to him. He then surprised Regal by stabbing him with his sword. The enemy, enraged, looked at the archer with contempt. With the dagger in hand, Rod Miller declared that the item was now theirs, storing it in his magical inventory. Dwaki then admitted that he had always wanted to be special and, because of that, prepared a magic arrow. As the spell was fired, the ally fell wounded, and the mage thought that was why he had joined the team. Soon after, footsteps were heard approaching. While Dwaki questioned a mage's worth, Ms. Shah charged forward to attack Regal. She then shouted with determination that he wouldn't hurt Dwaki. However, the enemy struck her with a powerful blow, causing the caster to scream her name. Immediately after, Bjorn rushed in with his shield to strike the demon from behind. Regal dodged easily, while Dwaki lamented that his incompetence had been exposed. With that, the enemy asked if the barbarian would really trust that useless trash to save him. Hearing the word, trash, Dwaki trembled and froze. He remembered someone looking at him with disgust over his shameless attitude. Even other mages despised him, asking him never to say again that he knew magic. Back in the present, Regal raised the dagger, stating that the mage already looked like he'd given up. He then declared to the barbarian that the fight was over. The enemy added that Bjorn knew it too, leaving him speechless. Dwaki, however, remembered Haikarad saying their loser team was actually a salvation. He recalled the day they all promised to give their best to stay together. For a moment, he believed he had suffered for 25 years just to find his current team. While his companion blocked the strike, Regal admitted he had never faced a barbarian like him. With that, Dwaki remembered that he couldn't give up. Bjorn stood his ground, refusing to yield. The mage saw that his companion was still fighting bravely, and he realized that he was fighting alone to protect them all. He then recalled the mage commenting on his progress and his attachment to his teammates. In that memory, he had asked to learn how to hunt a troll, stating that he had the money. The master agreed but warned him not to use the technique, and Dwaki promised to give it his all. Thus, he began casting enhancement spells, such as Cognitive Boost and Amplify Magic. He cast several mental and nervous spells, fully aware of the severe side effects. Dwaki then wondered what the name of that technique would be. It was merely a nameless combination known to only a few, and that shouldn't be called a sacrifice. But if he had to give a name to that combination of spells, Dwaki would call it Arcane Fever. Soon, the rain of magical arrows struck Regal head-on. With that, he was dragged backward by the force of the magic. While blocking the attacks, the demon cursed the mage, shouting at him to know his place. Next, he was stunned that Dwaki was risking his own life. He was gasping, gravely wounded by the assault. Completely shocked, Bjorn watched the enemy still standing, even with his body pierced. Then he wondered how he survived, concluding that he must have protected his vital points. Meanwhile, the mage apologized for the delay, saying it took him a while to decide. He then asked Bjorn to take care of their companions, especially Rotmiller, who needed attention. Even wanting to help, he explained that his healing potion was in his backpack. Then, he stated they needed to handle the enemy first, while the barbarian sensed something was wrong. At that moment, Regal taunted, saying the other didn't know what the mage had done. But Dwaki replied that he wouldn't let him buy time, knowing he didn't have much left. With that, he threw his staff toward the opponent. Then he revealed the cursed item, saying he hadn't wanted to use it because of the curse. With his injured hand, the warrior gripped the dark object tightly. He intercepted it, mocking that it was child's play. Next, he struck while shielding himself with his new sword. The mage was shocked by the result, not knowing that Arc was resistant to magic. Suddenly, the enemy dashed forward at high speed. With that, Dwaki felt a sharp pain shoot through his body. Even so, he cast an ice burst, shouting for him to stop. The ice attack only made the demon slip briefly. As he resisted the magical storm, Bjorn realized things wouldn't be easy. Determined, he prepared to fulfill his role as tank and protect his comrade. Thus, he charged at the enemy. Regal, irritated by the interference, stared at him with fury. Bjorn then attacked, determined to end the fight. But upon seeing the opponent's defense, he wondered if this would be his end. Unexpectedly, Dwaki's hand grabbed the enemy's arm, stopping the attack. With a furious shout, he hurled the cursed item. The demon caught the object, and the warrior realized the sword was rejecting him due to the draconic magic. Then, the mage cast curse spells, shouting for the other to fall back immediately. While the barbarian blocked the enemy's advance, he wondered why he kept trying to close in. Because even without using area spells, Dwaki could still support him, which gave them a clear advantage. With that, Bjorn felt something was wrong. Surely the enemy knew that. Suddenly, he remembered the mage's words about not having time, and realized his magic was limited. Bjorn then shouted for him to use the ice burst, confident he had guessed the plan by the enemy's reaction. Despite his allies' hesitation, he insisted that the attack be launched without worry. Next, he challenged Regal, declaring they had to end the fight there no matter what. Soon, an intense blizzard engulfed both fighters at the center of the chamber. Within the ice storm, the two continued their hand-to-hand combat. Soon, a slash cut across Regal's face. The demon, in turn, stared at him with rage. With a confident smile, Bjorn braced for the final clash. Inside the blizzard, he used his shield to subdue the opponent in battle. With a gaze of pure fury, he raised his club for the decisive blow. Then, the barbarian delivered a crushing strike to the enemy. The impact wounded him severely, but soon after, something unexpected happened. For the conditions to activate Regal's second heart were met, enveloping him in protection. With that, Bjorn understood the first problem was the enemy possessing a numbered healing item. As the heart regenerated, he cursed in frustration at the reversal. Then the other problem became painfully clear to him. Dwaki had collapsed on the ground, bleeding from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. He then remembered that focusing on one meant having to neglect the other in order to survive. The logical solution would be to use the potion on Rotmiller so he could wake up and heal everyone. However, since the mage was dying, the barbarian didn't hesitate to split the potion between the two. He made this risky decision because he wanted the whole team to survive, even if it could kill them all. Because of that, both now hovered on the border between life and death. A moment later, Bjorn's soul fatigue faded, and he felt his attributes return to normal. Still dazed, Dwaki coughed and asked what had happened to the enemy. Immediately, Ms. Shah told him not to speak, while trying to reassure him that the danger had passed. Then Bjorn approached, saying he had taken care of the problem and that the other should now rest. Meanwhile, Ms. Shah and Hikarad begged Rotmiller to hold on, hoping he would use his potion. The mage, however, stated that it wasn't something a potion could heal, to everyone's surprise. He then calmly called out to Ms. Shah, Hikarad, and the warrior. At that, a companion held his hand, asking him to speak and promising to pass the message on to Rotmiller. Dwaki then said there was something important he needed to tell everyone. He shared that his mother loved the sea without ever having seen it, and now he understood that feeling. Because some things are more deeply desired for being unreachable, shining brighter than any star in the sky. The mage revealed that, To him, that unreachable and radiant thing was all of them. With a serene smile, he sincerely thanked them for giving him the chance to travel together. While Ms. Shah begged him to stop, he expressed his gratitude to Bjorn for being a good friend. The warrior then declared that Ryal Warg Dwaki was the greatest mage of all and that his decision had been noble. At last, he stated that it was an honor to call him a companion, feeling glorious because of it. The mage thought that being honored by a legendary warrior made him feel like nothing else was missing. Even so, he felt upset and filled with an unfair emptiness, without understanding why. But that was death, and he knew he would no longer appear in his companion's stories. With that, Bjorn asked Ms. Shah if she needed a moment alone to say goodbye. She, however, just hugged her friend and begged him not to die. In his final moments, Dwaki called out to the warrior, knowing it was useless. He then asked him to never close his eyes again to the truth, because he was quick to perceive it. After begging for a reply, Bjorn finally agreed to his request. At that moment, Regal's heart pulsed, and the barbarian warned that he would awaken soon. The dying man then asked if his companion would be able to defeat the enemy, and was met with reassurance. With resolve, Bjorn promised him that they would all return home alive. Upon hearing that promise, the mage smiled in peace, thinking it wasn't a bad ending. And so, Ryal Warb Dwaki, the mage of the Losers team, fought bravely and passed away. Regal reflected on the battle, feeling like he could see and hear everything clearly. Then, he saw the desperation on Dwaki's face as the mage fought back. Bjorn's defense with his shield seemed like a futile effort that would only lead to more suffering. But when he saw Dwaki's smile through the pain, he began to doubt himself. The demon didn't understand why Ms. Shah wouldn't give up, even as she cried over Haikarad's fallen body. Then Dwaki asked if Bjorn could win, and received a calming response. The warrior then promised with conviction that they would all return home alive. Meanwhile, Regal's heart pounded as he shrank back, wounded. He then realized he had needed to rely on his second heart to survive. He considered himself lucky. He would have died if the blow had struck his head. He remembered a woman explaining why she always lost at gambling. She said he never truly took risks, even when it mattered. With that, he understood the same applied now, and that he lacked resolve. Soon after, Bjorn stood up firmly, gripping his club. At the same time, Haikarad wept, realizing that one cannot reach paradise by running away. Ms. Shah also understood that there was no paradise there, because nothing had changed. With that, the warrior concluded that they needed to kill Regal, while the ability was still active. He then told the dwarf to get ready for battle, and he agreed without hesitation. Soon, the enemy gripped his cursed sword. He challenged the group to end the fight, while Bjorn grew irritated with his weapon. Haikarad vowed to avenge their companion, but was warned to stay calm, or he'd fall. Then he used emergency restoration on his shield, asking the others not to worry. Meanwhile, Ron Miller assured Ms. Shah that the mage's wish would be fulfilled. With that determination, Bjorn charged quickly toward the enemy. Together, he and Haikarad shouted that it was time to end that fight. The battle turned into a melee as Bjorn grabbed the enemy. He then used his ability and landed a powerful blow on the demon. The problem was that the Dragon Slayer was also experienced and dangerous. With ferocity, he countered the attack by biting the warrior's arm. Even so, he slashed his opponent with his sword while the dwarf struck from below. Haikarad and Bjorn attacked together, either gaining a clear advantage in the fight. Even while injured, each one continued attacking without hesitation in the face of the enemy. Next, Regal kicked Haikarad away, as the fight no longer had any honor or dignity. The battle resembled that of caged dogs, and he simply looked away. Soon after, Ms. Shah charged, and their swords clashed with an intense flash. With that, Bjorn took the opportunity to punch the opponent as she fell to the ground. Everyone wondered how the final clash between the three would end. Bjorn then collapsed with low health, activating his passive ability. At the same time, the enemy slid backward, exhausted but still standing. Regal declared victory amid laughter, activating his Divine Blade ability. An intense light shone as he prepared to strike the fallen heroes. Suddenly, the hand of a mysterious man appeared and stopped the descending sword. He blocked the blow with only 2 fingers, completely calm. With a single motion, the man caused Regal to be struck. The blade was then driven into the ground. Stunned, the demon questioned what the presence of the old man meant. Even gasping for breath, the priest responded that the answer to everything was obvious. He thought he had lost his courage, but seeing the adventurers was a sign of kindness from the goddess. On his knees, he prayed to the Star of Twilight and promised to fight, even if it wasn't for paradise. He then offered himself as a sacrifice to an entity called Karui. A dark voice asked what he wanted, and the old man begged to be sent there, even if it wouldn't save his grandson. With tears of blood streaming down his face, he said he didn't care about the consequences. He remembered Dwaki teaching that a human can become noble by making the right choice. Meanwhile, the enemy stared at him and tried to use his ability to force him to heal him. The priest staggered back, resisting the demon's dark influence. After refusing, a dark energy struck him and tore through his body. The shadowy hand of the entity grabbed his severed arm. Even in agony, he pleaded with Karui for the strength to kill that man. Karui replied that the request was impossible, as Bjorn heard the entity's terrifying voice. Then the old man asked for the power to protect the others, and Karui finally accepted the pact. With the agreement sealed, the entity's dark hands tore his body apart completely. Then, Regal was shocked to see a vortex of dark energy forming at the spot. He was immediately pulled toward the portal, screaming at the priest to stop. But the man only regretted not having done it sooner, ignoring the warning about his grandson. Even so, the enemy resisted the energy pulling him inside with all his might. Next, he screamed in rage as he was separated from his sword, which remained behind. Bjorn realized the enemy was trying to take the weapon with him, and prepared to act. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to grab the sword from the ground. As soon as he seized the blade, a powerful energy surged through his entire body. The sword burned his hand with an intense light, but he refused to let go. With that, his strength prevented Regal from taking the weapon into the portal. The demon then glared at him with fury, eyes locked on the barbarian. Soon after, he promised with conviction that they would meet again. Bjorn replied that they definitely would meet again. He then promised himself that he would do everything to become strong enough to win without luck. As the portal closed, he shouted with determination that he would find him. From within the vortex, the enemy's voice answered that he wasn't the only one. Soon after, the dark energy portal vanished completely. With that, Bjorn thought that he, too, had lost something important that day.
Then Bjorn looks at his hands, wondering if that was divine power. Meanwhile, the same energy heals Rotmiller, Misha, and Hickarud, regenerating their limbs without pain. However, the power does not work on the body of the old mage, who had been attacked by Karui. As he approaches, he hears the man weakly asking for a letter in his bag, not understanding the reason behind the sacrifice. The man then hands him the letter and asks him to take it to the Temple of Reatless, and he promises to do so. He then asks why the man saved them, even though they didn't know each other. With his final breath, the old man is only able to say the mage before passing away. After a moment of silence, the warrior thanks the man for the information. Soon, the group turns to him, and he says he failed to fulfill the promise he made to Dwaki. In a memory, Dwaki asks him if he can defeat the enemy, and the other replies not to worry. He then says that they would all return alive, but it was his friend who protected them until the end. In front of his companions, he considers Dwaki's action to be the legacy left to them. Moments later, while the group rests, Rotmiller laments the loss of the friend who couldn't witness his final moment. Once they are ready, he informs them they gathered everything they need and that it's time to leave. Inside a new chamber, he explains that opening the chest leads to a trap, the center of the labyrinth where the portal is located. He then reveals that his plan was to use this chamber as an escape route in case the dragon hunter appeared with the priest. Kikarev then comments that they would probably have been caught anyway if they tried to escape. The dwarf emphasizes that it would be very difficult to flee from that enemy, glancing at a fallen companion. Around a campfire, the group realizes they have a day and a half until the labyrinth closes, while Misha remains beside Dwaki. She then asks if they can take Dwaki's body to the city, but he denies the possibility. He explains that the body of someone who dies in the labyrinth is classified as an object, and thus cannot be removed without distortion magic. The only exception, he details, is the heart of barbarian, which can be removed without magic, and is therefore studied by mages. With that, he reflects on the harsh reality of not being able to give a proper funeral to the one who saved their lives. He suggests Misha get some rest, but she insists on staying, saying Dwaki will be alone in that desolate place. Meanwhile, he decides to read the letter and discovers that the old man's grandson was kidnapped and taken to Nork, the underground city. With that, he realizes that Nork and Orcules are working together, uncovering the existence of a location beneath the sewers. The revelation makes him remember a mysterious woman, and he now wonders if she might also be a member of Orcules. As he continues reading, he discovers that the letter also mentions the existence of another portal at that site. He realizes that the content contains valuable information about the Orcules and Nork factions that he did not know. Moreover, the text mentions the name Karui and other topics that he needs to investigate and prepare for. Even so, he decides to rest and postpone his concerns until they return to the city. Considering the place safe now that the dragon hunter has left, he lies down, thinking about the tasks that await him. However, something feels strange, as Rotmiller remains awake. Hickarud also cannot sleep, even after nearly 2 days awake and fighting intensely. Likewise, the warrior stays with his eyes open, unable to fall asleep. Misha also remains awake, sitting silently near the fire. After finally returning to the Dimension Square in Raftonia, the group's next step was clear. First, they stop at the inspection office to exchange the stones they had collected. Then they head to the guild branch to report on Real Ward Dwaki, an 8th class mage certified by the royal court. At the guild, a staff member receives the death report and finalizes the documents in 3 minutes, officially closing the mage's record. The clerk comments that he must have been a great companion, while the group reflects on how death is common in that world. Afterward, they leave the guild office, carrying the deceased's staff with them. The group then arrives at the main hall of the Great Temple of Reatless. Soon, a paladin greets them, informing them that he is there on behalf of High Priest Ludwig and requests proof. He explains that the request for proof is a safety measure due to false reports made to claim the reward. The swordsman asks about the reward, and the paladin confirms that individuals had been motivated by it to make false claims. When the other asks how substantial the reward is, the man hesitates to respond. Rottmiller interrupts him, asking not to do that there, and the other apologizes, saying it's a habit. The representative then clarifies that the value varies with the information recovered, so it's difficult to state the exact amount. In response, he hands him the letter and asks if it serves as proof. The paladin steps back upon receiving the letter, and the warrior asks if something is wrong. With that, he apologizes and states that the contents of the message, if true, are of extreme importance, asking them to wait. After a longer wait than expected, a large door opens. Then the group is escorted to the chapel on the second floor, a place restricted to those who serve Reatless. Before the Archbishop, Rottmiller kneels, but the religious leader asks everyone to feel at ease. With that, the young man remembers reading about the order and the title of Holy Archbishop in the library. He then notices that they are being observed by the 3 Commander Knights of the Templars. Alongside them, all the high-ranking priests, including the Holy Archbishop himself, are present. Among the important figures, he also spots a young boy and concludes that an elite team is receiving them. The Archbishop blesses them, and the barbarian awkwardly responds, telling Rottmiller not to look at him like that, because he's a barbarian. Next, the religious leader thanks them for delivering the letter from High Priest Ludwig and asks them to explain how they obtained it. Jorn agrees, realizing that the leader's unusual politeness means the old mage was someone very important in the order. After explaining what happened in the Larka's labyrinth, he also hands over a necklace recovered from the mage's body. The Archbishop accepts the item, saying they will be able to honor his death with it, even if it isn't what they were seeking. A paladin then asks Cardinal Gravoid about the reward, since they didn't bring back the sacred relic. However, the cardinal suggests paying the full reward of 70 million stones, considering the letter and the report they brought. Upon hearing the amount of 70 million stones, the entire group is stunned. The warrior thinks about becoming the first converted barbarian, but quickly changes his mind, remembering that money isn't the most important thing. He then asks what they will do now, and if they will take revenge on the priest, affirming that his group is involved as well. As the Archbishop begins to answer that the decision is difficult, a light bursts into the hall. The boy, the source of the energy, tells the great warrior not to worry, as everyone watches the scene. With that, the other priests exclaim in unison that this is a divine prophecy. The barbarian then understands that the boy is a saint and looks at his own hand, questioning the meaning of the energy emanating from it. The young saint then announces that the goddess has just spoken to him. He reveals that the ring that appeared on the warrior's finger will protect him from that enemy 3 times, and the other wonders if it's a new sacred relic. Then Dorn asks if the enemy is Regal Vagos, and the saint confirms that only the encounter will be prevented. The young man warns him to prepare for the tragic fate that will come after the ring breaks, leaving him speechless. With that, he reflects that he's not a hero from an epic tale and questions why the goddess would protect an evil spirit. The revelation causes an uproar, with his companions questioning how a barbarian was chosen by the goddess of humans. Suddenly, the saint faints and is supported by the other priests, leaving the barbarian confused. The prophecy proves too much for the boy's body, and with his collapse, the meeting comes to an end. Moments later, in a private room, he admits to Paladin Kravitz that he has no idea what just happened. Kravitz also seems puzzled, revealing that this is only the 3rd time in history that a divine prophecy has been given to a non-human. Then, the barbarian asks what happened to the 2 previous cases, and the paladin begins to explain based on the records. The man reveals that both were denounced and exiled by their own people for heresy, making the other understand the Archbishop's request for secrecy. With that, he reflects that being exiled from his tribe would ruin his mark of immortality, which is the key to his strength. Even so, Kravitz reassures him, guaranteeing that if the information leaks, it won't be from them. Soon after, Misha and Rottmiller quickly swear to keep the secret and pretend they heard nothing. The warrior says he trusts them both, but then looks at Hikarud, who asks why he's being stared at. With that, the other reluctantly promises to stop drinking, while the leader regrets having brought him. Even so, he decides to focus on the positive side, since avoiding encounters with the dragon hunter is a huge advantage, though he doesn't know when the ring will break. He then decides to assume he won't have much time and will make the necessary preparations, while his companion pleads for his trust. As he gets up to leave, determined to make progress in 6 months, Misha calls out for him to wait. She then points to his ring and says she thinks one of the threads just broke. A notification about the protection of the stars appears in the air, and one of the ring's threads dissolves into smoke in the barbarian's hand. Meanwhile, on the walls of Nork, a red-haired woman walks toward a collapsed figure. The stranger recognizes Regal Vagos and wonders why he is there instead of in the plaza, concluding he must have escaped through the portal. As she kneels down, she deduces that he sacrificed the old man and a navigator to flee, questioning what he fought that left him in such a state. She then examines his injuries, his right shoulder burned, the left dislocated, and a heavy loss of blood. The woman thinks it's convenient, as he is the Orcule's member she most wanted to kill, and now he will die alone. Regal Vagos then opens his eyes and manages to utter only one word. As he begs for healing, the woman asks why she should help him, and he tries to mention a deal. She then remembers the pact, surprised that everyone knows about it. A memory reveals that the red-haired woman made a pact forbidding her from killing anyone in Mark. Even so, she states that not killing is different from not saving, as she takes Regal Vagos' ring and stores it in her inventory. With that, she decides to sit and wait to make sure he won't survive and seek revenge. As she gets up to leave, she says he's lucky, but the wounded man promises she'll regret it. The woman then approaches and says she'll only regret it if he remembers what happened to tell the Lord. To take no chances, she decides to use an item that erases memory for a full week. She throws the item near him, thinking the trade was worth it, and that now he'll believe he lost everything in the labyrinth. Back in the room, Jorn takes a deep breath and calms himself. He then reflects that what matters is when the last thread breaks, until someone knocks on his door. When he opens it, he finds Erwin, who asks if she can come in. Erwin enters and begins speaking only about the events in the labyrinth. Tired, the host asks her to leave, promising to continue the conversation another time, and the visitor reluctantly agrees. The next day, at the Adventurers Guild, they discover that the will had been written shortly after the battle against the troll. There, the group is summoned and learns that Dwaki named them heirs, requesting that his belongings be donated to an orphanage. They then realize he had already updated his will, preparing for the worst. A memory shows Dwaki saying that he liked to enjoy life, always looking on the bright side. After inheriting all his belongings, the group leaves the guild, reflecting that he wouldn't want to see them sad. After receiving the payment at the temple, Jorn stays behind for a private conversation with the commander. He then asks for the matter to remain secret, and Kravitz agrees, as long as it doesn't go against the will of the goddess. He then places a sword on the table, which the commander immediately recognizes as the Dragon Hunters. Jorn explains that the weapon repels anyone who tries to use it and asks for help, but the other says there's no curse on the sword. Kravitz reveals that the weapon was originally the Dragon Sword, a heritage that could only be wielded by the Dragonians. He continues, explaining that the name changed when the Dragon Hunter stole it, but he was never able to use it fully because of the dragon's curse. The curse cast by the dragon before dying burned Regal Vagos' scales and made his heart resemble a human's. The commander concludes that he betrayed his people for a sword that, due to the curse, he cannot use. Jorn understands that the curse is on Vagos, not on the sword, and Kravitz recommends returning it to the Dragonians for a reward. As he takes his leave, he thanks Kravitz for the advice, and the paladin offers his support for the future. He then jokingly asks if he can receive blessings for free, but the other mentions a new prophecy from that morning. The paladin reveals that the prophecy was a warning for no one to try to take advantage of the situation, and the barbarian reacts to the jab. With that, he realizes the message was directed at him, and Kravitz reiterates his offer of help before they say goodbye. He then heads straight to the tavern, where his companions were waiting for him. Upon arriving, he finds the group mourning, and Hikarud comments that Dwalki didn't deserve that end. The barbarian then joins them in mourning for Dwalki and drinks a few mugs in silence. Later, as they leave the tavern, he and Misha walk unsteadily, while Rotmiller supports Hikarud. Misha then loses her balance and bumps into her companion. He catches her so she doesn't fall, and she thanks him as they continue walking. Shortly after, they arrive at their destination, falling into a moment of silence. As Misha turns to leave, Jorn grabs her wrist, calling her by her full name, Misha Karlstein. He then directly asks her if, by any chance, she has feelings for him. A memory returns to the moment when Dwaki, noticing the barbarian's awareness, asks him not to keep ignoring the situation. The two remain in silence, avoiding eye contact. Then, she confirms that she does and admits she likes him as a man. Afterward, Misha asks if he had known for some time. Elsewhere, Erwin suddenly reacts. Her sister asks what's wrong, and she responds that her heart suddenly started racing. The other remarks that she's looked pale since visiting the man, but Erwin denies any problem, even with the continued questioning about what happened in the labyrinth. The conversation is recalled, with the archer insisting she wasn't lying about what they talked about. Seeing the situation, her sister offers to investigate the matter, and Erwin asks if she really would. To calm her down, her companion gives her an apple, which she accepts and bites into without hesitation. Misha repeats the question, wanting to know if he had known about her feelings for a long time. Jorn holds her hand and admits he wasn't sure, using that as an excuse. While thinking that there was only one possible outcome to the confession, the girl asks how he feels about her. With that, he realizes he's actually always known the answer. Remembering that he needs to be genuine first, the barbarian says that she is a very dear companion. Upon hearing this, Misha pulls her hand away and concludes that, in that case, she's not good enough. Even so, she argues that no one would be, since survival is his priority and no one knows when they'll die. The young man thinks romance might cloud judgment and begins to say that she should just see him as a companion. However, Misha yells, cutting him off and leaving him speechless. She then punches him in the stomach while asking why she would have to do that. The girl continues hitting him, calling him a barbarian and accusing him of asking on purpose just to reject her. She then shouts that even though she knows he doesn't want a relationship, he can't stop her from having feelings for him. After that, Misha rests her head against his chest and says she's not asking for much. With a choked voice, she begs him not to try to take her feelings away, because that alone is already more than she deserves. Jorn simply warns her that she'll be without breakfast the next day before walking away. The next morning, when he enters the kitchen, he finds a pot full of boiling carrots. He looks at the young woman, who orders him to eat it all, and then wonders if that's her revenge. With that, the barbarian eats the carrot stew out of guilt, barely able to breathe as he does it. After the meal, he says he's full, then asks what they'll do next. Misha stares at him intensely, causing him to step back, so he sighs and comments that the situation isn't that bad. However, she slams the table and interrupts him, saying he shouldn't feel guilty because she'll do as she pleases. With that, he realizes she spent the night reflecting and concludes that his companion is more mature than he is. Thus, he agrees and suggests they never talk about it again, receiving her acceptance. Soon after, they leave the room and head to meet up with Rotmiller and Hickerud. Next, they arrive at the central administration office, as was the dwarf companion's wish. She asks if he's sure, but the man confirms he's always wanted a place of his own and mentions the bonus payment. The plan was to purchase the residence left by a former ally, valued at 24 million stones. Considering the auction value, each of them received 5 million, and the contract was signed. Then Hickerud slaps the paperwork and declares that everything is settled. With the documents in hand, he suggests they go back and have a drink. Back in District 7, they realize it's time to talk about the team's future. The barbarian intended to announce his departure along with the warrior woman, but before that, the dwarf speaks first and says he has something important. With that, he announces he's going to retire from the adventurer's life. Rotmiller asks about his plans, and the dwarf explains he'll open a forge in the new house. He then reveals that he became an adventurer to escape reality, hiding behind the excuse of lacking talent. However, he assures them that he will run no longer, because this is the only way to honor their fallen friend. The mage wishes him luck, the woman promises to visit, and the barbarian declares that he will be his exclusive blacksmith. Right after, the other also reveals that he plans to leave the group, claiming he doesn't feel skilled enough. As they drink together, the dwarf says his companion's effort will bear fruit. Without delay, the barbarian slams his mug on the table and announces that he and the warrior will form a new team. He states they intend to reach greater heights, and Hickerud admits he was already expecting it. The blacksmith comments that she'll have a lot of work to do, but the woman simply replies that she'll handle it. Soon he proposes a toast, and the mage asks to give the speech, receiving the leader's permission. With a smile, the young man raises his glass. He toasts to the end of the old team and the beginning of new chapters in their journeys. Later, seeing the two companions asleep beside him, the barbarian reflects that this is the right way to end it, until the mage calls out to him, pulling him from his thoughts. So he listens as the other says he has a question. The young man then asks what he wants to know. Directly, his friend asks if he is an evil spirit. In response, he slams his fist on the table and says the companion's name. He immediately demands a good reason for such an accusation, but hears that his anger could serve as proof. If the other didn't know him so well, the mage continues, saying that the barbarian doesn't care for formalities and doesn't let feelings guide him. And with a smile on his face, he asks if he's wrong.
Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. Until next time, bye bye.